Chapter 1. In the Church of St. Swithin on Baran Street in Worcester resided the Joyce brothers. The residents of the entire street held a complicated mix of affection and resentment towards these two audacious siblings. Jody Joyce cast a tattered rag into the water bucket, having finally finished wiping down the last chair in the hall. "Tomorrow, I shall definitely dispose of this wretched, hairless cloth," he swore vehemently, staggering towards the door while clutching the oversized bucket that was clearly too large for him. Ever since his elder brother Robert, who was 5 years his senior, had discovered their surname from a book and concocted a tale of an exorcist lineage, the number of worshippers attending this church had noticeably increased. With Jody's guidance, Robert thrived on the street, for the social dynamics of the 90s were rather simplistic in their understanding of schemes. Jody Joyce was a time traveler. As a young man of a new century, he had, of course, fantasized about fantastical adventures through time and space. Yet this intercontinental journey was far from entertaining. Even worse, upon discovering the precocious behavior of their child, Jody was branded with a label of demonic possession and subsequently sent to this church. Children do not go without crying. He learns everything quickly, yet no one teaches him. That child was peculiar from birth, especially during feeding. Jody could never forget that Christmas Eve when a woman, whose face had long faded from his memory, had bundled him in old clothes and abandoned him at the church's doorstep. When the old priest opened the door, Jody was met with a look of sheer shock as the elder raised his hands, sleeves dragging, in utter surprise. Motherfucker. Years have passed, and that old fellow had been gone for 2 years now. Robert? Upon reaching the door, Jody found Robert standing vacantly by the mailbox, staring at a letter with a ghostly expression. To be honest, it was indeed Ghostly who would write to him. Water splashed from the bucket onto the yard as Jody leaned in. What's wrong? Did the few familiar words not appear in the same sentence? Maintaining his ghostly demeanor, Robert lifted his gaze, staring blankly at Jody. What's going on? Jody felt unnerved under his brother's intense gaze. Jody, there's something I must tell you. Robert's expression was laden with concern. Rarely did Jody see his typically oblivious brother in such a state, and he felt a surge of anxiety. What is it? Hey, listen, we're not actually brothers by blood. Jody was immediately taken aback. Is that what you wanted to say? I've always known we weren't biological brothers. What? How could you possibly know? I never mentioned it to you. Please, you're of Indian descent while I'm Caucasian. Why would you suddenly bring this up? Jody wished to reclaim the tension that had just dissipated. All right, since you're aware, I just wanted to say that no matter what happens in the future, I will always remember you as my family. Robert still appeared crestfallen, as if this were not some cruel joke. What's really going on? Jody shifted his focus to the letter, though the sun had already set, making it difficult to discern the design on the envelope. Come on, hand me that letter. Let's go inside and talk. Goodness, I can hardly see your nose anymore. How did you manage to tan yourself to such an extent? Robert's voice was filled with dejection, leading Jody to often question whether his brother's imposing physique was merely inflated. This letter seems to be from your family. Family? Jody's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly dismissed the notion. What did you see? What does the letter say? With a whimper, Robert trudged along behind Jody into their home. I don't know. I couldn't recognize many of the words, but I saw them say waiting for your return. Is this some sort of prank? Jody's memories of his biological mother were hazy at best, only vaguely recalling that the family who abandoned him was quite impoverished. I've had a feeling for days that you all would leave me, whether it be the priest or you. You would abandon me. While lighting a candle, Robert continued to murmur. Come on, who was bragging about his little girlfriend in front of me the other day? Seizing the envelope, Jody couldn't help but retort. And if you had a premonition, why didn't you treat me better these past few days? I refuse to believe you've earned merely 20 pence during this time. Robert's gloomy expression faded. Hey, you're about to have a splendid life, and you're still fretting over a few pence. Ignoring him, Jody held the envelope closer to the flame. All right, let me see what this extraordinary thing is. Upon closer inspection, indeed, it was something quite extraordinary. The envelope, torn and tattered, bore an intact purple wax seal, featuring the letter H composed of a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Clearly inscribed on the front was from Mr. Jody Joyce. A faint recollection of this insignia flickered in Jody's mind as he furrowed his brow and examined the crumpled letter inside. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, and a few titles. Dear Mr. Joyce, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term will commence on September 1st, and we await your owl's response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Jody was instantly flabbergasted, wearing an expression that mirrored Robert's ghostly look. Where on this letter is there any mention of waiting for us to return home? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Jody was no longer surprised after all. If even the absurdity of living life anew could occur, what was beyond the realm of possibility? A single letter had shattered all of Jody's plans, which were already tender and fragile. Had the previous lives Jody not matured, he might have been so exhilarated he couldn't sleep. However, the present Jody was burdened with the concerns of adulthood. Upon receiving this letter, he was more inclined to contemplate the dangers that lay ahead. The most significant threat, naturally, stemmed from the confrontation between Hogwarts and the Dark Wizard, Voldemort. The wizarding world might be bizarre, but it wasn't worth risking one's life over. As long as he had money, he could find joy in the comforts of the modern technological age. Moreover, why should a young man well-versed in the advanced civilization of the information age endure the disdain of archaic societal monsters? Who would dare look down upon him? Jody resolutely decided to crumple the letter and toss it into the flames. He quickly pushed the matter from his mind, reasoning that he was not the fabled savior with a scar upon his forehead. Whether or not he attended school was unlikely to garner much attention. Mate, I reckon you're rather keen on going, aren't you? That Hogwarts place? At that moment, they were seated side by side on a park bench, nibbling on bread. After having pretended to conduct an exorcism, Robert finally voiced his thoughts. It's Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Jody grimaced as he chewed the bread. A baguette was not exactly suitable for direct consumption. More than myself, I'd rather send you to find a teacher to teach you how to spell. Disregarding Jody's jibe, Robert appeared deep in thought. Money isn't an issue if you truly wish. I can figure something out. Seeing his brother so considerate touched Jody, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor and reaffirm, we have more important matters to attend to together, don't we? Upon hearing this, Robert, who had been pouting with a pitiful expression, finally smiled. Unbeknownst to them, July 31st had slipped by without incident. Until that day, as Jody returned home, he felt an unsettling disturbance before even reaching the door. Hey there, friend. Your attire is quite trendy. Do all magic folk dress like that? Just tell me where Jody Joyce is. The voice of the stranger was harsh and cold, laced with a blatant warning. Hey, don't be like that. I've seen their teachers on home visits. Parents always ask questions, and he's my brother. What sort of magic is this? Show me. Clearly designating Robert as the target of the warning was a significant blunder. Jody quickened his pace, racing through possibilities of who might be visiting. Hagrid? Dumbledore? It certainly seemed unlikely to be McGonagall. I warn you once more, do not touch me. Muggle, did your parents never teach you about manners? At that moment, a flicker of magical light caught Jody's eye. Snape raised his wand, aimed squarely at Robert's forehead, Petrificus totalis. In that fleeting moment, Jody's mind was a blank slate. The tumultuous church was suddenly enveloped in a deathly silence, pierced only by the faint sound of tinnitus, growing nearer. What have you done? Jody instinctively rushed forward, bewildered by his own irrationality, as emotions surged violently within him. Accompanying this turmoil were other forces at play. All glass within the church shattered instantaneously, a tempest of glass shards swirling violently around the sanctuary. Countless shards glimmered like a multitude of blades, aimed directly at the frigid man at the heart of the storm. The man's expression darkened further as he raised his wand to his chest and waved it outward, forcibly halting the roiling winds, while the scintillating glass, suspended in midair, froze in place. With his empty hand, Snape lunged forth, grasping Jody's shoulder with a grip akin to that of a giant eagle's talon. Without the use of his wand, the sheer force of his grip pinned Jody to the ground, rendering him immobile. Calm yourself, Mr. Joyce. I merely cast a petrification spell to silence his incessant prattling. If you would be so kind, please release your strength." Clenching his teeth, Jody restrained himself from crying out in pain. "What do you mean by my strength? I don't understand." The man in the black robe did not meet his gaze. Instead, he continued to grip Jody's shoulder, his eyes fixed on the heavens. "All you need to do is remain calm." Reparo. Had the previous letters been dismissed as mere jest, the true manifestation of magic before him was undeniably captivating. It was as if someone had pressed the rewind button. Even the tiniest fragments of glass found their original positions in reverse flight. The visible cracks in the glass shrank and faded until they vanished completely, while the overturned furniture was righted by an unseen force. Only a cloud of dust remained, gently settling down. All of this transpired in an instant, solely at the behest of the wizard's command. After being gripped for so long, Jody's shoulder began to tingle with numbness. Fortunately, this allowed him to speak without the fear of crying out in pain. "Sir, I presume you hail from Hogwarts? I wonder how my brother might have offended you." Jody managed to articulate the words in a halting manner. Snape was somewhat taken aback that the youth did not plead for mercy. A Muggle, hardly an offense, merely a nuisance. Seeing that the tumultuous magic had subsided, Snape saw no reason to maintain his grip. Upon releasing him, Jody felt his previously uninjured arm begin to ache. Surely that was the result of magic? Jody stole a glance at Snape's slender, bony hand, having heard no tales of martial prowess among magic academies. "Since you have discerned my origins, you must have read that letter, Mr. Joyce." The man adjusted his robe, attempting to compose his expression, though his coffin-like face required little tidying. Indeed, although concerned for Robert, Jody was not so reckless. At that moment, he was more apprehensive about his own peculiar state. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Severus Snape, a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Snape? Jody's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of relief washing over him that his brother had merely been petrified. He had not anticipated that they would send an actual teacher. Jody quickly organized his thoughts, contemplating the sequence in which to present his case to avoid becoming the second statue frozen in place. "If your visit pertains to the letter, I offer my apologies, sir. As you can see, we are merely in a dilapidated church with two unfortunate souls. We lack the means to procure an owl for correspondence." "Humph. Whether or not you respond is of little consequence, however. Someone must ensure that you fortunate individuals with latent talents appear at the opening ceremony." The real-life Snape appeared even leaner than his cinematic counterpart, those pronounced lines of age accentuating his expressionless visage, leaving Jody to ponder which unfortunate soul had arranged for him to visit the new students. "Now that you are aware of your fate, let us proceed swiftly. Actually, sir, I may not attend Hogwarts." Under the mounting changes, Snape was increasingly displeased. "What do you mean? I have neither the fund for tuition nor the means to acquire any of the items on that list, and I believe magic may not be an indispensable necessity. Do you understand?" Snape stood in silence for a moment, his expression cold, likely contemplating how to resolve the matter efficiently. Regrettably, he realized that without clarification, this young Muggle before him would not suddenly arrive at an epiphany. "It is you who does not understand. Am I to infer that you intend to continue hiding your uncontrollable power while living as an ordinary person? Is that a problem?" Jody did not anticipate that refusing would prove to be so arduous he had thought Snape would, upon receiving a negative answer, simply declare all forgotten and turn to leave. "You may not have grasped the essence, Joyce. It is not that you chose the enigma. Rather, the enigma chose you. You merely serve as a vessel, a conduit through which the mystery manifests. Should you defy this power and cause it to feel affronted, it will turn increasingly ferocious and uncontrollable. You will bring death to many, while simultaneously extinguishing your own life." Silent? How could I have forgotten him? Upon hearing this, Jody was suddenly reminded of the term from the Harry Potter sequel. Did Snape glance at the newly repaired window without affording Jody an opportunity to interject? "Once, we had a more simplistic approach to self-awakening individuals. Yet now, Dumbledore is resolute in sheltering you helpless souls. Do you believe you possess any grounds for refusal?" The words lodged in his throat were swallowed back. The individual before him was indeed a bona fide Death Eater, and being timid was not unwarranted. Many students find themselves in a similar predicament, and the school will provide you with assistance. Now, I must take you to acquire your wand, while old books and robes abound at Hogwarts. All that is required of you is to harbor gratitude. Snape offered Jody no chance for rebuttal. Having spoken, he extended his arm. Now, grasp my arm. Jody could hardly fathom that his journey into the realm of magic was a forced endeavor. But my brother, that was merely a petrifying spell. Snape enunciated deliberately, "It is time to depart." The words and simplistic approach echoed in his mind as he reached out to grasp Snape's arm. Subsequently, he felt as though a hook had pierced his navel, yanking him through a small aperture that, if one were to describe it, Jody felt as if his artistic style had suddenly morphed into that of Picasso, upon his feet returning to solid ground. He found it exceedingly difficult to maintain his balance. This seemed to be a secluded alley, with a few filthy trash bins nestled in the corner, and directly before him stood a somewhat aged brick wall. A wave of nausea surged in his throat. Without a moment to consider the nature of his surroundings, Jody simply wished to vomit before addressing anything else. However, before he could move, Snape took the initiative. He approached the wall, catching a glimpse of Jody attempting to squeeze past him towards the trash bins. Instinctively, his wand lifted, tapping Jody's throat. An unnamed force constricted whatever was lodged within Jody's throat. "Hold it in, Joyce." Jody, his face flushed, watched as Snape tapped the stones of the wall, and he began to understand why half the school despised Snape. Cold and devoid of emotion, he resembled a serpent. As though he had transformed from one. "This is the leaky cauldron in London, as indicated on your enrollment form. You will need to come here yourself next time." As the magical bricks of the wall shifted, revealing an arched passageway, the 4D effect provided quite a sensory impact. Snape pushed the inquisitive Jody ahead into the alley. "Move forward. Stay within my line of sight." The shops of the Potage Cauldron. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and Gringotts held little significance for Jody. Swiftly navigating through the bustling crowd, he was led to the only shop he truly needed to visit, in contrast to the surrounding vibrancy. This particular store appeared rather desolate, its dilapidated sign in a state of disrepair, with much of the lettering worn away, leaving only faint traces discernible. Within the cobwebbed window, a solitary wand lay upon a velvet cushion. Ollivander. Since 300 BC, before Jody could fully absorb the inscription, Snape had already propelled him inside. Upon entering the shop, the dimly lit room seemed to be entirely composed of numerous small boxes, stretching inward in an unending array, obscuring any perception of the room's depth. He must be keeping the boxes of wands that have already been sold, Jody mused, now regaining his composure, the prod from Snape's wand having proven somewhat effective. "Good afternoon," came a soft greeting as if wary of disturbing someone. Professor Snape, a rare visitor. "Let me think, 13.5 inches, birchwood." Snape, clearly disinterested in any form of nostalgia, interrupted Ollivander. "This young man requires his wand. He hails from a Muggle family and has applied for financial assistance. Oh, this year's assistance quota. No problem. Just some tedious forms to fill out, but why is it you who brought this student to select a wand?" It seemed as if Jody were the first student ever to be accompanied by Snape for such a purpose. Nonetheless, Snape had no intention of answering. He cast a dismissive glance at Ollivander, who, suddenly recalling something, shuddered and promptly changed the subject. You must be Mr. Joyce from the list. Which hand do you favor?" "Both hands." Jody wondered if such an answer would earn him a pair of chopsticks. Instead, he obediently replied, "I am right-handed." Perhaps due to Snape's intimidating presence as a former Death Eater, Ollivander did not engage in the verbose chatter typical of his character in the books, instead swiftly measuring Jody. I believe I have a sense of your needs. Let's try this one. Vinewood with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches at a," he muttered. Ollivander retrieved a box from the side, seemingly at random. Jody held the wand in his hand, yet nothing occurred, leaving him feeling somewhat foolish. Indeed, it is not so simple. As Ollivander reclaimed the wand, he furtively observed Snape's expression, relieved that impatience was not evident. "Let us try this one. A combination of oak and dragon heartstring. 9 inches, and one could have anticipated that this trial would extend over 2 hours. During this time, the various repulsive reactions of the wands created a chaotic mess within the shop. Jody began to suspect that soon they would inform him that it had all been a misunderstanding and that he could return home, perhaps with Snape using apparition to send him back. Very peculiar, indeed. Ollivander exhibited no signs of irritation. In fact, he appeared invigorated, unlike his earlier lethargy. Strangely, Snape had not displayed impatience throughout, standing by the door as if he had fallen asleep while standing after stepping out briefly. "Sir, may I not simply take any wand? As long as it works, that suffices. No. Of course not. This is your first wand, the most significant wand of your life. It will channel your overflowing magic, aiding you in discovering the door to release it. It will serve as a medium between you and the mystery, preventing you from being excessively influenced by that power. It will accompany your growth alongside the mystery within you, regardless of how many wands you may acquire in the future. Only this one will bear your imprint. This is the hallmark of Ollivander's craftsmanship, the reason why Hogwarts has designated me as the sole supplier. And the Ministry of Magic, too." Suddenly, Ollivander emitted an odd exclamation and dashed toward the interior of the shop. "Sir," Jody was bewildered. "What is it?" "The keys, my keys." When he reappeared, Ollivander clutched a bag, rummaging within. "Ah, found it!" Just as Jody assumed this key was some peculiar wand, Ollivander dashed past him toward the shop's entrance. Then, to Jody's astonishment, the old man opened the door behind the display window and retrieved the singular wand from within. "Yes, this is it. It can only be this one. Hurry, hurry!" Ollivander nearly thrust the wand into Jody's hands. Jody noticed cobwebs clinging to Ollivander's beard, seemingly with a few spiders hastily scurrying past. Raising his already weary hand, Jody focused on the wand he held. It appeared somewhat slimmer than the previous ones, yet strangely conveyed an impression of indestructibility. The wood had been stained black by an unknown substance, exuding a metallic coolness in his grip, yet felt oddly comforting. This is it. Jody himself could not fathom why he felt such certainty. In response to his sentiments, the wand's once pitch-black hue seemed to lose some of its profundity. With a casual flick, a gentle breeze swept away the dust from his body, or perhaps it was more than mere dust. At that moment, Jody felt utterly rejuvenated. He had unexpectedly returned to my side. I merely participated in its design, not as its creator. Originally, I believed it would remain with me in this shop until the end of my days. A mere 10 inches, almost the perfect length, crafted from dragon heartstring, with the core made from the sinew of a corpse's heart. Ollivander's demeanor bordered on madness, proclaiming that within this shop lay your singular correct choice. Hence, all other wands repelled you. From the moment you entered, it had chosen you. A corpse, such an extraordinary term, did not escape Jody's notice. Indeed, the material sourced from the complete heart of an ancient corpse, more resilient than that of a dragon. In an instant, Jody comprehended why his wand bore such a peculiar combination. The undying corpse paired with the sealing wood of the Sephora tree. Was it not a reflection of his own resurrection? You claim the wand chooses its master. How does such selection occur? Is it the totality of magical power? The inclination towards certain spells? Or perhaps mere prophecy? As Ollivander rambled on, meticulously tending to the packaging, Jody seized this opportunity to gather information. Every adventure should commence with the collection of intelligence. Whether for the player or the character, he often asserted during his time at the office, a naive thought, yet rather amusing. The wand choosing its master is akin to selecting one's parents before birth. It is an exceptionally intricate process. Ollivander appeared poised to embark on a lengthy discourse, and Jody eagerly anticipated it. Unfortunately, Snape evidently was not inclined to endure such a lengthy exposition. "If we secure your wand, I believe we ought to depart, Joyce." The wand box, freshly assembled, was abruptly snatched away, leaving Ollivander blinking as he observed Jody being pulled away. "Treat it kindly. Child, it is alive. From the moment it is held in your hand, it possesses life." Snape, having interrupted their exchange, clearly did not perceive his actions as bothersome, yanking Jody towards the shop window. "I shall say this only once, so you had better listen closely, Joyce." He fixed his sour expression, unceremoniously outlining his intentions, hastily concluding this introductory meeting. Minors are not permitted to cast spells outside school. You must either remember this or alter your journey from Hogwarts to a cell in the Ministry of Magic. Do not harbor any illusions. including the street you reside on and the wand in your hand. Both are cursed. Trace threads, the term flashed through Jody's mind. Was it forbidden to cast spells even before enrollment? You will return home and quietly await the commencement of term, showing your wand to the conductor at King's Cross on the appropriate day. They will know how to arrange your travel at AS for how to get there. I trust that does not require my concern. Yes, Professor. Jody did not consider it particularly wise to ask Snape for a few pounds or pennies. He obediently provided an affirmative response. And your Muggle brother, you should be able to pacify him. His petrification will end before midnight. I trust you do not wish for me to come to your residence merely to lift a forgetting charm. With the necessary points addressed, Snape raised his arm, inviting Jody to board. Jody hastily voiced a sudden concern. Sir, if I were to say if I encountered an unforeseen event and did not reach Hogwarts, what would happen? Would there be danger? Snape frowned impatiently. The Ministry will find you before any danger does. Curiosity is not always a virtue. Had this been school, I would certainly deduct points. What you must do now is hold on to me. Yes, Professor. Following that was the sensation akin to a tug at his navel, as if he had grown an umbilical cord being drawn back through the bag for repairs. When a light returned to his vision, he found himself before the familiar dilapidated statue in the park. We shall meet again at school, Mr. Joyce. With tears blurring his vision, Jody did not manage to bid farewell to the vanishing Snape. Fortunately, the other party seemed indifferent to it. Now that Snape was no longer present, Jody could finally express himself freely. Oh, you truly wish to study that. Whatever it is, brother, the person from that day was a lunatic. Judging the standards of madness in Robert's words, Jody frowned. Far more reasonable than the group of lunatics you were mingling with before. Your black brother? That guy is a drug dealer, right? That's different. That is not the same. Robert did not deny the chaos of his social circle. Can you perform the trick of turning that wand into a sexual coldness like the previous one? After all these days, when will you show me? Jody found it difficult to comprehend Robert's expectation. Hey bro, I just enrolled. I haven't even attended a class yet, but I saw you practicing spells a few days ago that I cannot just use that wand at will. And I am not certain of that spell. If I mispronounce it, it could be dangerous. Why? Robert expressed a lack of understanding. Explaining it to him seemed endless, so Jody resorted to his usual tactic. Don T asked, just trust me. At that moment, the two brothers were volunteering in the community, relying on it for their survival. With thoughts on collecting props and securing necessary fare before departing, Jody slightly diverted his attention to his hefty brother. You've been mysteriously disappearing lately. What have you been up to? Nothing. Robert turned his face away, the deep hue of his skin accentuating the discernibility of his eyes. Jody, having grown up alongside him, was quite aware. Visiting your little girlfriend? That doesn't seem right. I told you not to seek out your gang friends anymore. Upon hearing this, Robert appeared surprisingly agitated, which only heightened Jody's concern. I haven't sought them out. Why do you keep bringing this up? This indeed seemed a matter worth reiterating. I'll say it again. We need not risk our lives for a few coins for those unsavory individuals. With all previous plans discarded, Jody straightened up, emphasizing his seriousness that I know. I haven't. It seems you're provoked by feelings of mistrust. Robert vehemently shook his head, hopping in place. Robert, have I ever told you that your lying is utterly unconvincing? Jody spread his hands to soothe his agitated friend, that he understood that with his imminent enrollment, Robert needed an outlet for his emotions. I told you. Just believe in me. Our lives are improving, that I'm merely going out to learn more new things. Perhaps next time I return, I'll bring you a chunk of gold. Robert suddenly turned, locking eyes with Jody, his large eyes glistening with unshed tears, although he had grown accustomed to bending slightly to ensure their gazes met. It was undeniable that Robert was tall, his broad frame carrying a muscular build that exuded reliability and strength. But you're leaving for a place I know nothing about, Robert shouted, startling the resting birds into flight. He could kill you at any moment, and you would be powerless to stop it. Everyone I knew has left. Everyone. Now you're going too. What can I do? Jody stood frozen, momentarily engulfed in silence. At the highest point of Hogwarts, there existed a tower concealed by enchantments. If you stood outside the castle, yearning to glimpse the headmaster's office, you would ultimately return empty-handed. The headmaster's tower seemed to overlap with the Gryffindor tower from any angle. indistinguishable from one another. T present, within the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore, with his silvery hair, leaned back in his chair. I have never heard of such a task being assigned to me. I hope this is the last time. Snape stood at Dumbledore's desk, his expression exceedingly grim. Severus, it's been 10 years. Each time students are on break, you seclude yourself in your office, and your occasional return to Spinner's Inn resembles merely a cleaning spree. You need to venture out more, and the responsibility of welcoming new students cannot solely fall to Minerva and Hagrid. Dumbledore was currently fiddling with a set of dominoes, having likely been at it for quite some time, filling half the office with them. The phoenix perched on the bookshelf impatiently clicked its beak, forced to remain in one spot due to these trivialities. I did not remain here for such matters. Snape felt a sense of indignation. Nevertheless, you accomplished your duties commendably. Dumbledore finally diverted his attention from the dominoes, standing tall, as if his imposing figure could prop up the heavens. Severus, you are more suited to being a professor than you realize. Those past experiences will ultimately fade into mere memories. Perhaps you could share about that student you encountered? Humph. A child of Muggles. Residing in an orphanage, he harbored many troubling thoughts. His situation is quite perilous. This is precisely why I sent you. The name of this boy was marked in crimson ink on the list that Professor Trelawney helped me compile. This age is a treacherous juncture for young wizards. I trust you have lent him your assistance. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, intertwined with a hint of sorrow that a grievous surge of magic. The dormant mystery within the boy seemed abnormally vast. A colossal and unwieldy soul, already marred and battered. I hastily took him to procure his wand. Otherwise, furrowing his brow, Snape expressed his irritation that a faint smile played upon Dumbledore's lips. I know you wouldn't wish to send him to the Ministry of Magic. I simply cannot allow a student to suffer harm, and moreover, a child who nearly became a mere shadow should possess talents befitting him. What was his name again? Jody Joyce, Snape uttered, the name conjuring another vexing face in his mind, an unruly group of ruffians. Don't give me this nonsense. Remember what I just said. Keep your distance from those gang members. I will remind you again. Jody broke the silence first. Yes, I will mention this in next month's letter. Robert was sobbing like a child. No, that shouldn't be said. Despite his size, he truly was just an immature child at that moment. Oh dear, you rascal. I never intended for this to feel like a farewell. You'll return, won't you? Robert's voice cracked. This moment. Jody's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Of course, my family and home are right here. The day of a new term approached swiftly, and in order to prevent any mishaps, the two brothers set off on their journey much earlier. King's Cross Station. Jody, carrying the worn canvas bag gifted by the community, scanned the crowd, wondering what mischief Robert was up to. Brother, you're here. What on earth have you been scribbling about on the way? Jody had been itching to voice his irritation. He could have made the journey alone, yet this fellow insisted on seeing him off, never once covering his fare. Each time they boarded or disembarked, he would mysteriously vanish. You'll find out soon enough. Robert wore a sly grin, and even if he were to confess that he had stolen a wand to accompany him to school, Jody would not be surprised. Where's the platform? Platform 9 3/4. Cool. I've never heard of such a lengthy platform. What's a 3/4? Robert clearly had no concept of fractions. 0.3 points for a three-pointer. Just stick close to me. Truth be told, Jody felt uncertain, but fortunately he had been standing there for a while and had observed a few eccentrically dressed individuals. Over here, walk past that stone pillar of platform 9. The distance between the two pillars seems excessively long. Robert hadn't noticed anything amiss, but Jody had picked up on the anomaly. Muggles typically took the habit of avoiding this route. Perhaps a combination of the undetectable extension charm and the confundus charm? Jody speculated. Finally reaching the pillar, he grasped Robert's hand and pushed him forward, smoothly slipping through the enchanted stone column. The process of entering the platform was much more seamless than anticipated. Oh, Robert's exclamation was drowned out by the surrounding clamor. Jody dared not lead him too far. If the Wizarding World's judicial system was as unreliable as depicted in books, his robust brother could easily be abducted for experiments. Furthermore, if they wandered too far, he might struggle to find his way back. If the compartments were full, the auxiliary students would have to sit with the attendants, meaning Jody would be among the last to board, standing at the archway. The two were an odd sight, Jody embraced his role as an outsider while Robert remained blissfully unaware of his own peculiarity. "This is where I leave you. I need to board soon." "You haven't caused any major trouble, right?" Jody said, half-jokingly. "Of course not. What do you take me for, you fool?" "I know precisely what you are, a fool." Giving Robert's shoulder a playful pat, Jody prepared to board. "Wait, brother, you don't think I came to see you off empty-handed, do you?" Unexpectedly, Robert grasped him. "You didn't, T?" Those snow-white eyes swiftly scanned their surroundings. "Listen, I went to great lengths to acquire this, though the ammunition is limited. It serves as a safeguard." As he spoke, he produced a cloth pouch and hastily stuffed it into Jody's embrace. "What?" Jody could hardly believe his ears, then watched as Robert rummaged through various parts of his attire, producing small packages of varying sizes from his clothes, trousers, even his shoes. As he loaded Jody with the items, Robert leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "I got you a gun, along with 24 bullets. I want you to come back alive." "Brother, was it gratitude? Worry?" Jody was genuinely taken aback by this unexpected gesture from his large companion. "Hurry now. You need to board, and I must leave. This place isn't safe." With a broad grin, Robert turned and swiftly vanished behind the wall. Firearms are the sharp edge of technological civilization, a means for Muggles to stand tall in the face of magic. Just a few months prior, Jody, barely a teenager, would never have dared to hope for such an item. Robert had truly put in considerable effort to procure this. Jody tilted his head slightly, gazing at the steam billowing above the Hogwarts Express. He quickly composed himself, his expression turning cold, even somewhat grim. "I'm not some lonely little wretch," he reminded himself. Clutching the parcel, Jody refrained from opening it. He tucked the items safely away. He remained uncertain about the extent of Wizards' disdain for Muggles. If it was merely dismissive contempt, that would be one thing. But if it was laden with hostility, there was no reason for them not to vehemently oppose the presence of firearms in the magical realm that Mr. Joyce. "Is it? I am Mary, responsible for your care." Typically, compartments were not filled to capacity, but initially, it would be best for you to stay with me. I have plenty of food. Aunt Mary, who managed the attendants' quarters, was a plump woman, her physique radiating warmth. Ian quickly grew accustomed to her casual banter, and in no time, they became familiar. "I haven't seen an auxiliary student in ages. The last time was before my youngest daughter was even born." Aunt Mary rambled on, but regardless, those who came to Hogwarts were undeniably fortunate. Everything would turn out well. I'll check for available seats in the back. With that, Aunt Mary bustled out of the compartment. The Hogwarts Express bore little resemblance to a conventional train, its design leaning towards steampunk aesthetics. Doubt not the physical feasibility of such a design. After all, this iron contraption clad in a train exterior surely did not rely on steam for propulsion. Naturally, the interior was more opulent than any Muggle train, and Jody even detected a magical structure akin to air conditioning. Jody had endured considerable hardship in his previous life, and now, having faced numerous challenges to reach this point, he could not afford to become a casualty in someone else's journey. In his past life, Jody had been a game designer, employed by a company dedicated to single-player games, a company with a strong sense of purpose. The beginning of any game always commenced with gathering information, and the subsequent choices made determined the course of events, reflecting upon the harsh realities governed by the inevitable laws of fate. Jody places great importance on intelligence, that a child endowed with magical talent is destined to forge a connection with a magical realm. Should Jody stubbornly refuse to attend school, it would not be long before the Ministry of Magic pays him a visit, a fact corroborated by Snape. This is due to the existence of the silencers. Wizards who excessively suppress their magical abilities run the risk of transforming into silencers, wherein their magic coalesces into a quasi-life form known as the Silently, growing ever more potent and destructive at the expense of their lifespan. This formidable power is nearly impossible to control. To avoid an untimely demise, Jody must attend the magical school and learn to coexist with the mysteries within him. But ultimately, what is this mystery? Games serve as interpretations of the world's rules, simplified and transmuted into numerical projections, and guided by vocational thought. Jody is inclined to believe that everything can be quantified. The unquantifiable mystery piques his interest in deconstructing it. Although it remains uncertain whether the original story's plot aligns with the trajectory of the world Jody inhabits, let us refer to the original text as the Book of Prophecies. If the magical world in reality mirrors that of the book, Jody's forward-thinking mindset may well provide a refreshing jolt of ideas to those languishing under the remnants of a bygone medieval splendor. With this in mind, Jody's time becomes exceedingly precious. The murky waters of the Book of Prophecies must be handled with utmost care. After all, the feats of confronting trolls in the first year, dealing with Tom in the second, learning to howl like a she-wolf to lure male werewolves in the third, and soaring through the skies on monstrous creatures are not endeavors for the ordinary individual. Moreover, with Dumbledore, a master strategist who even undermines his own interests, secretly orchestrating events, Jody does not believe he could easily extricate himself from an incident chronicled in Harry Potter's formative diary. Only by becoming powerful can he possess the confidence to speak his mind. As he recalls his plan, a sudden knock at the door interrupts him. However, it is not the door leading to the carriage behind him that opens, but rather one on the front side. An adult wizard, clad in a tattered robe and clutching a small box, triumphantly enters the carriage while shouting towards the front, 45 wins, 30 losses. Dear conductor, if you don't step up your game, the distance between us will only widen. With that, he shuts the door, cutting off the stream of angry retorts from the other side. Duddo, why are there students here? Upon seeing Jody, he mutters to himself before taking a seat opposite him with an air of familiarity. He opens his small box, and a chessboard leaps out, floating in mid-air. Tiny, animate chess pieces struggle to climb onto the board, finding their designated places while hurling insults at one another. Just as they settle, tensions flare, and they eye each other warily. Have you played? The wizard shows off his seemingly expensive chess set. The wizard's chess, with evident pride, that I've played international chess, Jody replies honestly, noting that the two sets do not appear significantly different. He had previously mentioned that his chess skills were rather mediocre, a statement that could only have come from the ever-chatty Jody. That is of little consequence. The rules are similar. Just a slight adjustment is all that's needed. The unfamiliar wizard rearranges the chessboard, placing the white pieces before Jody, who is to move first. Jody is not dull-witted. His mind is relatively agile. The brief exchanges within the game quickly elucidate how to control the pieces, achieve his strategic goals, and apply pressure on his opponent, causing discomfort. The man clearly senses something that brings him joy from this chess game, and aside from the chess-related banter, he adds, "You must be a scholarship student, right? You shouldn't linger in the carriage. It's rather pointless. If those annoying Slytherins figure out your identity, it could spell trouble that I'm not particularly afraid of trouble," Jody mutters while moving a piece. The knight's charge crushes the soldier, and the shattered wizard's chess piece emits a haunting wail as it melds into the scene on the board. Both sides experience varying morale fluctuations due to this confrontation. And you, what brings you to this carriage? Guess, the wizard replies, twirling his goatee, unwilling to divulge the information Jody seeks directly that you're related to Aunt Mary, right? You certainly don't look like a conductor. How did you deduce that I'm a relative of Mary? There's a piece of packaging stuck to your shoe. It appears to have been there for quite some time. You must have worked at the magical joke shop, yet your demeanor hardly resembles that of a competent worker. Ha! The wizard seems quite pleased with this assessment, of course. There are no conductors who look like me. My name is Dolik Elma. Mary Elma is my mother. She has always wanted me to inherit the family shop. But I'm not particularly keen on it. Dolik plays wizard's chess exceedingly well, which is why he often brings his board to bother the conductor. Jody finds himself unexpectedly caught off guard by the intrigue hidden beneath the movements of the pieces. In this world, adherence to rules may bring stability, but seldom leads to victory. Dolik moves his soldier, executing the first threat against Jody's king. It is often those subtle maneuvers that do not violate the rules yet defy them that lead to triumph. Jody straightens his expression. So you are the clever individual who frequently accompanies victory. The movement of the pieces swiftly rectifies the situation before him. That I never said that. I merely gleaned something from your gameplay, and couldn't resist a bit of idle chatter. As he makes a slight adjustment, the situation before Jody suddenly becomes riddled with vulnerabilities. Yet, many times, those subtle, rule-defying actions prove less effective than a straightforward, steady approach. Jody abruptly shifts his attitude. The chess game, too, reflects his changing mood. Dolik's offensive is momentarily stymied. The white pieces seemed to frantically resist the assault, sacrificing everything to delay defeat. However, this counterattack is ultimately futile. Dueling appears increasingly displeased, stating, "This game is merely a lesson. Perhaps we should just restart that." "Yes, that's so." "Restart?" Jody bites his nails, showing no sign of agreement. What is the point of prolonging this? At this juncture, Jody's defeat is nearly a foregone conclusion. It is even easy to predict that his king will lose its crown in a few turns. Yet, Jody's defiance remains resolute, unwilling to grant his opponent an easy victory that I merely wish for you to see clearly when we must be forthright, such as when we hold an overwhelming advantage, or conversely, when we are at a severe disadvantage. Jody makes one last move with his peace point one more step, and Dueling could secure his victory. Yet he halts, laughing heartily. This is quite amusing. With that, he sweeps the chessboard clean, restoring the magical board to its original state, with the pieces scrambling back into position at this point. Even if checkmate were imminent, Dueling would find it hard to accept this victory. "Let us wager something. If you win, that cart of snacks will belong to you." Dueling gestures towards the snack cart behind him. "Then who plays white?" "Let us flip a coin," Jody responds. Dueling feels his blood racing. Indeed, the predictably strategic conductor no longer poses a worthy opponent. Engaging in a fierce contest with this young, aggressive lad promises to be far more exhilarating. He pulls out a notebook and swiftly scribbles. Dueling versus Jody, 0-0. The sound from the door signals the return of Aunt Mary to the carriage. However, at this moment, neither of the two individuals inside can possibly hear her. "Dueling, when did you get on the train?" "You're at it again. Your father's going to be furious when he can't find you." Dueling, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replies, "Mom, I'm playing chess." "All you do is play. Do you expect to leave all those matters in the shop to your father? There's a little girl at home who also needs care. Do you want to drive him to his wit's end?" "Mom." Jody raised his eyelid and cast a fleeting glance at his opponent, silently assessing whether the flaws displayed were genuine signs of external interference or merely a bait to lure him into a trap. Jody was a composed individual, calm and focused, with nimble thoughts and a unique approach to crises. Dueling's strategies had been repeatedly disregarded, and it seemed that tricks held no sway over this young boy. Aunt Mary's repeated admonitions failed to dissuade Dueling from his game. Instead, she turned to comfort Jody, assuring him that regardless of their wager, Mary would never allow Dueling to extort money from her younger student. Jody remained silent, his attention wholly fixated on the chessboard before him. Gradually, Dueling began to sense pressure from Jody, who, despite being in a disadvantageous position, was clearly searching for an opportunity to counterattack, though it should not be one-handed to him. As Dueling became distracted by his own thoughts and Aunt Mary's dual assaults, the already somewhat arrogant black pieces finally made a mistake. "Wait a moment," Dueling exclaimed involuntarily. Jody's reaction was instantaneous. The moment Dueling's hand left the piece, the white pieces surged forward with newfound aggression, mirroring Jody's intentions. "What? Do you wish to retract your move?" Jody's demeanor transformed into one of ferocity, becoming relentless and unforgiving in his pursuit. When faced with such an adversary, one could not afford to annihilate him in one fell swoop. Maintaining an advantage required utmost caution. Yet, once counterattacked, Jody's ability to tear apart defenses and expand his lead seemed almost innate. The fallen black pieces accumulated, and Dueling's time for contemplation lengthened. Jody meticulously reviewed the board, confirming that Dueling's defeat was imminent. At last, Dueling surrendered his final resistance, exclaiming, "I never expected you to be anything but a novice." Taking Dueling's notebook, Jody altered the score from 0-0 to 10-0. "What do you intend to concede to me?" Dueling wore a disheartened expression, seemingly devoid of any intent to cheat. Dueling had lost today as wager to Jody, which meant Jody would personally handle the sales. Thus, clad in a sales uniform, Jody appeared in the aisle, pushing a cart and calling out his words every few steps. This task posed little challenge for Jody. While the children, fixated on the snacks, hardly noticed the young attendant, "The ID like a newspaper. Please," came a youthful voice, trying to sound serious. Jody recognized the boy with the shock of red hair. Upon receiving the newspaper from Jody, the boy frowned slightly. "George, where do you plan to run off to now?" It's confirmed now. Look, these must be the Weasley twins, just like in the movies. George and Fred. Jody found amusement in this comical scene. Enough! You cannot treat your brother like that. I am not a criminal. Percy, protested the smaller boy. Percy, the elder brother, immediately adopted a more serious expression. I sent it because you two caused too much trouble last year. Mother told me to keep a close watch on you. The mischievous twins stuck out their tongues in response. Gentlemen, surely you need some refreshments? Jody interjected that no, we brought our own lunch. Percy displayed his lunchbox filled with sandwiches. Yes, we want something to eat. In contrast, the twins' lunch had already been mangled beyond recognition. Are you two wasting money again? I'll tell Mother. Fred subtly derided Percy's pretentiousness, pointing out that it was absurd to pay for a newspaper when they already had a subscription at home. It is not my fault that you two are causing trouble. It's become my job to wake Ron and Ginny, Percy declared, suddenly gathering his belongings. What is wrong with you two? You've grown a year older. Yet you seem even more bothersome. I must change my seat. The brothers fell silent for a brief moment, making one wonder if they were genuinely embarrassed. However, no sooner had Percy moved away than Fred leaned over to ask George. Where do you think he sat now? Peniolo. George burst into laughter. I can already guess what he is going to say. Oh dear, Miss Penello, my two brothers are driving me mad. The Weasley twins' antics lightened Jody's mood slightly. Those with nothing to lose are often more inclined to gamble recklessly, as they have nothing to lose and cannot fall much further, of course. If one becomes addicted to gambling, that is another matter entirely. Jody would not be so foolish. After returning to the carriage with his cart, Jody handed it back to Aunt Mary, leaving only the proceeds from his sales. During the subsequent chess match, Jody no longer entertained any bets proposed by Dueling. After enjoying a sandwich and some rich soup prepared by Aunt Mary, the remainder of the time was occupied by the duel between the two in this formal game. Jody astonishingly managed to create a balanced position. And aside from the initial match where Dueling was somewhat overconfident, Jody played without showing any signs of weakness. Both players reveled in the joy the game brought as time flew by. When Aunt Mary called Jody's attention to the window, he observed the changing scenery, realizing that the Hogwarts Express was nearing its destination. The tracks of the Hogwarts Express aren't truly tracks. Are they? I could have sworn I saw a section of the train traversing the sea. Dueling was momentarily speechless, but found that such a profound inquiry suited Jody's style. The ley lines. This train travels along an energy network formed by these ley lines, connecting to a path that leads to Hogwarts. In fact, this train, on its trajectory, has already reached the outer edge of the main world, making it nearly invisible to Muggles, just as they struggle to find Hogwarts itself. Hogwarts isn't on Earth? That explains a lot. Dueling willingly addressed Jody's curiosities. You see, this world is not the round globe that Muggles perceive it to be. The reason they observe it as round is due to the integration of what can be referred to as divine forces transcending magic, which reshaped our world to maximize the protective space for magic. Dueling spoke while unwrapping a cotton candy, molding the fluffy confection into a clump. Wow. Yet another new creation theory, Jody silently scoffed. But in places you cannot perceive, there exist countless inferior spaces forcibly integrated into this spherical world, providing power to our realm. The peculiar jelly beans were stuffed into the molded candy to provide Jody with a more impressive display. Oh, you know why there's so many fairies. Giants, orcs, merfolk, and other magical races in this world. Yet it is still Muggles who dominate this land. Even wizards must cater to their feelings. Why? Jody prompted, giving the topic due consideration. Because we're the conquerors of this world. Dueling proclaimed, as Aunt Mary interjected, don't instill such strange knowledge in the children. This includes what you will eventually learn about house-elves that not believe those odd claims. House elves are not magical beings, but rather a group of invaders that infiltrated our world, reduced to slavery after being defeated. It is not our bellicosity. When two worlds collide, the existing space compels us to confront one another. I'm not an advocate of racial superiority. I merely seek balance in a neutral stance. After all, no one knows when the next celestial conflict will occur or what kind of adversaries will emerge from the next convergence. No one knows whether those inferior spaces, pressed into the shadows of the world, are still plotting rebellion. Protective magic is not absolute. We should not become so engrossed in infighting that we neglect the looming crisis. Jody wholeheartedly agreed with the notion of remaining vigilant. You and I discussing this ISN team merely a whim, Jody noted, his focus extending beyond the bizarre tales. Once again, I will not gamble on anything. The chessboard before us is far too small, merely a means of entertainment for our journey. The true, formal chessboard awaits you ahead. After Dueling finished speaking, he stuffed the peculiar-flavored bean candy bag into his mouth. Alas, there are moments when one simply cannot endure such times. Perhaps you will recall the bond of friendship we share. As the sole heir to the magical joke shop and the deputy expert in the Ancient Magical Artifacts Research Institute. I trust my knowledge would pique your interest. But what are the costs? Jody remained rather pragmatic. Mentioning a price felt somewhat estranged. After all, friendship can only be exchanged for friendship. We are already friends. Are we not? I relish our matches. Regrettably, no matter how much I cherish them, every train must eventually arrive at its destination. Jody chuckled softly. Let us look forward to our next match. In contrast to Dueling's admiration for Jody, Aunt Mary's fondness for him was a mystery. Nonetheless, it was evident that she held a genuine warmth towards him. Just before disembarking, Jody received a large bag filled with various snacks, and Aunt Mary insisted he remember to write to her. Perhaps it was the effect of his passive abilities. Jody always managed to evoke sympathy from those around him, a phenomenon that had been apparent even during his previous stay at the church. Everyone believed that Jody, without parental support, required a little more tenderness. Do be cautious of those Slytherin fellows. If they discover your background, they may target you. After bidding farewell to Aunt Mary, Jody couldn't help but feel a touch of melancholy from her heartfelt enthusiasm. I believe Slytherin possesses its own merits as well. Among the 4 houses of Hogwarts, Slytherin's chessboard is the most intricate and complex. These self-proclaimed aristocrats carry with them a unique kind of wealth. This was Dueling's parting advice. You fancy snakes, Jody. There are many powerful totems, and the snake is one among them. Voldemort, Orotru, Gilgamesh, and the snake spirit from the Calabash brothers. Often, the image of the villain overlaps with that of a snake. Their infamous reputation simultaneously showcasing the snake's allure. Jody himself bore no disdain for snakes, primarily because he had been born in the year of the snake in his past life. Jody paid little mind to the troubles of Slytherin. For his arch-nemesis, Harry Potter, who had miraculously escaped death, was on his way to next year. That individual would undoubtedly unleash his prowess and stoke resentment. After all, he was merely an ordinary Muggle, having resolved not to pressure the Sorting Hat into placing him in Gryffindor, and lacking the confidence to aim for Ravenclaw. It seemed his only option was to settle for Hufflepuff. I quite like Hufflepuff. It would be wonderful to share a house with Senior Newt. As the horse-drawn carriage approached the platform, Jody knew these were pulled by nightmares, creatures that herald death, visible only to those who had witnessed death firsthand. Thus, not being able to see them was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Watching the black horse tilt its head towards him, Jody understood it was observing him in return. That moment, a boisterous voice boomed through a loudspeaker. First-year students, gather here. First years. Even though Jody had somewhat prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the imposing figure of the speaker. Hagrid's stature was considerably larger than depicted in the films. His massive hand holding the lantern created a streetlight-like effect. In the early days of Hogwarts, the protective magic only encompassed the main castle. Back then, whenever a wizard sought refuge at Hogwarts, they had to traverse this lake. Hagrid herded the comparatively smaller first years like ducks, eagerly taking on the role of tour guide, explaining why only first years needed to cross the lake by boat. That time, a pure-blood giant was responsible for rowing the boats, always walking in the lake, guiding the ferry around deadly magical traps. Are you also a giant? A small wizard inquired. Hagrid, having repeated his lines year after year, momentarily faltered. Of course not. I'm just, he stammered, while Jody pondered how immense a pure-blood giant must be. I know. He is a half-blood giant. The clever little rascal seemed to belong to a pure-blood family and expressed disdain for mixed bloods. That's so? You don't take the boat? The inquisitive child pressed on. Not really. The lake is much deeper now than it was back then, and the magical traps have been dismantled. What was I just saying? Hagrid quickly revealed his endearing navet. The floating lanterns guarded the boats, their flames glowing in a bluish-white hue distinct from ordinary fire. The little wizards boarded, and beneath the dark waters, a school of phosphorescent fish swam alongside the boats. All aboard. Hagrid sat in the lead boat, contentedly surveying the children behind him. Then, under the influence of magic, the boats began to glide on their own. The song of mermaids drifted through the water, while the banished water monster twisted reluctantly at the edge of darkness. When the glowing fish suddenly scattered, Jody looked up to see the towering castle materializing before him. Hogwarts was originally built to escape the ravages of war. At that time, it was a simple battleground academy. As Hagrid awaited the students to disembark, he resumed his narrative. However, Jody discreetly slipped away upon reaching the castle steps. He needed to find a school's caretaker to acquire some old supplies. Unexpectedly, around the next corner, he encountered a familiar head of red hair. Penelope, thank you for lending an ear to my complaints. I know it may seem a bit whiny, but if only George and Fred would heed me, as they do Charlie. The twins' foresight proved accurate. Percy was indeed in the midst of lamentation. It's quite all right. It's genuinely interesting to listen to. Penelope shook her head repeatedly. I'm just envious of you. It's clear you love your family. And they value you in return. Value me? Percy paused, but ultimately sighed. You don't quite understand my family. Having too many brothers can be exhausting at times. After bidding farewell to Penelope, Percy turned his attention to Jody. Hey, you don't look like an upperclassman to first-year students shouldn't be here. Why aren't you wearing your robes? Percy appeared puzzled at Jody's casual attire, that I'm a scholarship student. They asked me to come find the caretaker to collect some essential items, such as robes. There was no need to conceal this. Although the matron had indicated that the school would try to keep the scholarship students' identities discreet, it was only a matter of time before the truth surfaced. A scholarship student? Perhaps finding common ground in poverty, Percy quickly shed his accusatory demeanor. I thought you were just a mischievous student. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Percy Weasley, that I'm in Gryffindor. If you're sorted there, feel free to find me. Hello, I'm Jody Joyce. Well then, follow me. I can take you to Mr. Filch. How unfortunate. Your first encounter with a teacher is that grumpy old man. If Jody were to voice it, it would indeed be quite a hassle. These are the robes left behind by previous students. You can choose a few that are still intact to have extra sets for washing and mending. I don't want someone constantly disturbing me. Filch was clearly aware of Jody's visit, begrudgingly allowing the two to enter his office, but only permitting them to stand by the door. Jody paid little heed to the old curmudgeon, disdainfully tossing a pile of clothes at him, like refuse. Squabbling with such a character would be beneath him. Instead, it was Percy, as an observer, who turned red with indignation at the sight. Filch carefully brought out a stack of neatly arranged old textbooks. However, upon reaching Jody, he casually tossed them into the cauldron he had retrieved earlier. Filch harbored a particularly foul attitude towards Muggle-borns. These little muggles possessed the talent for magic. So why should he, a scion of a magical family, be a dud? The harsh reality bred jealousy and hatred within him, an all too common sentiment. As Jody awaited confirmation of the items he had just acquired, Filch clumsily reached for Jody's belongings, sneering, "Humph, a disrespectful little brat. Let me see what chaotic items you have brought along." Enough. You have no right to rummage through a student's belongings. Percy snatched Jody's cloth bag, his somewhat excessive action causing Fawn, the cat, to arch its back and hiss in warning. Jody changed into a robe that, while slightly worn, appeared relatively clean. Percy gestured for him to hurry to the Great Hall. You go ahead. I will wait here for the house elf to move your things before I join you. Thank you, Jody replied hurriedly before dashing off. Like the tea that moment, the Great Hall of the castle had already come alive with excitement. Stay close to me. Children, first-year students, gather here. Hagrid's booming voice resonated like a trumpet. Jody discreetly edged into the crowd, adjusting his robe while stealthily feeling the small package concealed close to his chest. Professor McGonagall, these are this year's new students. Professor McGonagall, donned in a long emerald green robe and with her hair elegantly styled, appeared considerably younger than her portrayal in films, exuding an air of nobility and unapproachability that inspired trust. She nodded at Hagrid, but kept her gaze fixed on the children. Jody sensed her eyes linger briefly upon him before she smiled, seemingly satisfied with the count of students. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take over from here. Children, Professor McGonagall's voice, though not loud, had an uncanny ability to silence the crowd. Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Minerva McGonagall, your transfiguration professor and the head of Gryffindor House. Regardless of which house you may be sorted into, I hope you all possess the courage to face the challenges we have prepared for you through knowledge. The opening feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats, we must first confirm your respective houses. Jody listened attentively to the descriptions of the four houses, finding them largely consistent with what he had previously learned. Gryffindor values bravery and honor, reminiscent of medieval chivalry, a group of passionate fools. Ravenclaw favors talented students, tailoring education to their abilities while discarding the inept. Hufflepuff seeks diligence, sincerity, and loyalty, teaching children the art of being reliable. Slytherin, on the other hand, is characterized by ambition, greed, and a willingness to take risks, viewing those who cannot assist as hindrances. The four founders selected students according to their preferences, yet the ultimate growth of a student is not solely determined by education. We can only become what we aspire to be. External influences can distort us, but cannot directly alter our essence. A.S. The first-year students awaited the sorting ceremony. This interval became a joyful time as the lingering ghosts of the castle regaled the children with frightful tales. Would they truly allow students to be pursued by trolls in a maze? Spell tests? Goodness, I cannot cast a single spell. Yes, I heard that the final test involves drinking a potion, with the rash that appears on your face determining your score. My brother is a student at Hogwarts. I heard his year was quite dreadful. Among the crowd, there were clearly some who already understood the sorting process, aiding the floating ghosts in spreading rumors. Hopefully, these little rascals can withstand some teasing. The brief wait seemed to stretch on for ages until a sharp voice announced, "The sorting ceremony is about to begin." The crowd erupted into further noise. But the commotion was short-lived as Professor McGonagall quickly restored order. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to enter." The young wizards formed a loosely organized line as they traversed the corridor, leading into the great hall of Hogwarts. Within the opulent castle, the ceiling was shrouded in clouds, allowing glimpses of the sky and the bright moon. Hundreds of magical candles floated in midair, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daylight. Jody glanced over at the staff table and caught a fleeting glimpse of the iconic crescent-shaped glasses. He quickly averted his gaze. For a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, understanding the thoughts of these children often required no more than a glance. Until he could master the art of mental occlusion, it would be best for him to limit his interactions with the headmaster, though Dumbledore was hardly the type to pry into others' private matters. On a tall stool, the sorting hat commenced its performance, and no need to guess. Such a singing hat is indeed a rarity. It belonged to Godric Gryffindor, one of the school's founders. This year, the sorting hat song was not found in any book, and Jody listened with keen interest, though he wished the melody were more pleasant. After patiently enduring the hat's lengthy song, Professor McGonagall raised her parchment. "The next name I call, please come up here. Sit down and don this hat. The sorting hat will inform you which house you will join." As the sorting hat concluded its introductory song, Professor McGonagall called out, "Ansha Akama." A young black child of minority raced to the front. "Hufflepuff, Cyril Yefny." The girl called forth had a head of silvery white hair, her face adorned with faint freckles that radiated youth and vitality. As the tattered hat was placed atop her head, the sorting hat swiftly rendered its decision. "Ravenclaw." Cheers erupted from the second table on the left. "Hi, Jog." Hufflepuff, Jody, not particularly adept at remembering names, stood observing the lively scene, gradually absorbing the anxious energy of those around him. Cormac McLaggen, a handsome, tall boy, shot a charming smile towards the Gryffindor table. Gryffindor! At last, it was Jody's turn, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness that, an interesting soul, strong yet sensitive. The sorting hat seemed taken aback. "Are you speaking to me? Do not go to Gryffindor." "Gryffindor? Why do you wish to avoid Gryffindor? Those people are the most spirited. You could find many companions there. It appears you possess a strong sense of purpose." Jody was startled. Could the hat truly read his thoughts? No, it's not reading thoughts. I serve the school, not the headmaster. There will be no communication between me and that Dumbledore child. Jody fell silent, but could not prevent the sorting hat from continuing its conversation with him. It was a rather unsettling sensation, and no need to be so wary. You are already beginning to panic, and in this state you cannot shield your mind, amusing lad, But time is running short. I know where you belong. A place suited for someone like you. With clear ambitions. Trust me, I will not send you to Gryffindor. Slytherin. The Sorting Hat's voice resonated above, all in the hall. What? At the staff table, Snape suddenly stood up, and not a single member of Slytherin House erupted in cheers. Whose child is this? I have never heard of a pure blood with that surname. Could he be a half-blood? Look at his tattered attire. Look at that robe. Do not let him sit next to me. I will be sick. Murmurs spread among the Slytherin table. Severus? Dumbledore was taken aback by Snape's unusual behavior. Snape collected himself and sat down once more, as the head of Slytherin and a former supporter of Voldemort. He naturally held a certain obsession with purebloods. Jody, wearing the hat in darkness, shouted at it for what felt like an eternity, but this stubborn hat had made up its mind to remain silent. It was not until Professor McGonagall approached to remove the hat and guide him down that she said, "Dear, it is over. Your house is over there. Professor, this must be a mistake. I shouldn't be sorted in as Slytherin." Jody spoke rapidly, hoping to avert this cruel twist of fate. "Both my parents are Muggles. I have no connection to pure bloods. I cannot go to Slytherin." Professor McGonagall's footsteps indeed paused for a moment, her face briefly displaying surprise before she quickly masked it. Slytherin has never mandated pure blood status as a requirement. In fact, many other students are admitted each year, but I am not even half-blood. Mr. Jody McGonagall's voice suddenly rose, and I know this is your first day at school, but everyone is new here, so do not be shy. Your classmates are right there. After speaking, she leaned in and whispered to Jody that the Sorting Hat is the only standard for allocation of houses. It determines where you truly belong. Even the most illustrious families can fall from grace, and the secrets of your bloodline are known only to you. What Jody needs now is not some cryptic reminder. No matter how well he conceals his Muggle-born identity, the Slytherin head, the slimy Snape, is well aware of his true origins. To go on. Over there, McGonagall pushed Jody gently, yet regrettably did not instill him with more courage. Jody had no choice but to bravely make his way toward the long table of Slytherin. The atmosphere felt somewhat heavy as the young scions of Slytherin scrutinized this poorly dressed newcomer. Jody endured their gazes and the oppressive atmosphere until he could no longer contain a grin that crept across his face. What on earth is this absurd spectacle? Finding a vacant seat at the end of the long table. The girl who had been sitting next to him hastily got up and fled. A round-faced boy leaned over, asking, "Which family are you from?" "I don't believe I've heard of you before." It is quite alarming that such young individuals have already learned to categorize others by class, as their immaturity amplifies the privileges that their noble status affords them in this academy. From the depths of his heart, Jody looked down on this mindset, which is destined to be obsolete. And he held even greater disdain for these immature children who had begun to indulge themselves without a clear understanding of the world. "I do not know precisely which family I come from. I only know that Professor Snape personally brought me here." Jody revealed the only piece of information that worked in his favor, and it indeed had an effect. The surrounding students suddenly wore expressions of enlightenment. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Gibbs Rosier. What is your surname, if I may ask?" Jody did not respond immediately, wearing a nonchalant expression that bore a striking resemblance to Snape's demeanor. "I am Jody Joyce. This surname was also given to me by Professor Snape. When he came to find me, I was still among those damned muggles at the orphanage. Once I learn magic, I shall purge those who dare to look down on me, having once held a leadership role. With as many as 100 subordinates at my command, Jody managed to exude a certain gravitas when he adopted a deliberately serious demeanor. The once curious gazes that had been fixed on him now felt decidedly uncomfortable. "Your bloodline must be of noble heritage." The boy, with a stiff upper lip, continued the conversation, for Professor Snape would never waste his time on a mudblood. Would he? It is rather ironic that he, being a half-blood himself, ardently supports pure blood supremacy. Has Snape yet to rid himself of his adolescent delusions? Jody felt a faint disdain, considering that Voldemort, as one of the Dark Wizards, was far inferior to Grindelwald in both ambition and governance. His only point of pride lay in his magical prowess. Of course, it could also be that his Horcruxes have rendered his mind exceedingly frail. As for whether Snape truly supports purebloods or merely the group he identifies with, only he knows. He has always harbored a deep-seated loathing for himself, to the extent that he would rather be despised by everyone than reveal his benevolent side. The sorting continued. "Have you heard?" A voice, tinged with panic, broke the silence just as the sorting hat was in contemplation. The previously hushed tones now felt jarringly out of place, drawing everyone's attention. That little brat had the audacity to share what he had intended for his peers, stating that Voldemort was also taken from an orphanage and sorted into Slytherin. Under the scrutiny, Jody's lips curled into a smirk devoid of mirth, his eyes glinting with obsession, ferocity, and aggression. "Voldemort. I believe I have heard that name." "You mean the Dark Lord?" Upon hearing Jody deliberately invoke his name, the surrounding students erupted in agitation. "Children, allow me to say a few words." The last student had just finished being sorted when Professor Dumbledore approached the podium. The drowsy metallic owl unfurling its wings to activate the amplification charm. "I have some regrettable news. Our defense against the dark arts professor, Delarvinafo, has reached retirement age, and I cannot in good conscience compel him to continue this arduous duty. It appears that none of you are willing to attempt a second year's defense against the dark arts instructor to see just how potent Voldemort's curse truly is. Thankfully, our former Muggle Studies professor is willing to take over. So let us warmly welcome Professor Quirinus Quirrell as our new defense against the dark arts mentor." Amidst the thunderous applause, it seemed that Professor Quirrell was quite popular. And, as is customary, let us extend a warm welcome to Professor Carrie D. Babbage as our new Muggle Studies professor. Jody looked up to see the blonde Muggle Studies professor bowing shyly in response to the cheers. "Muggle Studies? She appears to be cursed with misfortune." The students around him gasped, having never witnessed a newcomer curse a newly appointed teacher before even settling into their seat. "Ahem, how is it because it's Muggle Studies?" After the previous girl departed, the student closest to Jody discreetly shifted his seat further away from him, and of course I too believe there is nothing worth studying about Muggles. The boy's dry affirmation drew a chorus of half-hearted agreement. Although combined, their ages were not insignificant. Jody's youthful body prevented him from maintaining a consistently mature demeanor. This moment, basking in the faintly fearful gazes. Jody could not help but feel a bit euphoric as for the unfortunate Professor Carrie D. Babbage. Her demise in the 7th book was at the hands of Voldemort and the snake that accompanied him. This could be considered a spoiler, but not a curse directed at her. Now then, let us enjoy the feast, children. Jody was genuinely hungry. He stared at the plates, waiting for Dumbledore to conclude his speech before he began to eat the moment the food appeared. Good heavens, after more than a decade of hardship, today marks the first time he has had a meal that resembles a proper feast. Hogwarts, teach us something, whether we are balding old men or children with scraped knees. Our minds are open to all things interesting. The school song rang out melodiously as Jody stood there, half-heartedly humming along, reminiscent of his school days during flag-raising ceremonies. As the song faded, the opening feast finally came to an end. What did Professor Dumbledore mean by his last words? Fools, dregs, crybabies, twist? Jody heard Gibbs quietly discussing this with other students beside him. This obviously pure-blood newcomer naturally found himself in a social circle upon arriving at school. Fools refers to Ravenclaw. Jody interjected into the conversation, as the initial ambiguity effortlessly captured everyone's attention. In the arrogant eyes of eagles, everyone is a fool. Crybabies refer to Gryffindor. The reckless lions tend to strike before they weep. Twists refer to Hufflepuff. The earth-eating badgers see the other three as peculiar beings, always toiling without reward. As for dregs, that undoubtedly refers to Slytherin. Unbeknownst to him, a group of Slytherin newcomers halted in their tracks, and many upperclassmen, even from other houses, were drawn in by this peculiar discourse. Everyone but me is dregs? Oh, a mixed-blood student in the crowd hurriedly echoed. Dregs is an excellent term, if you ask me. Hogwarts is only truly Slytherin. Humph. Your perspective as a newcomer is rather intriguing. That be why mere chance, the high-ranking pureblood, swayed by the flattery of mixed-blood students surrounding him, couldn't help but regard Jody with a touch more esteem. However, at that moment, having just finished boasting, Jody was not in the mood to relish the approving glances cast upon him by the surrounding students. In the distance, he noticed Albus Dumbledore, encircled by a throng. Emerging from a hall, Dumbledore glanced in their direction, and a sudden chill ran down Jody's spine. He was overly cautious, In the original narrative, Dumbledore was not particularly fond of using his legitimacy to probe others' thoughts. He preferred to seek answers through investigation. Yet, faced with the tangible reality of Hogwarts, Jody dared not take any risks. What if the real world bore no resemblance to the tales spun in fairy tales? Was he truly constrained by his immature physique? Was it so easy to become complacent? It seemed he had overstepped his bounds. First-year students, gather around. I shall escort you to the common room, announced Rude Knot, the head of Slytherin, raising his hand to signal the new students to converge. Compared to the noisy Gryffindor and the chaotic Hufflepuff, the Slytherins, who were often associated with nobility and received different forms of education, displayed a greater emphasis on decorum. Their line moved with remarkable quietude and order. Perhaps their harshness towards other houses was merely a means to vent the pressure they accumulated over time. As they traversed the dimly lit corridors, they encountered the ghostly figure of the Bloody Baron, who graciously greeted the students. Upon reaching the basement, the head boy rapped on the damp stone wall, revealing a hidden door that led into a narrow, low-ceilinged chamber. The walls and ceiling of the basement were constructed of rough stone, and round, green glowing lamps dangled from chains, illuminating the space. A beautifully carved fireplace adorned the room, surrounded by intricately designed chairs. Once inside the common room, Rude Knot promptly seated himself in front of the hearth, his tone becoming more casual. The dormitory is just through the passage behind. Your parents have likely shared stories about this place with you. You may now move about freely. Thus, the tension that had enveloped the little Slytherins dissipated at last. Jody surveyed the common room, noting that perhaps due to its subterranean location, the air felt particularly humid. The moisture magically repelled yet warmed by the fire, creating a cozy but damp atmosphere. Indeed, it suited the preferences of serpentine creatures that I've had enough. Listen well, Alice. Do not speak to me any further. At home, my mother nags me. Why must I endure your prattle here? The raucous atmosphere escalated as a boy with auburn hair shouted. The girl named Alice appeared petite, her short black hair lending her a somewhat androgynous charm. Aegoner, your mother asked me to keep an eye on you. Gibbs grinned mischievously, indicating Aegoner Ivric, who hailed from a notably ancient pure-blood family. Though not among the 28 families, the girl named Alice from the Norma family was his betrothed. Look at that. It's quite absurd. If my mother sent a spy to school with me, I would go mad. Caught off guard by a sudden outburst of drama, Jody shot a glance at Gibbs, who had already considered himself quite mature, thinking, when you realize you've lost at the starting line, only then will you understand the pangs of regret. Enough, Rude roared, having previously settled comfortably, abruptly halting the commotion. Remember, maintain at least a modicum of silence in the Slytherin common room. You are Slytherins, not those raucous rabble. Rude paused, and Jody sensed a scrutinizing gaze upon him. I am the fifth-year head boy. Thus it is my duty to bring you to the common room. Remember the rules. Otherwise, you may find the next encounter with other upperclassmen to be quite different. Rude spoke with an air of self-importance. As if this admonition were his solemn duty, the Slytherins, thus subdued, quickly disperse. It was only at that moment that Jody felt the weight of expectation press upon him, no matter how much one might attempt to malign. The historical existence of nobility and its role as the core of society could not be easily dismissed. The Slytherins before him had indeed inherited privilege, but they also bore the burden of their lineage. Born noble, Slytherin, that at 6 o'clock the following morning, Jody Joyce struggled to extricate himself from the clutches of sleep. Good grief, I've never slept on such a soft bed. It was comfortable, yet his spine felt somewhat unaccustomed. Jody quickly dressed, tidying up the room, a habit cultivated from his time with the untidy Robert. The dormitory assigned to the students appeared modest from the outside, yet held hidden depths within. His collection of old clothes had been washed and returned by the house elves. The biological clock that woke him was not without reason. Jody had developed a habit of morning exercise long before his rebirth, and having resolved his basic needs in this life, it was only natural for him to pick up this routine once more. With fewer students roaming the halls in the morning, he seized the opportunity to explore the castle and admire the scenery. In his previous life, he would have had to spend a considerable sum to get close enough to appreciate such a castle. Jody was not merely wandering aimlessly. Although the issue of his lineage had been momentarily glossed over, he understood that he would soon have to confront this significant problem. especially after witnessing the peculiarities of the Slytherins. Unless his yet-to-be-met deceased father truly was a wizard of noble blood, he felt that possibility was far-fetched. That, of course, it was not solely to prevent future exclusion. It was also about carving out a personal space for himself to practice spells or delve into other studies. Jody needed a sanctuary of solitude. With this in mind, his primary objective crystallized: the Room of Requirement. In the original Harry Potter series, the protagonist had utilized this secret chamber during their training in the Order of the Phoenix. This marvelous room could provide assistance to those who sought it, a naturally perfect 5-star training facility. However, a pressing issue arose. Jody could not recall its location. Damn it, who remembers such details from novels? I can't even recall all the names that on the 5th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Jody stood before an empty wall, lost in thought, ultimately failing to locate the place he sought. Fortunately, he discovered other areas that were inherently off-putting, such as a neglected, waterlogged washroom that had fallen into disrepair. As for how to find the entrance to the Room of Requirement, Jody had already devised a plan that, oh, look, a first here. A translucent ghost drifted through the partition and spotted Jody. Hey, this is the girls' washroom. It's not a sightseeing venue. Jody stepped into a puddle, retorting, I thought this was your room. You have a point there. Moaning Myrtle seemed rather pleased at a dilapidated washroom. Crying Myrtle, quite the fitting pairing. It seemed to have a certain rhythm to it. Jody wore a mischievous grin. Goodness, they weren't lying. Why are you wearing what looks like the bottom of a beer bottle on your head? What? This is not a beer bottle. You rude. Yet it hardly mattered. He had no intention of actually coming over to look, and she was just as the rumors described. What rumors? Myrtle's eyes widened in a neurotic glare. Her demeanor charged with indignation. Ugly, pitiable, and dejected Myrtle. I am not ugly. Myrtle shrieked, and in an instant she performed a cinematic-level perfect arc and dove headfirst into the toilet. Well, at least this washroom is unoccupied. However, the real-life Myrtle appeared younger than her cinematic counterpart. It remained uncertain whether the title of Female Harry would still apply to her. Hastening to the nearest stall, Jody cautiously secured the door before retrieving a warm little package concealed beneath his clothing. He quickly unwrapped it, pulling out a handgun still smeared with oil. Damn it, Robert, where on earth did you acquire this? Jody couldn't help but mutter. The Browning 1935 9mm caliber with a magazine capacity of 13 rounds. If Harry Potter's Nimbus 2000 was the flagship of the wizarding world, then this Browning automatic pistol in Jody's grasp was undoubtedly among the top 10 modern firearms. The sole dilemma lies in how one might endure the formidable recoil of this large-caliber beast. Upon opening the magazine, one naturally observes it brimming with tightly packed ammunition. Turning over the tattered, grimy cloth, Jody discovered a makeshift instruction manual painstakingly assembled by Robert using the limited vocabulary at his disposal, predominantly consisting of rather crude sketches detailing how to disengage the safety, as well as instructions for shooting and loading. Jody could not suppress a smile, though a weight constricted his throat, rendering him somewhat breathless. Securing the firearm to his body with a strip of cloth, he mimicked a technique he had seen in films, tucking it under his armpit. Jody pondered the necessity of devising a more proper holster for the pistol. Meanwhile, Yao Jinyang seemed to be sulking in the blocked drain, but Jody paid her no heed as he exited the washroom. Most of the students had risen, and after breakfast, they were to attend their very first lesson in magic. Jody, Gibbs called out to this enigmatic roommate. Sinking into a seat, Jody contentedly took a bite of bread, musing about the fate of the rye baguettes that had been sold. He wondered if they were receiving the treatment they deserved as sustenance. What is our first lesson? I believe it should be Charms class. Indeed, Professor Flitwick teaches this subject, but today's content is likely to be rather unremarkable. What? It sounds as if you already know, Gibbs shrugged. The first lesson typically involves correcting wand-holding posture and some rudimentary concepts. I practiced those long ago. Even the day before school commenced, my father insisted I rehearse the incendio charm in the yard. Is it akin to correcting one's grip and posture before learning to write? A sense of urgency washed over Jody. He truly needed a space for spell practice to expedite his self-learning. It was not that he believed himself extraordinarily clever, but rather he was convinced that the teaching pace here would be unhurried, especially during the lower years. In fact, that proved accurate. Professor Flitwick devoted a considerable portion of the class to patiently correcting each student's posture, offering nearly individualized instruction. This highlighted a rather unfortunate side effect of prior preparation. Those who had already studied the material found it easier to become distracted during class to know your wrist should be slightly more relaxed. Gibbs quietly assisted Jody in grasping the nuances more swiftly, as Slytherins bore the obligation to master these fundamentals more quickly than others. Jody was not particularly dim-witted. After a few corrections, he began to grasp the subtleties. Professor Flitwick habitually traversed the Slytherin cohort. Good heavens, Mr. Rawle, I've taught 2 generations of your family, over 10 individuals, and nearly all exhibit the same incorrect gestures. While I know you won't amend it, at least use an extra finger to grip your wand during class. When he paused before Jody, hesitating momentarily, he merely offered a gentle reminder, barely passable. But further practice is required, Mr. Joyce. Very well. Moving on to pronunciation. Pronunciation is exceedingly crucial for beginners such as yourselves. I would hate for anyone to be launched skyward due to mispronouncing syllables. Although Hogwarts provides certain protective measures, there have been precedents of lives being endangered by one's own blunders. On the way to the next class, Jody softly recited those syllables that you're learning rather swiftly. Gibbs commented beside him, correcting his pronunciation. Had I been able to master it this effortlessly, my father wouldn't have punished me with lines. At what age did you begin learning? Gibbs scrunched his face. 7, perhaps even earlier. Jody mused to himself that if he had demonstrated such focus at 7, he would have been deemed a prodigy. His current concentration was a result of rigorous training for survival in his past life. In the world of Harry Potter, the casting of spells is conveyed through gestures and syllables, occasionally necessitating the infusion of strong emotional stimuli to aid in spellcasting. As far as Jody understood, silent casting and wandless magic were also feasible. Could it be inferred that the current mode of spellcasting is merely the most optimal solution derived from ongoing research? Jody was not so arrogant as to believe he could effortlessly refute centuries of accumulated knowledge. The magic school had already dissected the intricacies of spellcasting, and the next step was practice. Thus, the question circled back. Where might he find a suitable practice room? Must he truly encroach upon moaning Myrtle's domain? Jody's gaze drifted toward the grassy expanse beyond the corridor. They were now traversing the first-floor corridor en route to the greenhouses for their next potions lesson. The greenhouse loomed ahead, with the gamekeeper's hut and the depths of the forbidden forest lying in the distance behind it. The initial herbology lesson was merely a matter of rote memorization. They were to familiarize themselves with a multitude of plant species and their characteristics. More importantly, they needed to remember key cultivation points and the fundamental aspects of magical growth. Indeed, the first lesson in potions does not commence with the care of potions themselves, but rather with the maintenance of one's own garden. Having already reviewed the textbook, Jody was aware of this and found the initial class relatively easygoing. However, his fellow Slytherins appeared disinterested in the rudimentary task of planting. They huddled together, discussing family anecdotes, occasionally mocking the Hufflepuff students who happened to share the class. The magical world is replete with resources, yet its economic system remains rather underdeveloped, partly due to the mismanagement of funds by goblins. Nevertheless, even in dire financial straits, a wizard would hardly fret over sustenance. The Weasley family, one of the 28 pure-blood clans depicted in the original texts, exemplifies this notion well, alongside Harry and Hermione, who often mooched meals. The family, which consisted of around 10 members, did not solely rely on Arthur Weasley's modest salary for their livelihood. In reality, their day-to-day expenses were primarily supported by the crops cultivated around their humble abode. Rote memorization was not Jody's forte. Yet to navigate 9 years of compulsory education, he had no choice but to elevate his memory skills significantly, unlocking necessary techniques. Within mere minutes, he identified 13 types of aggressive wild plants and accurately described how to eradicate these harmful weeds, much to Professor Sprout's delight. Very well. It seems our Mr. Jody is paying close attention. 5 points to Slytherin. Jody had not anticipated that those 5 points would lead to a mix of minor inconveniences. Professor Sprout, I would like to inquire. As other students continue to study the distinctions between bulrush and carnivorous plants, Jody approached Professor Sprout. What is it, dear? I have a question that has piqued my curiosity since I read about it earlier. Is the magical effect produced by magical plants identical to the spells we cast? For instance, if one were to accidentally consume a petrifying berry, could it be countered with the Petri ficus totalis countercharm? Oh, no one would be foolish enough to ingest such a thing, but it is indeed a worthwhile question to consider. However, for inquiries related to potions, you should consult Professor Snape. He is the expert in that area in contrast to Snape, it was evident that Professor Sprout was far more willing to address these off-topic questions. I can only provide you with a rudimentary explanation, as it intertwines both herbology and charms. While potions and magical effects share numerous similarities, they are not entirely the same, which relates to the origins of the spells. The example you presented is rather unique. Petrifying berries do indeed possess a petrifying effect, but that effect actually stems from the toxins abundant in their flesh. Thus, the process of rescue involves eliminating the toxin rather than dispelling a curse. Professor Sprout delved into the subject. The origin of the petrification charm can be traced back to the petrifying lizard. Initially, the charm required the use of the lizard's eyeball as a medium for casting. It has since undergone continuous refinement to evolve into the current petrification spell. Jody seemed captivated by the freshness of the topic. The petrification charm was inspired by a magical creature? Are all spells derived from mimicking? Certainly not, dear, Professor Sprout patiently clarified. While it is true that the origins of many spells stem from imitation, their later interpretations diverge significantly from their prototypes. For instance, the advanced charm of Dementor's Kiss is an upgraded version of the Forgetfulness charm, which is itself a mutated form of the Confundus charm. As for the Confundus charm, it is merely a degraded version of the effects of the Lost Grass. Does this imply that those immune to Lost Grass can resist the Forgetfulness charm? Splotter appeared to be momentarily at a loss for words, responding with, well, you would have to ask Professor Flivy about that. At least, I have not heard of anyone with frequent encounters with the Devil's Snare possessing the ability to counter the soul-snatching curse. As he spoke, Splotter seemed to realize he had inadvertently uttered an inappropriate term. All right, my dear, you must return to your seats. Children, I believe you should have memorized enough by now. From Splotter's lecture, Jody gleaned a wealth of valuable information. It turned out that one of the unforgivable curses, the soul-snatching curse, was indeed part of the same series of spells as the Confundus curse. When Splotter mentioned Devil's Snare, Jody initially thought he had stumbled upon the key to practicing the art of mental shielding. But it now appeared that matters were far more complex. In the ensuing time, Jody remained diligent, immersing himself in his potions textbook. T.O. prepare for the upcoming entrance of the comet, Harry Potter, and the subsequent main storyline involving Voldemort. Jody required ample time to bolster his resources as the initial distractions of the school's debut gradually faded from memory. The concerns that had plagued Jody came to fruition, and no matter how well he disguised himself at the beginning, Jody was destined to be an outsider. His tattered robes, worn books, and significant gaps in common knowledge rendered him an easy target for isolation and bullying. More importantly, for Jody, every moment of his existence had to be meticulously utilized to enhance his resources. He could not afford to waste energy forming alliances with a group of prepubescent children. Meanwhile, the older students were unwilling to accept a boy devoid of any utilitarian value. Consequently, after Jody disregarded the overtures of several small groups, he found himself utterly isolated. In Slytherin, neutrality was simply not an option, particularly for someone of his less-than-pure bloodline. The negative traits associated with being a member of such a prestigious house began to surface. These insufferable little wretches needed a few easy targets to assert their dominance, and unbeknownst to him, Jody had unwittingly become an ideal choice. He possessed a certain notoriety, lacked connections, had no allies, appeared perpetually foolish whilst buried under a plethora of books, and was a defenseless novice in the realm of magic. Jody's tendency to ask questions in class drew attention. Bringing him troubled, it seemed he also had an interest in those herbs. It was not until the gossip lingered for quite some time that Jody realized they were discussing him. He turned his head slightly and caught sight of a tall, imposing boy among the assembled Slytherins, casting him a malevolent glance. What was that fellow's name again? Only mudbloods and those of inferior bloodlines would need to scavenge for sustenance in the dirt. Look at his pitiful appearance. His robes do not resemble those of a true Slytherin. Jody's companion, Gibbs, also overheard these remarks, and Jody could sense his discomfort and hesitation. IT requires courage to betray one's own class, and Jody never expected Gibbs to defend him. It seemed Jody was fated to be at odds with them, and conflict was inevitable. This was not merely a matter of resisting the arrogance and monopolistic tendencies of the aristocrats. To Jody, these nobles had simply become an impediment. He remained silent as those behind him pointed and whispered, until the striking red hair of a Gryffindor appeared in his line of sight. Suddenly, he turned his head. Miles Blanche, called out loudly by his full name, Miles instinctively fell silent, only to feel offended upon realizing the identity of the caller. What were you saying about the dirt just now? Dare you repeat that in the name of your family? Provoked, Miles flashed a grin revealing his prominent buck teeth that I can say it as many times as I like. You bloodline suspect lowlife. Only inferior bloodlines would need to dig in the dirt for food. Ironically, the very things they consumed also originated from the ground. Should those who till the earth be subjected to such derision? Miles, don't you eat food that comes from the dirt? Jody retorted sarcastically, stoking the flames. I was merely referring to those so impoverished that they must scavenge in the soil for sustenance. Miles jeered, joined by his companions in a cacophony of unpleasant laughter. Look at those of noble blood. None would ever stoop to farming. Only servants and the lowly would engage in such labor. What are you saying? The approaching redhead had paused to listen for a while, and finally spoke up. Ha! What do I see, Weasley? Miles wore a look of disdain. Oh, did my previous comments provoke you? I say you are the ones tarnishing your family's name. Even the 28 purebloods must be ashamed because of you lot, always digging in the dirt like trash. One of the twins strode forward without hesitation, advancing toward Miles with purpose. What do you intend to do? Miles taunted. Oh dear, the pitiful Weasley is feeling sensitive. As George drew nearer, the Slytherins instinctively pulled out their wands. However, before any of them could cast a spell, a gray light flared behind George, shooting through the crowd, almost grazing his ear. Fred, from an inconspicuous angle, unleashed a spell. Eat slug, Miles. As Miles fell victim to the curse, George surged forward, transitioning into a sprint. The great person you just mentioned, who digs in the dirt, is my mother. The noble Slytherins had practiced etiquette and spell casting, yet most had little experience with an adversary rushing towards them. Struck by the spell, Miles felt a sticky mass coalesce in his throat, rapidly expanding and becoming slippery, the sensation akin to something bursting in his mouth. Yet George did not afford him the opportunity to expel the contents of his mouth. A punch landed squarely on Miles' nose, and before he could utter a word, the burgeoning mass in his mouth had no choice but to retreat inward with a gurgling sound. Some indescribable substance was swallowed down. Jody stood at a distance, watching as George and Fred plunged into the fray, quickly engulfed by the Slytherins, soon joined by Gryffindors in a chaotic melee, marking the first memorable skirmish between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Oh dear, that must be quite unpleasant, Miles. Jody observed as Miles emerged from the throng, blood streaming from his nose, seeking a corner to retch, expelling the contents of his stomach, including the slug and some other indeterminate matter. Before long, the heads of house had arrived at the scene. Arguments and scuffles lingered on the brink of inciting a full-blown brawl among the older students before a resolution was finally reached. Ultimately, Miles was inexplicably reported and docked 5 points, his disheveled form being supported away by several classmates. Intriguingly, both sides' heads of house displayed a tacit understanding, refraining from summoning a teacher to address the situation, as it seemed that this rivalry had established its own unwritten rules. Miles, this Weasley family prank is quite troublesome to remedy. Do not trouble Madame Pomfrey about it. Find somewhere to wait until it subsides. Head of House Rude remarked, grimacing as he sidestepped a sizable slug that had fallen at his feet. Slytherin and Gryffindor frequently have disputes. Our rule is that the losing side loses points. Rude not raised his wand, resting it against Miles' chin, first locking his mouth shut before leaning in closely, fixing him with a steely gaze. Though he faced a second year, this was no excuse. You have brought shame upon Slytherin. With a flick of his wand and a swish of his sleeve, he departed, leaving Miles behind to continue his raucous antics. The British, indifferent to lunch, casually consumed a bite in the hall, and After a brief respite, found themselves with only a single lesson of history of magic in the afternoon. Professor Binns, appearing almost translucent, glided through the blackboard to the podium, prompting a bewildered gaze from the students below. The faintly hostile glances directed at Jody signaled to him that he had officially become a target. The group, led by Miles, unmistakably attributed all previous misfortunes to him. In truth, Jody's timing had allowed Miles's derisive taunts to echo as if intended specifically for Ron Weasley. The afternoon was prone to drowsiness, and under such circumstances, they were compelled to endure Professor Binns's monotonous recitation of previously reviewed material. Many in the classroom nodded off, while others had already let their heads droop, seemingly on the verge of colliding their noses with the desk. Professor Binns had been the history of magic instructor for countless years. Legend had it that he had once forgotten his corporeal form of the hearth while rising to teach. Thus transforming into a ghost, he held no textbook, rarely referring to any curriculum, as all the stories seemed to reside within his own mind. Perhaps his dry tone was related to the sluggish reading speed of this ancient CPU. In a prior life, Jody had endured a grueling, Trek-like education that left him utterly exhausted. Ironically, in this life, he was determined to undergo a similar self-imposed, arduous educational journey. Fortunately, having experienced it once, he would find the second time much more manageable. As his purebred British classmates began to relish their leisurely afternoon, Jody skillfully evaded the antics of those scheming to create trouble for him and slipped away to the second-floor lavatory of the Myrtle. The lavatory was eerily quiet. Where could Myrtle be? Jody withdrew his wand, and at that moment, all the stall doors burst open with an inexplicable force, revealing a basin bubbling and frothing with liquid in the center. In an instant, a large gray mass erupted from the depths, splashing water everywhere. Wow! Look at me devour you! Ha ha ha! Jody could only watch helplessly as the flailing Myrtle soaked him, wiping the splashes from his face with a resigned expression. You again, you rude creature, Myrtle huffed, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. Jody was tempted to wave his wand to dry himself off, but alas, it was beyond his current capabilities. What are you doing here? This room belongs to me. Seeing Jody show no inclination to flee, Myrtle soared a little higher, seemingly hoping to appear more imposing. The principle of ghosts remained a mystery. However, her dress billowed dramatically with her animated movements, resembling a broody hen spreading its wings to protect its eggs. Your lair is quite the mess, Jody remarked nonchalantly, redirecting his focus away from the troublesome spirit, for he needed to concentrate. Petrificus totalis. Ah, Myrtle gasped, covering her face, only to realize that the spell was not aimed at her. Someone else is treating my place like a practice room. I did not consent to this. Just wait. I shall inform your teacher and ensure you are properly reprimanded. With that, she tossed her head back with an air of self-importance. Unfazed, Jody continued to adjust his wrist movements, seeking the right sensation. Petrificus totalis. After a prolonged wait without any response, Myrtle could no longer maintain her composure. Hey, what are you waiting for over there? Jody swung his arms in a rhythmic motion, momentarily glancing in her direction, his tone dripping with mockery. Do you expect me to beg you? Myrtle's facade crumbled. And perhaps it was merely an illusion, but her pallid face seemed to take on a tinge of color, as if she were blushing. You rude person, you shall regret this, she shrieked, as she repeated her familiar arc, plunging herself down the toilet once more. Jody shook his head, thinking he ought to suggest she find a more appropriate hiding place next time. Would Myrtle report on herself? No, she wouldn't dare, just as she refrained from reporting on Harry Potter and his friends or Malfoy. Like most troublemakers, this unfortunate creature, too timid to venture into darkness yet unable to cling to life, merely sought the attention of others. I could see this moment. Myrtle's head peeked out from the toilet, desperately trying to catch a glimpse of him. The curriculum for first-year students actually overlapped quite a bit, with teachers evidently having communicated in private. In the first defense against the dark arts class, Quirrell's lesson largely continued the knowledge imparted by Professor Flitwick. At this time, Quirrell was not yet a stammerer. His short hair lent him a sunlit handsomeness, and his nape was free from any unsightly stains. Indeed, this was the same Quirrell who would soon venture alone to Albania during the summer, only to become possessed by Voldemort and spend a year as a traitor. One wonders if Harry Potter's story would have unfolded without his trip to Albania. Jody perused his tattered Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, which contained little more than a jumble of doodles he had often daydreamed about acquiring a notebook from a top student of yore. But alas, not every dilapidated textbook contained a guide penned by the Half-Blood Prince. Suddenly, Jody felt a nudge at his elbow and lifted his gaze to find a small note placed beside him by Gibbs. "Miles is after you. Be careful." Jody raised an eyebrow at the message and nodded slightly at Gibbs. Such a gesture was commendable, given their recent, albeit shallow, camaraderie. After class, Jody intentionally refrained from exiting with the majority, lingering to approach Quirrell. "Professor, I have a few minor questions that I hope could take up a bit of your time." "Of course, my time is dedicated to you." Quirrell, undoubtedly one of the youngest staff members at Hogwarts, was an impressive Ravenclaw alumnus, not counting his later predicament after being parasitized by the Dark Lord. Jody endeavored to articulate his self-study questions succinctly. "Oh, the 7 doors of God. Are you practicing on your own, Mr. Joyce?" Quirrell appeared eager to assist his student. "Oh, don't mind the doors. It's just a little quirk from mythology." Jody saw no reason to deny it. Receiving an affirmative response, Quirrell grew even more animated. "In my school days, I also relished practicing alone, though my classmates often teased me. If you find yourself in a similar situation, simply ignore them. Time is precious, and the magical land of Hogwarts can offer you so much more, especially as a beginner." The mention of Hogwarts piqued Jody's curiosity. They all claimed that at Hogwarts, one could find protection against harm while casting spells. Are there powerful protective spells at Hogwarts? "Haha, you've asked the right person. This was a question I pondered myself back in the day." Leaning against the podium with his hands cradling his head, Quirrell continued, "Hogwarts does indeed possess formidable protective spells, but it is not the spells of Hogwarts that protect you. No spell is powerful enough to safeguard everyone." "Then what is it? Have you heard of the Silent Ones?" Jody was somewhat taken aback to hear this ominous term again, having encountered it once during his enrollment. Students who failed to gain admission had a certain probability of becoming Silent Ones, forming a silent presence within. "Yes, but do you know what constitutes a silent presence?" Jody pondered carefully. "Our own magical power." Not entirely correct. Quirrell did not expect to receive a correct answer. The formation of a silent presence arises from the distortion of mysterious spells. As the conversation veered into territory he struggled to comprehend, Jody focused intently. Mystery magic is the oldest and most uncontrollable form of magic known. It originates from magic itself. Because of its existence, we occasionally refer to the magic we carry as a mystical reflection. This power exists within you. If you do not control it, it will protect you in its own way and manner. "Excuse me, Professor, did you say manner?" Jody harbored some doubts about his choice of words. "Indeed, thoughts," Chilo reaffirmed. "At Hogwarts, the modified rules established by the 4 founders pacify the mysteries of magic and guided them to better protect you. Regrettably, the power of these mysteries gradually wanes and ultimately fades away as people's control over magic increases. If you are interested, I have read a particular book that might suit you well." Chilo muttered as he swiftly extracted his quill and wrote a note for Jody, hoping it had not been relegated to the status of a forbidden text over the years. By the way, I forgot to mention, the aforementioned Mo Rand is indeed a curse resulting from the protection of your mysterious entity. Well, it seems today's extracurricular expansion must conclude here. Next time, you might prepare some more intriguing questions. "Thank you, Professor," Jody respectfully nodded. For the following Transfiguration class, Jody similarly arrived with self-prepared questions, only to find that Professor McGonagall, ever the stickler for rules, answered him but did not wholeheartedly endorse self-study that surpassed the curriculum. During the afternoon's flying lesson, before Jody could express any intention, his broomstick, imbued with its own will, abruptly leaped up and struck him sharply, leaving a red mark on his forehead. Fortunately, he had no intention of playing Quidditch, and the somewhat talented Miles finally diverted his exuberant energy elsewhere. It is worth noting that the rules of Quidditch in the real world differ slightly from those in the novels. The most significant change being that the Seeker's score is only 30 points, which consequently shifts their primary responsibility from merely finding the golden snitch to ensuring the game concludes at the correct moment. Indeed, the rules in the novels do seem somewhat unreasonable. As soon as class ended, Jody hurried to the library, where Madame Pants confirmed the note, indicating it was indeed Professor Chino's. That child has since become a professor himself. Years ago, he borrowed this book and held on to it for quite some time. It is located on the last row of shelves here, with a cover that, well, you'll know when you see it. Madame Pants concluded, her expression somewhat peculiar. Upon locating the tome Magic and Mysteries, Jody finally understood Madame Pants's odd reaction. For the cover of the book featured a vividly illustrated goddess smiling gently at him, making it difficult for Jody to refrain from casting his gaze toward some rather inappropriate places. Ah, you pervert, lecherous red-crowned pheasant. At that moment, in the girls' lavatory on the second floor, Jody was sipping his pumpkin juice while admiring Moaning Myrtle's daily diving performance. The suspicious book, of course, was still in his hands. Wingardium Leviosa. With a flick of his wand, Jody felt a faint power unfurling into a net as the wand moved, subsequently causing the feathers scattered across the table to float. Myrtle, still hovering above the questionable book, muttered incessantly, "You truly seem interested in that book. Why not simply open it and see its contents?" Controlling the feathers that wobbled as they rose, Jody found Myrtle's conflicted expression amusing. Given that the book's content was evidently ostentatious, "I would never read such an indecent book," Jody remarked. And as soon as he did, Myrtle erupted like a startled cat. Seeing this, Jody sighed. "How can I convince you? Moreover, I can't even turn the pages. I'm just a ghost." As Myrtle drifted away from the book, she lamented, "You don't need to convince me of anything. Who really cares?" The despondent and downtrodden girl, with her ridiculous glasses, created an awkward atmosphere. But why could Peeves touch things? "I am but a wandering spirit. He is a poltergeist." Myrtle seemed offended. "Were you thinking something inappropriate just now? Show some respect. By lineage, I am your elder." Jody shrugged. "I thought you were only about 10. I was merely 14 when I died." Myrtle's relentless shrieks forced Jody to conclude today's study prematurely, as he fondly recalled the days when a mere glare could send her scurrying away. Just as he exited the lavatory, the commotion in the corridor caught his attention. The Weasley twins were being dragged along by Filch, one hand on each. "You dare play with dung bombs in the corridor? Goodness, it's only the first week of school. I cannot be as lenient as last year. I intend to teach you a lesson. Get to my office this instant." Those two brothers were, as always, a source of trouble. School commenced on Wednesday, and today was already Friday. After merely a few days of relentless pursuit against time, Jody was beginning to feel overwhelmed in the first class of Friday. "Concentrate, Mr. Joyce. Transfiguration requires utmost focus. This type of magic demands a high level of control over one's magical abilities. And you, it seems, are not in the best of states," Professor McGonagall observed with concern as she bent down to scrutinize him. "Perhaps you should visit the hospital wing for some calming draft." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall, that I just need a bit of rest." Jody managed a strained smile, while the spell practice did not yield significant mishaps. Transfiguration proved to be another matter entirely. Now in the second transfiguration lesson, Jody still struggled to understand how to transform a matchstick into a needle. Miles seized the opportunity to taunt him from behind. "Look, a Slytherin who can't even grasp the basics. Mr. Blatch, if you find yourself with idle time, I would appreciate it if you directed your eyes to your textbook," Professor McGonagall firmly admonished the potential chaos. Jody, however, had no inclination to engage in a battle of wits with such an imbecile. Where was he going wrong in his practice? Fortunately, during the subsequent charms class, his prior mastery of the levitation charm restored a measure of confidence. The other Slytherins seemed unwilling to squander precious time on such elementary spells. Jody and a Ravenclaw girl nearly completed the incantation simultaneously, much to Professor Flitwick's delight. Mr. Joyce and Miss Fiona, splendid. 5 points each to Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Jody, however, was not particularly invested in the trivialities of points. While still grappling with transfiguration, he prodded the feather with his wand and glanced around the classroom. Noticing Gibbs seemed provoked by Jody's unexpected progress, his practice giving the impression he was arguing with the feather. Miles wore a deeply furrowed brow, repeatedly flicking his short, stout wand. As Jody's gaze swept towards the Ravenclaw side, it collided with that of the girl named Fiona, who looked somewhat flustered and quickly averted her gaze. This girl performed well in other subjects, and he vaguely recalled her silvery white hair. In the afternoon, during her biology class, Professor Sprout's first outburst of the year was provoked by Jody. When the round, good-natured herbology professor raised her voice, it truly matched her size. Oh, not let me hear similar questions again. Mr. Joyce, there are no shortcuts in magical learning. Only through repetitive practice can you increase what you refer to as magical capacity. Any power derived from external forces will exact a toll, and I assure you, you do not wish for that. As your teacher, I will not permit it. Professor Sprout vociferously rejected his assumptions. No, I was merely, Jody attempted to clarify. But Professor Sprout did not grant him the chance. If you're still interested in this matter by your 4th year, I would be delighted for you to discuss it with me then. For now, you must learn how to properly mix the fertilizer. Are you feeling unwell today? Myrtle flitted around Jody's head in circles. And why do you seem so happy to see me in a bad mood? Jody suppressed the urge to swat her away and continued to fidget with the mouse designated for practicing the stunning spell. How can you think that? We are good friends. Myrtle giggled melodiously. Jody shifted his gaze from the Transfiguration textbook, forcing a smile. Then what are you laughing about? My dear friend, I just suddenly thought of something amusing. Hey. Myrtle quickly floated away to evade Jody's wand as he reached to poke her. If you truly are my dear friend, then help me. If I get expelled over Transfiguration, no one will want to come to this damp, ghostly place to keep you company. The Myrtles seemed to have taken offense. Stopping before Jody and puffing out her chest with determination, asserting that she didn't need anyone's company. Jody rolled his eyes and shook his head before returning to his book. Pondering how this little spirit's intelligence appeared perpetually stuck at the age of 14, showing no signs of growth over the years, to successfully conjure transformation. Imagination is of utmost importance. One's mind must not remain rigidly ensnared by the constraints of logic. Instead, it must be invigorated, acting with precision according to one's thoughts. This individual, who professed not to need anyone, proved somewhat reliable in critical moments. Jody furrowed his brows, pondering imagination. Such an elusive concept. Perhaps we could use a more manageable term. Mental strength? The Myrtle seemed quite pleased that Jody was listening so intently, swaying lightly in place, exuding an air of contentment. The term mental strength inherently implies logic, whereas what you truly need is to relinquish logic. My child, she emphasized with an air of pretentiousness that seemed to mimic some professor. It is challenging for a first-year student to grasp these concepts. But fortunately, the introduction to Transfiguration should not rigidly pursue complete understanding. What you must seek is a sensation, a balance between yourself and the world. A balance that will aid you in performing those transformative spells. Jody appeared to grasp something, as thoughts began to take shape in his mind. Yet this did not prevent him from interrupting the Myrtle's performance with his wand. Hey, I've been meaning to mention, there is something rather peculiar about the material of your wand. Don't let it touch me. It's utterly uncomfortable. You would communicate with spirits for a little ghost of your caliber. Discomfort is to be expected. Jody contentedly retracted his wand, resolving to pen a letter regarding his concerns to Mr. Ollivander, hoping for clarification. The Myrtle drifted away, muttering grievances like burning bridges, ungrateful wolves, and the red-crowned pheasant. Jody stood there, momentarily stunned, before murmuring to himself, subconscious. From the perspective of his fully formed subconscious, it seemed he would never master Transfiguration. He redirected his attention to the hovering tool, pondering what if imagination were inherently lacking. What should people like that do? Muggle-born students often encounter difficulties with Transfiguration, but with a little guidance, children can easily surpass the mental locks in their heads. Thus, many ordinary students seldom consider alternative methods. The Myrtle dragged out her words, building suspense. However, as a mature man, Jody was not easily ensnared. No wonder you struggle with Transfiguration. You're such a dull man, he thought, casting a hidden insult. The Myrtle, somewhat disinterested, continued, but who am I? I'm your upperclassman from Ravenclaw. I can certainly assist you. When imagination falters, you must rely on what you just mentioned, mental strength. You need a more potent and pure mental strength to forcibly distort your entrenched logic. Forcibly distort. Jody mulled over the implications of those words. Indeed, a crucial aspect of advanced Transfiguration is that you must believe you are the master of your own world. Upon realizing this, Jody felt a spark of hope and grew eager. So, what exactly should I do? I don't know. The Myrtle's voice suddenly diminished this point. Countless iterations of Jody expressed disbelief within him. You can't be serious. After all this, you tell me you don't know. The Myrtle awkwardly recoiled, turning her head away from him. And why transfiguration skills are quite commendable. Why should I concern myself with such matters? What I just mentioned was merely something my mentor brought up during casual conversation. Jody pressed his fingers to his forehead, cursing himself for forgetting she was merely a 14-year-old child. Suddenly, he recalled something. You mentioned your mentor, your transfiguration teacher, is... At the mention of this, the Myrtle perked up once more. Although most of my transfiguration classes that year were taught by other professors, that statement was indeed made by him during one of his rare visits. He is Professor Albus Dumbledore, that renowned master of transfiguration. The White Wizard. After leaving the washroom, Jody made a beeline for the Ollery, intending to send the letter he had just drafted to Ollivander's little shop, along with a note to Aunt Mary, who had cared for him on the train. The owl vanished into the clouds painted by the setting sun. Jody felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Was he perhaps being a bit too tense? Harry Potter would not start school until the next year, and Voldemort was still hiding in the forests of Albania. He shook his head, casting aside those dismal thoughts. His current predicament was far from favorable. With dinner approaching, Jody had no intention of returning to the castle just yet. After walking a short distance along the path outside the Ollery, he paused in front of Hagrid's hut. Woof! Woof woof! Before Jody could formulate a greeting, the enormous, intimidating dog inside Hagrid's home began barking furiously. Who? Is someone out there, Fong? Hagrid's voice was filled with surprise. Jody steadied himself, and the moment the door swung open, a furry face appeared, the beloved mascot of the Harry Potter series. Hagrid? Hey, you're a Slytherin student? Hagrid squinted his large eyes, recognizing the emblem on Jody's robe. Hello, though Jody knew Hagrid was a good-natured giant. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous standing before this nearly 3-meter-tall figure. The Ollery eyes and over here. Hagrid hadn't expected a student to visit his hut, and he seemed rather flustered. I am here specifically to visit you, Mr. Hagrid. Jody composed himself, donning the official smile he had used in previous encounters with partners. Hagrid was thoroughly bewildered. Oh, you came to visit me? A new student came to visit me? Of course, if it's inconvenient. Jody was considerate enough to offer him an easy way out. No, I'm quite free. I'm very happy to have someone here. Then, yes, please come in. Please come in. Fong, go to the back. Hagrid's not-so-bright mind finally kicked in, allowing Jody to enter the hut. From Jody's perspective, it felt as though he had been placed into a large dollhouse. As the oversized furniture was haphazardly arranged, and various unknown plants and peculiar materials were strewn about chaotically, Hagrid wore an expression of disbelief as he hung up the crossbow he had been holding. And after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Let me see. I remember I have a slightly smaller cup somewhere. Jody casually found a chair and sat down, observing the cauldron simmering over the fire in the center, producing a rather unappetizing soup. Perhaps I should have chosen a different time to visit. Jody recalled the descriptions of Hagrid's cooking from the original text. Here's some caramel I made and warmed goat's milk. I hope it suits your taste. Jody's tea was soon served, requiring both hands to lift the oversized cup. Where did I put my sugar jar? The house should still have some rock cakes. Sir, there's no need to fuss so much. I just came to chat. Jody interrupted Hagrid as he began to frantically search the hut. Jody was somewhat surprised by Hagrid's flustered demeanor. But in truth, before Harry began school, Hagrid had always struggled to escape the innate intimidation that came with being a half-dash giant. In the eyes of students, he was messy, rude, dangerous, and shrouded in mystery, with their only encounters limited to punishments in the Forbidden Forest under Filch's supervision. Having a student visit was something Hagrid had longed for but could never attain. Thus his current excitement was understandable. Jody took a sip of the goat's milk, organizing his thoughts. Actually, I came here mainly for a friend of mine. Upon hearing this, Hagrid visibly relaxed, though a hint of disappointment lingered. Oh, of course, if there is anything I can help with, please let me know that I'm also a member of the school and have an obligation to assist you. As he spoke, Hagrid flashed a warm smile. You must know my friend. She once attended classes with you. Unfortunately, Due to unforeseen circumstances, she has passed away and now lingers in the second-floor girls' restroom. Jody understood that with someone like Hagrid, it was necessary to be straightforward. He was taken aback by the unexpected nature of Jody's inquiry, as a wave of nostalgia washed over Hagrid's face, soon replaced by a shadow of sorrow. He slumped slightly, sitting beside the fire, its flickering light casting a warm glow on his features, which only served to accentuate his despondency, that I once wanted to see her, though we were not well acquainted. I always felt it was my obligation. Hagrid stirred the food in the cauldron. It was evident that she did not share this sentiment. She must have harbored considerable resentment towards me. The serpent that led to the demise of moaning Myrtle was unleashed by Voldemort, yet it was Hagrid and his eight-legged pet, little Cutie, who ultimately bore the blame. Jody was certainly aware of these tales. For the sake of friendship, he mused, a notion that served as a perfect entry point to lower Hagrid's defenses, assuming, of course, that the hulking figure possessed any sense of vigilance. Nevertheless, Jody was indeed curious about Myrtle's past. After all, this unfortunate girl had once aided him, and he might soon find himself troubling her again. She rarely spoke of her former days, which only heightened his intrigue about the kind of person she had been. With a curious heart, Jody picked up a piece of rock cake. Myrtle's full name was Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, and she detested being called by her first name. In truth, she was quite amiable. It was merely her peculiar taste and oversized glasses that rendered her a target for mockery. After the incident, she nearly transformed into a vengeful spirit, persistently haunting the girl who had tormented her. Were it not for the Ministry of Magic's intervention, my understanding of her would largely stem from the aftermath. She was 2 years my senior, and our encounters have been scarce. Did you come to me because you heard of her cause of death? Jody shook his head. I only know that she was killed by some sort of magical creature. It was far more than just a magical creature, Hagrid exclaimed, visibly agitated. Ordinary magical beings rarely possess such a fierce desire to attack. They only retaliate when their territory is infringed upon. What killed her was a dark magical creature. And it could only have been that. Sir, I don't quite understand. What is a dark magical creature? Hagrid pondered for a moment, unperturbed by whether his explanations were suitable for a first-year student. Dark magical creatures are typically artificially created. They embody distortion and perversion, born to endure immense suffering, which in turn renders them sensitive. Then why not eliminate them entirely? Jody interjected instinctively. Hagrid seemed taken aback, retracting his neck and muttering, "You certainly used a rather blunt term there." I apologized. Don't worry. Most people think that way. When I was just expelled from school, I too held such thoughts until Professor Dumbledore introduced me to Mr. Scamander for assistance. Jody was certain he hadn't misheard. Scamander, you mean the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Indeed. I worked alongside that gentleman for several years, but as the Dark Wizard became increasingly troublesome, I returned to Hogwarts to aid Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid's enthusiasm was palpable as he reminisced about his time with Newt. He helped me navigate through those darker days, always lamenting his inability to assist the dark creatures ensnared by evil. The foremost reason we cannot eradicate dark creatures is that some of them were once akin to you and me, Hagrid continued, rummaging through his notes. Werewolves and were-creatures are prime examples. Their existence dates back to the era of the elf invasion. People resorted to harnessing the power of monsters to combat the formidable elves. He spread open his notebook before Jody, revealing a drawing of a roaring werewolf, its dark blue for concealing sturdy muscles. With bloodthirsty eyes scanning the surroundings, drool dripping from its bared teeth. Vampires stem from humanity's misguided pursuit of immortality, but those who erred have long since vanished into history. Those who remain are merely cursed souls. Cursed souls, but the beings you mentioned, including werewolves and vampires, have brought about disaster, Jody protested, struggling to comprehend. Then Hagrid uttered a rather classic line, "They are merely unwell and in need of healing." Jody pondered this, choosing not to refute him. After all, Hagrid was a half-giant with a natural resilience and a perspective that differed from the norm. Healing. If electroshock therapy counts, it might be worth a try. Have you truly been raising dark creatures, as they say? Jody asked tentatively. Hagrid shook his head decisively. Absolutely not. No matter the circumstances, human lives must always take precedence over other beings that I cannot guarantee their safety. I must prioritize the student's well-being. After saying this, Hagrid gazed out the window, where the sun had set and night had descended. In the land surrounding Hogwarts resided countless magical beings that had existed since ancient times, along with numerous indigenous subhuman races. Merely coexisting with them kept me quite occupied. Jody silently munched on the rock cake. Once accustomed to its hardness, he found it rather palatable. He could bring some back for Robert as a local delicacy. Is my situation somewhat akin to those dark magical creatures? He mused aloud, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Hagrid took note of his sudden melancholy. Hey, why say such things? I was sorted into Slytherin. But I am not of pure blood. In truth, I come from an orphanage that I might just be what they call a mud blood, that I feel so out of place among them. Hagrid appeared quite incensed. Slytherin, alas, Slytherin, do not speak like that. The Sorting Hat surely placed you in Slytherin for a reason. This is your trial. Look at me. Look at me. Hagrid straightened his back, waving his arms in an exaggerated display of his size. I'm a half-giant, and compared to ordinary children from Muggle families, I may as well be a dark creature myself that I once had the chance to attend school, yet I failed to seize it. They broke my wand. Were it not for Professor Dumbledore, I might still be wandering aimlessly. Hey, Hagrid crouched down at Jody's level, seemingly attempting to appear more approachable by shrinking himself as much as possible. If any nasty little Slytherins give you trouble, you can always come to me. That my door is always open to you. The minor issues brought about by Slytherin did not trouble Jody as much as he had claimed. He believed that in a few months, he would acquire enough leverage to deal with those insufferable brats and their juvenile antics. Just a few minor lessons. Nevertheless, Hagrid's genuine kindness touched Jody deeply. Thank you, sir. Stop calling me sir. Just call me Hagrid. Hagrid appeared considerably more relaxed. Have some soup. You'll be late for dinner if you don't hurry. During dinner, Jody made an effort to avoid pondering the contents of his bowl. If he disregarded its appearance, the flavor was passable at best. Amidst the casual chatter during the meal, Jody gently steered Hagrid into recounting the tale of the three-headed dog, Fluffy, which he had acquired from a Greek fellow, currently residing near the Centaur tribe deep within the Forbidden Forest. Since you're so curious, let me find it for you. Here, this page, behold, the Flooper. Upon seeing the illustration of the peculiar creature, with its disheveled feathers and tumor-riddled skin, Jody could only think of one descriptor. Abominable. In addition, he learned an unexpected piece of information. During Hagrid's school years, a boy with a similar background to Jody's had also emerged from an orphanage. His lineage equally suspect. However, before he realized he belonged to an ancient pure-blood family, he had already carved out a niche for himself in Slytherin. That boy was Tom Riddle, the future Voldemort. This weekend passed relatively peacefully for Jody. The excessive antics of Slytherin had begun to render his daily life sufficiently tranquil. Fortunately, he had the haunted girls' restroom to escape to for some solitude, and he could always crash at Hagrid's cottage for a meal. During this period, I took the opportunity to swiftly brush up on my fragmented knowledge regarding magical creatures. The energetic little rascals were not necessarily required to expend their energy at my expense. Jody felt as if he had transformed into a bullied elementary school student. This situation finally reached a transformative climax on Monday afternoon. The first class of the day was herbology, followed by the less engaging history of magic. Professor Bin's voice remained monotonous and devoid of any inflection, possessing a strong hypnotic effect. Had it not been for a sudden burst of inspiration during his half-awake state, Jody would have nearly missed this opportunity to gather substantial information. The lesson focused on a particularly significant period in the evolution of magic, during which the use of wands became widespread. Wands emerged as the preferred magical implements, surpassing various tools such as books, crystal balls, enchanted swords, and enormous staffs. They became the era's beloved choice due to their stability, high magical balance, and superior portability, a trend that continues to this day. Sir, Jody interrupted Professor Bin's seemingly unchanging pace and rhythm, preventing him from hastily glossing over this crucial segment. The ghostly professor finally reacted when Jody called out to him for the third time, lifting his gaze in confusion. You just mentioned that wands are recognized as the most stable after their widespread use. But do the other tools possess no merits at all? Professor Binns appeared taken aback by such a question, as those tools rendered obsolete by history were never subject to examination. However, this did not deter him from promptly dismissing Jody's erroneous notion. Absolutely not, of course. You cannot hold such a misguided belief. The ghostly professor paused for a considerable time, rummaging through the long-dormant memories in his mind. In fact, even during the early days of Hogwarts, the utilization of wands throughout the magical world was not particularly high. That I was accustomed to casting spells using magical books, where intricate explanations of magic were inscribed in runic script on special parchment. A single magical tome could be passed down through generations, with each new member enhancing its contents. However, with the rise of syllabic incantation and the study of spells, the use of runes gradually waned. Fewer and fewer individuals were willing to squander their time on the ancient runic text. My magical tome, too, has been absent from campus for many years. Yet it cannot be denied that runic text is the most effective means to ensure casting precision. Any spell inscribed within your magical book is immune to errors in casting. Professor Binns gestured with his withered hand, conjuring a semi-transparent mist that separated from him, forming a book and floating ancient runic characters in midair. Subsequently, the book and characters dissipated, merging into a sphere, with a pulsating mist swirling within, akin to a heartbeat. The crystal ball could serve as a sorcerer's second reservoir of magical energy, capable of reflecting one's current magical capacity and storing any excess energy. Responding in kind during spell casting. In ancient times, before the world had divided, the habitats of magical creatures were directly connected to those of Muggles, and during that era, we faced danger and conflict at every turn. It was crucial to accurately know how many spells one could still cast, and to seize every additional opportunity to do so. The wand represented a direct amalgamation of the crystal ball and runic script, transforming the crystal ball from a mere storage device into a tool for adjusting the user's magical intensity. The mist transformed again, revealing a wand of considerable height adorned with exquisite gemstones. With shimmering runes swirling around as the functions of the wand were elucidated, Professor Binns proceeded to introduce wandless magic, skull magic, and biological media magic, seemingly straying further from the topic. But why did the wand ultimately emerge as the favored choice? Why were they still replaced? Jody felt compelled to interrupt him once more to steer the conversation back on track, and at this juncture, his classmates finally regained a semblance of alertness from the rare novelty of the discussion. Professor Binns hesitated for a significant time as the mist above his head coalesced into various magical implements that swirled around, each possessing its own merits, but their shortcomings were equally apparent. Magical books had considerable limitations in spell casting and took too long to materialize, while crystal balls failed to provide stable guidance for spell casting. Although wands did not excel in every aspect, they at least triumphed in safety. More importantly, Jody had been striving to identify a quantitative entry point for magical properties, and he certainly could not let such an opportunity slip by. So, can I understand it as the interplay of magical intensity, total magical capacity, and casting precision constituting everything for a spellcaster? No, there's another crucial and enigmatic trait unique to wizards, the soul characteristic. And this trait is the key that distinguishes the wand. Professor Binns waved away the discarded tools and then conjured a handful of elongated fibers and a neatly structured shell from the mist. The core of the wand corresponds to the spirit, while the wand's body corresponds to flesh and blood. The length, in harmony with the length of one's arm, determines the distance between magical energy and the external world. The wand absorbs your magical energy, adapts to it, and becomes an integral part of your being, bearing the same mysterious burden and fulfilling the role of a medium, a task only the wand can accomplish with ease. Jody had never experienced a history of magic class that proceeded so swiftly. The disrupted rhythm compelled Professor Binns to amend the originally prepared assignment, resulting in a few minutes' delay in the dismissal time. It was these nearly interminable minutes that led Jody into a not insignificant crisis. "What are you asking about?" Pretending to understand, Joyce, without affording Jody an opportunity to evade, Myers and his assembled gang blocked Jody's path. At the forefront stood Myers Blanche, flanked by the burly monk and the rebellious Aegoner, while the female Cura effectively sealed off the rear. Jody maintained a vigilant, lowered gaze, attempting to avoid any direct confrontation with these immature children, as engaging with them seemed utterly pointless. Unfortunately, it seemed as though fate had discerned his desire to be clever, for there were hardly any onlookers in the corridor, let alone passing professors, faced with such a situation. He certainly would not choose to flee. Jody did not wish to confront such tiresome cat-and-mouse games daily. "Look at me. Listen to me. Joyce, are you looking down on me or my family? I despise that mocking gaze of yours. What exactly do you scorn?" Jody sighed inwardly, wishing he could avoid resorting to such desperate measures. Ultimately, he lifted his head, locking eyes with Myers in a direct confrontation. His gaze held no emotion, yet conveyed an air of scrutiny, revealing neither panic nor a hint of fear. Even though the opponent had him encircled, Myers struggled to find any semblance of superiority. Jody remained silent, merely extending his right hand into his robe to retrieve something from within. His left hand opened the concealed pocket in his sleeve, allowing his wand to slip into his grip. "What? Do you still want to draw your wand?" Myers and his companions donned mocking smiles. Even if he produced it, what could he achieve? Merely conjuring a firework to liven the atmosphere. "Hold him down. I want to teach him a lesson." Jody did not glance at the two henchmen closing in. His gaze remained steadfastly on Myers, focused and calm. Most instances of school bullying commence with the first concession. It may begin with an odd nickname or an inconsequential errand. The unfortunate party often comprises the relatively honest and rule-abiding children, which is patently unjust. It is as if the heavens favor the malevolent. Jody would not show favor to the wicked. He possessed the audacity to instigate a reshuffling and was never averse to escalating matters. He could not allow himself to be bullied by children. In dealing with someone like Myers, there was no need for his Browning, even though he longed to draw it for a decisive resolution. Jody retrieved two long handles from beneath his garments and deftly tossed one toward Myers. Instinctively, Myers reached out to block it, catching it in his hands, only to realize it was a thin iron plate encased in a wooden shell, with a delicate mechanism trailing the blade's tip. Jody flicked his utility knife, the sharp blade extending a small section, gleaming with a cold light. Simultaneously, his other hand raised, revealing his wand beneath his robe. "What is this?" Miles attempted to extricate the blade, surmising the general purpose of the tool, yet he found himself unable to comprehend Jody's intentions. Bestowing upon your adversary an equal weapon as a gesture of fairness is an invitation. With a dangerous implement in each hand, he gradually raised them for display. Jody's voice rang out, clear and resonant, echoing through the corridor. A challenge to duel. Ignore could scarcely respond in time, as Jody suddenly sprang into action. The effects of his long-term training were unmistakably revealed. He crouched low, then leaped powerfully to the left, delivering a fierce blow to Ignore's abdomen. The punch unleashed all its force, causing Ignore's belly to cave in before thrusting upward toward his chest cavity. A jarring sensation coursing through his stomach, the intense discomfort draining his strength. As Jody leaped back, Ignore, rendered incapable of fighting, collapsed to the ground. Monk, evidently confident in his physique, unwittingly granted Jody a perfect opportunity. All he needed to do was angle his utility knife toward the inner side of Monk's arm, allowing the blade to pierce through with the force of Monk's own momentum, then follow through with an inward cut. With a swift motion, Jody tore a considerable gash in Monk's robe, an exaggerated wound materializing on his arm. Jody nonchalantly flicked the liquid from the blade, assuring himself that, despite its frightening appearance, the injury was not particularly deep. Displacing the hand that intended to seize him, Jody thrust forward again, carving a new wound across Monk's chest. Monk was utterly thrown into disarray, while Miles turned pale, instinctively discarding the utility knife in a frantic effort to draw his wand. Meanwhile, Jody had already completed his incantation ahead of everyone else. Petrificus totalis. Monk fell to the ground, ensnared by the spell. Concerned that the initial incantation might not have sufficient potency, Jody relentlessly followed up with another cast. Petrificus totalis. Petrificus totalis. Only when he confirmed that Monk could no longer move did Jody cease his onslaught. While Miles stood nearby, his wand raised, looking utterly dazed. "Have you heard a book called Origins and Mysteries?" Glancing at him to ensure he posed no threat, Jody then stepped forward to kick away Ignore's wand, sending it skittering across the floor, and added a swift kick to Monk's groin. "This book is worth reading." It will enlighten me on the extent of attacks that will not provoke a retaliatory response from the dark arts. Drawing from his experimental experience with rodents, Jody knew that those affected by petrification would experience delayed pain upon awakening. So, it appears our disruptor has vanished. Hey, madam. I hope you respect tradition and refrain from interrupting our duel. Jody flashed an amiable smile at Kira behind him, even winking. It was only then that Kira remembered to scream. Amidst her shriek, Jody deftly snapped off the previously used blade with his fingers, pushing the utility knife forward a notch. With a crisp sound as the discarded piece hit the floor, the new blade emerged. Sharp as Jody's hostile intent. Miles, of course, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Despite his misdeeds, he remained an 11-year-old child at heart. Jody advanced 2 steps, and instinctively, Miles retreated, inadvertently tripping over his robe and landing awkwardly on the ground. Stand up. Represent yourself, your family, and your will. Rise. We have yet to bow to one another. Jody's voice remained cold and resolute, each word articulating his unwavering intention. This was a duel, and no one could escape unscathed. Who's there? What is happening? The corridor reverberated with commotion, and amidst the chaotic footsteps, a familiar Mediterranean figure raced toward them. Jody understood. It was Filch. Alerted by the noise, he turned back to Kira, instructing her, "Be silent." Madam. Startled, Kira crouched down, too frightened to make a sound. Joyful moments are always interrupted. This is a duel, Miles said as Jody heard the footfalls growing nearer. He realized it was time to flee. You know how to explain this to them. It's an internal affair of Slytherin, correct? Gaining a semblance of courage, Miles felt a pang of shame for his cowardice, his eyes brimming with tears, yet his expression hardening. Upon seeing Jody nod, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Without delay, Jody turned and fled. Professor Quirrell diverted his gaze from the roll call, perplexed as he scanned the students below. Has anyone seen Mr. Joyce? Also Mr. Blatch, Mr. Eve Rick, Mr. Rod, and Miss Deemy. Several Slytherin students exchanged glances. Professor, it seems they may have fallen into Filch's clutches. I saw Jody fleeing towards the Forbidden Forest, pursued by Filch. This should be in his office now. No, it appears Filch did not manage to apprehend Jody. Quirrell, having gleaned the situation, redirected the conversation back to the lesson. Well then, I believe we should commence class. We cannot afford to wait for those who have missed it. Indeed, Jody had sprinted far under Filch's pursuit. And the last place he disappeared was indeed on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, yet he was not currently within its confines. He now sat upon a filthy floor. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the cracks in the wooden planks, dust glimmering like gold in its rays. Enormous claw marks marred the floor, walls, and even the dilapidated furniture, crisscrossing ominously as if to remind any who entered that a fearsome beast had once been confined here. And indeed, a terrifying creature had once been kept here. The dilapidated cabin where Jody found himself was situated far from Hogwarts, in the village of Hogsmeade, with no exit leading to the village itself. The sole entrance and exit lay within Hogwarts, beneath a perilous whomping willow. Yes, this was the Shrieking Shack. The means to soothe the tree was to strike its knot, a detail easily recalled as Jody took refuge beneath the tree. He fortuitously spotted the knot, and had no reason not to attempt this method of escape. I had forgotten about this splendid place. It is far superior to the ladies' restroom. Regaining his breath, Jody could hardly contain his excitement as he rummaged through the shack in search of treasure. The staircase leading to the second floor had rotted and collapsed, dividing the lower area into 2 rooms. In one small chamber lay a large mattress discarded haphazardly, atop which rested a tattered robe, now covered in mold. Perhaps one of the big-footed individuals from Professor Lupin's circle had once taken refuge here. Dark brown stains on the floor seemed to be remnants of dried blood. Jody picked up a scrap of cloth, reminiscing about the stories he had read, only to lift his gaze and encounter something extremely eye-catching on the wall. Animagus is a form of druidic magic, distinct from mainstream spell casting. The steps for its practice, recorded here, have been meticulously compiled by the Great Pointed Fork, with an additional note beneath, mainly the big-footed one. And only 3 individuals have successfully mastered it to date. Future practitioners, beware. You shall bear the consequences of all outcomes resulting from this practice. Nearby, a new inscription appeared, neatly penned, The steps for casting this spell and the associated incantations have been gathered from the Balanced School. The Last Druid, I am a lion, Ignis Prophecy, concluding with a larger signature. Here lies the author, the true Moonface. First, one must hold a leaf of Drailavine in their mouth during the full moon. Until the next full moon, the leaf must not be removed from a mouth, nor can it be allowed to be spat out. If the leaf exits the mouth, one must start anew. P.S. A single leaf of Drailavine. After a month of holding the leaf, on the night of the full moon, remove it and fill a small crystal vial with the caster's saliva, soaking the leaf within and allowing it to absorb pure moonlight. Add a strand of your hair and a silver teaspoon of dew collected from a location that has seen neither sunlight nor human contact for a full 7 days. Finally, introduce a cocoon of a boggart moth. Place this mixture in a quiet, dark location and do not disturb it until the next thunderstorm arrives. Then, from a distance, an arrow pointed toward a large frame marred by claw marks. If you expel the leaf on a night of overcast skies, you must find a new leaf of Drailavine and start from scratch. Small print, P.S. That big-footed oaf, I have long asserted that my failure is not my fault. During the interval of awaiting the tempest's arrival, one ought to perform the following actions at each sunrise and sunset. Direct the tip of the wand towards the heart and recite the incantation. Amato, Onimo, Animato, Animagus, P.S. It is advisable to have a good circle of friends, akin to mine, who can remind you to always remember your large feet. The period of waiting for the storm may extend over weeks, months, or even years. Throughout this duration, the crystal vial must remain entirely undisturbed and shielded from sunlight. Sunlight contamination could result in dire mutations that if you persistently recite the incantation at dawn and dusk, there will come a moment when the wand's tip touches your chest, and you shall feel a second heartbeat. Sometimes more vigorous than the original, at other times more subtle. Everything must proceed as usual without alteration. The incantation must be uttered the precise number of times, without omission. P.S. How infuriatingly lengthy this passage is. From the handwriting, it appears to be the work of a bug's tail. The instant lightning cleaves the sky. Hasten to the place where you have buried the crystal vial, should you correctly execute all the aforementioned steps. You will discover a measure of crimson potion within it. P.S. If, like a bug's tail, you find no potion within the vial, it signifies that you must begin anew. You foolish wretch. You must immediately journey to a vast and secure location, ensuring that the transformation process does not attract attention or place your body in peril. Point the tip of your wand towards your heart, recite the incantation Amato, Onimo, Animato, Animagus, and then consume the potion. If all proceeds favorably, you shall experience intense pain and 2 vigorous heartbeats. Images of the creature you are about to transform into will flood your mind. You must exhibit no fear. It is too late to escape the promised metamorphosis. The initial transformation is often quite uncomfortable and fearsome. Garments and items such as glasses or jewelry will meld into your skin, transforming into fur, scales, or claws that do not resist or panic. Otherwise, the animal's instincts may dominate and compel you to act foolishly, such as leaping through a window or charging into a wall. P.S. If your companion happens to be a pitchfork, it could not be worse, you large-footed creature. Upon completion of the transformation, you should find yourself acclimated to your new form that it is highly recommended that you promptly retrieve your wand and conceal it in a safe place, allowing you to reclaim it upon returning to human form. To revert to your human shape, you must vividly envision your human likeness. Typically, this suffices, but if the transformation does not occur immediately, do not panic. Finally, if fortune smiles upon you and you become the heir of my moon face, Mr. Pitchfork, the dashing large foot, and Mr. Bug's tail, please refrain from disclosing the existence of this unregistered lineage abode. This is the only known sanctuary where one can evade registration as an animagus, the legacy of mischief makers. Later that day, when Jody and Miles stood together in Snape's office, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to acquire a leaf of mandrake. Gentlemen, has no one ever informed you that I do not wish to see any of you during extracurricular hours? Snape articulated, his deep timbre enunciating each word, but a rather lengthy discourse has been reduced to mere fragments. On one side, Filch evidently relished Snape's penchant for bullying students, crouched in the corner of the office, quivering with excitement like a dog awaiting a bone. So, the reason you found yourselves in such a predicament is that you sought to engage in a duel to practice defense against the dark arts. Yes, Professor. Jody was quite pleased with Miles' cooperation. After his escape, the latter had concocted a somewhat plausible excuse for the arriving professors, claiming that Monk and Eganer had created quite the ruckus. I admit, it was my folly to lend them the knife. Utterly foolish, Monk screamed during the counter-curse, as if he were a pig being slaughtered. Snape selected his words carefully, ensuring they were not overly pleasant yet sufficiently piercing, his murderous gaze fixed upon Jody. And you? Do you fancy yourself a butcher, Joyce? The craft knife thrown to Miles was discarded by Snape onto the desk. Jody was no mere 10-year-old fool. Arguing with the teacher would serve him no purpose. He turned his face aside, letting Snape gawk as he pleased, pretending to be oblivious. Filch, Snape had no intention of wasting more time on this tiresome bunch. Yes, Professor, how do you intend to punish them this time? Snape's expression when he glanced at Filch was far from amiable, resembling one observing a heap of refuse. You are well aware of my disciplinary style. Indeed, Professor Snape is notoriously stringent. Detention, perhaps? Our gamekeeper seems to have mentioned needing some assistance with a few minor matters. Filch's expression briefly froze. What is it? Professor, I was wondering if I could send them a Hagrid, and I should not have to accompany them into the Forbidden Forest. You know, I nearly perished out there on account of their detention last time. Snape's demeanor seemed to shift, becoming less somber as he leaned back slightly. Regarding Filch from a different angle, I shall inform the headmaster. It is indeed inappropriate to subject the innocent to punishment alongside other fools. Filch visibly exhaled in relief. During dinner, the atmosphere was decidedly awkward, as Jody could feel disapproving glances from every direction, intermingled with remarks such as how dare he freak an inferior being. Fortunately, the foolishness of these individuals did not detract from the culinary prowess of the house elves. You will regret your actions, mudblood, before parting ways. Miles threw down a harsh remark. Jody remained silent, mimicking Snape's earlier demeanor by raising his chin and casting a condescending look at Miles. This irked Miles, leaving him without a retort. Fortunately, his minions were not trailing him at that moment, sparing him the effort of maintaining an image. Jody hastily traversed the corridor, realizing that the study of Animaga's transformation was indeed exhilarating, yet lamenting the missed defense against the dark arts lesson. Teaching at Hogwarts is an arduous role, with the curriculum for 7 grades consuming the entirety of the weekly schedule, even after the 2 afternoon classes. Some students of redeemable value would still encroach upon the scant opportunities for respite that by nightfall. Each teacher must remain vigilant over their designated areas to prevent those mischievous little ones from wandering out of bed and encountering dangers they ought not to face in this school, which conceals countless mysteries. The number of secrets within Hogwarts is such that even the current headmaster cannot fully comprehend them all. The areas prohibited to students are not limited to the Forbidden Forest. In such circumstances, hoping to find a teacher willing to offer extra lessons proves exceedingly difficult, and Jody cannot rely on his Slytherin friends. In fact, when Gibbs spotted him, this dark-haired boy instinctively turned to flee. His panic was so pronounced that his notebooks tumbled to the ground. Jody picked up the fallen notes. Quirrell's class is always presented in an accessible manner, coupled with the standard excellent early education characteristic of Slytherins. Gibbs should not require such meticulous class notes. This collection was meant for his own reference. Hey! Just as Jody's mind swirled with complex emotions, an exceedingly rude voice interrupted nearby. Jody was well aware of someone approaching, but had not anticipated it would be directed at him. He thought to himself that he could not possibly be that well-known as he looked up to find a filthy t-shirt besmirched with mud and various stains, the school robe haphazardly wrapped around the waist, and, if he was not mistaken, a wand perched precariously at the waistband. Hufflepuff! Jody's voice rose, laden with curiosity. Tricky augury! As he introduced himself, the student extended a hand towards Jody, his serious demeanor starkly contrasting with his disheveled appearance. Jody reciprocated the gesture, but continued to harbor doubts. Mr. Augury, I believe we are not previously acquainted. Acquainted? Certainly not, but now we are. Our house was supposed to have class with yours in defense against the dark arts. But it seems you were entangled with some troublesome muck, preventing your attendance. Augury's voice boomed. his cow-like eyes seemingly fixed in a perpetual glare since birth, with a gaze that was both vacant and prone to darting around. When he uttered the words coward, it felt as though he was bellowing at the students behind the two girls. The two bewildered classmates hastily retreated, and a perplexed Jody could only glean chaos from Aubrey's tirade. "I'm sorry, I may not have understood. You didn't understand, huh? Of course, you don't comprehend, but remember this. I'm telling you now, from this moment on, you have me as a comrade." Aubrey animatedly conveyed his excitement through gestures. "Since last year, I've been searching for a kindred spirit, yet those akin to me are surprisingly scarce. I heard about your situation. The utility knife, right?" Jody shook his head, realizing that this fellow was likely unhinged. "Yes, I use a utility knife. I have to protect myself. They force my hand, but we are quite similar. My friend and I, too, am often pressured to accept much. No, I believe we are different at IT that moment." Jody simply wished to extricate himself from the conversation. "Let me finish." Aubrey interrupted Jody, holding him in place. "I am pure blood. My mother was a half-blood, and when Voldemort's name was on everyone's lips, my dim-witted, cowardly father murdered her to prove his loyalty. He was killed outside, and I had to live with my mute aunt. Many say Voldemort is gone. No, my friend, Voldemort is not left. He has never departed. As long as pure bloods exist, he will live on eternally, and I have resolved not to let anything be taken from me again." Aubrey's voice escalated into a primal scream, his towering physique accentuated by high cheekbones that rendered his features sharply defined. "We are the same. If you are a step ahead, then I owe you one. You challenge those pure bloods, right? I will aid you." Jody raised his hands defensively. "No, I never contemplated such complexities. Wake up, buddy. How could someone like me possibly overthrow pure bloods?" Upon hearing this, Aubrey appeared deeply offended. He released Jody's arm, but his expression grew even more menacing. "You do not think that way. You are lying." "No, listen closely." Jody reiterated, "I apologize for your plight, but the past should remain in the past. I do not wish to be embroiled in trouble. In fact, as long as no one provokes me, I will lead a quiet life. Fundamentally, I am a good person, so I am entirely different from what you envision." Yes, Aubrey exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "You articulated what I wish to express. I am merely the one disturbed. I too desire to have peace, to let them know do not disturb the slumbering dragon. Do not doubt my resolve. You may inquire. I've already repeated a year due to my battles with them. Should you need anything, come to me. I will fight for anyone opposed to those pure bloods, no matter who you are or where you are, if you need me." Aubrey bellowed as he vanished down the corridor, leaving Jody feeling disoriented amidst the chaos. Why had such a character not appeared in any novel? Jody glanced at the students around him who were whispering and pointing. What a mess! Avoiding the onlookers, he sought something to eat to quell his empty stomach after skipping lunch, and decided to make a quick stop at the girls' restroom. That as he passed a large school emblem, a spark of insight struck him, and he lifted his gaze to behold the motto inscribed beneath, "I.T.D. not disturb the slumbering dragon." How many have been caught in the crossfire of the pure blood conflict, their tranquility shattered, forced to endure suffering. In the 10 years of Voldemort's absence, how many who had suffered under his tyranny lived on in regret? Had the social dominance during Voldemort hiatus remained with pure blood ideology? Why was the Ministry of Magic depicted as so feeble, even laughably foolish in the novels? Jody began to piece things together. The magical world, under the guise of false peace, still simmered with strife and unresolved conflicts beneath its tranquil surface, biding its time for an opportunity to erupt. That eccentric classmate had likely been expelled before the start of Harry Potter's term. The next day in potions class, Jody found himself reflecting on the bizarre experiences of the previous day. The pallid-faced Snape conducted the first potions lesson much like a forensic class, presenting numerous biological materials to instruct the new students. They all claimed that Snape favored Slytherin, yet Jody discerned that his bias was limited to house points. The weeping Alice was expelled from the classroom, with Snape insisting she return only after exhausting her tears. Gibbs inadvertently dropped the entrails of a freshly extracted black-tailed lizard onto the floor, and judging by his pale complexion, Jody suspected he might vomit at any moment. Adger had grown increasingly stiff throughout the class, having been reprimanded for whispering and then for prematurely reaching for a potion bottle. eventually seeming to provoke ridicule for any action he undertook. Yet, none of these students garnered as much attention as Jody and Myers, especially Jody. Snape evidently still remembered the offense committed by Jody and his brother. The bad habit of clinging to one's own possessions transcended eras, and it seemed to pervade the modern magical community as well, as the textbooks on potion-making contained numerous outdated practices. Jody was unclear whether this was meant to honor the inventors of potion recipes or for some other reason. But surely no one questioned whether cutting beans or squeezing them would yield more juice. The pseudonym Half-Blood Prince Snape, despite achieving great success in potions, had never considered updating the textbooks, adhering rigidly to those unreasonable recipes that led students to err time and again. Jody could find no other explanation than that they were concealing their knowledge. Until the potions lesson formally commenced, Snape rapidly recited the theoretical content, which included the third element of potion making. The first element, ingredients. The second element, recipe, and the third element encompassed all other factors, including the timing of ingredient addition, the astrological influences during brewing, and the magical reactions between the potion and the potion maker. Many advanced potion configurations varied based on the individual, leading to the formulation of 12 sequences that a competent potion maker must accurately determine their sequence. Even if they cannot, they must be capable of averting a potion explosion that could obliterate a mountain. I do not expect each of you to become a master potion maker. I will select you in the most rigorous manner, so at least you will not perish from confusing moonwort with larkspur. Snape's emphasis made it seem as though potion makers were divinely chosen. Yes, oh, do not let me catch you trying to be clever. Joyce, you are not yet in a position to question the recipe. Until you are, follow the steps precisely, without deviation. In preparing your potion, what a nuisance. Must you articulate each word so slowly? This was not the worst of it. Our scheming headmaster would certainly seize every opportunity to belittle others. By the way, I do not know why the sorting hat placed you in Slytherin, but I hope you remember, as an ordinary person with Muggle parents, you need to exert greater effort to prove you belong in Slytherin. Look to your classmates for guidance. Joyce, do not let me catch your foolishness again. Jody was acutely aware that once his identity as a mudblood was exposed, he would be in an even more precarious position. Yet, there was nothing to be done. He understood that Snape would inevitably disclose this matter, and he had no means to prevent it. For now, he should focus on his potion. These basic recipes should not pose much difficulty. After selecting the ingredients and recipe, he simply needed to press LB and LR while rotating the handle and wait for the progress bar to fill. The IT should be straightforward. Bang! Jody's first potion attempt ended in failure. Enveloped in a cloud of dark purple smoke, swiftly dispersed by Snape's intervention, the entire day was consumed by potions class, with today being Snape's exclusive session, leaving Jody with an enduring sensation of being scrutinized by cold, watchful eyes long after the class ended. Have you given up on transfiguration? The ever-flitting Myrtle in the washroom greeted him warmly. Initially, Jody intended to ignore her, but she persisted with her inquiries. Yes, I've given it up. You can't provide a method to strengthen my mind. What else can I do? Sit on the ground and cry? The Myrtle clearly yearned to witness the spectacle, yet the scornful words were caught in her throat. Thwarted by Jody's piercing glare, in truth, there were alternatives. Myrtle whispered to herself as she floated a short distance away. Then do tell me swiftly. Jody, of course, heard her, and the delight on his face was impossible to conceal. Myrtle then became quite smug, declaring, "This solution is one I have pondered for quite some time." Jody felt a pang of exasperation. He wished for the little girl to either speak or remain silent. Yet he could hardly contain his urgency. "Dear lady, if there is any way I can assist you, please do not hesitate to ask." "What did you just call me?" Jody rubbed his hands together, wearing a fawning smile. "Dear lady, you know I have always been most courteous." Myrtle seemed rather pleased with this title, and with a haughty huff, she pondered, "What shall I extort from you?" "Such words. Even if you haven't conceived a plan, you can still ask me for assistance. We are friends, are we not?" Jody could hardly tolerate her smug demeanor. Was it true that a ghost, once transformed, could no longer progress? What an immature little creature she was. Who would have thought that such a boorish fellow could speak so smoothly? Myrtle teased, her little nose held high. "Well, I shall tell you this. there exists a method to enhance your spellcasting precision. What method? Spellcasting. Myrtle extended a finger, declaring that the application of advanced spells could refine one's soul, a training that is profoundly comprehensive. As long as one can adapt to high-level incantations, all abilities may be augmented. Jody furrowed his brow, cursing under his breath. Where on earth could he acquire advanced spells? Yet, advanced spells are not so easily mastered. Myrtle dismissed his concerns, asserting that many incantations and magical studies possess a lineage. Not all advanced spells are complex and difficult. They are merely postponed in textbooks due to classification issues. Among them, there exists a spell with 42 variations, spanning 5 levels in total. If mastered incrementally according to the level prompts, it would indeed be relatively simple, entirely suitable for your practice. And what else? What is this spell? Myrtle twirled in midair before presenting a revelation. Moreover, I possess a method to specifically hone your soul, which is wandless spell casting. As for the incantation, the most basic version you have already learned. The levitation charm. Jody's expression crumbled, disbelief etched upon his face. The levitation charm? What kind of expression is that? Do you look down upon the levitation charm? Myrtle crossed her arms in midair. Jody's mind raced through potential retorts, but ultimately found himself unable to deceive himself. Reality can be quite difficult to accept at times. Can it? The levitation charm is simply a basic spell, but there are upgraded versions. Its detailed classification makes it quite easy to learn. However, to ensure training efficacy, the entry-level levitation charm is far from sufficient. At the very least, you would need a third-tier spell like the summoning charm. Are you not curious how I know about wandless spellcasting? Jody shrugged. You certainly won't tell me, but I hope you know where to learn it. Myrtle puffed up in indignation. Yet fortunately, she did not dwell on it. Of course, this individual is a professor at our school, a long-standing professor. In fact, he has been here almost since the establishment of the school. At this point, the identity of this person became clear. Indeed, he is Professor Binns. Dolik's response arrived sooner than Mr. Ollivander's, exhibiting a considerable enthusiasm for Jody's queries. A fellow born from Magical Joke Shop inherently possesses a vivid imagination. Thus, for Dolik, his proficiency in transfiguration has always been a source of pride. Yet, it is precisely because this man understands transfiguration so well that he offers advice with utmost caution. Many newly awakened young wizards exhibit instability in their mental realms. This phenomenon will gradually diminish as you become more familiar with the mysteries through the Hogwarts curriculum. This period of your life is exceptionally unique, so much so that you cannot fully control yourself. Therefore, I do not advise you to forcefully break through this challenging phase. A misstep could solidify your uniqueness, leaving the mysteries within you reluctant to fully merge with your being. In such a case, you might find yourself confined to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries for quite some time, perhaps even relying on research institutions to procure suitable healing solutions. You would not enjoy that. Furthermore, as far as I know, Professor McGonagall would not mind if you were to delay mastering the spells you ought to learn. In essence, Dolik's implication was for Jody to abandon Transfiguration class. This fellow was indeed unreliable. Nevertheless, in his unreliability, he did offer some rather intriguing suggestions. However, if you truly wish to experience it, there are indeed methods available. Many magical items can assist you in spellcasting, such as enchanted crystals and magical scrolls. Of course, there are also spell books. The caveat is that you must acquire one of these. They are not inexpensive, especially the spell books. The cunning fellow likely intended to pique Jody's interest, hoping to witness his disappointment. Unfortunately, his scheme appeared to have fallen flat. When Jody recalled the spellbooks during Professor Binns' history class a few days prior, memories of the professor's words sprang to mind. Professor Binns' primary spellcasting tool had indeed been a spellbook. The Book of Prophecy contained an account of Professor Binns' demise, stating that he had met the end of his life in his sleep. It was highly likely that his spellbook remained at Hogwarts. It is not difficult to comprehend that a spellbook is a tool capable of inscribing spells, and advanced spellbooks even possess unique magical structures that can contain a reservoir of magical energy. The current Professor Binns may be a rather dull old fellow, but this does not imply that he was always so. He too had moments of vigor, and that spellbook not only encapsulated all he had learned throughout his life, but, according to his lectures, seemed to have undergone several generations of inheritance. This significantly stirred Jody's treasure-hunting aspirations. Furthermore, there was an additional motive. The location he intended to explore coincidentally aligned with the sought-after Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. Jody could not precisely recall the Room of Requirement's location, but knew of other means to rediscover in one chapter of the Book of Prophecy. It is revealed that one of the rooms within the Room of Requirement was utilized as a storeroom for house elves. They accumulated a hodgepodge of assorted items, cluttering the space. More importantly, within that room lay a secret hidden by a Dark Lord, a dark magical artifact repurposed from the diadem of one of Hogwarts' founders. Ravenclaw Voldemort's Horcrux, coupled with the chance that Professor Bin's belongings might have been discarded by the house elves responsible for cleaning, alongside the multifunctional nature of the Room of Requirement, Jody was certainly eager to find it. Thus, Jody's first task was to locate the house elves, who typically preferred to remain out of sight, that house elves occupy a notably lowly status in wizarding society. However, in comparison, their treatment at Hogwarts is significantly better than that of their counterparts elsewhere. Jody had long been privy to the whispers circulating among students, and he had gleaned quite a few peculiar tidbits from Myrtle's gossip. This little ghost was surprisingly quite the busybody. From these tidbits, it was not difficult to ascertain the entrance to Hogwarts kitchens, located very close to the Hufflepuff common room, where students often sneaked away to pilfer snacks. With his plan set, Jody's initiative was always astonishing. That day, as soon as classes ended, he evaded all others and made his way to the portrait of the fruit. In the corner of that canvas sat a pear nestled within a fruit bowl. First, one must tickle it. The pear would erupt in laughter and then accidentally conjure a doorknob for you. Using that knob to open the canvas reveals the kitchen. The busy house elves were quite surprised to discover this unexpected guest. "Oh, esteemed young wizard, how may we serve you? Here we have an array of snacks and fine teas at your disposal. We shall present you with the most delightful offerings, of course, provided you adhere to the school rules. I have come to pay you a visit." As Jody spoke, he began to unfasten his bulging package, which contained an assortment of trinkets he had gathered from the Muggle world, including glass marbles and playing cards. Additionally, there were snacks he had received from Aunt Mary. "I hope you will graciously accept my humble offerings, which I have come to know of you through my readings. Oh, it is indeed a gesture of gratitude. But I fear I cannot make such decisions. The Elder Council has never sanctioned such actions. You are exceedingly generous, my esteemed young wizard," interrupted a previous speaker, a house elf, now with slightly larger ears, who praised Jody's benevolence, adding that they would long remember his kindness and reciprocate with even greater loyalty. "Mr. Councilman, is it truly acceptable for us to proceed in this manner?" inquired the earlier speaker, still anxious, "that I assure you. If I say is permissible, then it is so," replied Jody. "The Elder Council? Councilman, it appears that the house elves possess a complex internal administrative structure for self-governance that in a casual tone, Jody broached a rather sensitive topic. "Are the school rules more paramount than the oaths inscribed in your very blood? We adhere to the school regulations, yet we shall never contravene our oaths. Dear young wizard, there is no conflict here. For we are property of Hogwarts, its servants, that we are repeatedly instructed to heed the commands of the faculty, while students, being esteemed guests closely associated with our masters, must be subject to certain limitations." Jody confirmed he was not mistaken. This higher-ranking house elf had discreetly slipped several marbles into his own pocket. But what if a professor's or the headmaster's command were to conflict with an oath? Even the more astute house elf struggled to provide an answer. Jody began to grasp the nature of house elves' positions within Hogwarts. Of course, such conflicts were unlikely to arise. Indeed, such occurrences are impossible. The house elf, nearly ensnared in a mental quandary, felt a wave of relief wash over him, perspiring after a few moments of internal conflict. After a few casual exchanges, Jody, using his modest familiarity with the school as a pretext, requested the house elf to show him around. The true purpose required no elaboration. "Kitanos, come here." A randomly summoned house elf, busy with chores, approached, his large ears portraying a knowing expression. "Do not underestimate him. He is the most diligent cleaner I have here. Whatever you wish to see, you may inquire of him. Anything at all," the large-eared elf emphasized, The clever creature somewhat surmised that Jody's intentions were not entirely innocent. You truly have no words of introduction worth voicing? Kitanos seemed at a loss for words, and conversing with him felt akin to engaging with a stone. His occasional utterances merely cautioned about mischievous portraits in the corners and the occasional disappearing staircase. Jody soon lost interest in the roundabout conversation that I wished to visit the area where house elves discard their refuse. Kitanos evidently did not comprehend what Jody meant. Discard refuse. The property of Hogwarts belongs to Hogwarts. House elves do not possess the authority to discard it. This is why those items are piled rather than destroyed, correct? Those seldom used items taking up space. Do you not have a place designated for their accumulation? Indeed, I wish to see that. Kitanos finally grasped the concept. You mean the storage room? Yes, precisely. That place is not suitable for young wizards. Kitanos appeared conflicted. Jody, having anticipated this, prepared a series of arguments. I have things I need to retrieve. As you mentioned, those items do not belong to house elves, nor do they necessarily belong to Hogwarts, do they? Their origins and ownership are unclear. But there are no buts. The school rules do not prohibit a young wizard from reclaiming lost possessions. Do they? Jody continued to coax. Well, if you insist on enduring that sensation, Kitanos, with a determined expression, grasped Jody's robe. Excellent. You have made the right choice. Wait. What sensation? Jody suddenly felt a foreboding chill. Before he could utter another word, a soft crack resonated, and the surrounding dust swirled chaotically. The two vanished from sight. The house elves, endowed with innate apparition abilities, often utilized this skill to navigate Hogwarts' many corners. Jody was suddenly beset by a wave of discomfort, as if his insides were twisting together. Damn it! I should have anticipated this. New lights began to flicker before his eyes. Jody found himself in a whimsically arranged room, but a chaotic pile of clutter reached the ceiling, and the haphazard cabinets held an eclectic assortment of items. Curiously, he prodded a crumpled notebook at his feet with his wand, confirming it was not a biting spell book before he opened it. To his surprise, it was a wizard's almanac. Dear young wizard, I believe this is the place you mentioned, Kitanos said earnestly. Jody was exceedingly pleased. Yes, this is precisely what I sought. He discreetly picked up the book. The craftsmanship of the illustrated volume worth studying. Had he not just discovered the room of requirement and its treasures? Of course, compared to such trivialities, Jody had far more significant things to seek. Casting aside the dingy bell he had been toying with, he directed his gaze upward. Come to me, spell book, Professor Bin's teaching tool, come forth. Jody waved his wand, invoking the spell he had nearly mastered. A monstrous book, clawing and snapping, nearly struck him, clearly not the item he desired. Perhaps next year's free time could be devoted to exploring the forbidden tomes within the room of requirement. Surely, there were many precious volumes hidden away. His eye caught an odd doll nestled within a half-open cabinet, its surface dotted with fine needles. Jody sought the grotesque statue of the wizard, recalling that a cabinet should be nearby, and with careful searching, he might find a filthy crown. That was the Ravenclaw diadem. Navigating through another narrow passage, Jody finally spotted a likely target, narrowly avoiding an errant boomerang and a slingshot that floated about chaotically. The dust-loving elf chuckled from the corner, ready to ensnare the hands of passers-by, with its skeletal remains using a wizard's hand to pry them apart. Jody approached the half-figure of the male wizard. Yet beside that half-figure, he saw no semblance of a crown. Could he have remembered incorrectly? Jody strained to recall the prophecies recorded in the book, the disfigured statue of the ugly wizard. Was this statue not hideous enough? But as he scrutinized the figure before him, he could not conceive of anything more grotesque. Somewhat exasperated, Jody waved his wand once more. Come forth, Professor Bin's teaching tool. Come forth, should this incantation inadvertently summon the ancient ghost of Professor Bin's. Jody feared he might frighten the spirit into a fit. Fortunately, what arrived was not Professor Bin's, but an old scroll instead. Oh, esteemed professor, what brings you here? Do you require my assistance? Kitano's voice trembled with urgency. Jody, taken aback, turned toward the sound and found the cheerful house elf gazing at him with great interest. In that moment, a shiver ran down Jody's spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. Professor Quirrell? Ah, Mr. Jody, are you on a treasure hunt? Quirrell did not seem to notice Jody's tension. Instead, he jested, poking fun at Jody's wariness. Many who knew about the Room of Requirement recognized it as a haven for students seeking to bend the rules. From the scant records documenting the existence of the Room of Requirement, it was understood that this space had been purposely prepared for students. "Sir, I am not." Quirrell interrupted Jody's apology that I mentioned. "This is a classroom specifically designed for students, so you may feel at ease here. There is no need to regard me as a professor here. Perhaps it would be more fitting to consider me as a slightly older friend?" The high popularity of Quirrell is not without justification. However, Jody's wariness towards him does not stem from his status as a professor, but rather from his actions in the first volume of the prophecy book. According to the fated events detailed within, the present Quirrell is destined to be possessed by the most perilous dark wizard, Voldemort. It seems you possess a clear objective. Are you in pursuit of treasure? Quirrell's gaze fell upon the scroll in Jody's hand. So, have you found what you seek, or not? Do you require assistance? The history of Hogwarts and the mysteries embedded within this land have always been my area of research. Jody quickly regained his composure, deliberately feigning hesitation to augment the sense of restraint in his movements. "I am in search of Professor Bin Spellbook. I've heard that such tomes can also cast spells, which has piqued my interest immensely. A spellbook?" Quirrell evidently accepted this notion, though Jody was not entirely dishonest. Not only can such a book cast spells, but an aged spellbook can fetch an astonishing price. However, as far as I know, many seek that very book, yet Professor Bin's students have left no clues behind. That scroll is clearly not a spell book. Jody glanced at the scroll in his hand. It too was ancient, though not as old as Professor Bin's himself, that he unfurled it to reveal a faded background adorned with an ornate key embellished with jewels. Quirrell nodded in understanding. "I recognize this. It is the key to a jeweled door. If I am not mistaken, it depicts the key to Professor Bin's office lock. The office? Indeed, keep it safe. Should you ever obtain that key, it would equate to acquiring Professor Bin's entire salary, as Hogwarts wages are dispensed automatically by this castle." Quirrell shrugged. However, Professor Bin's office employs a security door crafted using an ancient gemstone magic, and there is hardly any other means to unlock it besides the key. Yet you did say hardly. Jody parsed his words carefully. "Another known method is to wait until the gem that powers that door depletes its energy, which is nearly impossible." Quirrell waved away a pesky pixie that fluttered before him. "Well, we ought to be heading out. If you're treasure hunting, you might consider coming back at another time. If I am not mistaken, dinner time is approaching." The house elf, having evaded reprimand, fled as if granted a pardon. Following Quirrell, Jody exited the Room of Requirement. Facing a whimsical oil painting depicting a troll clobbering a hapless giant, Quirrell noted Jody's curiosity. "An amusing painting, isn't it?" In the ensuing days, Jody devoted himself to practicing the levitation spell, with several consecutive days of weekend training. Coupled with targeted exercises that afternoon, Jody's advanced application of the levitation spell astonished even Madame Pomfrey. As he emerged from Madame Pomfrey's chamber, he encountered Percy in the corridor. "What are you doing loitering around the girls' lavatory?" That fellow truly had a tendency to meddle even before becoming a prefect. Jody averted his gaze, lowering his head and hastily retreating. It seemed it was time to change the practice venue. On Tuesday evening, they were to study astronomy, and thus, curfews would likely be enforced in the coming days. The study of celestial phenomena among wizards primarily concerns the influence of various celestial bodies on different forms of magic and individual magical abilities. Largely theoretical, with only a smattering of practical application tied to divination, a rather esoteric subject. Jody compelled himself to memorize the text. Astrology was the only subject he had not previewed in advance, and time was in short supply. After it became known that Jody was not even a pure blood, the animosity between him and the entire Slytherin House reached a pinnacle. His room today was in disarray. The bedclothes tossed carelessly onto the floor. With nimble hands, Jody swiftly remade his bed, smoothing it down before slipping into a state of rest. Unlike these sheltered scions, Jody bore the weight of 2 lifetimes of experience and a humble upbringing. He had witnessed the coldest faces and the most brutal individuals in the world, having encountered far more than these children could ever comprehend. This sense of detachment transcended mere superiority. In his eyes, The actions of these Slytherins were nothing but childish folly. Were it not for his considerable disadvantage as a latecomer, subduing their antics would have been a simple task. Jody inexplicably recalled feelings from his childhood in the church. After the priest had just passed away, leaving only him and Robert within its walls. Almost every week, a few vagrants would sneak in to pilfer. Jody maintained a basic vigilance, half asleep until dawn as morning broke. Jody left the dormitory, casting a parting remark to his peers about their petty bullying at 18 noon. He naturally received an invitation to detention. That evening, they were required to accompany Hagrid on a patrol of the Forbidden Forest. In truth, teachers ought not to assign overly hazardous tasks to students. Kind-hearted Hagrid would never deliberately place them in perilous situations. However, this assumes he possesses the ability to discern the level of danger. It is well known that Hagrid is a half-giant, a lineage that inherently grants immense vitality and a natural resistance. An adult giant is impervious to a single Avada Kedavra curse, though half-bloods are not quite as exaggerated. They afford Hagrid the privilege of exploring greater dangers. After Filch spent half a year in the hospital, Hagrid indeed underwent some self-reflection. He had longed for the opportunity to bond with students once more. This half-giant yearned for validation and connection with others. Thus, when Hagrid discovered Jody's name on today as punishment list, he could not suppress a mischievous grin. "Hey, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Fred stared at Jody. "Have I seen him, George? Let me think. Why does he remind me of Toothache?" George leaned in as well. "Aren't you the vendor from the Hogwarts Express?" "Indeed, I was merely assisting my aunt. You know how hectic it can be on the train at the start of term." Jody wove this tale with ease. Yet he felt a twinge of concern about tonight's lineup. With such a group, not even Hagrid would likely be able to maintain order, whether in the Forbidden Forest or within the castle. The appearance of the Weasley twins was unexpected, yet unsurprising, while Miles remained perpetually stern-faced, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Besides these three, another surprise awaited Jody, a rather troublesome companion. Treacle Ogleby lingered at the back of the group, his expression distinctly conveying, "I'm here to assist you." He certainly had not come specifically to share detention with Jody, leaving Jody curious as to what trouble he had caused. Finally, Miles muttered to himself, "Miserable freaks and an excessively ugly dog." Well, with pranksters, adversaries, and a lunatic in tow, Jody felt that any excursion, even to a park, would be fraught with peril. "Hey, Jody, good to see you. What are you doing here?" Following the rules is your duty at school. Hagrid attempted to sound serious, though he could not mask the smile that played on his face. Add another item to the difficulty list. The leader is a natural airhead. The stag-headed guardians of the forest occasionally roamed the periphery. Beings of the Fae kind typically did not initiate attacks. When encountered, one should be cautious not to provoke them. Hagrid rambled on about various precautions, suggesting that the dangers of the Forbidden Forest were seemingly less than those posed by mundane wildlife. Long ago, the Forbidden Forest had served as a hunting ground for Hogwarts, remaining in a state of semi-emptiness until the Magical Academy ceased advocating for the teaching of lethal curses. That it was from that time that centaur tribes began to migrate into the forest, undertaking the task of balancing the weight of life. So, are the centaur tribes in the Forbidden Forest part of the Druidic Order? Jody licked the mandrake leaves in his mouth. That afternoon, Professor Sprout had just been guiding the second-year students, and Jody had volunteered to assist her in tidying up the greenhouse, which she readily accepted. Hagrid presumed that Jody's interest in the Druids stemmed merely from curiosity. Of course, almost all centaurs are members of the Druidic Order. As long as you do not disrupt the natural balance, they will not concern themselves with your affairs, regardless of whether you are an Auror from the Ministry of Magic or a dark creature. However, Miles remained unfazed, thinking that even if they wished to intervene, would wizards truly require their permission to act? The power wielded by the centaurs is not significantly less than that of humans. Hagrid's wide-eyed expression was indeed frightening, and one should never question the might of the Druidic sect. They merely exist in harmony with the world. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore enjoys considerable popularity within the Druidic community. He is a truly respected figure. Surely Professor Dumbledore will become the Minister of Magic? Jody seized the opportunity to pose the question. Miles scoffed, though he dared not express his disdain directly in front of Hagrid. While I have always believed that if that venerable man so desired, he could certainly attain such a position, in reality, he does not intend to assume that role, but he seems more inclined to allow Cornelius Fudge to serve as the minister for this term. I cannot fathom his reasoning, for that man is a buffoon whom no one wishes to offend. Jody interjected, attempting to curb Hagrid's vehement remarks, though his words echoed Jody's own doubts. How many good deeds had Fudge accomplished during his tenure? Jody was unaware, but he knew Fudge had consistently manipulated the media to suppress news of Voldemort's return and had endeavored to seize control of Hogwarts through the establishment of a council. I heard that Moody has recently retired. A former friend of mine who was an Auror. We studied at Hogwarts together. Hagrid's thoughts drifted, revealing a hint of melancholy. In that fateful battle, he had relied solely on his integrity and almost obsessive conviction, without employing any spells or torturous methods, to dissuade several Aurors from joining the Death Eaters. Yet, with the disappearance of the Dark Lord, he seemed ill-equipped to adapt to the peacetime atmosphere of the Ministry of Magic. Peace! Where is this so-called peace? Aubrey exclaimed dramatically. Keep your voice down, you country bumpkin. Not shout in such a place, Miles reminded him, having not forgotten that they were currently within the Forbidden Forest. What is the matter? Are you afraid, pure blood? Afraid that a werewolf will snatch you away to be livestock? Aren't dark creatures your kin? Aubrey retorted with a barrage of sarcasm. Lower your voice? Aubrey, if anything happens to him, we will also share the burden of cleanup. Jody stepped in to placate the madman. Hagrid, however, appeared deeply contemplative. Indeed, peace. The entire magical world has not truly enjoyed peace for nearly a century, following the rigorous enforcement of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. First, black wizards with heterochromatic eyes swept across Europe, and then the Dark Lord brazenly spread fear. Countless wars have drained the magical community of its finest witches and wizards. Children. There are far too many whom I know personally. Oh, Hagrid sighed heavily, tears glistening in his eyes, and those children who lost their parents too soon. If only conflicts could cease, perhaps all this turmoil in the Ministry would be worthwhile. Yet I still believe that if Dumbledore were to step forward, peace might come sooner. Wouldn't you agree, George? Indeed, he replied. Over 110 years of age, Dumbledore had sacrificed so much for the magical community. Hagrid shook his massive head, his expression laden with sorrow, recounting how Dumbledore confided in him that he simply wished to protect the school, to guard his post until the day he departed. This was a perspective Jody had never considered in novels. Dumbledore's wisdom and profundity were often emphasized, and during Voldemort's resurgence, it was this elder who heroically intervened. This led many to overlook his age, taking everything for granted. Dumbledore might have suspected that Voldemort had not truly perished, but that was merely a feeling. The plan to protect Harry Potter initially aimed to shield the child from persecution by the remnants of the Death Eaters. But another crucial reason lay in the fact that this child would ultimately be Severus Snape's redemption. Otherwise, why had the Order of the Phoenix made no preparations during the decade leading up to Voldemort's return? In the end, old Dumbledore had no choice but to sacrifice himself, along with Harry Potter, to secure victory, a desperate measure indeed. Following Grindelwald's defeat, evil resurfaced in the form of Riddle, while on the side of justice. Dumbledore never found a successor, or perhaps that successor was disinterested in power, like a certain Hufflepuff alumnus. The conversation grew heavy, yet they had little time to continue their idle chatter. We have arrived. Hagrid gestured toward the forest ahead, where a centaur with golden fur awaited. You should have arrived earlier. The centaur's voice was low, its slow cadence reminiscent of someone just awakening, as if murmuring to itself. To ensure we located, I had to call additional people. Hagrid glanced around furtively. Where's the chief? Have they all set off? The unicorn, a creature of purity, must have fled from the depths of the Forbidden Forest for a reason. Unicorns are peaceful beings, and it is imperative to find the culprit pursuing them. But first, we must locate those unicorns. They must be frightened. Hagrid straightened up. Let's split into groups. Weasley brothers. Filch repeatedly insisted that I separate you two. One of you will accompany me, while the other will team up with Miles and Aubrey, and the rest will stay with me. I object. Miles immediately protested. Are you asking me to do the work of a fool all alone in this dreadful place? You truly dare to make such a decision? My father will make you understand your mistake. Hagrid initially intended to disregard him. Then what do you propose to do? This is punishment, not a field trip. You must understand that. Moreover, you have your classmates. The trait of Slytherin's aversion to danger was vividly manifested in Miles, who firmly asserted his refusal to cooperate. Hagrid, he might just be a bit scared. We should consider his feelings. Jody proactively stepped in to help Hagrid resolve this dilemma. Hagrid, unable to discern Jody's sarcasm, took his earnestness at face value, which only intensified the situation. All right, you make a valid point. My friend, then Jody, you can join that group over there. With more people, you surely want to have much to say. I am not going. Miles attempted to protest further, but Hagrid had already made up his mind to ignore him. We shall begin our search. There are not many dangerous creatures at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but we must remain vigilant. If any danger arises or anything is discovered, signal with a red spark immediately. The children dully nodded in affirmation. All right, let us commence. Yaya trotted ahead, swinging its long tail, leaving a trail of saliva. It was evident that it was quite pleased at that moment. Oh dear George, I accidentally touched that dog-esque saliva. I feel like I'm about to mutate. Oh, what will you transform into? A dog human. Is that similar to a werewolf? During the full moon, can I play catch with you? One could not deny that Filch still possessed a certain naivete. Fred entertained himself along the way, performing a comedic routine as if George were right beside him, eliciting laughter from his two companions. Yaya turned back with a bark, seemingly urging them onward, while Miles made a concerted effort to draw closer to Yaya. This detour into detention truly felt like a spring outing with this group. So, what landed you in detention? Jody inquired curiously of Aubrey. The restricted section, Aubrey replied succinctly, a grin spreading across his face. I happened upon something useful and brought it back, though it's not on me now. Otherwise, I could show you. You stole a restricted book? Of course not. Stealing an entire book would mean far worse than detention. I merely tore out a page. I just didn't manage to escape before I was caught. Aubrey spoke as casually as if discussing his breakfast. It appeared that audacious students had existed in every era. And Jody was left astounded by Aubrey's brazen actions that he chose not to pursue further inquiries, as this was neither the time nor place for such clandestine discussions. However, Aubrey's little escapade had undeniably piqued his interest. A page from a restricted book. According to Aubrey, it was likely a carefully selected page. What content might it hold? Spells, potions. Setting aside the chips acquired through Augury's endeavors, this individual's drive, decisiveness, and courage are remarkably striking. The sole concern lies in his mental state. Jody perceives a lack of stability within him. Perhaps he could provide some guidance. As long as the other party can offer assistance, Jody would be more than willing to welcome a friend or two, provided they do not cause him significant trouble. Augury advanced to the front of the group, and unexpectedly, Fred lagged 2 steps behind, approaching Jody. I was completely fooled by you before. Fred playfully punched Jody on the shoulder. I remember now, it was you who instigated my fight with George last time. So, by that logic, you still owe us one. Jody shrugged, uncertain that I've heard about those matters. The Slytherins have always been like this. We initially thought that after the mysterious person's disappearance, they might tone it down a bit, but Fred grimaced, the Ministry of Magic hastily restructured and gave those purebloods a chance to cleanse their reputations. After all, pureblood families have deep roots. Upon hearing the political undercurrents, Jody was like a fly scenting blood, so the current ministry is propped up by pureblood families. Even those who publicly supported Voldemort. Don't half-bloods and Muggle-borns have their own stance? Have the remnants of Death Eaters and those originally opposing them been subsumed? Hey, I don't know that much. Fred hadn't anticipated that his remarks would ignite a series of inquiries. I only know a bit because of my dad's work at the ministry. Jody began to regain his composure. Media often serve as the appendage of power, and only the most principled journalists, coupled with audacious publishers, would dare to confront injustices. The Daily Prophet is certainly no exception. Outside of newspapers, it would be challenging for Jody to discern the true nature of the magical society. If you're interested, I could certainly procure some explosive news for us to discuss, but before that, I have a few questions for you. What? Jody inquired. You actually have someone in your family working at the magical joke shop. Have you come across any vintage magical tricks? Jody fabricated this relative's connection. And such topics could easily reveal his deception. Vintage? What are you asking about? Fred glanced at Augury ahead to ensure he wouldn't overhear. Well, I obtained a magical trick from my dad's generation, but I'm not sure how to use it. I thought perhaps you might have some clues, got a vintage magical trick, and a prop you don't know how to use. Jody was instantly taken aback. What kind of magical trick? I need to know what it is before I can write to my aunt. Fred appeared momentarily troubled, but he quickly relented. After all, it was merely an unknown trinket. A piece of parchment that looked undated. It bore a strong scent of ink, but had no inscriptions that I don't believe you. That parchment was something you and George snatched from Filch's office last year. That's not a magical trick. That's a marauder's map. So, you mean to say that the two of you have spent a year studying it without figuring out the password? But then again, passwords are rarely easy to guess. However, if it truly was a magical trick, Jody would be at a loss. As for the marauder's map, they had indeed found the right person, and I've heard that such items usually require a spell to reveal their contents. Perhaps you could bring it to me, and I could ask my aunt to, bring it to you? Jody tried to keep his tone neutral. Yes, new magical tricks emerge every year without seeing the item. It might be difficult to discern its password. If we can't find a date marker, we might need a list of passwords to try one by one. Alright, if I remember, I'll bring it next time. If they didn't have someone knowledgeable to tell them the password. How could they have deciphered that long password? If the Marauder's map, akin to a cheat code in Harry Potter, truly fell into their hands, Jody would indeed have to deliberate on whether to exploit it. After all, this crucial artifact would have irreversible implications for the main storyline of Harry Potter. Suddenly, startled flocks of birds and nocturnal beasts rushed forth from the forest. Yaya dashed back, barking wildly around the students. Jody had no desire to play the hero in such a bizarre scenario, and he immediately raised his wand. The pure crimson light soared higher, bursting through the gaps in the trees, exploding into a magnificent firework beneath the clouds. Jody had never anticipated that this action would instead bring them peril. What is over there? Wizards. The sound of hooves mixed with brief conversations. I in the woods. Werewolves fled, pursued by centaurs. Students, Hogwarts students. Hagrid mentioned they would be coming tonight. This is terrible. Send 2 people over there. We need to adhere to the agreement. Countless massive figures loomed in the darkness, swiftly approaching. The grass rustled, and a wooden arrow whizzed past, embedding itself in a tree with a thud. The shadow appeared almost instantaneously behind Jody. The rustling leaves obscured the moonlight, momentarily shielding Jody from the faint glow ahead, catching him off guard. This was not surprising. The speed of werewolves was beyond what an untrained child could adapt to. They ran that way. Jody felt the hot, foul breath wafting against the back of his head, a furry claw with sharp nails akin to metal. The dark blue skin enveloped hard, dry muscles. The werewolf failed to seize Jody. At the critical moment, a spear grazed Jody's cheek, striking the werewolf behind him. After the centaur hurled the spear, someone immediately collided with Jody, sending him tumbling from his original position. Augury shoved Jody aside, his wand poised between him and the werewolf. Bombarda! Only a genius or a madman would dare to cast such a spell so close to their abdomen, right? The exploding light revealed the werewolf's grotesque face. Its long tongue caught by the shockwave, blood oozing from its mouth and nose. Judging by its power, this spell had clearly been practiced for a long time. To unleash such destruction at a young age. This boy's talent was commendable. However, their opponent was a werewolf. The gory wounds healed at a visible rate, and Augury was momentarily knocked down by the blast. Unable to move, Fred similarly waved his wand. But alas, the effect was minimal. Moreover, 2 shadows emerged from the darkness behind him. Meanwhile, Miles had disappeared somewhere. Yaya pounced towards one of them. The Weasley family indeed exhibited the high caliber depicted in the books. Remaining composed even in this seemingly isolated situation, Jody had entered a state of heightened tension, his heart pounding vigorously, pumping blood to every organ, while his overactive mind led to a flurry of unproductive thoughts. Making time feel as though it had slowed, that he preferred to keep his wand in a concealed pocket on his left sleeve for easy access, whether in a forehand or backhand grip. At this moment, the wand had slipped from his hand, now tightly grasped in his left. The levitation charm had numerous applications. After mastering the basics of levitation, if one could grasp the complexities of the advanced settings, it could even be used for knitting. Jody had initially practiced this for a special reason. He needed a magical hand to assist him in wielding some unruly powers, just like now, with his wand pointed from his left hand to his right. Jody didn't even glance at the creature lunging at him. He needed to complete the spell in one go. Wingardium Leviosa. Jody felt the magical breeze enveloping his palm. He commanded his body and the conjured magic to exert force simultaneously. He drew his Browning and 1935 from beneath his robe. The magical hand helped him grip the handle firmly as Jody crouched, both hands clutching the weapon, nearly pressed against his face, aiming to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless barrage of 3 shots struck the werewolf's expanding torso before him. The 9mm bullets unleashed their formidable power without restraint upon the creature's metallic body, which could never truly become metal. No matter the punishment it endured, the wounded beast emitted a mournful howl before collapsing heavily to the ground. Without hesitation, Jody slightly adjusted the aim of his firearm and fired a 4th bullet that shattered its skull. The werewolf's bones remained resilient. The bullet merely bored a small hole into its head, failing to inflict a significant wound that might instill greater fear. Yet, this was sufficient, and no matter how potent its regenerative abilities, it could not mend the damage to its brain. Convinced it could rise no more, Jody swiftly redirected his aim towards the creature that had pounced upon Augury. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots erupted amidst the chaos surrounding Augury. Jody's flesh and blood ached intensely. His hand, battered by the recoil and the forceful correction of the magical grip, had long since lost all sensation. While relying solely on a levitation spell to control his hand, he could occasionally hear the mournful creaks of his joints. He was desperate to cast the iron monstrosity far from him, yearning to cry out in pain to alleviate his inner turmoil. But he understood that, at this moment, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Jody remained, as ever, focused and composed. The struck werewolf was forced to release a struggling Augury, tumbling head over heels from the impact of the bullets. Jody seized the opportunity to glance towards Fred, who was now surrounded by pursuers. Following Jody's distant shot that had missed its mark, 2 werewolves on Fred's side opted to flee. Fred, still vigorously wielding his staff, appeared to be safe for the moment. Gritting his teeth, Jody rose and sprinted towards Augury. For heaven's sake, are you still alive? Augury. When Jody laid eyes on Augury again, he looked utterly wretched. His face smeared with blood, his robes tattered, and his left leg twisted in an unnatural shape. I've helped you. Augury seemed oblivious to his pain, sporting a triumphant grin as he laboriously raised his hand to offer Jody a clumsy salute. What are you laughing at, you madman? Jody exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be drawn to the writhing ground. He raised his firearm as the werewolf that had fallen was struggling to rise from the pit, the surrounding moss proving to be quite a hindrance. The bullet that had previously pierced its body had left a grotesque gash on its back, which had now bizarrely begun to seal, leaving behind an unsightly scar. Miles suddenly sprang up not far from the werewolf, having been hiding in the pit like an ostrich with its head buried in the ground. Sensing movement, the werewolf turned its attention to Miles. Extending its claws towards him, the IT was wounded, and naturally, it craved flesh all the more. Miles could not recall how he had fallen. All he knew was that he was in a perilous predicament. Jody, however, clearly witnessed him stumble and collapse, his legs giving way beneath him. I'm injured. Help me. Quickly, save me. It's got me. Bang! The force of the bullet propelled the werewolf backward as Jody cursed. Get up, you fool. It hasn't even touched you. A howl of extreme rage erupted from the werewolf, which, fueled by its fury, leaped into the AI, or IT was evident it intended to charge Jody first. Unfortunately for the beast, Jody had no intention of granting it an opportunity for retaliation. He had merely allowed it a moment to leap so he could steady himself for a better shot. With his next bullet, Jody struck true, hitting the werewolf's head. Then, as a precaution, he fired a follow-up shot, shattering the now unprotected wolf's head even further. Blood sprayed everywhere, particularly splattering Miles, who stood nearby, now rendered speechless and trembling, the warmth of moisture rising from beneath him. The poor fellow had soiled himself. This revelation extinguished Jody's earlier desire to intimidate him with the weapon. That moment, the centaurs finally encircled them. With few bullets remaining in his magazine, Geordie found solace in the knowledge that, according to the prophecies, the centaurs did not belong to the opposing forces. Aside from the pursuers, the remaining centaurs stood watch, some even gripping their spears, poised to throw at a moment's notice. Stay calm. Stay calm. A centaur approached Geordie, who still held his gun low. The centaur, with its creamy coat and affable voice, assured, "We are friends." Geordie's firearm naturally drooped, the spell having dissipated, and his severely injured arm was now incapable of lifting it again. Hagrid, Geordie felt his jaw tremble, though the night wind was not excessively cold. Where was Hagrid? "We need help." Hagrid was already on his way, but the werewolf pack they encountered was larger than anticipated. "Friend, lower your guard." The centaur patiently soothed Geordie. "Firenze, tell him to discard that iron box," someone shouted from a distance. "Why is that devil's tool here? The sign of the stars. Is he the one foretold by the stars?" "Silence, Bane. That is merely a tool of the human race," the leading centaur bellowed, clearly irritated by the night's chaos. "Firenze, explain to him. Such cursed objects that disrupt balance should not be here. I will have a detailed discussion with Dumbledore." After the initial greeting, Firenze ceased attempts to converse with Geordie, instead quietly listening to the others. Geordie had a fair understanding of the centaur's neurotic nature. He took a moment to calm himself. Quietly observing his surroundings, Fred, a bit shaken but the least injured of the three, limped as he approached, having twisted his ankle. Augury lay in a semi-conscious state, and several centaurs quickly assisted him in staunching his wounds. Only Geordie, with his firearm in hand, found himself encircled by the centaurs, who remained vigilant. After catching his breath, Fred exclaimed, "That was incredible. Geordie, you took down 2 werewolves all by yourself. What is that in your hand? A magical artifact?" Geordie, now regaining his composure, gathered his robes, disengaged the safety, and struggled to pry his stiff fingers from the firearm. Allowing it to fall, he then wrapped it up as neatly as he could. "Help me with this. It's harmless now. This is a Muggle weapon, designed solely for combat. You wouldn't want to know more about it, just like me." Fred seemed somewhat bewildered, but nonetheless lent a hand. Firenze seized the opportunity to interject. "I see you have calmed down, my friend. Just as your shadow reflects in the stars, you have emerged from the haze." Geordie had no interest in deciphering the jargon of these mystics. "Is he all right?" he asked, gesturing towards Augury, swarmed by the centaurs. "The centaur tribe generally leans towards peace. Our healing methods will surely save his life. As for recovery, I believe the school infirmary can provide the best assistance. He will be fine. At least, that is what the stars tell me. Why did those werewolves attack us? Dark creatures are not merely beasts. They often possess high intelligence. Thus, it is not unusual for them to seek hostages when cornered. Our biggest blunder tonight was underestimating their speed and urgency, leading us to fail in warning Hagrid, and those students should have accompanied him." "Yeah," slightly scratched, insisted on standing, eager to show off to its master. Even as the pain contorted its facial muscles, Hagrid's eyes immediately locked onto Yaya on the ground. But he merely glanced before shifting his attention to his distressed students. Upon seeing Hagrid, Geordie finally felt a sense of relief. "You shouldn't have used that thing in front of Miles. It could lead to trouble," Fred whispered in Geordie's ear. Geordie pondered briefly before responding, "No, he wouldn't want anyone spreading rumors about his accident. As long as you help me with this small task." Fred nodded and chuckled. "All right, I'll go have a word with him. Let me have some fun." Geordie agreed with the suggestion, and after Fred strolled away, he nearly collapsed onto the grass. Once his spirit relaxed, drowsiness immediately crept, and later, the heads of every wolf-like creature that had appeared at the edge of the Forbidden Forest were mounted on spears, standing vigilantly around the forest. After the incident, George and the others were entrusted to the centaurs, and a few breaths later, Professor Chilo hurriedly arrived from the castle to take charge of the 2 youngsters. "Professor, what has happened? Where is Hagrid? Where is my brother?" George was evidently unwilling to remain still. Chilo appeared equally tense, but he only knew he had received a call for help. He could not guess the specifics of the situation. "Rest assured, Hagrid, though he may seem intimidating, is quite reliable. He will bring your brother back. For now, you simply need to follow me." Miles trailed behind, clearly uninjured. Hagrid was currently engaged in a heated debate with the Centaur clan, and the matter was rather complicated. Shell casings were collected from the surroundings and handed to Hagrid, while the Centaur leader insisted on speaking with Dumbledore in person. Hagrid, however, had no time to waste in this discussion. He was eager to seek out Professor Dumbledore, and if that meant he had to go find him, so be it. With an irritated wave of his hands, he concluded the conversation, hoisting the unconscious Geordie and Augury into his arms. Yaya, with scratches on its back, received treatment from the centaurs and limped over to Hagrid's feet. Good child, just hold on. We are heading home, if in response. Yaya let out a soft grunt before resolutely leading the way to the front of the group. Wesley, once they were out of the centaur's sight, Hagrid called out to Fred with a serious expression. Arthur has worked in the Ministry of Magic for so many years. I trust there are certain things you ought to be aware of. Among wizards, there are some taboos. Are you referring to the item Joyce just used? Fred, being a clever lad, quickly grasped what Hagrid was implying. Regarding that Muggle device, keep it to yourself that IT is of utmost importance. Hagrid glanced at the two students in his arms. Guilt etched across his face. I've messed up again. I should have taken better care of you. This was supposed to be a simple task. I thought with a bit of luck, you might even catch a glimpse of a unicorn. Hagrid, with the two students in tow, Chilo, following their trail, spotted them. They've come looking for us that we must return to the school. Hagrid visibly sighed in relief. You all performed admirably tonight. I will speak to the heads of the houses about it. Your bravery deserves recognition. Deep within the forbidden forest, a perpetual mist lingered. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves. Ensnared by the fog. Amidst the thickets, shapes emerged, resembling enchanting spirits under the night sky. A tall wizard traversed this darkness, colliding with the ethereal beings. The moonlight then entwined him, illuminating his long white beard. Beneath crescent-shaped eyes, his gaze swept over the recently tumultuous forest, where countless segmented wands hovered gently in the air. Two copper-colored bullets flew from the shadows, landing in his palm. Dumbledore gazed quietly at his hand. Memories stirring in his mind, and no one could fully decipher the myriad emotions in the eyes of this great man. His nostalgia, regret, yearning, and disdain. Ultimately, he cast aside the shell casing, allowing it to remain in the forest. Dumbledore, the centaur leader, clad in pure white, emerged from the darkness. It truly is you. Marja, my old friend, the Forbidden Forest seems particularly lively today. Dumbledore resumed his ever-calm demeanor. You must be aware that your student was carrying Muggle weaponry. Indeed. Dumbledore casually nodded that he hails from the Muggles. It is not surprising he would possess their belongings. Times have changed, and an increasing number of young wizards will emerge from the Muggle world, bringing new ideas, new things, and more appropriate ways for wizards and Muggles to coexist. The balance will be trampled. Marja stepped forward, his voice stern. Nothing remains unchanged forever. Dumbledore remained unfazed. The balance is constantly being trampled, and upon the ruins of the shattered balance. New equilibrium is always established. Regardless, I cannot allow those wicked iron boxes to appear near the tribe. Not let me catch sight of them again. Dumbledore bowed his head in apology that I shall do my utmost. But only by making them feel safe can they truly let down their guard. Otherwise, even in the absence of those iron boxes, their suspicions will manifest in other ways. Marja had no intention of dwelling further on this matter. The unicorns had been startled and seemed reluctant to return to the depths of the forest, which was concerning. The periphery was never as safe as the mysteriously sheltered depths after Voldemort's downfall. These dark creatures faced unprecedented oppression. The Ministry of Magic seemed intent on eradicating them altogether. Dumbledore expressed his concerns. Whatever actions they take, I shall not be surprised. However, attacking unicorns is a step too far. I apologize, our friend, that I will report this to the Ministry, but they may not take it seriously. In fact, they are currently preoccupied with pacifying the remaining Death Eater factions, overwhelmed with their tasks. I have heard rumors that the new Minister of Magic intends to strip Hogwarts of its neutral status and bring it under the Ministry's jurisdiction. Upon mentioning the Ministry, Marge's expression soured. You won't allow that to happen, will you? He did not expect Dumbledore to appear confused. Marja was certain she had not misjudged. Yes, perhaps. Human politics are not something centaurs can comprehend. And Marja had no desire to delve deeper into the subject. That I will convey the anomalies here to the Druidic Council. But I must caution you. These dark creatures do not wreak havoc aimlessly. They possess clear intentions. We have coexisted on this land for so long. I understand what Hogwarts means to you. Should the need arise, the Druidic Council is more than willing to lend a hand. Dumbledore nodded gently beneath the moonlight. Perhaps that I sincerely apologize, Madame Pomfrey. I assure you there will be no further accidents. Geordie, still in slumber, heard the discontented voice swirling around his head. Hagrid, hunched over, was apologizing in a manner reminiscent of a wayward child. Ah, he has awakened. Madame Pomfrey was the first to notice Geordie's eyes fluttering open, and she leaned in to examine his injuries closely. That Geordie's severely sprained arm was enveloped in a large, gooey substance, with a green, translucent liquid bubbling around his arm. This is the slime of a shell snail, which possesses certain restorative properties. Your sprain is quite severe, but fortunately, no bones were damaged. You should be able to leave the hospital later today. My dear, Madame Pomfrey tenderly brushed Geordie's hair from his forehead, her expression warm. Shell snails are not easy to care for. They reproduce slowly. However, this slime is incredibly beneficial, akin to a mother's amniotic fluid. Who can match the healing speed of an infant? Upon seeing Geordie awake, Hagrid appeared immensely pleased, his relaxed demeanor leading him to make an ill-fitting comparison. Enough, you great blabbermouth. Out of the hospital. My patients need their rest. Madame Pomfrey turned to Hagrid, her demeanor shifting to that of a protective hen. No, Madame Pomfrey, please don't do that. I have some questions for Mr. Hagrid. Geordie quickly interjected. What about the others? Is everyone all right? Especially Augrey. How is his leg? Hagrid squatted beside Geordie's bed, gill shadowing his furry face. Augrey's leg will take some time to heal, but Madame Pomfrey will take good care of him. He won't even be left with scars. The Weasley brothers and Blaise have already returned to the castle. They should be in class now. Hearing that everyone was safe, Geordie felt slightly more at ease. I could see that moment. I launched the red firework, as you instructed. But it seems the werewolves discovered us first. I must apologize. Werewolves seldom appear at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I did not anticipate that they would drive the unicorns out. Hagrid awkwardly spoke. At this point, there is no need to find someone to apologize. Jody is merely irritated by the time he has to waste in the hospital. By the way, regarding this matter, I need to have a word with you. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, but ultimately retrieved the parcel, which appeared remarkably small in his palm compared to the package containing Browning's items. Speaking of this, Jody couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Ahem, I heard Professor Dumbledore refer to this as a pistol. Hagrid lowered his voice as if he were committing a crime. Jody nodded. Yes, it is not particularly wise to present this item in front of wizards. You must understand that you are now one of us. Yet a pistol is not a part of our world. It symbolizes another faction. Hagrid placed the pistol on Jody's lap, explaining that it would offend most wizards and that many might interpret it as a dangerous signal. A prelude to war. Jody was taken aback by this exaggerated statement, but I was compelled to use it. What could they possibly do to me? Nothing, Jody. No one will search your belongings or infringe upon your privacy. Otherwise, Professor Dumbledore would not have consented to my returning it to you. I merely hope you will not have to resort to it again. We will strive to make the school safer, so you won't need to rely on such tools to bolster your courage. Thank you. Thank you, Hagrid. It is I who should be expressing gratitude. Jody, were it not for you, I might have had to endure a rather distressing night. And you protected them. Even Mr. Ogilvy has expressed forgiveness towards me. That I fear I'm still not competent enough. Hagrid remarked, nodding his large head. You may have to keep the matter of killing the werewolves a secret. That is a trivial matter. Jody is not one to boast that it's nothing. Nevertheless, as compensation, we have decided to award each of you an additional 10 points, and you need not worry about this detention any longer. Jody couldn't care less about those superficial points, but making Hagrid feel better would ultimately benefit him. He offered a joyful smile, concealing a hint of unease within. Later that day, an unexpected guest arrived for a visit. Professor Quirrell, carrying a tattered notebook, informed him that this was a token of condolence. This is a notebook I used during my time at school. Chronicling some of my research on Hogwarts, I invested considerable thought into it. You may find it entertaining as a work of fiction. Thank you, Professor. Jody casually flipped through a few pages, the initial topic seemingly concerning the moving staircases. Ahem, I was on patrol this week, last night. I want to escort you back to the castle. Oh, you truly took down 2 werewolves by yourself? Quirrell struggled to hide the flicker of interest in his eyes. Jody blinked, recalling that this was the very person who dared to plan capturing Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest for fame. Stating that one should prepare a master ball for capturing high-level magical creatures, that I merely had good fortune. Those werewolves had already been worn out by the centaurs. I hardly believe I could have defeated them in their prime. Regardless of the circumstances, you are the valiant warrior who vanquished the beasts, Quirrell insisted, relishing in Jody's bravery. Those werewolves, they're the most widespread and difficult to escape from among the 6 major beast transformation curses. When it came to dark creatures, Quirrell spoke with great familiarity. Werewolves possess inherent resistance. While they may not match trolls, they can withstand moderate energy damage. Neither fire nor ice can hinder their movements. Due to the insatiable hunger brought on by the curse, they digest whatever they consume in a remarkably short time. However, as a typical dark creature, they do not rely on feeding to sustain life. Their claws bear corrosive curses and potent venom. If bitten without timely treatment, one might face death, in the best-case scenario. The venom could be transformed into a curse, resulting in a passive transformation into a werewolf. You know about werewolves, right? Those pitiful beings who transform into werewolves during the full moon. Upon mentioning werewolves, Quirrell's topic shifted to those unfortunate souls. Jody mused that he not only knew about werewolves, but was also aware that in 3 years, a werewolf would assume the cursed position of defense against the dark arts professor. I read the book you recommended. Jody interjected, redirecting the conversation. Wizards must engage with the fundamental truths under mysterious nurturing. And Hogwarts is undoubtedly the oldest among all safe relics, attracting more talented wizards to serve willingly. Quirrell did not deny this. Indeed, the roots were referred to as the power of the divine in ancient times. Here at Hogwarts, some ancient roots have been firmly established. The requirements for joining Hogwarts are quite stringent. Do not be misled by Professor Dumbledore's usual amiability. He is exceedingly strict during interviews, even after securing this position. The daunting weekly schedule would leave anyone daunted, And then there are the curses. Curses? Yes, Quirrell glanced around. For instance, the curse left by the mysterious figure targeting the defense against the dark arts professors. Jody was somewhat familiar with this curse, but he replied, I am not concerned about that curse. The mysterious figure has fallen, and his curse has lost its potency. In fact, were it not for my desire to escape the mundane Muggle studies course. The previous Professor Beneficus would not have chosen to retire. Jody grew puzzled. Based on this, Quirrell seemed to believe Voldemort was dead. Professor, I've heard some rumors. They say the mysterious figure did not die, but merely went into hiding. No. How could that be? Quirrell waved his hand dismissively. He is dead. Such a cursed individual cannot even become a ghost. I heard you discussing so many details about dark creatures. I thought you would share my sentiments. I have long fantasized that if Voldemort did not die, perhaps I could be the one to capture him. Jody boldly probed. Yet Quirrell's response only deepened his confusion. Do not be foolish, Jody. Even if Voldemort is dead, his name is still revered by many followers. Do not be so arrogant as to call him the mysterious figure alongside us. And those fantasies of yours should remain mere thoughts. Quirrell frowned, his tone laced with concern. How could you entertain such notions? Is it too much free time you have? My greatest dream is to achieve something at Hogwarts. And indeed, I have aspirations for fame. However, it is best not to pursue it in an overly sensational manner. We have much in common, Jody. I too once practiced spells in the lavatory of Madame Yao Jean, though I did not persist for long. Perhaps I can help you find a suitable way to prove yourself, rather than the unrealistic fantasies you mentioned. Quirrell's truthfulness remained uncertain to Jody, as the events were still months away. He might have gone to Albania for other reasons. That it is absurd that a character who provoked Voldemort in the first book, ultimately leading to his own demise, would now propose to assist him in finding a grounded path to study. If safety were his goal, maintaining a certain distance from Quirrell seemed the most prudent approach. Suddenly, a flurry of wings interrupted their conversation. An owl burst into the room, dropping a letter onto Jody's blanket. With keen eyes, Jody recognized this to be the school owl, likely the one he had rented. Thus, the source of this letter needed no speculation. As Jody flipped the envelope, he indeed found the signature of Ollivander. The Wand Master had replied to him. "M, would you like me to help you open it?" Quirrell inquired tentatively, hoping not to offend. Jody shook his head. Perhaps what he was currently studying would be quite suitable to share with this recently boastful teacher. "Oh, a letter from Mr. Ollivander? Is there an issue with your wand? That is indeed rare." Quirrell broke the wax seal and extracted the letter. "If you could help me read it, that would be even better." Jody naturally became increasingly demanding. The professor cast a glance at him, his eyes betraying disdain, yet he complied nonetheless. "Ahem, esteemed customer, Mr. Jody Joyce, I might be able to elucidate the peculiarities regarding your wand. Dragonwood has been regarded as an exceptional medium for soul residence since ancient times. During the era of spellbooks, this wood was frequently employed as a covering material for such tomes. Should you express interest in these materials, I could recommend several books, though I must caution you that they may prove rather tedious." As for your mention of difficulty in concentrating, Chilo raised his head, curiosity glinting in his eyes as he looked at Jody. "Has your transfiguration gone awry? Perhaps I could offer some assistance. Would you like me to reserve a detention slot for you?" Quite a rare opportunity. Jody refrained from responding immediately, prompting Chilo to continue. "Whether or not the wand is a factor, I find it challenging to ascertain. Wands crafted from corpse wood are exceedingly rare. In fact, to my knowledge, there exists but this wand. However, I can assure you that the materials utilized in this wand are undeniably precious and unique. Lastly, you inquired about measuring the total amount of magical energy, identifying its intensity, and assessing the purity of the soul. This knowledge delves into the realm of wand crafting. Nevertheless, I have decided to share this with you, for just last week, an old friend of mine prophesied my demise. A lurking dark hound lies in wait, approaching swiftly." Chilo lifted his gaze from the parchment, astonishment etched across his features. "Oh, you comprehend the implications of this. I sense that with a bit more effort, Ollivander may consider you for an apprenticeship." Jody, however, was primarily preoccupied with the matters he had raised, which held great significance for him. The total amount of magical energy is best measured using a crystal ball. For you, the most accessible option may be the Barney prophetic crystal. However, the range of that crystal is somewhat limited, though it excels in precision. The calculation of magical intensity is relatively complex. You would need to employ a plant known as magic mudvine, which must be mixed in proportion with the powdered gray crystal and water. You should submerge a wand that has been in continuous use for over 3 months in this mixture. The wand will attract red crystals that adhere to it, and by measuring their thickness, one can derive a rough value. A relatively reliable method, as for measuring the soul, you would require a dreamstone. Prolonged possession of it will reflect the purity of your dreams, which correlates to the purity of your soul. If attaining the aforementioned answer satisfies you, then perhaps your understanding of magic remains quite rudimentary. To progress further, you must focus less on these abilities that can be enhanced through various means, and more on the immutable truths you must accept. Magical properties. Regrettably, I am also uncertain how to calculate it. If you possess any clues, feel free to share them with this old fool." Chilo, now visibly astonished, inquired, "What on earth are you contemplating?" "Magical intensity. It seems you have previously asked me about such matters." Taking the parchment, Jody scrutinized the proportional formula inscribed upon it, realizing that his project on quantifying magical energy was finally underway. The 4 fundamental magical values dictate a character's occupational inclination and future skill tree alignment. Jody commenced with terminology that Chilo found somewhat perplexing. "Let us temporarily set aside those matters beyond our control. However, it is known that higher parameters are invariably preferable." Chilo sat motionless, seemingly overwhelmed by the influx of information. He muttered his oft-repeated phrase, "the 7 gates of divinity," as he reflected on the audacity of a student's aspirations. "I imagine your professors have informed you that aside from gradual spell training, every method of enhancement necessitates a cost. The principle of equivalent exchange is not to be violated, that I do not intend to contravene it. I am prepared to pay the price." After a brief pause, Jody continued, "Moreover, my aim is not to ascend instantaneously, but rather to dissect everything more thoroughly." Upon hearing this, Chilo fixed his gaze on Jody's dark eyes, and after a moment of realization, he felt a pang of discouragement. "Even if I were to dissuade you, you would not relent, would you? Why would I abandon my pursuit?" Chilo appeared conflicted, but ultimately made a decision that I have my own research, which is quite significant. But before that, I must uphold my role as a professor. I shall assist you with your testing, analyzing your wand, and measuring your attributes that I will help you discover the right direction for your efforts. So do not act recklessly. It was quite unexpected for Chilo to offer to intervene in Jody's plans. Jody hesitated momentarily, weighing the pros and cons. Chilo's expertise could provide substantial assistance. Then let us consider it a student organization. I invite you to serve as our faculty advisor. An intriguing proposal. Chilo did not object to this notion that in that case, you may need to decide on a name for the organization. After a brief contemplation, Jody whimsically settled on a name. Let us call it the Modern Magical Study Society. At this point, they had exited the hospital wing and were on their way to the Great Hall. Professor, I am not yet well versed in the relevant regulations of the school. Are there any organizations present at Hogwarts? Chilo reflected for a moment. There are no officially sanctioned societies under the school's name. As the professors are quite occupied, that I only managed to carve out time today due to last night's events. However, there has never been stringent regulation regarding student organizations. The formula is definitely not incorrect. It is merely a simple proportional mixture. Jody reassured himself, confident that he had made no mistakes. The most crucial aspect was that the crystals had indeed manifested. He retrieved the crumpled parchment he had perused multiple times. Regarding the emergence of large-scale crystallization, Mr. Ollivander had also provided an explanation, yet Jody had not anticipated such a peculiar situation would occur in his own case. The range of the mixture is limited. Strength values within the range can be calculated based on the thickness of the crystals. However, when the strength of the measurer exceeds the range, the crystals encasing the wand will increase in density, resulting in pure black crystals, just as Jody observed now. What in the world? Holding the wand enveloped in impenetrable black crystals, Jody's emotions were exceedingly complex. This is precisely why the school is reluctant to conduct magical measurements. Many individuals become conceited due to their high values. Yet excessive intensity is not advantageous. Chilo spoke sternly. The imbalance of young wizards can easily lead to a surge of mysterious energy. Have you ever experienced a magical outburst? A magical outburst? I suppose there was indeed one instance. Jody recounted the incident of Severus Snape escorting him for enrollment. You were brought in by Professor Snape? Chilo exclaimed in astonishment, after understanding the nature and magnitude of Jody's outburst. Chilo paced back and forth in the small room before arriving at a rather alarming hypothesis. Had you enrolled a year later, you might have very well become a Silent One. What? Jody was taken aback. The chance of becoming a Silent One is so minuscule. Me? Surely, that cannot be the case. The reason Silent Ones are deemed rare is that the likelihood of survival after a mutation awakening is exceedingly low. Most individuals have their souls torn apart in the moment of mutation. Chilo inquired anxiously. You haven't been practicing any high-intensity spells recently, have you? Jody licked the leaves of mandrake in his mouth. Uncertain if that could be considered that I've been studying the application of the levitation charm, but he offered a vague response, knowing that although he was practicing the advanced version of the charm, according to Yao Jinyang, it should barely qualify as a levitation charm. Intensity stems from pressure. We need to ascertain your total magical energy promptly and enhance your soul training. Has our crystal ball not yet arrived? Speaking of the logistics, Jody felt equally vexed that I contacted the seller last week. The divination classroom houses numerous crystal balls of various models. I shall search for one that may be suitable. Also, have you been carrying that stone you purchased? Jody displayed his dream stone, noting that stone materials had only recently become popular, primarily sourced from abroad, that you've had it for several days now. Haven't you? Jody nodded and handed the stone to Chilo, uncertain if the duration had been sufficient. This stone has remained black all along. Have you considered that the stone may not have any issues? Chilo scrutinized the stone closely, observing the impure black with occasional white flecks drifting through the darkness. Your soul is exceedingly impure. Perhaps it has been distorted and reshaped by your overwhelming magic. Kiro pinched the piece of jade between his fingers, presenting it before Jody, with the black portions signifying impurities. While the drifting white represented purity, I must seek to understand the implications of this. In any case, you ought to exercise caution during this period. According to Kuro, Jody now found himself ensnared in a somewhat awkward cycle. The suggestion of Myrtle was that to cultivate mental strength, one must practice advanced spells, and to ensure that he does not lose control during practice, Jody must first ascertain that his soul can withstand the burden imposed by the incantations. To enhance his capacity, Jody must necessarily train his mental fortitude. Professor Joyce Frivy sensed the unusual dynamics in the group as the students surrounding Jody appeared utterly bewildered. Jody himself was lost in contemplation. Having come this far, the Department of Curses, once fully developed, would conduct supplementary research on spells within the system, primarily because creating entirely new incantations is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Thus, those aspiring to fame typically opt for relatively safer derivative enhancements. Jody's objective in his studies was to master the 5th-level floating spell in the domain of manipulation, the repulsion gravitational field. This incantation possesses the advantageous characteristic of a high level with low difficulty, making it exceptionally suitable for Jody. Moreover, after perusing the materials, Jody was able to piece together a skill tree from levels 1 to 5. LV1, floating spell. LV2, obstacle spell. LV3, summoning spell. LV4, mighty control spell. LV5, repulsion spell, gravity spell. Leaning back in his chair, Jody's feather danced in midair, swirling about in tandem with his wand's movements, akin to the golden snitch on the Quidditch pitch when moving swiftly at a slower pace. One could observe each delicate plume gently fluttering under the influence of magic, resembling the wings of a bird. Jody, a sudden, elevated voice jolted the daydreaming boy back to the classroom with a flick of his wand. The feather abruptly plummeted, piercing the desk of a classmate in the front row like a dart, accompanied by a resounding thud. The Ravenclaw students, who had shielded their faces with books, peeked out with innocent, pitiful expressions. Your mastery of the floating spell is commendable, Mr. Jody. However, this cannot serve as an excuse for your inattentiveness in class. Professor Frivy admonished sternly. I sincerely apologize, sir. Frivy shook his head, nearly refraining from deducting points. Since the last club activity, Jody had struggled to find an opportunity to speak with Kuro privately, as he seemed preoccupied. Only during defense against the dark arts class did Kuro manage to leave the borrowed crystal ball with Jody. If Jody's instincts were correct, Kuro was likely assisting Professor Dumbledore in repairing those ancient spells. Whether it was merely Jody's impression or not, the portraits within the castle appeared somewhat listless these days. And even the frequency of ghostly apparitions seemed to have diminished significantly, including that of Myrtle. Have you been coming around less frequently lately? Myrtle complained. Has your color faded? Are you running low on energy? Jody confirmed multiple times that he was not mistaken. With a woeful expression coupled with her noticeably dull hue, Myrtle resembled a specter on the verge of dissipating. Humph, I don't need a red-crowned pheasant to worry about me. Everyone says so, clumsy, morose, and nonsensical. If only she were not around, Myrtle exclaimed, diving back into her resurrection point with a chaotic flurry. Jody couldn't shake the suspicion that the splashes of water she created seemed smaller this time. However, his doubts were limited. He had come to this peculiar washroom for a serious matter. Hey, Jody, I can't believe you're actually here. Almost identical voices harmonized as George and Fred appeared at the washroom entrance. Don't tell me you haven't been here in such a concealed location. The twins exchanged a knowing smile. We have been here, but the lady residing here is not particularly fond of us. We're not here to be bothersome. We simply aim to bring joy to everyone, but Myrtle's eccentric personality likely made her company suitable only for herself. Where are the items? Jody inquired. Fred, you have it, don't you? Fred produced a large envelope from beneath his robe. This is it, that we used a disarming spell, a parsing spell, and some others. To Fred's face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled using a burning curse. Mentioning the burning spell made Fred's expression somewhat uneasy, yet remained unblemished, even when ink was splattered upon it. Thus, it was necessary to consult a professional. Jody accepted the envelope, his heart racing with excitement. If Harry Potter were to be transformed into a card game, this Marauder's map would undoubtedly be an SSR-level auxiliary item card. Maintaining a composed facade, Jody pretended to scrutinize the blank parchment, thinking he would discuss the reward once the analysis was complete. Of course, Although funds are typically tight, the twins would never back down in such situations. Without you, I would have no means to contend with a werewolf. My family mentioned in the letter that we should express our gratitude to you. You may indeed express your gratitude to me, but I'm rather distressed by being compelled to keep such a grand event a secret. Jody exaggeratedly lamented while tucking the Marauder's map away. After diverting the topic, the three engaged in casual conversation for a while before departing. Jody, clutching the mysterious map, turned and exited the castle, ensuring he attracted no undue attention. He hurried towards the Whomping Willow. The establishment of the Shrieking Shack occurred during Lupin's time as a student, when Dumbledore had already assumed the role of headmaster, a recently constructed secret chamber. The architect had evidently considered how to better conceal it. The route through the Ollery effectively masked the intended purpose, and Jody took the small path leading to the tree. After tapping the tree scar, he slipped into the tunnel. Everything felt so familiar. Old parchment lay spread across the ground. Perhaps Lupin and his companions had once tinkered with this map on this very floor, Jody mused as he grasped his wand. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Ink radiated from the tip of his wand, expanding in rippling waves as countless lines sketched a vast flat map. The overlapping lines multiplied infinitely, making Jody apprehensive that the map might freeze or crash. The black magic of the wizarding world sparked curiosity about its graphics card. The surface displayed a bird's-eye view, and the initial default perspective was a jumbled mass of lines representing the entirety of Hogwarts. Jody exerted considerable effort to decipher how to adjust the floors and view the overall thumbnail. The content of the Marauder's map was even more intricate than he had anticipated. Firstly, the map was divided into indoor and outdoor sections. And secondly, the indoor layout was further divided into 8 upper and lower levels, plus a basement, totaling 9 levels. The locations with labyrinthine structures indeed refreshed in real time, but most prohibited areas remained unobservable. Naturally, the secret chamber where Jody currently resided was also undetectable, as the map's display area could only depict beneath the Whomping Willow. The tunnel appeared to have been designated as outside the Academy's perimeter. Jody searched his memory for those secret passages connecting to the outside. The map would eventually be returned to the twins, though Jody had not yet decided to black it out before returning it. He needed to confirm that the map would pose no threat to himself. Flipping through the floors, Jody spotted Percy and the twins huddled together inside Gryffindor Tower, likely enduring another round of reprimands. Filch and his ugly cat were prowling on the 4th floor, having not located Snape's minuscule figure, possibly because it lay beyond the visible range. Within the confines of the headmaster's office, both Dumbledore and Quirrell were present. An unexpected name lingered quietly in the corner of the office. Jody's gaze fell upon that name, plunging him into contemplation. Nick LeMay. Quirrell had mentioned that restoring the protective enchantment would require some preparation. Jody had not comprehended the significance at the time. The primary item of the HAH-1 storyline, the SSRL chemical artifact, the Philosopher's Stone, had been brought to the school solely for the purpose of repairing the magical array. Swiftly, Jody flipped through the pages, diverting his attention from the headmaster's office. The mere presence of Dumbledore, that ancient being, was already daunting enough, let alone the addition of another elder, even more venerable than he. As he observed the lines on the parchment rapidly fading, Jody suddenly questioned the origins of this map. Such an artifact could not possibly have been crafted by mere students from a few magical academies. While he pondered this, the ink spots on the map, which had been on the verge of vanishing, began to twist frantically, causing the vast representation of Hogwarts before Jody to split, reassemble, and manifest into 7 intricate yet somewhat similar patterns. Except for the central design, the other 6 appeared fragmented and disjointed. The only intact seal expanded, releasing a remarkably familiar emblem, revealing the extensive system of magical arrays beneath the Hogwarts crest. Just as Jody stood bewildered, a thick stream of ink surged in from beyond the map, flooding into the magical array. The array then began to shift, moving up and down, activating the central lines, mending breaks, and extending new lines. Jody vaguely grasped what was transpiring. Dumbledore was utilizing the Philosopher's Stone to mend the ancient enchantments within the school. Concurrently, Jody confirmed his suspicions. This piece of parchment, transformed into a living map, must have served another purpose, perhaps even crafted by one of the four founders. That Dumbledore's incantation concluded swiftly, and Jody could no longer perceive the intricate system of spells. With the disappearance of the 7-layered patterns, Jody quickly sifted through all the floors, pinpointing the location of Dumbledore's spellcasting. It was at the apex of Hogwarts' 8th floor, directly aligned with the Gryffindor common room. Perhaps handing this map to Quirrell might yield some clues? This notion flitted across Jody's mind before he promptly dismissed it. For the sake of safety, Jody decided to leave the living map in the shed. Regardless of how to handle it, one thing was certain: it could not be returned to the twins anytime soon. Later, Jody planned to share the secret passage with the Weasleys, allowing those two overly energetic individuals to test the safety of the routes. Joyce, just as Jody intended to head to the hall for a snack, a fiery-haired figure called out to him. Surprised to see Percy approaching, Jody couldn't help but wonder, given their lack of prior intersection, that I've heard about those incidents in the Forbidden Forest, Percy said, his demeanor evasive as he glanced around. Seemingly concerned about being overheard, I must once again express my gratitude on behalf of my family. Mr. Joyce, your bravery prevented Fred from encountering misfortune, but if there's any way I can assist, please don't hesitate to let me know. Speaking to a Slytherin must be uncomfortable for you. Jody offered an awkward yet polite smile. Of course, if the need arises, I shall seek you out. For these two, who hardly qualified as friends, their exchange seemed to reach its natural conclusion. Percy reiterated his thanks before hastily departing. I apologize, sir, Jody suddenly heard Percy exclaim in a flustered tone. Following that, a deep and menacing voice resonated as Snape, without any intention of stopping, waved Percy aside with a flick of his sleeve. I'm off to find Professor Sprout to prepare some potions. You must head to Madame Pomfrey. I hope the school still has some Calabar branches. Yes, I must find Madame Pomfrey. The familiar voice trailing behind Snape carried a distinct sense of disarray, leading Jody to believe he had misheard as Snape's gaze swiftly swept the corridor. Landing on the bewildered Percy, he then turned his attention to Quirrell, halting him from foolishly trailing behind. Calm yourself, Professor Quirrell, Quirrell complied. Yet his breathing quickened. Jody peeked out, noticing Quirrell's chest heaving as if he had just completed a sprint. I cannot fathom why Professor Dumbledore chose you. At least try to remain composed. You are no longer a student. Quirrell took a few moments to regain his composure. I apologize. Yes, I must go find Madame Pomfrey. See you in the headmaster's office, Professor Snape. With that, he turned to head in the right direction. Percy, uncertain of the implications of the recent events, was oblivious, while Jody understood completely. Snape was hastily gathering ingredients to return to the headmaster's office. Perhaps he could boldly speculate that the potions were intended for Dumbledore, coupled with Quirrell's disoriented state. It appeared that Dumbledore had paid a considerable price to restore those ancient spells. Repairing the magical array required a soul to engage intimately with it, to merge and subsequently rewrite. Quirrell, cradling his cup of hot chocolate, stared blankly into the fire, speaking in half-formed sentences. Ensnared in the ancient mysteries anchored in Hogwarts grounds, he had nearly failed to return. Hogwarts has always possessed such power. The reason so many ghosts linger within its walls is due to this very force. Legend has it that when a crisis arises, Hogwarts will consume the wandering spirits above, transforming them into a formidable army. This perhaps serves as the most suitable refuge for those souls unwilling to embrace darkness. Quirrell extended his hand toward the fire, seeking its warmth, amidst the concerned gazes of the other two in the room. For an old man like me, nearing the end of my days, that's searing. Pure flame is equally irresistible. Dumbledore had marveled at the intricacies of that spell even before his unconsciousness. Hagrid, clearly discomforted by the atmosphere, managed to endure it. Jody forced a smile, hoping to lighten the mood. He cried quite sorrowfully, and the next moment, Quirrell plunged the atmosphere into another freeze, lamenting that he had missed a splendid opportunity. Silence enveloped Hagrid's hut, while outside, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. Ha ha! Jody chuckled dryly, breaking the silence. Even someone as great as Dumbledore fears death? No one is devoid of fear of death. Only some can face it more rationally, Hagrid interjected. Dumbledore is absolutely not the type to fear for his life. He understands we still need him, especially during this crucial time when the Ministry of Magic is causing such upheaval that Jody's half-joking remark was rendered ineffective by Hagrid's earnestness that so, whatever you are restoring must be quite powerful. A glimmer of light appeared in Quirrell's eyes as he lifted his head, speaking with unwavering conviction that it may be the most potent protective enchantment I have ever encountered, though its target is solely you young wizards. It functions akin to another mysterious art, or perhaps an accidental spell. It will influence fate in myriad ways, guiding you to evade potential death. Ahem. Hagrid seemed to deem such discussions inappropriate for Jody. Quirrell acknowledged his own indiscretion that evening. Come now, Jody, I must escort you back to your dormitory. Thank you for the chocolate, Hagrid. Jody obediently rose, waiting for Quirrell to help him finish the warmth in his cup. I was near Dumbledore. I felt some of the repercussions. As they walked through the dim corridor, Quirrell elucidated, the Holy Spirit is an extraordinarily powerful spiritual entity. You may be hearing of it for the first time. These beings are pure, flawless, and so noble that they inspire uncontrollable admiration. Under that light, it felt as though all pain had been soothed. Such a profound sense of peace can easily lead to melancholy upon returning to reality. Much like my own experience, Quirrell made a face, and paired with his pallid complexion, the grimace was indeed frightening. Yet at least his mood seemed to have improved slightly that I used a crystal ball. But curiously, my total magical power is not substantial. Jody then shifted the subject, sharing his own concerns. From the colors in your dream, it is evident that your soul is powerful, yet it seems not entirely pure. The soul serves as a vessel for magical power. Jody, once I find a moment of leisure, perhaps we may embark on the next exploration concerning the essence of your soul's quality. Do not be disheartened. At the very least, we have established that you are indeed extraordinary, have we not? Jody, however, refrained from delving too deeply into the subject. He harbored certain speculations regarding the soul's mottled nature. Jody is a soul who has lived 2 lifetimes, carrying within him a plethora of files from his previous incarnation. His magical prowess is vast, owing to the enormity of his soul, yet it is simultaneously constrained by its mottled state, resulting in an overwhelming pressure that compresses his magic against uneven inner walls. As for a solution, Jody has already devised his own plans. The Grey Lady swooped in. Mid-air, moaning Myrtle bounced energetically, as if something had struck her stomach. Indeed, she came hurtling towards Jody with her back turned. Taken aback, Jody collided with the white apparition. Embracing it was icy, yet not in the literal sense of cold. The ethereal sensation tingled upon Jody's soul, akin to a burn that also itched amidst the chaos. Countless voices clamored in his ears, and a flurry of unfamiliar images flashed before his eyes. Myrtle, in her delight, enveloped Jody, only to notice he did not panic and flee like the other students. This realization unnerved her. As Myrtle hastily floated away, she turned back to confirm that Jody had not fainted. Why do you not escape? Jody, lost in the recollection of the fleeting moments, pondered if this was indeed what it meant to be possessed. What are you saying? He rolled his eyes at her, retrieving the wand he had recently dropped. Perhaps I could use you to practice my mental occlusion spell. Mobila Corpus, the mysterious book of mysticism, left upon the wash basin. Soared towards Jody, pulled by an unseen thread. Time at Hogwarts passed swiftly, so swiftly that Jody scarcely wished to tally how long he had endured the antics of those Slytherin brats. After Augury's discharge from the hospital wing, he dedicated himself to rallying his fellow students who suffered under the oppression of pure-blood ideology. Unfortunately, the results were dishearteningly minimal. Jody, honored by Augury's attention, became a nominal member of his so-called rebel faction, which only intensified the mockery he faced from the Slytherins. Even now, the older Slytherins had begun to acknowledge Jody's existence, exhibiting both concern and a rather unsettling interest. Miles Blanche took to the skies during a recent Quidditch match, the exhilaration of flying rekindling his confidence and a sense of control. This enlivened Jody's flying lessons, though it was curious that despite Jody's lackluster flying skills, Miles rarely gained the upper hand. Whenever Jody narrowly avoided Miles's flight path, it felt as though a prophetic instinct guided him, while a pair of eyes watched from a distance. In flying class alongside Ravenclaw was Miss Cyril, a remarkably intelligent child. Are you using magic to assist in controlling your broomstick? Finding a moment when Jody was unaccompanied was relatively manageable. Nowadays, Jody only had Gibbs approach him when the other Slytherins needed a message relayed. Jody did not provide an accurate response. Indeed, broomsticks were the most traditional and convenient means of flight, yet they were not the sole method to aid one in soaring above the ground. The essence of levitation spells, lies, and simulation, manipulating gravity, thus sufficiently supporting flight. Jody's advanced spell work was progressing even more smoothly than anticipated. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that Jody, along with the castle's myriad ghosts and moving portraits, appeared somewhat lethargic. Even Myrtle had ceased her usual antics. Aubrey had returned from the hospital wing a few days prior, and a small first-year student who frequently darted back and forth offered an enthusiastic invitation for Jody to meet his group. It would have been quite rude for Jody to decline the invitation, given that Aubrey had sustained serious injuries previously to save him. The punkish youth chose meeting places that exuded a similar vibe, and Jody arrived at the broom shed with such musings from the outside. The small shed seemed no larger than 10 square meters, yet it was surprisingly spacious within, evidently utilizing extension charm for optimal space management. A wide workbench was adorned with disassembled broomsticks. Although it was an introduction meeting, the attendance was dismally low, for boys and 2 girls nodded in Jody's direction, awaiting their leader to speak. The senior among them bore a fearsome, scarred visage. Meanwhile, Aubrey busied himself at the workbench. Tinkering with the broomstick components, he possessed a profound interest in broomstick modifications, coupled with remarkable practical skills. The scar-faced boy elucidated, "This is quite an unexpected trait, Aubrey. That rough fellow." However, his fervor for speed aligned perfectly with Aubrey's persona. Had he possessed a bit more disposable income, he would likely be adorned with tattoos. "Hey, Jody," selecting suitable magical branches from the heap of broom tails demanded considerable focus. Aubrey paused in his task, finally looking up at Jody. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Kakar Keskapman, nicknamed the Knight, and these 6 we are the Knight's followers," they proclaimed, their words dripping with a quintessentially juvenile flair. "The Knight and his followers? Kakar, why not change your name to Don Quixote? I do not have the luxury of time to squabble with Slytherins. I require time to refine my magic." Aubrey's enthusiastic introduction of himself to his companions left Jody somewhat apprehensive. The potential for unexpected developments loomed large. Today's introduction could easily lead to tomorrow's altercation, dragging him along for the ride. However, Jody's worry seemed somewhat excessive. "Did you hear that, Aubrey? I've mentioned this before. Your magical structure is still rather rough around the edges. Although your explosive magic is commendable," Kakar affirmed Jody's assessment. Aubrey blew away the trimmed twigs scattered across the workbench and plopped down onto the table. "That is precisely why I need to introduce you to people who might assist you. Kakar and I are allies. The non-pure-blood self-help alliance in the school was originally led by him and only recently came under my stewardship. And then you were held back," Jody teased. Kakar interjected, taking over the conversation. "That error originated with me. Had I extricated myself earlier, he would not have been held back." Aubrey seemed to be refraining from rebutting Kakar's self-blame, yet the latter's words trailed off, as if he found repeating the same sentiment rather pointless. In any case, as you can see, whether or not you will clash with the Slytherins is not solely within your control. Moreover, you are currently ensconced within Slytherin." This statement held a kernel of truth. The unwarranted malice emanating from those self-important individuals indeed vexed Jody. What could children of such age possibly do? Perhaps only engage in petty pranks. He would let it slide. After all, he was the elder here and could not afford to bicker with a bunch of youngsters. Jody did not truly regard these potential conflicts with any seriousness. The factional strife depicted within the prophecy book seemed rather trivial. The squabbles among children appeared immature, rendering them unworthy of earnest confrontation. You may not yet comprehend why those endowed with talent often find themselves inclined to bow before pure-blood families, becoming supporters within their monopolistic structures, invariably managing to join the upper echelons of benefit distribution. Kakar spoke with a somewhat diplomatic tone, revealing realities unbeknownst to Jody. From the subtext of his words, it seemed that some other force was at play. "I find it hard to believe that children of this age possess such eloquence, and simple schoolyard bullying cannot sustain that kind of monopoly." Convinced of the absurdity, Jody awaited any useful warnings from Kakar. The Slytherins at Hogwarts are unique. They wield certain distinctive powers that are specifically conferred upon the followers of Slytherin. Kakar murmured, his voice devoid of overt emotion. Yet upon closer examination, one could detect a subtle bitterness within. The financial prowess derived from familial influence was self-evident. In contrast to those incomprehensible powers, 7 treasures of Slytherin lay hidden within Hogwarts, these treasures being referred to as the legacy of Slytherin. Treasures? This touches upon Jody's knowledge gap. Such matters have certainly never been mentioned in the Book of Prophecies. Yes, as soon as I find the opportunity, I shall personally obliterate these privileges that Slytherin holds dear, Augury declared fiercely. And upon hearing such rhetoric, it is no wonder that he is not curious as to why Slytherin would go to such lengths to ensure his failure. What kind of treasure could it be? Jody yearned for more information. Regrettably, the 2 individuals before him lacked the capacity to provide further insights. All I know is that Slytherin's secret treasure corresponds to the 7 deadly sins. The 7 sins? Jody chuckled. Salazar Slytherin certainly possesses commendable taste. Kaka observed Jody's expression, harboring a fundamental distrust of this newcomer. After all, Jody was a Slytherin, and knowing of the treasure's existence, it was not improbable that he might easily sway towards that side. However, Augury was a narrow-minded fellow, firmly believing that trustworthiness equated to credibility. Regardless, if you wish to maintain your dignity in the face of Slytherin, relying on others for salvation will always be too late. You must be more astute. As he spoke, Kaka's gaze was unmistakably fixed on Augury. Augury responded, "Are you talking about me? Furthermore, one must enhance oneself. If you desire to accelerate your progress, you must advance your magical prowess more aggressively than the school's prescribed curriculum allows." Without pausing for Augury's interruption, Kaka turned his attention back to Jody. "I have been monitoring your progress. Your magical state is evolving rapidly. Would you kindly share with me? You are practicing the levitation charm. There is nothing to conceal. I'm also familiarizing myself with the petrification curse, starting from basic spells." Kaka nodded. The levitation charm, being sufficiently subdivided, is an excellent incantation for apprentices to cultivate their magical abilities. However, this supportive, general-purpose charm is somewhat lacking in practical combat efficacy. So it would be prudent for you to master the petrification curse before Slytherin makes any moves against you. A general-purpose charm is indeed inadequate for practical application. Reflecting on the time he utilized the levitation charm to assist himself in wielding a firearm, he realized that any lack of effectiveness stemmed from insufficient skill or level, and no matter how adeptly one employs it, it cannot compare to the deterrent power of an offensive spell. Moreover, only a levitation charm powerful enough to challenge the very laws of magic would instill fear. Yet, at that point, it would cease to be merely a levitation charm. If you can truly persist, then continue your quest to uncover the rules of gravity and forge your unique levitation spells. Such knowledge belongs to the upper years. Jody could only grasp the general concept. Today was yet another day for diligent practice. With the Scream Shack, the Wish-Granting Room, and Moaning Myrtle's washroom at his disposal, Jody had ample locations to hone his skills. Levitation charm, giant strength charm, control charm, repelling charm, resistance charm, summoning charm. He endeavored to learn and memorize every incantation within the myriad branches of the levitation charm as long as he could find them. The subsequent secret hideouts he discovered were, of course, far more clandestine than Moaning Myrtle's washroom. Jody concocted numerous excuses for his presence there, whether for convenience or the possibility of receiving guidance. This was merely him unwilling to acknowledge the loneliness that lingered in the depths of his heart. With the peculiar and dangerous Augury removed from the equation, there were scarcely any who could provide him with a sense of camaraderie. This was why he often found himself practicing spells in the washroom. Jody was loath to admit his fear of solitude, but he could not escape the anxieties hidden deep within. Level 5 magic represented a threshold. Upon mastering the Level 5 gravity charm, Jody experienced a transformation in his understanding of the control charm. Beneath this metamorphosis, the low-level new spells of the levitation charm, which typically required extensive practice, became seamlessly integrated. This deep dive into the levitation charm accelerated Jody's control over his magical energy, hastening the awakening of the magic within him. Jody could feel the changes. He was now attuned to the burdens brought about by the awakening of his magical powers. In his endurance, he realized that his goal was on the cusp of fruition. Surprises abound in life, and the unexpected often mirrors them. In many concepts, the goddess of fortune and the lady of misfortune are frequently regarded as the same entity, should anyone investigate the unexpected occurrences surrounding Jody. The conclusion drawn would be that once he learned the level 5 spell and began awakening his magic, the threat of magical overflow had already loomed ominously over him. The Jade Tablet of Dreams depicted a black division of white intertwining, the accumulated magic doubling in power. Jody could only see himself troubled by this impure soul. He did not ponder why such troubles had befallen him. This division possessed a protective nature, the combined soul power of two entities, greater than the sum of its parts, resided within a single body, necessitating the evolution of emergency mechanisms to ensure the health of this individual. Jody was never one to cower, even as a child. When he and Robert would brawl, it was well known that he would not cry, no matter the severity of his injuries, suppressing even his cries of anguish, just as Jody did at that moment. The mental blow struck him squarely, rendering him incapacitated. The very next second, Myrtle, who had been jesting with him, wore a face of alarm. "What's wrong with you? Jody, don't play tricks on me. I dislike this. Please do not scare me." Jody wished fervently that this were a jest, but alas, it was not. The gathered magic rapidly crushed the blackness that divided his soul, and the mutually attractive spheres of magical energy began to roll and collide. The limitations of the vessel were beyond the comprehension of a mere young wizard. "Jody, don't frighten me. I'll fetch a professor right away. Don't be afraid." In her panic, Myrtle's tears flowed ceaselessly, her spectral form visibly trembling despite being a ghost. She was terrified before she could leave the washroom. In the next instant, it seemed as if an invisible hand had silenced every sound in the entire space. It felt as though he had been submerged in water. All the loose objects in the washroom began to levitate, and liquid rose from the floor, forming water spheres that split into droplets of varying sizes under the pull of differing forces. Jody gripped his zombie wand tightly, the heart of the zombie appearing to be the only source of support he could rely upon. He endeavored to expend the overwhelming magical energy at his disposal. The incantations of the levitation charm whirled ceaselessly in his mind, the myriad rules of subdivided powers being continually interpreted, reorganized, and even evolving into something new within Jody's consciousness. Jody and Myrtle shouted loudly. Yet their voices, along with the magic that constituted them, seemed to be affected by the overwhelming force. Encircled by a vortex of water, Jody's rapidly spinning thoughts had already spiraled out of control. With evaporating water vapor coiling around him like a white mist, the strained sound of his difficult inhalations betrayed Jody's agony. The accelerated thoughts, spurred on by his magic, overwhelmed any contemplation of alternative possibilities. He could no longer even think about the instinct to maintain his breath. What room for thought remained? Perhaps he would soon be deprived of the instinct to keep his heart beating as well. Ghosts are beings formed from memories, and Myrtle instinctively sensed the turmoil within Jody, subconsciously believing he would not last until help arrived. With immense difficulty, she braved the discomfort brought on by the magical tempest. Inching closer to him, under the impact of Jody's magic, her color seemed to fade significantly. Who could value life more than one who has already passed away? It is often through loss that one learns to cherish. The girl embraced the levitating Jody, their faces mere inches apart, drawing close to him. Not be afraid, Jody. Do not be afraid. In her final moments, she must have longed for a dependable companion to stand by her side. Hadn't she? You will be fine. Within the murmurs of the Myrtle, the ethereal light, tinged with impurity, radiated around Jody, enveloping him in its spectral embrace. As thoughts eluded him, a cacophony of sounds filled his ears. The time locked within the spirit of Myrtle, transmitting static into his consciousness. The immense pressure on his soul was alleviated by the presence of a shared burden. Concurrently, the protective array, restored by Mr. Dumbledore, began to roll dice, selecting the fate most likely to bestow vitality upon Jody. An additional vessel adhered to him, granting Jody a vast area to operate within, pushing the calculations of the gravity spell to its limits. Indifferent to his nearing asphyxiation, please grant him refuge. Supporting Hogwarts is a colossal magical structure known as the Seven Gates. The Sanctum of Spirits serves a dual purpose. In times of peace, it absorbs dissipated energies to form a reservoir of sanctified spirits. While in times of war, these converted spirits can be unleashed in battle. Dumbledore and Quirrell awaken the protective array powered by the Sanctum, thereby also rousing the Sanctum itself. Any spirit existing above Hogwarts would naturally bear the mark of the Sanctum, as they are all targets of conversion. When Myrtle, in a desperate plea, called out, the Sanctum indeed heeded her. Then, within the fragmented consciousness of the awakened Jody, he could still recall that resplendent, immaculate palace and the faceless white spirits. In an instant, Jody's vessel was expanded by the Sanctum, and the intense magical pressure exaggerated the levitation spell in a spacious area until it collided with regulatory feedback, finally stabilizing. Gasping, Jody drew a deep breath. Escaping the threat of asphyxiation, and the floating objects in the washroom came crashing to the ground. This crisis had ultimately been surmounted. In the days leading up to Halloween, he spent the majority of his time in the library. "Hey, you're here so early?" It was no longer surprising to see Jody, clad in tattered clothes and covered in dust, on the library floor. Cyril, jumping over the unresponsive Jody, returned a book to its rightful place. Then paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and asked Jody, who was absorbed in his reading, "You didn't skip your afternoon classes, did you?" Jody merely hummed in response, as if realizing how impolite he had been, and after a lengthy pause added, "This afternoon is Professor Spin's class. I've already spoken to him." Jody was not fabricating. He had indeed requested leave from Professor Spin, who would likely neither remember nor concern himself with it. Although Cyril felt a twinge of doubt upon hearing this, she kept it to herself, eye in her eyes. Jody was undoubtedly a peculiar child, and one knew that Jody was currently enduring an excruciating state. Having clawed back a life from the brink of magical overload, Jody had successfully cleansed his soul, and the expansive white in the dreaming jade tablet was now remarkably stable. The refinement of his soul vessel had increased Jody's magical capacity, allowing his spirit closely tied to his soul to harmonize more adeptly with his magic. Having finally gained mastery over his magic, he was able to catch up on his progress in transfiguration. However, this did not come without a price. In the midst of a splitting headache, Jody regretted not heeding Quirrell's advice to wait until he was available to research the mysteries left by his magic together. The soul, bearing the weight of magic, can attract a vast amount of magical energy. Yet, Jody had refined too many souls in a short span. His twofold existence was inherently potent, and those restructured souls offered no resistance, judging by Jody's estimation. Had it not been for Dumbledore activating the protective spell, he might have perished days ago when his mind entered a state of overload. Jody dared not disclose the entirety of his situation to Quirrell. He had no desire to be sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Nonetheless, Quirrell likely sensed something amiss. Now, Jody existed in a state of extreme mental exhilaration, scarcely daring to cast spells. As the slightest manipulation of magic felt like it was scraping his very marrow, draining him of all strength. Yet, he had to conceal this anomaly and navigate his classes as usual. Fortunately, Jody's academic progress had advanced significantly. He urgently needed a method to enhance his magical intensity to control his overall magical capacity. Reading was the most stable means of increasing strength, a fact he had gleaned from Professor Spin. Knowledge and experience could fortify him, transforming him from a passive vessel squeezing its contents to an active force compressing them. His heightened mental state accelerated his reading considerably, but it was insufficient to extricate him from peril swiftly. Time passed swiftly, and several books lay at his feet, having been perused. Jody rose from the library floor, drenched in sweat despite merely sitting there to read. "What a nightmare," he muttered, almost shuffling out of the library. The sun was nearing its descent, and in this state of physical and mental exhaustion, he still had to remember to perform that cumbersome ritual each day. Avoiding the bustling crowd, Jody leaned against a window, watching the sun slowly sink in the west as he pointed the tip of his wand towards his heart. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus Whether it was a figment of his imagination or reality, he seemed to perceive the second heartbeat mentioned in the Animagus training method. After completing today's ritual, Jody continued to move towards the castle's exterior. The day he had awakened, Myrtle had hidden in a toilet stall, refusing to see him, claiming he had frightened her. It was only after Jody had fully regained consciousness that he recalled Myrtle must have done something for him. According to Professor Binns, a ghost's frailty could only be restored through quiet recuperation. Myrtle had repeatedly chased Jody away, urging him to take care of his health. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, Jody found Quirrell engaged in conversation with Hagrid. Seeing Jody's arrival, Quirrell quickly stepped aside, urging him to settle into the soft cushions of a chair. Quirrell scrutinized Jody's eyes, noting the bloodshot scara. "I've given this some thought. We should have Madame Pomfrey take a look at you." Jody naturally disagreed. "I am not ill. Why should I see a doctor?" "Madame Pomfrey, what's wrong with Jody? If it's a cold, I have some effective home remedies right here," Hagrid said cheerfully, picking up 2 large scallions from the table. "I heard from Professor Spin that you inquired about some matters. To be frank, a soul's collapse is exceedingly perilous." Initially, Jody had indeed been quite frantic, but now, he had maintained this damned state for nearly a month. He was fine, exceptionally so. "I am your instructor. I have an obligation to monitor your well-being and intervene when necessary. My invitation for you to be my mentor was meant to aid me in discovering the correct methods, not to hinder me when I am on the verge of a breakthrough," Jody stated slowly, his tone devoid of fervor, yet those listening could feel the simmering anger beneath. On this matter, Quirrell could not refute. He had devoted all his energy to his own research recently. "I apologize for not considering your feelings. I will find time to assist you in seeking practice methods, though it is not an easy task. However, even if I'm not your mentor, I still have a duty to prevent students from falling into distress. Come now, I will accompany you to the hospital wing." "I will not go to the hospital wing," Jody insisted, enunciating each word with determination. Quirrell did not relent, attempting to approach him. Jody's eyes suddenly reddened, blood vessels bursting in his gaze. He did not reach for his wand from his sleeve, but extended a finger forward. "Impedimento!" Quirrell collided with an invisible barrier. "Don't do this," Jody said as he spoke. He endeavored to circumvent the invisible barrier. Unexpectedly, Jody's obstacle charm was not merely a haphazard collection of tripwires, nor was it comprised of a few crude geometric shapes, as one might expect from a novice. After feeling around, Kilo discovered that Jody had encircled himself with neatly arranged columns. "Did you just cast that spell without a wand?" Kilo suddenly realized something was amiss. Jody remained silent. After the initial pain, maintaining the spell provided him with a fleeting sense of comfort until his depleted magical energy was replenished. "Revelio," Kilo exclaimed, shaking his wand, as a swirl of golden powder spiraled around Jody upon the incantation's release. With the adherence of the golden dust, a delicate cage materialized around Jody. The realization that wandless magic could also wield such control dawned upon Kilo, who raised his head in enlightenment. "That you've mastered the control spell. Is this a result of the limits of your burden?" Jody smiled with a hint of pride, declaring, "As long as I can endure this crisis, my magical abilities will experience a significant leap. So no one shall forcefully alleviate the pressure my soul bears. Listen, my friend, this is not a sustainable solution. You have no right to say that. We are both outcasts, Kilo." Jody's expression began to spiral out of control. Growing increasingly confident and audacious, haven't you also been tirelessly studying ancient magic? The colossal magical framework that Dumbledore showed you must have captivated you. How long would it take to achieve such refined magical prowess through conventional methods? Indeed, I was fortunate to evade death this time, but having endured it once, I can discover a more optimized method of improvement. The most perilous moments have passed. You must respect the pain I have endured. You cannot destroy it, nor will I allow it. The administration of Hogwarts is, in fact, not as stringent as one might imagine. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic would not have found grounds to emphasize the importance of establishing a board. You may not be well acquainted with the tales of the Dark Lord. After all, you hail from a Muggle family, do you not? Fred leaned against the railing, gazing at the scenery outside. George stood outside the railing, tilting his head back, awaiting snowflakes to fall into his mouth. The fact that he was a Muggle-born was not a secret at school. They would eventually find out that as for why a Muggle-born would have a wizarding aunt. They were clever enough not to probe further. In truth, after successfully navigating the secret passage to Hogsmeade, the twins had little doubt left concerning Jody. The Dark Lord attended Hogwarts, Jody replied, maintaining the topic. But it's not just that. George ceased his foolish antics before his neck began to ache, rubbing the snowball in his hands as he walked back down the corridor. The Dark Lord's Death Eater followers. His minions were mostly recruited during their school years, particularly from the pure-blood families that had attended Slytherin. It is said that Slytherin House began to grow insufferable from that time onward, Fred muttered in addition. After compacting the snowball more firmly, he pressed it against his forehead to alleviate the pain from the bump. The Weasley twins had joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, which was quite an exhilarating sport, as evidenced by the bump on George's head. Thus, the Ministry of Magic seized upon this matter to exert pressure on Hogwarts. Through the twins, Jody gleaned considerable information about the Ministry, much of which was quite useful, albeit interspersed with strong personal sentiments. Thank you for the information. Jody expressed his gratitude to the twins before hastily departing. At the other end of the corridor, Miles approached, surrounded by a gaggle of followers. Joyce, a raucous voice emerged from the crowd. Run along with your tail between your legs, Joyce. Where are you off to? Looking for your mother. Where is your mother, Jody? Where is she? Hey, she abandoned you, vanished, simply because she is a foolish muggle, and you're a filthy Muggle-born. Joyce, with those manifestly malicious provocations, the restless magical energy within Jody surged uncontrollably, his eyes growing increasingly crimson. In his mind, his consciousness seemed to splinter into countless fragments, each engaged in a relentless debate. Why should I flee? Because arguing with these fools brings no benefit. Why should I endure their childish antics? Because entangling with them before having overwhelming advantage will only deepen the quagmire. Is it enough to simply walk away in disgrace? A wise person is not swayed by the foolish. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Ultimately, Jody halted his steps. The cacophony within his mind grew chaotic, its volume escalating until it melded with the external clamor. Jody turned around, raising his hand, the outstretched palm shielding his eyes from the sight of the crowd. Observing his bizarre gesture, the Slytherins initially intended to continue their mockery, only to collide with an invisible wall moments later. The ensuing chaos was quite a spectacle that impedimento. As they disentangled from the turmoil, Jody had already vanished from sight. Remarkably, the voices in Jody's mind were now in perfect accord. I must find an opportunity to teach them a true lesson. T1 be long. I just need to stabilize my magical energy. Later that evening, Jody completed his sunset practice in the Shrieking Shack. Upon distinctly sensing the rhythm of his heartbeat, he felt a palpable lightness, as if an additional, albeit illusory, heartbeat had provided him with an extra vessel to bear his magical energy. Animagus is a spell derived from the Druidic tradition. Thus, the textbooks within the school do not provide extensive explanations of external spells, as students are expected to focus on the orthodox curriculum. However, through his conversation with Kilo, Jody learned that the Druidic transformation spells have a certain longevity-enhancing effect. The additional soul gained through mimicry could bolster the strength of the bearer's soul. The following day, Jody finally caught Kilo at a moment of respite in the defense against the dark arts classroom. Recently, this fellow had become engrossed in those ancient magical formations once again that I haven't done anything. So the portrait's not moving can't be my fault, Kilo explained in a hushed tone. Once Jody entered a state of mental hyperfocus, the identities of the two seemed to draw closer. This was Kilo, who had never been fond of being high and mighty, expressing his respect, a kind of reverence for madness. Jody understood that the anomalies within the castle were unlikely to be Kilo's doing. This large boy was far more cautious and meticulous than one might assume. Yet, visibly, moaning Myrtle's color faded day by day, her vitality waning. You should take better care of yourself. Myrtle is a ghost. And there's nothing you can do for her. As Kilo observed the last student depart from the classroom, his tone became more casual. Or do you prefer that type of girl? I wonder what Myrtle looks like without her glasses. And her utterly ridiculous pigtails would have to be undone. Jody was repulsed by his whimsical musings, exclaiming, What on earth are you babbling about? I'm just trying to lighten your mood. Your brow is all furrowed. Furthermore, you mentioned that your condition has begun to improve recently. I need to wait for a thunderstorm. Does Hogwarts experience thunderstorms in winter? After learning that Animagus could help alleviate his symptoms, Jody had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of a storm. However, he realized he had chosen the timing poorly, as he was entering the final phase right at the onset of late autumn, and winter rarely brought thunderstorms. Thunderstorm? Kilo suddenly smiled enigmatically. Thunderstorms are rarely seen in winter. But perhaps I might have some inkling. What kind of inkling could you have? Are you planning to summon a storm for me? Jody initially paid it no mind. Seeing Jody's reaction, Kilo refrained from further explanation, instead continuing with his suggestions. The simplest yet most effective method to increase your magical capacity is to repeatedly deplete your magic and then allow it to replenish. That's why I previously warned you not to indulge in excessive spell casting in the near term. However, there are also other methods to alleviate the pressure on your soul through spell casting. What methods? Continuous spell casting. Kilo's face beamed with a triumphant smile. This solution was not one that many could conceive of. This sustainable release spell is perfect for you. I stumbled upon it during my research. An ancient foreign incantation, derived from the shamanistic arts of mystical sorcery. The guardian spell, Chilo's owl, arrived during dinner, gracefully gliding through the magical mist that enveloped the ceiling, alighting upon Jody's head. Jody unsealed the envelope, revealing a note written on unmarked parchment. A storm is imminent. The surrounding students were startled by Jody's sudden leap. As he clutched the paper tightly, too stunned by the blinding white light to ponder its meaning, he lifted his gaze and caught a glimpse of the flash of lightning that synchronized with the enchantment cast upon the ceiling. Without a moment to spare, Jody bolted away. Before departing, he swiftly shoved a letter, long prepared, into the owl's beak. "Find Professor Chilo," he commanded, and the owl took flight with remarkable speed. Gibbs, who had hesitated to approach, chased after Jody, clutching the challenge papers prepared by the Slytherins. "Jody, I have something to give you." Jody had no time for the antics of these children. "But I'm busy," he exclaimed as he dashed down the staircase. Gibbs trailed behind, astonished by Jody's stamina. Thanks to his daily morning exercises, he was remarkably swift. Exiting the castle gates, Jody moved with purpose, raising his hand as he murmured the levitation charm, Mobiliarbus. The incantation was spoken softly. Gibbs barely comprehended the scene before him. Witnessing Jody seize his frequently used broomstick from midair before plunging into the downpour. For reasons unknown, Gibbs found himself less concerned for Jody in that moment. He was aware, to some extent, of Jody's determination. Unlike himself, Jody possessed a clear understanding of his needs and the resources at his disposal. In the end, was it only himself who felt torn? As Gibbs gazed at the curtain of rain, a sense of powerlessness welled within him. Raindrops pelted Jody's form. The delicate early winter snow blanketing the ground was quickly muddied by the downpour. The frigid air filled his lungs, the cold aiding in clarifying his thoughts, enabling Jody to more accurately sense the presence of his second spirit, pulsing in rhythm with his heart. Only Chilo understood the necessity of a thunderstorm, having promised himself a torrential rain. How had he not anticipated this? That individual had recently been studying the structural dynamics of Hogwarts and the associated magical arrays. That it was hardly surprising that such a vast magical formation would incorporate weather manipulation spells. With the broom's assistance, the rain had yet to drench him completely by the time Jody arrived directly beneath the Whomping Willow. Instead of hastily descending into the secret passage, he turned to an inconspicuous corner beneath the tree. The levitation charm cleared the stones above, and with a powerful spell, Jody caused a large clump of earth to rise, revealing a glass vial hidden deep within the pit. Jody, feeling a surge of anxiety, raised the vial high, and as another flash of lightning illuminated the scene, he beheld within it a dose of crimson potion. He had succeeded. Clutching the vial tightly, Jody ducked into the secret passage. That night, the haunted mansion, having remained quiet for so long, was once again filled with inhuman howls. After swallowing the potion, Jody could no longer discern whether the pain was inflicted upon his body or his spirit. Every bone in his body seemed to scream as the constricted muscles creaked under pressure. His wand lay forgotten somewhere, and in a daze he inadvertently cast spells that sent the sparse furniture within the room flying about chaotically. ultimately lifting himself into the air, colliding repeatedly with various objects that a typical animagus would not display such extreme reactions. But Jody was different. He sensed within his mind a shadow that resonated most profoundly with him. And as that shadow descended, a sense of comfort akin to returning to the womb enveloped him. Yet, in that moment, he beheld the face behind the shadow. It was the visage from his past life. A sharply defined face of Asian descent. Suddenly, he lost control of his magic, plummeting from midair. The dreamstone fell to the ground, and as Jody reached to retrieve it, he observed the black and white elements within the stone distinctively separating, swirling in a yin-yang dance. Then he noticed the familiar ring-shaped birthmark on his wrist, the mark unique to his previous life. Ultimately, Jody was unable to pick up his pendant as he pressed against the stone. His body went limp, and he lost consciousness. The torrential rain did not last long. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Chilo traversed the Ollery, arriving at the Whomping Willow, extracting the crumpled note to confirm its contents once more. Then cautiously prodded the tree's knot. With a complex expression, he ventured into the secret passage. "Jody," Chilo called out loudly, brandishing his wand as he exited the passage. Before him lay a scene of utter disarray. "O gates of divine sevenfold, where art thou, Jody?" After scanning the room and confirming no signs of life, Chilo's concern deepened as he retrieved the note once more. It read, "If you find anything amiss upon your arrival, please remember to save me. Jody, gates of sevenfold. What is this?" Chilo finally noticed the anomaly on the wall. In animagus. "Don't tell me you're learning this, Jody." Jody, with a startled cry, Chilo nearly unleashed an offensive spell. The creature that had unwittingly drifted to his feet clearly shared in the fright, swiftly fleeing. Jody? Chilo found the reality before him utterly absurd. The slender creature was the width of a wrist, measuring approximately 2 meters in length. Its pure white scales shimmered beautifully, reminiscent of white jade embedded within its form. An oval head bore rosy accents on either side, and as it lifted its upper body, its forked tongue flicked about, capturing various scents in the I in that moment. Jody seemed to comprehend why he had been sorted into Slytherin. Even Chilo found it rather fitting that Jody's animagus form was that of a pure white serpent. "Merlin, oh Merlin, perhaps this world is even more insane than you suggested," Chilo murmured, like a tea that instant. Jody finally grasped the unfolding events. When Jody regained consciousness, he felt as though his perspective was unnaturally low, and the colors around him appeared oddly distorted. This was the sensory perception of a serpent, transformed by extraordinary magic. Jody sensed he could even observe the objects behind his own head, but before he could acclimate, a sudden jolt startled him. A boot descended beside him. Chilo's shoot to Jody. The foot appeared disproportionately large. In that moment, Chino muttered to himself, rummaging through the debris to find Jody's wand. "Here it is. Weren't you worried about what would happen if you couldn't transform back?" Jody slithered across the ground, practicing the elegant movements of a serpent, exhilarated by the novelty of it all. Even more splendid was the absence of mental anguish during his transformation. He hissed, as if responding. Chino paused, surprised, and upon realizing Jody was hissing back, he was filled with delight. "I was worried you wouldn't understand." "Well, listen closely, for I shall hide your wand so that you may remain a serpent for all eternity." Haha, in this form, you could easily infiltrate the girls' restroom. Perhaps you could team up with Moaning Myrtle. She loves to disturb those indulging in bubble baths. Jody found himself unable to retort against Chilo's jest, feeling quite vexed as he slithered back and forth. Suddenly, he noticed a distinct change in the texture beneath him. The parchment pressing against his body was the unfortunate Marauder's map, discarded amidst yesterday's chaos. Strangely, it appeared as if a swirl of ink was undulating at its center, despite no one having interacted with the map reacting to parcel tongue. A bold thought surged within him, so audacious it startled him. Slytherin. The white serpent hovered above the Marauder's map, issuing its command in the tongue of snakes. This was a remarkably ancient artifact, its magic long since deteriorated. Thus, when commanded by a parcel mouth, it instinctively responded. The ink swirled and even leapt from the parchment, forming a black magical array in the air. The crumpled sheets of paper were lifted by an unseen force, floating as they provided support for the inky hues. While the repaired and rewritten map revealed its true visage, that a colossal emblem, formed from ink stains, floated centrally above the grand array, where 7 distinct yet interconnected formations coexisted, mutually supporting and relying on one another. Beneath the map of Hogwarts, inexplicable ink spots appeared deep underground, corresponding with the array adjustment point adjacent to the headmaster's office, as if underscoring something significant, the ancient magic blueprint of the gods. Was this a detailed explanation of Hogwarts' ancient magical array, the 7 gates? What have you done? Quirrell instantly recognized these formations. It was then that Jody realized that Quirrell's peculiar phrase, the 7 gates of the gods, referred to this 7-fold array concealed beneath Hogwarts. At this moment, there was an overwhelming amount of astonishment for him. Jody's gaze fixated on the newly emerged marker on the Hogwarts map, which offered no directions or annotations. Merely a conspicuous serpent insignia that shimmered intensely. The uninformed, it might appear as a mere signature of Slytherin beyond the map's confines. Yet Jody understood that this point indicated the depths of Hogwarts underground. There lay the Chamber of Secrets, the hidden lair guarded by the basilisk. And now, it seemed to be yet another concealed array adjustment point aside from the highest point of the academy. The basilisk was never bred solely for the hunting of mudbloods. It was meant to guard the chamber. The true identity of that chamber was a secret passageway left by Salazar Slytherin at the lowest point of Hogwarts. As Jody exerted considerable effort to restore his human form, Quirrell appeared notably distracted, eager to delve into the mysteries of that blueprint. Quirrell knew that he could uncover many answers from that parchment. Jody's once crimson serpent eyes had finally returned to their original dark hue, and he nervously glanced at his wrist, with the last scale reseated into his skin, and the birthmark did not reappear. Jody exhaled a sigh of relief. Could it be that those previous visions were merely illusions? Quirrell, with a stern expression, admonished him, stating that such perilous spells should have been discussed with him beforehand. Jody ignored him, retorting, "Discuss with you? What room do I have for theatrics with you? I suspect that map is Salazar Slytherin's legacy, and only Parseltongue can activate it. If you wish to avoid spending an inordinate amount of time deciphering how to break the enchantment without damaging this antiquity, it would be wise to appease me and refrain from lecturing." "Are you threatening me?" Quirrell responded, somewhat taken aback. He then adopted a more playful demeanor, grinning mischievously. "Then I suppose the research will require your generous support." Thus, the young professor exhibited a somewhat undesirable trait, effortlessly shifting his role between friend and elder. Recently, a white serpent had occasionally slithered past unnoticed in the corners of Hogwarts. The serpent's form was well suited for clandestine activities. And with the convenience of the Marauder's map, there were hardly any places Jody could not infiltrate within the school. Of course, the Forbidden Forest was an exception, although there was no immediate necessity. Jody nonetheless discerned the location of Snape's small storeroom. Just in case, he was quite satisfied with his animagus form, though occasional dangers still loomed. For instance, that day he nearly ran into Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore, who were walking together. "Minerva?" Dumbledore inquired, glancing down at the halted McGonagall in perplexity. My apologies, Headmaster. I was momentarily lost in thought. I do not blame you." "Minerva, I understand my requests are rather presumptuous and unreasonable. As Headmaster, I have much to improve upon. Yet the summons have become increasingly frequent, and I constantly worry about what might transpire in my absence." McGonagall concealed her sorrowful expression, revealing her unwavering resolve. She had always been a formidable woman. "Do not speak so. Hogwarts will not face any calamity, I assure you. My primary concern now is any unforeseen occurrences with those arrays." Hidden away, Jody struggled to suppress the serpent's instinct to flick its tongue. Had he still been capable of sweating, he would undoubtedly be drenched in cold perspiration. Old Dumbledore seemed to have encountered troubles lately, and after recovering from his physical ailments, he had been beleaguered by a series of provocations from the Ministry of Magic. But what did that have to do with his aloof serpent? Jody slipped away down the corridor. With winter's arrival, the temperature fluctuations intensified the vapor, rendering the ethereal white serpent enchanting and exquisite within the mist. "Have you heard?" The legend of the white serpent in the girls' bathhouse. The Slytherin students exhibited greater curiosity regarding snakes. Jody wondered if he enjoyed similar popularity among the other houses. Wow, I wish I could encounter it once. It's probably just a myth. There are plenty of such tales circulating in our school, chattered a group of passing girls about the recent campus ghost stories, while Jody glided along the wall and slipped into the office door before him. Quirrell was now slumped in the most plush and spacious chair in the office, finding the role of defense against the dark arts professor far busier than that of Muggle studies. Skillfully locating his wand in the corner of the office, it was not long before Jody materialized at the original location of the white serpent. I can't shake the feeling that your transformation wasn't merely to alleviate discomfort. Quirrell teased, unraveling the secrets of this school is a shared passion of ours. The Patronus charm cannot be perfected overnight. I need moments to unwind. Had I not successfully become an animagus, I might have felt as though I were losing my mind. Quirrell understood that Jody spoke with utmost sincerity. It was not difficult to imagine the toll it took on him. Care to give it a try? Jody suggested this somewhat self-destructive training method, noting that the advantages gained in a heightened mental state were quite considerable. Perhaps once you devise a foolproof method, Quirrell ultimately retreated from the proposition. This was not out of conservatism. Jody's reckless abandon could easily lead to complications. Considering the mortality rate of the Silent Ones was nearly 100%, and heightened mental states were often precursors to them. Both understood that Jody's soul was unique, a rarity that was difficult to replicate. Let us continue our training. The Patronus charm. What we are training is the Patronus charm. Quirrell corrected him, slightly irritated, adding, "Why do you hold such a strong interest in the brain-blocking spell? I've mentioned numerous times that spells like the brain-blocking charm possess potent effects on the essence of the soul. You are practically courting death by practicing it now." Jody nodded helplessly. "All right, then let us first learn the Patronus charm, followed by the brain-blocking spell. To be honest, if Quirrell truly intended to cast the Dementor's Kiss on himself, Jody would be far from pleased." Quirrell reluctantly extracted himself from the chair, grumbling, "I'm not particularly skilled at the brain-blocking spell. You know, I'll practice with you for an hour, then we shall return to researching the 7 gates." "Very well, I am ready," Jody declared, raising his wand. Quirrell gathered his thoughts and directed the dark magic he had been compelled to use these past few days towards Jody. Nightmare incarnate, Pesadillas Apparitor. Dark magic often summoned negative energies, as evidenced by the black mist erupting around Jody. Within the fog, the fears that existed only in dreams were magnified infinitely. Who would it be today, as the dark magic took effect? Jody felt fatigue wash over him, his consciousness gradually clouding. The black mist obscured all other colors, as though he were no longer within Quirrell's office. And amidst the fog, a figure clad in a flowing white gown gracefully approached. A scythe adorned with ancient patterns gliding through her delicate grasp. The woman lifted her head, and beneath her wide hood, 2 strands of long hair cascaded down, her finely sculpted chin adorned with a small mouth that curled into a gentle smile. Yet Jody felt no warmth from that smile. Only a strong sense of danger loomed above him, compelling him to flee. Yes, that's so. Has your fear grown so formidable that it has etched itself into your dreams? Indeed, such a perilous game is not one to be played. Before Jody stood the formidable figure of Sister Fried, the most powerful boss from Dark Souls 3, her Patronus charm, Expecto Patronum, emanating a radiant aura that deflected the descending scythe. Jody felt a surge of relief as his protective spell took effect, yet he surmised that its efficacy would be fleeting. Ultimately, the Patronus failed to materialize fully. Nightmares are not so easily dispelled. With a curious expression, Quirrell, who had lifted the curse, inquired about the identity of that woman. "Why did your nightmares possess such freshness each time? Are today as children so imaginative?" Sweating profusely, Jody was overwhelmed by physical agony and mental distress, leaving him little patience for such banter. "Continue, while my strength still holds," he urged. Quirrell, though somewhat concerned, was accustomed to Jody's self-imposed trials. "As you wish. Nightmare, arise." This time, the figure that emerged from the nightmare bore a bald head and serpent-like eyes. With elongated nostrils replacing a conventional nose, it was none other than the film version of Voldemort. His appearance was hardly surprising. Throughout the relentless days of training, Jody had to juggle the demands of daily life, which naturally included dealing with correspondence. Among his many pen pals, his exchanges with Aunt Mary were the most relaxing. Especially after the grueling training of recent days, reading her letters felt like a day's redemption. Aunt Mary's replies were always warm and affectionate. She expressed delight at receiving Jody's letters while lamenting that her children, living so close, never contacted her and had no intention of returning home for the winter break. Perhaps you would like to spend Christmas in Hogsmeade. I would love to introduce you to my family. My husband, a half-blood, faced exclusion during his time at Slytherin as Halloween approached. Jody found himself puzzled by the unexpected tranquility surrounding the occasion. The Slytherin students seemed to have diverted their attention away from him, which brought him a sense of relief. Yet an underlying feeling suggested that matters were not so straightforward. In truth, he had afforded them little opportunity for mischief, as the majority of his time was spent desperately seeking ways to alleviate his own suffering. Consequently, his visits to the moaning Myrtle's lavatory had been infrequent. According to Professor Binns, ghosts recover best through rest. And Jody recalled that the ghost girl had once mentioned that he need not constantly feel indebted to her. Standing on the floor, Jody helplessly observed Myrtle floating above, crying, "Don't do that. You're weeping as though I've wronged you. Why? You still claim you've done nothing." Myrtle cried out. Jody, maintaining his composure, continued to reason with her. "Aren't you supposed to be resting? How could I possibly avoid the kind-hearted, understanding moaning Myrtle? Why? That's just an excuse. You simply wish to rid yourself of me. Escape the bothersome moaning Myrtle." Overcome with emotion, Myrtle perched mid-air, her legs crossed to one side. Her robe, disheveled from her earlier outburst, added to her distress. Her cheeks flushed with indignation, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Large tears cascaded down her face, each droplet floating like mercury, glistening as if they were pearls of pure white. The tremors of her sobs made it seem as if speaking was a struggle. Coupled with her nearly translucent, ghostly form, Jody found it increasingly difficult to ignore her plight as he had before. After a prolonged spell of distress, Myrtle finally calmed down, seemingly surprised that Jody had waited patiently until she regained her composure. She tidied her disheveled appearance, wiping the tears from her large-framed glasses. "Ghosts are bound to the earth. I cannot stray too far from the place of my demise, especially in my weakened state." That book should have informed you. Jody had indeed read about this. Ghosts are a significant subject of study in the realm of mysticism. They represent the final flicker of magic, trading the curse of immortality for the right to persist. Recalling the book's content, Jody remembered that once a soul transforms into a ghost, its memories become unstable, unable to interfere with the world of the living and incapable of further evolution, unless... Jody, halted by Myrtle's soft urging, continued, "Unless ghosts willingly deepen their curse, shouldering a burden steeped in intense desire, such as protection or vengeance. Such desires can awaken certain abilities within them, even enhance them. But from that moment on, the ghost can no longer fully maintain its will, and will be gradually consumed by its own yearnings until it transforms into a mere obsessive spirit, either returning or being dispersed. The ghosts of Hogwarts depend on the rich magical essence of this land, especially beings like myself, that I am so feeble that I cannot even remove my glasses or change my attire." Having caused such a commotion, Myrtle seemed to have completely lowered her defenses, floating gently as she expressed thoughts rarely articulated. "Why desires are so insignificant. I merely dread facing death, that I long to reclaim the life I never fully lived, to possess warmth that belongs to me. Yet I can only watch as generations of students come and go. Why can't you drive me away? Why do you linger, allowing me to mistake you for a friend once more?" As she spoke, Myrtle fell into another fit of hysteria. "Hey, we are friends," Jody mused inwardly, finding her quite bothersome. "No, not in the way you think." Myrtle evaded Jody's approach, adopting a demeanor of refusal. "All of us gathered at Hogwarts perhaps share this desire, to find someone who can help us choose a third ending before we succumb to eternal despair and become monsters. Do not return to me. Farewell, Jody." Myrtle's tone turned unexpectedly gentle, sending a chill down Jody's spine. Seizing a moment of respite from Quirrell, Jody stopped him. "You must know something, Professor Quirrell. What was once the significant presence of moaning Myrtle has now become irreplaceable for me. Jody felt a sense of responsibility to bring positive change to that ghostly girl. Since then, he had nearly inquired of every ghost. From their peculiarities, Jody was certain that something monumental was unfolding. Professor Spinet's responses were the most perplexing. He merely muttered that the Great Hall skylight seemed to have been recently replaced, ignoring Jody as he drifted past him. The prolonged absence of Peeves' mischief was due to the poltergeist's south unknown hiding place. The Slytherin ghost, the Bloody Baron, loitered in an empty room on the 4th floor, guarding a shield that had mysteriously appeared, while the Grey Lady seemed lost, lingering at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room. Nearly headless Nick, as if on a stimulant, dashed from one end of the corridor to the other, fervently reminding every student to safeguard the school, to protect their sanctum. The fat friar appeared the most normal, but in comparison to the oddities of the other ghosts, he seemed the most out of place. Quirrell was taken aback by Jody's inquiries, yet deep down, he felt it was only natural. These matters are not yours to concern yourself with at this time. The first soul you must save is your own. Jody tightened his grip on his wand, yet found himself lacking the resolve to cast the subsequent spell. Recently, the castle's moving staircases seemed remarkably cleaner, not because they had been scrubbed, but rather because the minor damages were gradually vanishing. The wall hole created by a spell gone awry in the defense against the dark arts classroom had disappeared. Everyone assumed that Filch had finally discovered a way to repair it, but why had he not done so for the past decade? Quirrell paused his actions to listen to Jody's observations. This castle is healing, self-repairing in the absence of any interference. Am I mistaken? Upon seeing Quirrell's reaction, Jody felt a sense of conviction and continued, "What precisely is the enchantment Professor Dumbledore employed for restoration? What purpose does it serve? For the student's safety, are you truly willing to abandon the lost ghosts?" Enough. Quirrell seemed provoked by Jody's choice of words. Professor Dumbledore has never contemplated abandoning anything. Nor have I ever. Ancient magic had been considered relatively archaic since the time of the school as founders. We remain unaware of the true extent of these magical abilities. We can only decipher the fragments that we require. This marks the second individual today to unravel in a fit of hysteria before Jody did. It was only when Quirrell, in a state of despair, bellowed in a frenzy while hastily attempting to reinforce his office with a soundproofing charm that Jody recalled the professor's recent tribulations. Reflecting on the circumstances under which he had so graciously carved out time to assist him in practicing spells. All this, merely because he stubbornly refused to visit the magical hospital, the imbeciles at the Ministry of Magic. Fools! The entanglement between the Malfoy family and the Dark Lord has been evident for quite some time. Just to curry favor with pure-blood families, they would allow such individuals to infiltrate the council. Now, Professor Dumbledore is being hounded by that same council, and Hogwarts, already stretched thin, is struggling to compensate for the principal's absence. 7 layers of gates. What am I to do? How should I proceed? Quirrell gasped for breath. Striving to regain his composure, that moment, Jody grasped the precarious situation Hogwarts faced, and his thoughts drifted far and wide. In the 2nd volume of the Harry Potter series, Lucius leveraged Voldemort's diary to sow panic. In the 3rd volume, their patience waned. Under the pretext of searching for Sirius Black, the Ministry exaggeratedly dispatched Dementors to loom over Hogwarts. In the 4th installment, they forcibly revived the Triwizard Tournament, dormant for decades, thrusting Hogwarts into the spotlight. The 5th book saw the Ministry directly dispatch a pink toad to interfere in Hogwarts' internal affairs. Had Voldemort not returned, what fate would have befallen Hogwarts? Would Dumbledore have intervened to halt the peaceful transformation? In what grotesque form would the Ministry, which had relied on the power of pure-blood families in their direst hour, ultimately assume? Mere minutes had elapsed since Jody's inquiry and Quirrell's outburst. Yet the entire magical realm felt as though it had suddenly drawn swords before Jody's eyes. "I am merely a tad fatigued," Jody explained, feeling somewhat drained. "You have already assisted me immensely. Regarding that map, I apologize for revealing its existence to Dumbledore, though I did not disclose its ownership. The headmaster has asked me to convey his gratitude as for the interpretation of the magical array. Although Dumbledore is stretched thin, a venerable elder will assist us. You need not worry excessively. Jody nodded. Do you believe that until I reach a certain height, I'll lack the qualifications to engage in this matter? Am I not even permitted to know the details? Quirrell did not deny this. Hogwarts shall weather this storm, just as it has for countless years. The magical array of 7 gates is immensely vast and is constantly shifting. And I currently possess formidable reading capabilities. Jody refuted Quirrell's dismissal. Yet Quirrell insisted, but reading it will lead to further refinement of your soul. Such rapid refinement could be fatal. Furthermore, your current mental burden is insufficient to endure it. Unless you truly become a silent one. Jody pondered Quirrell's words intently before ultimately nodding. Quirrell believed he had finally comprehended, exhaling in relief, yet feeling even more exhausted, perhaps subconsciously yearning for a supporter to offer him assistance. Then we must commence training. I do not believe so, Professor. Jody once again dissuaded him from casting spells, asserting that today might be the final occasion he would accompany him in practicing this incantation. I hope you can utilize this time to share more with me. Will those portraits and ghosts vanish? After a brief silence, Quirrell resolved to speak the truth. I should have mentioned earlier that Hogwarts possesses a protective array known as the Spirit Array, which provides stable energy for the space of Hogwarts. Our repairs to the accidental spell have impacted this array. The spirits that lie dormant within the array are transformed from souls. Jody suddenly understood. The repair work had activated the transformation array? Quirrell nodded. Yes, now all the lingering memories within the castle are gradually silencing, awaiting the spirits to summon them to their side, that I end the brief silence. Jody processed this information, ultimately deciding under its influence that I have continually urged myself to be content with my current progress. However, to catch up with a fate laden with obstacles, such leisurely pacing is indeed inadequate. Jody felt an inexplicable sense of self-reproach, as if in lament. Quirrell assumed this was due to the pressure from their recent conversation. You are already more exceptional than any student I have ever encountered. Jody vehemently denied this, insisting it was insufficient. His attitude left Quirrell astounded, his expression frozen in confusion. Yet Jody had no inclination to admire his expression. You chose the fear charm for my practice out of concern that it might impose undue stress on my soul, causing counterproductive effects. However, to summon a Patronus, without confronting the most authentic fear, the practice cannot achieve optimal results. What do you intend to do? Jody did not respond to Quirrell's question, focused solely on completing his thoughts. I have long hesitated about utilizing this method for practice. Under the influence of strong psychological suggestion, I understand that if I can conquer that fear, I shall be able to summon my Patronus. This very subconscious has led to the diminishing efficacy of my practice in recent days. But now, I have made up my mind that I shall conquer my fear and summon my Patronus. Today, this was not the first time Jody had undertaken something audacious. Quirrell felt it was his duty to intervene. What do you intend to do? Yet in the next moment, Jody had already gripped his wand tightly. Nightmares loom, pesadillas appair. Dark mist erupted from him in a violent explosion. Mastering the fear charm, a curse-based spell, is notoriously challenging, yet a trick exists to facilitate its acquisition. That is to target oneself, repeatedly casting the spell upon oneself. Jody's greatest fear was to be confined within a pitch-black void. Perhaps it could be described as a space devoid of even the color black. Colors, light, sound, temperature, scent, taste, everything seemed to be absent in this realm. Even the passage of time was imperceptible. Memories, reason, and instinct appeared to vanish. With consciousness oscillating between vastness and constriction, as if it could dissolve at any moment. The only sensation was one of loss, an unending cycle of deprivation. Jody had often wondered why he harbored such peculiar memories, once considering them a nightmare. Yet these recent nightmares had revealed to him that his mind was not intricate enough to conjure such an extraordinary dream. That was his memory, a recollection of death transferred from his previous life. Had this merely been a nightmare, Jody might have been overwhelmed in that first moment of memory rekindling. The fear of death is indeed one of the greatest fears of all living beings. Yet even so, he was stripped of all power by fear, as if he genuinely lost everything once more, slumping backward, struggling to inhale with the sound of ugh. Quirrell's instinctive glance revealed him ensnared by this dream. Preoccupied with his own turmoil, Jody felt as though his consciousness was nearing its end. Would this be his conclusion? Somewhere, just beyond the threshold, Jody raised his gaze in confusion, recognizing the familiar scenery ahead. It became clear to him. This was certainly not his end. He had long surpassed that conclusion. He had transcended death once. In that prior transcendence, he had crossed the boundary between life and death. Reborn in this world of magic, and now, in this new crossing, his Patronus would be born at a blinding white light erupted from within, shattering the black mist as a colossal, menacing serpent's head burst forth from the fog. Its scales detailed and tangible, the serpent's body as thick as a barrel, coiling and filling the office entirely. Jody struggled to recover from his backward slump as the serpent Patronus encircled him, opening its maw wide. It emitted a resounding roar. Just moments ago, Quirrell had reinforced his office with a silencing charm, yet this wild, unrestrained roar failed to incite panic. The serpent, fueled by Jody's magic, seemed poised to grow even larger. Jody, control your magic. What you must do is sustain it. Emerging from the throes of a nightmare, Chilo vociferously urged Jody to take further action. After conjuring such a formidable nightmare, the purity of this boy's soul must have ascended to a new echelon. Should he lose control, he would pose a considerable danger. Jody was acutely aware of this. He was not recklessly pushing through for the sake of a lunatic's suicide scheme, clutching his wand tightly against his chest. The rapidly siphoning magical energy startled the guardian spirit. The massive serpent's head rampaged through the room, the ferocious winds it stirred wreaking havoc on the surroundings. Yet the once vividly distinct scales of the colossal serpent began to fade, its head shrinking as it coiled, in the blink of an eye. Only a serpent the thickness of an arm swirled around Jody, its large head resting comfortably on his shoulder, flicking its tongue leisurely. Chilo had already readied his wand, prepared to rescue Jody at a moment's notice. Achieving the required concentration for magical control was no simple feat for a child. Yet Jody succeeded. After all, he was no mere child. You did it? You truly did it? Chilo's expression was one of incredulity. Jody, however, could no longer contain himself. For heaven's sake, stop staring blankly. What comes next? Do I have to maintain this? No, I have a plan. I had envisioned this. But I need to search for it, Chilo exclaimed, frantically scanning his chaotic office. Use the levitation charm. Use the levitation charm. Jody, slightly irritated, observed Chilo floundering like a headless chicken. Levitate, mobiliarbus. A small box soared from beneath the collapsed desk. Give me your dreamstone. Jody turned, indicating with his pants pocket for Chilo to retrieve it himself. The guardian spirit charm, rooted in shamanistic magic, once involved wizarding tribes that bred malevolent spirits as guardians, feeding a totem through wicked sacrificial rites before utilizing it in battle. Extracting a shard of jade, Chilo deftly used his wand to draw a drop of Jody's blood, after the decline of tribal cultures. The mysteries they held were repurposed. People discovered that the guardian spirit charm possessed merits. Though it had often been misused by those overly greedy for power, they constrained the sacrificial energy to positive emotions, sanctifying these memories through the guardian spirit charm. The blood infused into the jade, and a set of sculpting tools floated out of the small box, accompanied by pre-prepared powders and auxiliary tools. As the fine stone powder settled, a bloodline emerged within the jade. Hold on, child. Hold on. Chilo soothed while controlling the infusion of Jody's guardian spirit's essence into the totem he was crafting. Few students devoted effort to studying the guardian spirit charm, as shamanistic spells required time to cultivate their potency. Many were unaware that guardians could be embodied in totemic forms, carried close at hand, observing the blood vessels within the jade fully intertwining. The chaotic black and white of the dreamstone was cleansed away, even previous flaws vanishing as they were enveloped by pure white. It's done. Grasp it, and draw your guardian spirit into it. Chilo watched as Jody's guardian spirit swirled closer to the totem in his hand. Engrave, published, the ethereal serpent vanished without a sound. Jody pressed his forehead. The shackles of his mind finally released, and he felt reborn, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Animagus transformations typically relate to one's guardian spirit. Wizards aspiring to become animagi often first employ the guardian spirit charm to ascertain which animal resonates most closely with their practice before commencing the ritual. Is it indeed a serpent? Chilo mused, marveling at the wonders of magic while enlightening Jody. You must know that an animagus cannot transform into a magical creature. There exists a chasm of magical essence between wizards and magical beings. If the guardian spirit does not align with the wizard, one might need to alter their guardian's form. Thus, your previous attempts at becoming an animagus were rather reckless. Jody interjected, rolling his eyes. How many times must you repeat this? Ahem. In any case, the practice of becoming an animagus is exceedingly perilous, which is precisely why all animagi must register before undertaking such studies. Chilo, realizing he had broached a sensitive topic, added, I do not advocate for you to register. The Ministry of Magic's fools should know as little as possible. Chilo picked up an old camera from the floor, glancing around with a pained expression before casting the restoration charm. Under the spell's influence, everything in the room rapidly returned to its original state. Regardless of how many times one viewed it, it was a boon for those with obsessive tendencies. Jody, appreciating the scene, suddenly recalled a question. What does your guardian spirit look like? Chilo revealed a mysterious smile upon hearing this. Expecto Patronum. As the incantation resonated, a brilliant white light burst forth from the tip of his wand, transforming into a robust owl. Jody naturally associated this with the animagus form, but Chilo preempted him. Do not advise me to practice becoming an animagus. After all, I am a teacher and cannot lead by violating the rules. Isn't that just posturing? Jody quipped, unabashed in his mockery. Well, I must first complete my current tasks. You shall assist me when I practice. Chilo playfully set a small flag, not forgetting to tease Jody in this regard. You are my senior. Of course, Jody readily agreed, though internally he mused, naturally, you are my senior. The incantation of Psi activated the hidden function of the Marauder's map. The grand magical array of the 7 gates of the divine appeared before their eyes, inked into existence. The two had since relocated to the Shrieking Shack. Given the need to utilize Jody's secret artifact, Chilo had to consider discretion. The Marauder's map, akin to a cheating backdoor, undoubtedly bore the mark of genius. Yet it must be said that the 4 young men who forcibly interpreted the divine magic inscribed on the map and achieved success. The Marauders, including James Potter, were all exceptional talents, indeed, without a certain caliber. How could they dare confront the Half-Blood Prince? For the sake of convenience in their research, the Shrieking Shack had been tidied. On the newly hung wooden boards, various notes were plastered haphazardly. Chilo had entered a research state while Jody drifted aside, picking up his wand to transform. This was no easy feat. After all, serpents lack claws. The ability to house the guardian spirit within the totemic pillar was splendid. However, to store his wand within that form, Jody would first need to study wandless animagus transformation, which undoubtedly posed a higher degree of difficulty. Not wishing to disturb Chilo, Jody sat quietly, observing the Marauder's map while gradually reclaiming magical energy from his guardian spirit. His mind edged toward overload, nearing a state of hyperfrequency, yet it was still insufficient. After overcoming the fear of death, the amount of magic Jody reclaimed was sufficient for him to advance further. Jody, Jody! Chilo's voice seemed to echo from afar. Jody was jolted from his vision, which had been ensnared within the 7 gates, as Chilo's spell detonated around him. Clambering to his feet, Jody wiped his nose, feeling the warm, crimson liquid beneath his fingers. Oh, the 7 gates of the divine. Must you truly deny yourself a moment's respite? Chilo sighed, exasperated. I never said that mastering the guardian spirit charm would grant you the right to meddle in this research. I understand your concern for Maureen, but this is beyond your purview. I must find you other tasks. A person like you cannot be left idle. Jody, feeling pain course through his body, retorted, You mentioned an esteemed elder would assist you in deciphering the magical array? Who possesses greater authority than our school's professors? Oh, there are many, Chilo replied, taking a moment to catch his breath. Though Professors McGonagall and the others are indeed worthy of respect, that individual is a legendary figure, though his age has become somewhat excessive. To reach Hogwarts, he requires a rather complex route. Until then, I can only rely on owls to consult him. Youngsters may not often hear of him, but that master of alchemy, Nick LeMay. Jody was left utterly bewildered. Did he not already visit Hogwarts ages ago? On the day you repaired the sevenfold gate? Was that day merely an illusion? How did you come to know this? The sevenfold gate of the divine is but a legend. In truth, the entire ruin of the sevenfold gate has no connection whatsoever to the divine. The magic of the gods, known as ancient magic, flourished in an era when the world was still teeming with mottled and immense energy, which was referred to as the divine power, an elemental source of energy, later known as primal energy. As the world gradually approached completeness, this ancient magic inevitably waned. Subsequently, the world retracted those forces that should not be wielded by humanity to establish rules and form ley lines, leaving behind a relatively benign energy interpreted by mortals, which became known as magical power. The era of the four founders coincided with the decline of this ancient magic, and the sevenfold gate was constructed to solidify the lingering divine power for the establishment of Hogwarts. Yet for some unknown reason, they only completed a portion of the sevenfold gate, with the most intact being the Hogwarts fixed in the primary spatial realm. On that day, the two dined in Quirrell's office, where a house elf, upon receiving a request from the teacher, donned a splendid tailcoat to serve them. If only the pumpkin juice in his hand could be exchanged for a more mature beverage. Perhaps a popular English wine or coffee to a tea the very least. A glass of pure milk would be preferable to pumpkin juice, which Jody truly disliked. With a mouthful of grievances, Jody swallowed a gulp of pumpkin juice and, puffing out his cheeks, hurriedly spoke, "Are you suggesting that the unexpected magic circle was originally an unfinished product?" "Indeed, but it is not entirely unfinished. In fact, its degree of completion is remarkably high. It is merely that this portion of power has been sealed by some means. Redirected to construct the ghost sanctuary, Quirrell, having had his fill, felt as though something was amiss. He rubbed his temples, repeatedly reminding himself not to fall asleep just yet. "Rum, kindly fetch me a bit of brandy. I must retire early tonight." After saying this, he shot a glare at Jody. "Your nightmares are quite stimulating." Offering a polite smile, Jody extricated his thoughts from the food. "So, you wish for me to uncover the reason why this magic circle was closed back then?" "Yes. Understanding what transpired in the past is crucial. Otherwise, while repairing this magic circle, we might inadvertently damage another." Can you comprehend? Jody certainly did understand. Seeking amusement should not come at such a cost, especially over matters from centuries past. How am I to ascertain the truth? Should I request a dream from Gryffindor? I merely thought you might attempt to seek out some clues. Are you not a fast reader? Hey! Snatching Quirrell's cup, Jody propped one foot on the chair and tilted his head back to take a swig of brandy. "Even if I read quickly, you cannot expect me to peruse every book in the library. That is simply impractical. Minors are not permitted to consume alcohol." Quirrell squawked, reclaiming the cup, while the house elf behind him silently replenished it. True enough. Then let us consider another option. Perhaps you could assist me in investigating Professor Binns." This sparked Jody's memory. It was said that Professor Binns had served Hogwarts for a considerable time. Might he possess any knowledge? Ghosts must pay a heavy price to obtain power. Continue teaching. Professor Binns has devoted all his energy to history, rarely mentioning matters concerning himself. His own memories have become quite muddled. We have even found it difficult to ascertain which era he belongs to. Then why do you expect me to study him? Jody attempted once more to reach for the cup at the far end of the table, only to have it thwarted by Quirrell's keen observation. "Well, at least investigating Professor Binns could yield some benefits for you. It is said that since he became a ghost, he has not spent a single penny, yet his salary has continued to be disbursed over the years." Estimating the amount of that salary, Quirrell curled his lip, noting that his lounge had become as legendary as the Slytherin chamber. Jody, more pragmatic than Quirrell had imagined, perked up immediately. "Please, allow me to take charge of this investigation." In the days following Quirrell's decree forbidding him from interfering with the research, Jody found himself visiting the girls' lavatory more frequently. When one speaks of Moaning Myrtle's lavatory, it is hard not to think of the Slytherin chamber. And Jody was no exception. Especially after he gained the ability to speak Parseltongue, he possessed the means to access the chamber. He had sought diligently, but had been unable to locate the entrance. Consequently, Myrtle had branded him a pervert. Yet upon reflection, it seemed somewhat peculiar. First, Salazar Slytherin was a proponent of pure blood supremacy, aspiring to nobility and orthodoxy. Why then would the entrance to his chamber be situated in such a sordid location as a girl's restroom? Let us hypothesize. It is quite likely that when the chamber was originally set, this was not a girl's lavatory. It was only when later generations discovered a lack of restroom facilities that this area was chosen. If that were the case, the builders of the lavatory surely had no intention of leaving an exit for the chamber, much less inscribing a serpentine mark on the sink. Jody mentally awarded himself high marks for this deduction, firmly believing in its validity. Otherwise, with his inch-by-inch searching method, it would be unreasonable to have yielded no results. You sneaky little thing. I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before, Myrtle remarked, her usual pitiful demeanor slightly lifted upon seeing Jody's return. The chamber was merely Jody's pretext for visiting his ghostly friend. He abandoned his plan to continue examining beneath the sink and straightened up. Who? Another lecher like me? Myrtle understood Jody was jesting. Yet she earnestly tried to recall. That was back when I was still alive. I had been bullied, as usual, and ran to this lavatory. There was a boy who dashed outside, and I was quite startled. Do you remember what he looked like? Jody's tone carried a note of seriousness. Suddenly, he recognized who Myrtle was referring to. Do you wish to befriend him? That was a long time ago. How could I possibly remember? You've truly been put through the ringer in your quest for the chamber, haven't you, Slytherin upperclassman? Voldemort. Tom Riddle. How many girls' lavatories did you infiltrate in your search for Slytherin's legacy? Suppressing an uncontrollable smile, Jody found amusement in his own thoughts. However, his visit to the lavatory was not merely for frivolity. Returning to the makeshift desk he had constructed at the sink, he swept aside the letter from Robert that he had already read, grasping his quill to focus on his notes and continue his research plan. Since Myrtle had regained her spirit, it was time for Jody to embark on his own project. The tasks assigned by Quirrell, investigating Professor Binns and his hidden funds, were akin to side quests. Jody had always maintained a clear main objective. The first was to quantify magical power and enhance it swiftly, undoubtedly in preparation for Voldemort's impending resurrection. However, now, on top of the primary goal, a second main objective emerged, to rescue the unfortunate Myrtle, who had cared for him quite a bit. Find a means to aid Myrtle. Jody first needed to involve himself in the research of the sevenfold gate. To achieve this, he must elevate his mental fortitude to withstand the impact of the magic circle. Previously, what served as his life-threatening spell had now become the key to his breakthrough. Having recognized that he possessed a vast, mottled soul that had yet to settle, and having eliminated the possibility of catastrophic overpressure, Jody was determined to expedite the cleansing of his soul. Aside from advanced spells, do you know of any methods to swiftly condense the soul? Jody designated his current state of mental burden as mental hyperfrequency. When magical power surpasses its carrying limit, life pushes its resilient characteristics to their utmost. In an overflowing vessel, the magic power undergoes rewriting under compression, compelling the container that bounds it to accelerate its operation through extensive reading of materials, particularly those related to the study of the unspeakables. Jody learned that the outer shell of the carrying container is not described as a box, but rather as a structure akin to a spinning top, perpetually in motion while maintaining balance. As the contents grow vast, the shell rotates at a higher speed to enhance stability than a stable rotating vessel, much like the Earth's orbit around the sun, envelopes magic in an aura of mystery. Once stability falters, this vessel becomes wholly ignited by magic, subsequently drawn into the enigmatic abyss, ultimately transforming into a silent one. Jody, having relied solely on the arcane arts of Hogwarts and a stroke of fortune, has now earned the right to contemplate the potential benefits he might reap. Now that the initial dangers have subsided, had Jody diligently followed the textbooks, his vessel would have matured in due time. And by the moment he reached the limits of his magical capacity, he would already be an adult wizard. Even when engulfed by intense pressure, is unlikely to succumb to the mysterious pull of bewildering darkness. Should he endure that darkness, the wizard's magic would undergo a metamorphosis, evolving into a richer, more refined form of high magic. Present, Jody's aspirations towards higher magic seem utterly futile. His most pressing consideration revolves around the expansive applications of his overclocked state. He even contemplates enhancing his observational abilities as a prerequisite for upgrading to this heightened state. Jody is not a lonely soul, yet he understands the importance of gratitude. Would being taken by the Chamber of Secrets yield a favorable conclusion? Myrtle herself cannot ascertain, so it falls upon Jody to make that judgment. Let that wretched Chamber of Secrets be damned. Regardless of whether Chilo's research can catch up, Jody must devise his own contingency plan. Whatever you wish to pursue, pursue it. You are my proud brother. Nothing you desire is beyond your reach. This was the advice given to him by Robert upon sensing Jody's moment of confusion. That fool truly has faith in himself. A glance at the letters, filled with numerous spelling errors, indeed brings warmth to Jody's heart, and his clandestine observations of the sevenfold door's magical array. Jody gained a clearer understanding of the perils of backlash. Were it not for the aid of his Patronus, he might have met his fate before Chilo could unleash his explosive magic, as he would have been consumed by the vast array's overwhelming power. Yet this overclocked operation indeed afforded Jody the opportunity to observe. A single outburst enabled him to master an entire series of levitation spells, allowing him to transcend the rules and experience the essence of this world up close. Though that encounter nearly cost him his life due to the rules, the sensation of absorbing knowledge, akin to a sponge soaking up water, was exhilarating. But if he could safely enter the secondary limit beyond mental overclocking, Jody believes that intensity would grant him the ability to read the sevenfold door. To this end, he resolved to follow the path of fate, continuing his research into the composition and application of the overclocked state. Reading alone can no longer expedite your growth. You must strive towards new horizons. Perhaps what remains blank for you now is solely the realm of combat and injury. But where can you find even a couple of willing partners for practice? Such seclusion is not commendable. Jody remained non-committal. Often it is the isolated individual who is on the right path. Study, experience, advanced spells, and I've already shared all the methods I know with you. Myrtle swayed gently, leaning in mid-air, counting the times Jody had posed questions to her. For it is rather impolite to evoke memories in a ghost. Having perused a multitude of books in the library, Jody understood this, feeling somewhat guilty at that moment. I know, he acknowledged, knowing yet still asking. How mischievous. Myrtle appeared neither angry nor upset. Perhaps she simply wished to vent a little. Yet her peculiar tone sent shivers down his spine. I have always remembered your uncertainties. How to enhance, how to stabilize the soul, how to strengthen magic. It seems as though you are perpetually pursued by something. Aren't you, Jody? Pursued. That is indeed an apt term. Not only now, but from the moment of his birth, Jody has felt that sensation of being chased. Who would not fear the void that lies at the end of death, like a feather bathed in white light? Myrtle slowly descended, lazily resting beside Jody, leaning in to touch his earlobe. Your current tone resembles that of a mystical seer. Indeed, I can perceive your desires and then toy with you using those very wishes. Jody suppressed a laugh, sensing something was off with her today. You don't like it? After a moment of contemplation, Jody decided to be straightforward. I like it. Perhaps you were meant to possess such a character, lively, full of energy, fond of mischief. Could you remove your glasses? The impish which should not appear in such a manner. Not shying away from Jody's outstretched hand, Myrtle seemed rather expectant. If you can't? Thus, Jody genuinely reached out, not attempting to touch the frame he could never grasp, but rather traced his fingertip through the air, gliding over her nose. She did not express any displeasure at his playful gesture, merely adopting an even more forlorn expression. Jody, do you know, I may have reached the time to leave as her sole friend. Perhaps only Jody could alleviate some of her unease. I'm listening. Professor Binns has noticeably increased the frequency of ghostly classes, urging us to consider leaving school for a while until Dumbledore devises a solution to the dilemma. Do you not wish to depart? Jody had always avoided directly inquiring about the Chamber of Secrets, as it was a sensitive subject. However, perhaps the moment had come when he could no longer afford to be considerate of her feelings. I do not know. Although I have wandered here for half a century, I remain, at heart, a 14-year-old. You might not fully grasp, but let me make an analogy. Do you know of heaven, Jody? Jody nodded, his expression revealing skepticism. I reside in a church, yet I do not truly believe in it. You could understand it as a portal to heaven existing within Hogwarts. If one can become part of it, we would attain rest. However, if I leave, I may quickly dissipate, or perhaps you have experienced it. The white world on the day your magic surged, it was the protective array that saved you. Jody had indeed felt that place. And unlike most who had encountered it, he harbored an intense aversion to that sensation, as its extreme emptiness evoked thoughts of death as threshold. Rest, death, are they not one and the same? After all, they both signify an end. The confusion in Myrtle's eyes deepened. Yet if not for awaiting a conclusion, what significance remains in my staying here? Staying is, of course, to mend regrets. Jody attempted to persuade her to abandon such negative thoughts. Is it not a saying that goes, if you exist long enough, good fortune will eventually come your way? If I leave, it may be long before another arrives to help me make a decision. The process of waiting can be excruciating, Jody. Would you not feel regret? Is it acceptable for others to decide for you? You do not understand, Jody. You cannot comprehend why regrets can never be mended. Jody's emotions grew increasingly volatile. He suddenly realized that the person worrying at this moment was not solely Myrtle. The one troubled by her departure was, in fact, himself. Even with an adult spirit within, isolation is truly unbearable. To him, Myrtle had become a significant friend. Is it acceptable for anyone else to make this decision? Then why can't I help you decide? Stay, Myrtle. I have grown accustomed to finding you here, conversing with me. Jody spoke with utmost sincerity. Are you confessing your feelings? Myrtle teased, drifting away, her playful demeanor revealing an underlying loneliness. Jody simply gazed at her, quietly conveying his earnestness. Myrtle became flustered. In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions pierced her heart, ultimately erupting into anger. You know nothing. With that, she hurled a final outburst before vanishing into the drain once more. For several weeks following, Jody was unable to see her again. As Christmas approached, the Quidditch matches among the four houses entered their final showdown. Jody did not attend the games in person, but from the idle chatter of his classmates, he learned that Slytherin had a strong chance of winning this year's championship. Gryffindor had improved significantly since Wood took over as captain, yet they seemed unable to find a competent seeker, thus remaining at the bottom. When the owl returned, it unexpectedly bore a letter from Robert for Jody. Damn it, when did this illiterate manage to piece together a complete letter? After leaving, Robert successfully brought his little girlfriend home to cohabit. The optimistic and cheerful fellow always seems to find a place of his own with ease. Then, the day after the final Quidditch match before the winter break, Quirrell sought out Jody to discuss a matter of great importance. Nicholas Flamel has arrived at Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore has asked me to convey his apologies. Such matters should ideally be entrusted to him in person. However, due to various considerations, he found it inconvenient to inquire about your identity. Quirrell, having learned of the assistant's presence, was quite concerned that Jody would be unwilling to yield for the sake of research. Nicholas Flamel needs to see the Marauder's map in person to facilitate his interpretation of the physical object. Naturally, this requires the consent of the current owner of the map, and, as the provider of parcel tome, Jody, upon agreeing, must naturally involve himself in Master Flamel's work. Shall we continue to utilize the Shrieking Shack, or might Master Flamel have another location designated for his office? For Jody, becoming acquainted with a master alchemist can hardly be deemed a misfortune. I know you would agree, my open-minded friend. Quirrell was nearly moved to tears. I've been so busy lately that I hardly even visit my own office. I've been sleeping in that shack at night. However, we can no longer occupy your secret hideout. Dumbledore has arranged a different workspace that might just be the most magical room in the school. But conversely, when I inquire about your research progress, you cannot conceal it from me. Additionally, if possible, I would appreciate a few words of guidance from Master Flamel. Of course, Master Flamel is a very amiable elder. Oh, by the way, Quirrell, relaxing yet not forgetting, handed the pre-prepared bag to Jody. You can consider this as an additional funding allocation from Professor Dumbledore to the Modern Magical Study Society. Given your supervisor's recent busyness, you may manage this semester's funds as you see fit. Jody opened the pouch, the golden hue quite delightful. Is this a sort of kickback? Quirrell shrugged. Professor Dumbledore fears you might feel offended, but based on my understanding of you, it should be fine. Certainly, if you have other requests. You may also voice them. Dumbledore still feels the need to compensate you, and I concur. Offended? Please, I welcome more such offenses of free money. Jody, I think I need to talk to you. Gibbs pulled Jody into a corner. Nervously scanning the surroundings, he was quite easily manipulated, yet he remained loyal to Jody. Correspondence with Mr. Ollivander had never ceased for Jody. As a modern individual, he had many fresh ideas to exchange with the Wand Master. Ollivander's wand shop is designated by both Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, and the vast majority of wizards within Hogwarts influence acquired their first wand from here, including Gibbs Rogier. Oh dear, being with a pure-blood family is not ideal for a mudblood like me. The things said at the beginning of the term have already caused you enough trouble. Jody teased Gibbs' concern, curious about what urgent matter he had to share. Don't say that word. It's not amusing. Surprisingly, Gibbs appeared quite averse to the term mudblood. Jody then adopted a more serious demeanor. So what is it you wish to discuss with me? It may seem strange for me to tell you these things, but I believe you shouldn't keep it all to yourself. You remember that thunderstorm. The rare thunderstorm we had after winter set in. Jody recalled Gibbs chasing after him that day, along with a vague memory of a challenge letter. I had almost forgotten. Whatever happened to those challenge letters? Gibbs nodded. They had intended to confront you, but someone intervened and stopped those troubles. You might not have noticed, but recently, the pure bloods in the school have been paying less attention to you. Haven This made Jody somewhat suspicious. Who had intervened on his behalf? It couldn't have been Quirrell, could it? It was a Hufflepuff student. Also a first-year Hufflepuff? Jody felt a chill run down his spine. A first-year Hufflepuff, who else could it be? His name is Tricky Augury. Gibbs' answer did not disappoint Jody. Damn it. Jody had already guessed what the main content of Gibbs' conversation would be. What did he do? Gibbs confirmed that no other students were paying attention to their discussion before lowering his voice. This guy made quite a scene. Perhaps only you haven't noticed the dissident alliance. What alliance? In his surprise, Jody couldn't help but admire Augury's audacity. Only a lunatic like him could stir up such a commotion. An informal student organization composed of mudbloods and half-bloods, they resist purebloods. Or rather, they specifically oppose the green ties formed by the pure blood faction in the school. Gibbs recalled the escalating student conflicts over the past few months, swallowing hard. The situation was growing more chaotic. Even upperclassmen had begun to participate. Jody could imagine the intensity. Weren't any teachers stepping in to halt this? The prefects have been covering this up. You may not be aware, but pure blood families have their own means of dealing with organizations opposing them. And folks like Augury, with a few screws loose, stand no chance against them. Jody took a few steps to process the information, then turned to look Gibbs in the eye. At that moment, Gibbs felt as if he were pierced through by that gaze. But why are you telling me all of this? Are you hoping I'll get involved or stop it? Gibbs stammered, feeling flustered for a moment that I don't want anyone to get hurt. I certainly hope someone can put a stop to it. Someone needs to bypass the prefects and notify the teachers. You seem quite close to Professor Quirrell. Why don't you go yourself? Dante spouts such ambiguous nonsense, Gibbs. Jody interrupted him, his suddenly raised voice startling Gibbs. The Rogier family is a thoroughbred pure blood family. You are the youngest in your family, with 2 older brothers above you. Pure blood families have a tradition of nurturing heirs. Aside from the eldest son, the other children are often overlooked, and they will not inherit the family estate. Hearing Jody recount those secrets gleaned from Ollivander, Gibbs felt a sting from Jody's words. How do you know this? No one does anything that offers them no benefit, especially not Slytherin. You're one of my closer friends, so naturally, I keep a certain level of attention on you. Jody advanced step by step, each footfall seeming to tread upon the shadows within Gibbs' heart, leading him deeper into darkness. What do you hope to gain by getting involved in this chaos? No, I'm not. Gibbs denied it verbally. But his expression betrayed him, and one enjoys being used. Gibbs, what can you gain from the conflict between the dissidents and the green ties? That winter thunderstorm revealed some of Jody's capabilities to Gibbs. Though only a few details, they were enough for the boy to draw some conclusions that Augury's commotion had led to an unprecedented unity among the non-purebloods. Even Gibbs, a marginal pureblood, had gained a certain level of attention. This guy is astute. Just a little nurturing, and he could sprout new growth that I cannot disclose specific circumstances to you. Just know that Augury's actual goal is to diminish my eldest brother's standing within the family. Later that day, Jody appeared outside the Gryffindor common room. The passing crowd pointed at this tattered-robed Slytherin, and soon, someone familiar spotted Jody. George Weasley, upon seeing Jody, appeared quite pleased. Those secret passages had allowed the twins to enjoy a truly unique time. "Hey, Jody, what is up?" Fred greeted warmly. "Just a little something. The twins' presence alleviated some unnecessary trouble. Could you help me find Percy?" "Percy?" The twins exchanged glances. "What do you need him for?" "Well, Jody, at this hour, our brother is quite the obedient model student." George hid his concern. "What we mean is, if you have some minor issue to resolve, it might be more convenient to discuss it with us." Fred chimed in. "Hey, George, Fred, what is going on?" As they chowed and strolled by, he caught sight of his close friends gathered together, peering over with curiosity. Despite our relatively short time at school, we were acquainted with a multitude of people. The twins seized the opportunity to boast about their extensive connections. Jody merely smiled, while Percy, despite appearing to be an oddity within the Weasley family, was undeterred by the familial bonds that held the Weasleys together. Rest assured, it was merely a trivial matter. The twins exchanged knowing glances. And George cautiously inquired, "Ahem, Jody, perhaps I shouldn't ask, but is it about augury?" Jody simply smiled. Fred then realized their suspicions were not unfounded. Indeed, the situation had escalated considerably. They could hardly be oblivious. "I understand what transpired in the Forbidden Forest that day. We considered that augury might need assistance, but he is far too obstinate that we approached him. Yet he chased us away," Fred explained. "This is no mere skirmish, Jody. This is a confrontation between pure bloods and half-bloods." Jody nodded, acknowledging their status as pure bloods. Percy regarded becoming an Auror as his dream to know, "You may have misunderstood our intention. My brother and I naturally stand by your side. The IT is simply that Percy." Jody did not allow them to finish. He rejected the twins' well-meaning offer to wade into this murky situation. "You are destined not to stand with me, and I shall not bind anyone with sentiments. Percy has his own judgments, and I believe you know his stubbornness better than I do. That I will speak with him. I had no intention of bringing you trouble. Some matters are better handled by certain individuals." "Are you inquiring about Professor McGonagall's stance on this matter?" Percy, intrigued by the surroundings of the room, could not help but let his curiosity surface. Jody had chosen Hagrid Hut as their meeting place, audaciously sending its owner away. Do not be surprised why he opted to engage in casual conversation with Percy, who seemed tangentially related to the events. Jody needed to hear a relatively impartial account from this bystander before determining his course of action. Augury was a brute, but he was not a fool. Jody did not intend to be anyone's pawn at a tea that moment. Jody reclined comfortably in a chair he had arranged to be quite cozy, with Yaya lying at his feet, allowing him to alternately tread upon its thick fur. "Not only Professor McGonagall, but I trust you have some awareness of the movements of most heads of houses, do you not?" Percy did not deny this, that "I advise you not to get involved. We all wish to avoid the situation escalating to this extent. Many individuals are seeking to converse with Augury, but he is far more obstinate than you might imagine. That is a madman." Jody employed a more fitting term. Percy appeared somewhat surprised by Jody's choice of words and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, just as you say that if he were expelled, you should know what those pure blood families would do to him. Without a solid educational background and compounded by societal pressure, it is a grim prospect. Indeed, it was grim." Percy hesitated, wavering before ultimately deciding to share what he knew. Professor McGonagall would certainly prefer to avoid conflict. She would never allow students to be harmed, yet she cannot prevent animosity among them. Professor Flitwick remains neutral. In fact, most adult wizards tacitly endorse the status of pure blood families. If one were to insist, Professor Flitwick would align with Professor Dumbledore. Professor Sprout is on the side of the half-bloods, but as the head of Hufflepuff, she is obligated to exemplify integrity and impartiality. Professor Snape is undoubtedly a staunch pureblood, yet he can only protect within the confines of the rules, given his history with the Death Eaters. Percy paused before continuing. "Hogwarts is a neutral institution, as long as school regulations are not violated. The staff will not take any stance, and I have heard rumors that the Ministry of Magic is exerting pressure on the school." Jody expressed his concerns. "Are you suggesting that pure blood families may intervene in these matters?" Percy immediately voiced Jody's apprehension. They will not. All their focus is on Professor Dumbledore, and it is merely an organization led by first-year students. They will allow the heirs to resolve their own issues. Then, Jody's eyes glimmered with intensity, his foot pressing down more firmly on Yaya, who responded with a satisfied grunt. If this confrontation between pure-bloods and half-bloods escalates significantly, will it affect the ongoing tug-of-war between Professor Dumbledore and the Ministry? At this, Percy could not respond immediately. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. My answer reflects only my personal opinion, but I believe it will not significantly impact their stalemate. The absence of any potential impact was surprising to Jody, who expressed his confusion and awaited Percy's elaboration. And no matter how severe the situation becomes, as long as the casualties stem from pure blood-related matters, regardless of which side suffers, even if lives are lost, the pure blood families behind the Ministry will not make any statements. Although the Ministry will intervene to oversee the school and impose strict penalties on students who err, they will never trouble Dumbledore over this matter. You may have some misunderstandings, Percy continued to explain. Professor Dumbledore is indeed very accommodating toward half-blood students and has openly defied Voldemort. However, he is not a supporter of the half-blood cause. Pure blood families would never desire to push Dumbledore into opposition over trivial conflicts. After all, Dumbledore himself hails from a pure blood family. No matter what, the status of pure bloods should not be shaken by him, which is why he maintains neutrality. I have studied his life. He once opposed Gellert Grindelwald, but that was due to Grindelwald's intent to incite a war against the Muggles. His opposition to Voldemort was solely in response to the fear Voldemort instilled. That man never intended to establish anything, which is why he relinquished his candidacy for Minister of Magic and disbanded the Order of the Phoenix. The subsequent minister, Fudge, also chose the pure bloods out of necessity. He was more unwilling than anyone to see the return of the White Wizard. Jody had never considered this perspective before, yet it seemed that he was only missing the final piece of the puzzle. Dumbledore had once been an advocate of Gellert Grindelwald. From Dumbledore's own viewpoint, he might feel the least qualified to speak on behalf of anyone. That man had never been a figure of lawfulness and goodness, and it now appeared he might lean more toward chaos. Neutral good or chaotic neutral, perhaps? Shall we approach this from another angle? What if the faculty perceive this matter not as targeting the half-bloods, but rather as an assault on Dumbledore himself? Haha! After the initial shock, Percy couldn't help but laugh. How could these two matters possibly be intertwined? Yet, if you could indeed achieve that, I can assure you that all the professors would stand by Professor Dumbledore. The tea in their cups had grown cold, and Hagrid's furry face appeared briefly at the window before disappearing again. This conversation was drawing to a close. Jody's greatest concern, that the conflict might erupt from societal influences, seemed to lack any imminent threat. Thus, he found himself puzzled as to why the Green Bowtie Club, as the reserve of the Pure Blood faction, would choose to confront a minor figure like Augury so fiercely. Who would have thought I would also be seen as an information broker one day? Jody's contemplative silence prompted Percy to consider leaving once more. However, Jody was not inclined to let him off that easily. But if chaos does ensue, would you be willing to act as a messenger, relaying the dire circumstances to the professors? What do you mean? Percy remained vigilant. Whether you are willing or not is irrelevant. I merely hope that a professor can be present immediately following the chaos. Percy pondered for a moment before finally sighing. I understand, but in exchange, I hope you do not involve George and Fred. Of course, Jody assured him, escorting Percy to the door with a semblance of familiarity, extending his hand in a gesture that felt rather formal. Thank you for sharing this. You saved my brother. I shall always remember that. But if further troubles arise, do not come looking for me. A sharp sound startled the two, as Hagrid finally emerged, eagerly glancing in their direction. But I must take my leave now. The expression on Percy's face clearly indicated his discontent with the ongoing dialogue. Ogly's actions fortuitously shielded Jody from troubles during his most challenging moments. After seeking counsel from numerous individuals and gathering substantial information, Jody finally approached Ogly. That a sense of something unusual lingered in the air, leading Jody to speculate about a certain possibility. Moreover, even without those potentialities, Ogly still possessed a fragment of a forbidden book that he had promised to lend him. Upon meeting Ogly, Jody noticed that the latter had also acquired bodyguards. A visibly older student, adorned with the Gryffindor emblem, stood alongside another Hufflepuff, maintaining a respectful distance from the crowd to safeguard their conversation. One of them, whom Jody recognized, was likely associated with Kaka. Many students in this school had suffered under Voldemort's reign of terror, with a greater number still drowning in despair beneath the shadows of pure-blood families. They gathered under Ogley's influence, yet remained indecisive. Naturally, the group included those rebellious souls tasked with gathering intelligence. Jody, my brother-in-arms, your urgency in seeking me suggests you harbor some thoughts. You wish to partake in my special operations? Frankly, I would advise against your involvement. The exuberant individual showed no signs of being in a predicament. Despite Ogley indeed facing a somewhat awkward situation, Jody cast another glance at the sentinels flanking them. The two stationed at a distance were unlikely to overhear their conversation, while Kaka's companion had expertly set up a silencing charm to prevent eavesdropping. Such an intriguing matter, and you did not think to involve me? Pray, enlighten me on how this chaos unfolded and the object you promised to unveil. You refer to the fragment of the forbidden book. Of course, Ogley comprehended precisely what Jody meant. That spell was indeed potent. You must witness it for yourself. Are you relying solely on that page to escalate matters? When facing Ogley, it is best to speak plainly. Regarding the duel initiated by the green bow tie, they might pit a seventh-year student against you. Surely you do not intend to tell me you are invincible at Hogwarts. Impossible. There are seniors in my own house I cannot hope to defeat. Ogley adopted a tone that implied, what a jest. Ah, so you are aware of your limitations. Thus, who proposed this duel? Does it matter who initiated it? Rest assured, everything will come to a head before the holidays. Ogley rarely diverted his gaze. Jody scrutinized his face intently, seeking any fleeting expression. Was it you who instigated it? Ogley did not confirm directly, yet his expression suggested a strong likelihood. So I have solved the mystery. I wondered why the purebloods were fixated on you. It turns out you are the one clinging to those conflicts. This revelation illuminated Jody's understanding of Gibbs' remarks about the object he sought, confirming Ogley was indeed the proactive party. Knowing Ogley possessed such a pronounced agenda, it became evident he desired something specific, something to be procured from the Slytherins. Have you set your sights on those treasures? Jody's voice lowered further. Ogley shrugged. I never intended to create such a stir when borrowing from the knights. I merely sought to engage in a minor skirmish and acquire what I desired unnoticed. How do you intend to achieve that? By defeating the previous owner of the treasure. Jody pondered why Ogley had such confidence in himself, or perhaps he spoke candidly to everyone. It could merely be a rumor. Ogley added, I have no doubt. Jody mused, so, you initiated this turmoil without even a 20% certainty, and now the plan has spiraled out of control. Hey, what is done is done. Do you not perceive the unusual energy radiating from the students lately? This response left Jody unable to continue his line of questioning. Perhaps I should not have aligned myself with your rhythm. First, tell me how many trustworthy allies you possess. I trust them all, but few trust me. Ogley gestured towards the students accompanying him, revealing that only 3.5 were genuinely reliable. The half was motivated but limited in trustworthiness. Ogley slowly elaborated on his chaotic and haphazard organization, lacking a meeting place, hierarchical structure, or fixed communication methods. The number of members remained uncertain, and there was not even a distinctive emblem for identification. Such an organization seemed more akin to a whimsical schoolyard gang than the nascent rebellion Jody had initially envisioned. Perhaps it is futile to inquire, but have you considered how to garner support from the broader community? Have you contemplated how to contend with the hostile factions within the school? Ogley did not disappoint Jody. He laughed innocently, and Jody discerned anger, confusion, and self-mockery within that expression. However, he found no trace of fear. What are you referring to? Jody nearly envisioned the dire consequences Ogley would face had he not intervened. Regardless of his intentions, under the protection of an accidental spell, he could not take anyone's life that he would be expelled, and those students who had rallied under his influence would soon revert to being docile. Who knows? I merely organized a night small group, rallied the students, and large crowds began to gather. The chaos was unforeseen, yet the current scene is precisely what I wished to see. I had long contemplated that if I were expelled, I would become a bounty wizard. Even if they shattered my wand, I would find a way to procure another. Are you planning to scavenge from the black market henceforth, to embark on a path of crime? Are you genuinely concerned for me? If I needed your assistance, I would have sought you out long ago. Unnecessary. It's not as dire as it seems. Spare me the trivial chatter. Jody interrupted Ogley's bravado. Is this not dire? I came here because I am intrigued by that treasure. If you trust me, divulge the specific details of the intelligence. Perhaps I can devise a plan that won't lead to your expulsion. As the topic shifted, Ogley appeared increasingly interested. Jody observed him casually wave his wand, layering another silencing charm. Currently, apart from myself and my 4 core members, no one else is privy to my true intentions. The treasure I seek is related to dreams. It would be most suitable for aiding the practice of mental magic, the very magic I gleaned from the forbidden page. I will retrieve that page for you. Let us set that aside for now. When we meet again, share why you wish to confront them, that we must ensure you do not get expelled. The Slytherin dream will serve as a battleground, and the outbreak of conflict will activate this dream. Ogley's vague statements revealed to Jody that he did not fully grasp the situation. He intended to challenge the treasure's owner directly. Yet that cunning individual remained hidden behind others. Hidden behind others? Yes, one of his lackeys, Malleus Roser. Ogley. Now there is another name. Jody Joy smiles that I recall that the Joyce family still has an unfinished duel with you. The Slytherin common room felt particularly warm today. The humidity causing faces to flush. It was now afternoon, and students from various years congregated here. The Slytherin faction stood divided into distinct groups, awaiting their leader to continue speaking. Yes, Lord Mithiel. The once boisterous Myers now appeared as meek as a quail before the tall 7th-year student. It was a pity for such a hulking figure. As you all know, I will be graduating next year. Slytherin has always been a breeding ground for talent, and many of you are eager to occupy the position I currently hold. The 7th-year student, addressed as Mithiel, sauntered among the crowd, his elevated gaze sweeping over them, each step seemingly treading upon their taut nerves, sending shivers down their spines. That I secured this position when the previous cohort of seniors had just entered their 6th year. Have you all grown complacent during these years of peace? Like those lambs stained with blood? He halted before a student, the tall Slytherin initially locking eyes with him, only to quickly become flustered under that gaze. That is due to your dominance, my lord. I do not wish to hear that. The Miter's voice was low and deliberate, yet he spared his longtime rival, now subdued and compliant. Let us reshuffle the cards while I still remain at school this year. I have heard that next year, the young master of the Malfoy family will be of age to attend, and I must leave him a few monstrous specimens of a sort. As he uttered the next phrase, Miter returned to the center, surrounded by all. Myers, take your little brothers and confront that mudblood who has infiltrated Slytherin. The conflict with Jody had occurred back at the beginning of the term, and since then, Myers had not crossed paths with Jody for quite some time. After all, to wet oneself in front of Jody was a considerable humiliation, and it was this leverage that had kept him silent about Jody bringing a firearm into the school. Indeed, I shall not let it be easy for Jody. This fellow is inherently uncertain, yet he harbors a desire to vindicate his disgrace. You must lose this duel. It must be a genuine defeat. To make those mudbloods even more audacious, to force more dissenters into the open. Miter's authoritative voice echoed in the basement, while conversely, I shall permit you to accompany me to visit the Black Tower in Hogsmeade this Christmas. A stir arose among the crowd, as Myers' face flushed with a mixture of joy and relief. The Slytherins generally exhibited composure and elegance, with Miter undoubtedly standing as a paragon among them, when he purposefully straightened and raised his head. No one in the basement dared to question his status. You are all awaiting the coveted recommendations I still hold. The Auror position in the Department of Mysteries, partnerships with the glorious Gold Goblin Trading Company, and a letter of recommendation for the Goblin Bank, alongside the 9 exclusive mysterious clubs of Slytherin to be announced as rewards for the forthcoming endeavors. He released the temptation, pausing intentionally, as if one could faintly hear the sound of gulping. A smile crept across Miter's lips, his handsome visage radiating brilliance. Yet to the Slytherins, that smile had become a mark of the devil itself. After all, he had reigned over Slytherin for a full 4 years. And I have altered the rules of the night, Demon S. Web, to one of systematic extermination. Let us see who can stand before me after the most dawns have passed. As the harsh winter descended, the outdoor temperature grew increasingly hostile. Each gust of cold wind seemed to audaciously seek to strip more from the people. Within Hogwarts, there were no small shops, which provided ample opportunity for various black market vendors. Among all the small black shops, the Weasley twins, renowned for acquiring anything and everything, held the most diverse and abundant selection. They had perfectly capitalized on the secret passageways revealed to them by Jody. To assist the first-year students, still unskilled in spellcasting, to feel a bit more at ease, a magical potion known as the Red Lantern Bomb had become exceedingly popular. This orange-yellow or fluorescent green liquid emitted a glow, and with just a sip, one could feel their entire body warm up delightfully for a time. Origami birds fluttered through the corridors, gracefully navigating above the crowd, deftly avoiding the floating candle flames. News spread inadvertently, and Jody Joyce's name quickly circulated among the throng. When he decided to step forward and join the Heretics Alliance, Jody effectively redirected the animosity of the Slytherins back onto himself. Have you heard? That Heretics Alliance that, of course, everyone is talking about. IT seems to be those frequently bullied individuals stirring up trouble. I've heard the Ravenclaws Blue, which had joined them, along with that knight from Gryffindor. The witch, that repugnant creature, it's hard to believe she would target a first-year student at her 6th year. Her tastes are certainly peculiar. Wretched, fanatical, insane, and a few lowly thieves. What a relief. Hogwarts ought to expel this lot together. Sure. Keep your voice down. Haven T, you heard? This mob has extended a challenge to the pure blood families, intending to settle some matters through dueling. A duel. Riffraff against noble heirs. Don't be foolish, but I've heard they seem to have already clashed. It's the only Slytherin among those ruffians that I think his name is Joyce. Bah, do not dare to call him a Slytherin. We have no such filth in our house that anyway, it's that fellow. I've heard he has crossed paths with a young master of the Blatch family. A duel. They say. The upperclassmen are all abuzz about it. Speaking of the duel challenge Myers had uncovered, students might be curious about how Jody, the central figure, felt about it. Jody. It felt akin to being offered a pillow while dozing off. Utterly delightful. Jody's most reliable source of information was undoubtedly Gibbs. After the last failed transmission of the challenge, Jody had been preoccupied with a series of special training sessions with Chilo, leaving him with an image of complete isolation, which caused Gibbs to fall out of focus. When Jody sought him out again for information, Gibbs demonstrated hesitation, but ultimately chose to assist. Standing on the side of the pure bloods, he would forever be a mere lackey, whereas alongside Jody, he would find himself valued and thus obtain a position commensurate with his worth. Perhaps he had yet to realize how much he was drawn to that feeling of being valued. And as Jody had articulated, embarrassing the rightful heirs provided an opportunity for other contenders to display their prowess. Piecing together snippets of information, Jody could roughly infer the Slytherins' plan. They aimed to crush their leader, Augury, with overwhelming force in the final duel, likely intending to leave him half dead. After the battle, higher authorities would intervene, most probably the council. Jody speculated. The school handled disputes among students with a muddled approach, but once the Ministry of Magic became involved, the situation would differ. If it escalated, the judicial body would provide pure blood families ample opportunity to manipulate the enforcers. Thus, the pure blood faction was eagerly longing for this duel, utilizing the anger of the non-pure bloods and continuously sowing discord in the shadows. The pure bloods needed a battle of weakness to ensure the non-pure bloods wouldn't flee at the last moment, thus requiring a Myers to lose to Jody. Coincidentally, this was precisely what Jody needed. He sought some superficial fame to present himself more dazzlingly in the eyes of the Heretics Alliance, to rapidly transform into an irreplaceable emblem. Jody remained unfazed by the imminent provocation. In merely a few months, his chaotic studies had allowed him to take the first step towards metamorphosis. Once he entered a state of mental overdrive. The pressure on his soul birthed high-intensity magical power. It was also due to this transcendent magic that Jody could seamlessly master wandless casting of levitation spells, albeit currently limited to low-level charms below the control spell. Now, Jody had to consider more how to control his magic to prevent accidentally inflicting severe injuries. But a surge of magical power, an episode of mental overdrive, granted Jody an unusual strength. Augury had mentioned that the treasure he had set his sights on could be used to train a mind, piquing Jody's immense interest. Poverty stifles imagination. Jody had not previously considered the possibility of enhancing himself through the use of props. Just as he was fervently seeking out those secrets, the previously sulking, moaning Myrtle suddenly appeared before him, insisting he return to that washroom. "The Slytherins are out to get you." Upon entering the washroom, Jody found Myrtle floating above, spinning in circles. Noticing Jody's arrival, the previously sulky ghost girl hastily approached him. Abandoning her earlier petulance, "I overheard several students discussing you for quite a while. Why do you allow yourself to be in such a predicament? The Slytherins relish in driving away students they disapprove of. You could seek help from the professors. With the winter break approaching, it is also possible for you to request a transfer to another house." "Why are you laughing?" Myrtle exclaimed, exasperated, while Jody felt a surge of joy at having someone genuinely concerned for him. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child, with a heart yet to be trained to such intensity. When utterly exhausted, it could ache. "You are willing to see me, which means you have agreed to my request." "Agreed to what?" "Stay, for the Holy Spirit, as mentioned in the realms of magic and mystery, is not a mere trifle that in that fleeting moment, a tumult of confusion, hesitation, embarrassment, and sorrow collided within Myrtle's mind. She clenched her fists tightly, pressing down with force while her fingers curled upward desperately. With her head bowed, she began to shout fervently. "How can you utter such words with such ease, when you comprehend nothing? Do you not realize how fragile a ghost truly is? Do you think that even if I wished to remain, I could? What emptiness resides within a ghost devoid of purpose? In my moments of demise, I once allowed myself to harbor hatred for Olive Hornby, believing that perhaps if I sustained that hatred, it would culminate in closure with her demise or some other resolution. Yet that Auror, that elderly figure from the ministry, persuaded me much like you do, claiming that if I simply waited, I would surely find a way to be compensated." Tears once more brimmed in Myrtle's eyes, crystalline droplets floating around her, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. "But what of it? What has come of this? I have waited for over 50 years, yet the void within me only expands. There are times I question whether I possess a heart at all, and whether I should retain these emotions." Myrtle cried out, lifting her gaze, only to meet Jody's ever-gentle eyes. Ultimately, her heart softened, persuading herself not to blame her friend for her own tragedy. Professor Binns once remarked that eternal life is also a curse. "Jody, free me from this curse." Jody, sensing her tears, grew anxious, a feeling he had not experienced even in the face of his own nightmarish encounters with death, nor during his initial attempts at becoming an animagus. Drawing from his past experiences, Jody recognized that Myrtle's fondness for him had reached a threshold. Her choice to remain or depart had manifested as a dialogue option laid before him. Yet, could he truly decide for her? If she were to stay, would she only encounter more sorrow? His choice would bear greater responsibility. And now, Myrtle stood there, teary-eyed, her gaze filled with a mix of faint comfort and pleading, while the rest was a profound helplessness. Jody could no longer maintain his smile. With a sigh, he adjusted his demeanor. "Stop crying. I have a gift for you. But it cannot be a face smeared with tears." Myrtle's attention shifted, curiosity piqued as she gazed at Jody's outstretched hand emerging from his sleeve, only to find it grasping a wand. Her curiosity intensified. Jody took a deep breath, allowing a genuine smile to return to his face. No longer the formulaic sunny smile, but one tinged with subtle worry. He waved the wand and recited the incantation, "Build strength." Myrtle felt a refreshing breeze sweep through her, almost as if a multitude of beings passed through her form. Instinctively, she recoiled, just as she intended to discern what had transpired. The sensation abruptly vanished. "What on earth are you doing?" Myrtle grumbled, floating slightly higher. "And now?" At that moment, Jody had summoned a thick book with a spell and tossed it in Myrtle's direction. "Oh!" Myrtle extended her hand to catch it, reminiscent of times when she was playfully teased by students. Yet, in the next second, her eyes widened in shock. "What have you done?" The 14-year-old girl possessed delicate, petite hands, while the ghostly form she inhabited radiated a pale, ethereal glow, making her grasp of the black-covered book appear even more diminutive. Before Jody could respond, she tossed the book delicately between her hands, flipping through its pages, not so much concerned with the content, but rather eager to experience the novelty of touching something tangible. Instantly, her mood shifted from melancholy to one of curiosity, her eyes peering over the book at Jody, deciphering his trick with every stolen glance. She released the book, entranced by her own translucent hands. Then she drifted down, circling around Jody, wrapping her arms around his neck. The black book, seemingly devoid of weight, floated in the air as if unbound by gravity. Do you remember how troubled you were over your transformation lessons? Jody, in just a few months, your magical control has surpassed what I was capable of in life. Perhaps you should consider joining Ravenclaw, Jody. The girl floated from behind Jody to face him, observing the crimson hue that had overtaken his eyes due to the mental overload. She reached out, as if to touch those eyes brimming with madness and obsession, prompting Jody to close his eyes, allowing her to gently brush his right eyelid. You have completely mastered the realm of gravity. Haven't you? You've woven a levitation spell using your control magic, applying a force within this space according to my current form. Indeed, Jody confirmed, a hint of pride in his tone. Over their time together, he had grown attuned to the subtle cues of Myrtle's emotions. For instance, her attire now seemed to billow as if submerged in liquid, and her hair flowed like ripples on water. This indicated she was in good spirits. Myrtle began to retreat, as if intending to float away. Jody reached out, grasping her arm, his own magic responding with a gentle force. Myrtle paused in compliance, as if genuinely tethered. Within Hogwarts, the ghostly ranks included Peeves, a lesser spirit lost to his own essence, and Professor Binns, a higher tier of specter. These details were meticulously recorded in the annals of magic and mystery, while Jody continued his studies, ever voracious. So, Jody's pace quickened, his anxiety palpable. If you truly wish to become a guardian spirit, then be my guardian spirit. In return, I will assist you in rectifying all your regrets. With me, if you desire to remain, you shall undoubtedly do so. There is much we can change, starting with the tragedy that afflicts you. Ultimately, Myrtle smiled, her expression brightening as she continued to retreat, leaving Jody unable to grasp her arm any longer. As she faded, she murmured, I am perpetually stripped of something. Dignity, life, and I expected you would come to take away my hope, right before the call of the Holy Spirit. With that, she transformed into shimmering specks of light, disappearing into the unknown. Jody's hand, still raised, clenched into a fist. Ravenclaw. How could he ever belong to Ravenclaw? Ambitious yet restrained, he considered himself perpetually superior, mocking foolish sacrifices while concocting ruthless schemes, even willing to use himself as a pawn. I am a thoroughbred Slytherin. The treasure must be secured. Myrtle would not depart anywhere. Another weekend approached, and Jody had arranged for Augury to introduce him to his rebellion comrades. He had devised a simple plan to ensure Augury would not face expulsion. The chosen venue for the inaugural gathering of the Heretics Alliance was so posh that many questioned whether Jody and Augury would truly show up. However, Jody need not worry about the meeting details for now. What he needed to prepare for was how to make a splendid first impression. The Marauder's map and Quirrell were situated in the room of requirement. Jody often visited, though he frequently found himself unable to engage due to their busyness. Fortunately, the location he intended to infiltrate was not particularly novel to him. Jody completed his transformation in Quirrell's office, morphing into a white serpent that slithered through the crevice back to his common room. Patiently, he awaited the younger students to divulge their swimming-related gossip. Recently, the Slytherins seemed easily fatigued. Every afternoon, the common room fell silent, with even those present often languishing on lounge chairs in slumber. Are they hibernating? He mused, not expecting such familiar voices to murmur in the corner. Jody glided past the decorative features beneath the ceiling. The house elves had even cleaned a place like this. Below him, Ivric wore an impatient expression as he regarded the small girl before him. Alice, I am not trying to discourage you, but you should surrender sooner rather than later. Honestly, I can't imagine you casting spells with your wand pointed at someone's head. I just want to stand by your side. My mother has repeatedly told me that we must help one another. Help me. Good heavens, you actually wish to assist me. Yet, Ifrek finds this utterly amusing, as though he has heard something particularly laughable. Indeed, there are those in this world who possess talent, and you are ill-suited for this endeavor. If you wish to avoid causing chaos as you did last night, it would be wise to keep your distance from me. But I do not want to hear the word but. Ifrek's voice rose several decibels. And perhaps mindful of the lounge's decorum, he furtively glanced around before lowering his tone. This compelled Jody to bow his head and eavesdrop, hidden beneath a pot of hanging plants. Should I encounter you again in the dream trial, I shall personally bring you down. I must convey to you just how vital the dream trial is for me. Only by demonstrating sufficient talent can one secure a recommendation from Lord Miter. I am determined to revitalize the Ifrek family. With a sense of grievance, Alice fell silent for a moment before quietly sobbing. Jody slinked down the corner, his tail curling as he paid no attention to Ifrek's ensuing awkwardness. After hesitating for a few seconds at the junction, Jody chose to swim toward the girls' dormitory. Beneath the green-embellished curtains, slender figures stretched lazily, and the air was filled with a soothing blend of various young feminine scents. The forked tongue of Jody transmitted such thoughts to his mind. Hey, who was the last one to win last night? A voice, seemingly just awakened, emerged from behind the curtains. Had he seen Lord Miter? No, the two attendants beside Lord Miter were far too formidable. With Rogier and Menina guarding him, it was nearly impossible for anyone to last until the end. If it weren't for Ikelu's prank last night, I would have certainly met Lord Miter. Please, let me not encounter you today. Aha, then I shall wear a mask tonight. Jody squeezed into a cubicle, curling into a ball on the open space between four large beds. Resting his head upon his body, waiting for useful information to emerge. Eavesdropping is indeed an art. Fortunately, with a few keywords prepared, even if he failed to eavesdrop, he could still devise a plan with Chilo. Gina, are you still not awake? Why so silent? I was pondering, why not simply capture those Slytherin adversaries and teach them a lesson in the dream? That ignorant group of mudbloods would surely be frightened senseless. Initially, Jody thought no one was in the bed, but a floating voice spoke forth, sharing an insidious idea. Of course not. You still do not understand, do you? Only those with the will to fight and who possess the mark may participate in the trial. The voice, brimming with arrogance, continued. We too had the assistance of seniors to gain our participation rights. I've heard that the traitor named Joyce on the boys' side received no mark from anyone. Jody, hidden beneath the bed, was instantly incensed. Was this a deliberate exclusion? However, just as he intended to continue listening, a surprised gasp from the bed halted the conversation. Then a pair of bare little feet stepped onto the carpet before him. The brown blanket flattening beneath the weight, the pink toenails exquisite as though crafted by an artist. Hiss, do I recognize your feet? Oh, it's that white snake from the bathroom. Look, I told you I'd seen it. After finally escaping the enthusiastic girls, Jody sees an opportunity to invite Chilo for tea. Dreams and trials? It seems the pure bloods of Slytherin are determined to exclude you, aren't they? It may not be fitting for me to disclose this to you. Capturing Chilo's downtime is quite a challenge. Jody deliberately skipped dinner, waiting for the teacher to bite into his food before probing his lingering questions. If he did not clarify soon, Slytherin would soon turn against him. The Night Weaver is one of the many mysteries possessed by Slytherin House, and it is also the most widely known treasure. After all, each generation of Slytherins employs it for various training. 7 treasures, 2 mysteries, combined with opportunities for monopolistic forces, are the foundation upon which they attract talent. Why does Slytherin possess such splendid resources? Jody felt a surge of indignation. He finally understood the source of Slytherin's sense of superiority. Recommendation letters, treasures, and a series of tactics forge a platform that elevates the pure bloods above other students. Only by joining them could one attain the resources monopolized within the Aegoner Academy. These are the secrets of Hogwarts. Jody, you are indeed fortunate. When I was troubled by these matters, not a single senior could enlighten me. I had to research with my good friend for quite some time. Chilo paused with his cutlery. He had long wished to share these seldom-told tales that, oh, you know how Hogwarts was established. By the 4 founders? Chilo smiled and shook his head. Such a grand castle, with its complex 7 doors, could not be constructed solely by 4 moderately talented wizards. Sir, why did you refer to the 4 founders as merely moderately talented wizards? To be precise, it was a collaborative effort involving the four founders, their followers, and the supporting forces that brought forth this timeless creation. As he spoke, Chilo placed 4 sausages in the center of a plate surrounded by a heap of pasta. Among them, the influence of pure blood families played a crucial role. Chilo twirled the pasta around his fork, then raised it before Jody's eyes. Salazar Slytherin garnered the support of the prominent families of his time. He showcased Hogwarts to the world, demonstrating the transformative potential of this magical school. And his ideology of purebloods was readily embraced. People supported his endeavors within the school, opposing Godric Gryffindor, hoping he would divide power and suppress Gryffindor's arrogance. They provided substantial funding, with many families even relinquishing their family treasures. Among these was the treasure we have mentioned, known as the Black Pearl of Dawn. The Night Weaver, as he spoke, he took a hearty bite of the pasta. Once the school was established, these treasures were partially reclaimed by the families. While many became integral to the institution, legend has it that there are 7 mysteries exclusive to Slytherin, held and passed down by several ancient and venerable families. Chilo continued, a smirk crossing his face. This is a good thing. Otherwise, many pure-blood families would choose to hire tutors for their children, leading to an even greater disparity in class. Some of these treasures are even linked to the 7 doors, providing a vessel for the immense magical array. However, I currently lack the time to delve into this aspect. Following Master Lamy, I am nearly too busy to eat. Chilo bit into a small sausage from his plate, the crunch echoing sharply. Each year, pure-blood families prepare numerous vacant positions for their heirs. The Slytherins begin planning their successors' futures relatively early, employing various methods to test their talents and specialties. They even begin to consolidate non-pure-blood followers within the school using their resources. The Night Weaver is akin to a gladiatorial arena, constructed by guiding dreams. I studied it during my school years and participated in several trials. The energy of that treasure is not vast. The dreams induced by it, aside from preventing injuries, almost equate to the physical and mental exhaustion experienced while awake, impacting daytime classes, which is a primary reason it was not developed by the founders. Additionally, the strength of this treasure is insufficient to accommodate a large number of participants simultaneously. Jody grasped the crux of Chilo's words. Sir, are you saying you have also participated, but you are from Ravenclaw? Haha. As long as you're willing to think, solutions will always outnumber problems. Jody. Chilo waved his fork, reminiscing with a hint of pride. The method of transmitting the Night Weaver's mark is not stringent. One merely needs to achieve a certain mental intensity to guide it forth. I'm not entirely familiar with the formal methods employed by the Slytherins. I only know that we initially used our Patronus to acquire the mark. A Patronus? Indeed, a Patronus is a mysterious spell formed from the joy within the soul, intermingled with fervent belief, directly linked to your essence. When a Patronus encounters an object marked, it is akin to a collision of souls. Essentially, upon contact, you have already acquired the mark. Jody's eyes gleamed with excitement as a myriad of intriguing concepts flooded his mind. Oh, by the way, while a Patronus can absorb the mark, once you have obtained it, you cannot use it to transmit. A mark such as this cannot truly be deemed a joyful moment. Once one possesses a mark, there exists the potential to usurp ownership even within the realm of dreams. Much like my dear friend from years past, donning a non-Slytherin identity, managed to claim what was exclusively Slytherin. What was the name of your raucous companion? I suspect you would not be acquainted with him. He is a prodigy, skilled in alchemy, enchantments, and potions. His name is Dolik Gelmond, and he is quite occupied at the Ancient Magical Artifacts Research Institute. It has been some time since we last communicated. How small this world is. Jody immediately associated him with the Dolik he knew. That if we are indeed referring to the same individual, I must inform you that your acquaintance is no longer employed at the Ancient Magical Artifacts Research Institute. Jody, do not forget, this Saturday at noon, we must fulfill our duel. Do not expect any teacher to come to your rescue. Miles, with great effort, contorted his facial muscles to assume a fierce demeanor. Just after class, he rushed over to emphasize his challenge. Unfortunately, at the tender age of 11, he could hardly muster an imposing presence. He exuded more the essence of a mischievous child. Jody, with a client reception smile, watched the boisterous group depart. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for Miles, Though lacking in enthusiasm, it seemed he must subject him to some hardship. Jody withdrew his hand from his robe, and simultaneously, the letter and quill floated before him. The suggestion of the Myrtle was indeed highly effective. Sustained spellcasting is remarkably beneficial for the refinement of the soul, particularly for complex high-level spells such as the Control Charm. After much practice, Jody could finally perform wandless magic without the mental enhancement effect. The floating appendages, composed of levitation charms, seemed to accompany him perpetually, which Jody humorously dubbed Mage's Hand. The parchment stabilized in mid-air as Jody seized the quill and swiftly filled out the pre-prepared letter. After sealing it in an envelope, he casually handed it to a Ravenclaw student lingering by the corridor. "Kindly deliver this to your college Green Sorceress." The Adept Witch of Ravenclaw is known by the moniker Green Sorceress. She is a pure blood who faces discrimination due to her unique lineage. Years of bullying on campus have made her eager to participate in acts of sabotage. The paper swallows flitting about these days are her handiwork. And once Jody's letter is delivered, his directive will swiftly circulate throughout the school. The gathering will take place this Saturday in the basement of the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. It shall be a masquerade. So please prepare masks. I shall be wearing an orange-yellow pumpkin mask to meet you all. Kindly do not confuse it with my mask. Thank you. For Jody, time seemed to pass at a much swifter pace than for others. Filled as he was with various endeavors before long, when the elusive Jody appeared within the castle, a large group of Slytherins swiftly set their sights on him. Amidst their tense vigilance, Jody strolled nonchalantly towards the designated duel location. Turning into the path leading to the duel, a figure emerged from the shadows. Awaiting him was a student whose face was largely obscured by a significant burn. He was one of the 4 individuals whom Augury had deemed trustworthy. A boy named Kaka whom Jody had encountered before, a Gryffindor 4th year. Nike Capman, a pitiable soul scarred by the remnants of war. His title originally bore less charm. This proud individual had vowed to retaliate against anyone who mocked his scars since his enrollment, coming back for more after each failure. Initially, due to his numerous defeats, he was dubbed the Defeated Hound. While many students could tolerate subtle bullying, they feared his unrestrained resistance. Shortly after the skirmishing commenced, students began to voice their concerns, hoping the administration would intervene. From that moment, the knight began to study the school rules, growing fond of tradition. Duels are sacred, and even teachers cannot easily dismiss a duel that is regulated by rules. From that time forth, his moniker transformed into the Defeated Knight. With the change in his victories and his persistence, this title ultimately evolved into the knight he is today, but he is a figure of considerable popularity among certain circles. The emergence of the Heretics Alliance alleviated some of the pressure upon him, yet he was already weary under the oppression of the Slytherin pureblood faction. Like Augury, he is a wounded beast, easily resonating with others. So, did Augury send you? Given his presence here, the reason is not difficult to surmise. You are to duel with the Slytherins, and he fears for your safety. The knight's identity and status stem from his own steadfastness. He has always managed to adapt to the pressures of combat and find enjoyment therein. While he can acknowledge Augury, who possesses greater combat prowess and a sense of justice, he finds it difficult to trust this suspicious newcomer who seems to be scheming. The knight's voluntary presence serves, in part, to monitor the situation that he is wary of this choice. Jody shook his head, expressing discontent. The original arrangement was not intended to unfold this way. He needed to devise a method to ensure that Cuss would adhere to the plan. Surely, he had already set off? Yes, he arrived at the meeting point ahead of time to maintain order. I need not be present, and you must utilize the secret passage to reach Hogsmeade, requiring assistance to facilitate your escape. Jody firmly rejected this notion. What he needed to accomplish was ill-suited for companionship. I do not require assistance, and you cannot disrupt the rules of the duel, especially not one who claims to be a knight. At this juncture, the knight was nearly convinced that Jody intended to employ trickery, but he had his own means to ensure Jody was assigned to the non-pure blood side. That I shall fight for you. Your duel with the Slytherins is already common knowledge. Whether you attend in person is inconsequential. There are already rumors among the students suggesting I would take your place. I am indeed the best choice. Jody understood this sentiment. He was aware of such rumors. Miles needed to stage a foam match for the greater good, yet personally he had no desire to lose to a first-year student. However, to be defeated by the knight was an entirely different matter. The combat prowess of this duel fanatic is widely acknowledged, that I insist. It was too cumbersome to explain. Jody did not wish to engage further in this matter. You have no right to refuse. You are due to attend the gathering this afternoon, yet have chosen to duel at noon. You have dismissed all members of the Heretics Alliance early, then ventured alone to confront the purebloods. Who knows what you intend to do? Hearing such misunderstandings and inquiries, Jody felt no anger. He opted for the simplest form of explanation. Jody raised his hand to halt Kuss, who was attempting to follow his lead. The knight stopped in his tracks, watching helplessly as Jody walked away. What have you done? Kuss remained rooted in place, immobilized by an overwhelming force. Convincing through mere words can be quite troublesome. Stay here. I shall return shortly. Experience enabled the knight to perceive the sudden surge of magic emanating from Jody, yet his lack of vigilance prevented any reaction, until Jody had completely vanished around the corner. Kaka could not fathom how the other had executed magic without any forewarning. Upon reflection, he realized Jody had seemingly not even drawn his wand. During his mental enhancement phase, Jody had read an extensive array of books. These tomes not only assisted him in meticulously repairing his soul, but also effectively harnessed his rapidly operating mind. They contained a wealth of knowledge and offered various spells and casting techniques. This knowledge enhanced Jody's spell-casting abilities, yet the repertoire of magic he excelled in did not suddenly expand. That Jody's forte remained levitation spells, which are best employed in surprise attacks against adversaries. The solitary appearance of Jody had already infuriated the Slytherins. Miles suppressed his inner rage, maintaining his noble lineage's image. Just you alone. I am beginning to admire your courage. The pureblood faction was well aware that their opposing faction would soon convene. They had initially believed Jody would forfeit the duel. Here to surrender, are you? Look, there is not a soul beside you. Whispers and murmurs circulated among the members of Slytherin, and a particularly audacious individual boldly shouted, suggesting that if one sought forgiveness, one ought to bring something of value. Perhaps a list of mudbloods? Who would be interested in such a list? An exaggerated female voice erupted in a shrill laugh reminiscent of a horror film, ultimately mocking in a hoarse and venomous tone. Kneel and lick the floor if you truly desire to show sincerity. To add to the absurdity, a male voice chimed in. Jody halted, observing their grotesque display. With arms crossed, he surveyed the raucous crowd, quietly assessing the ages and grades of the students before him. What are you staring at? He retorted. Maybe I ought to plug those 2 gaping holes of yours with the slimy secretion of a toad. Orphan, have your family all perished because of you? Or does your whore mother refuse to care for you? Even the most myopic should have begun to sense the disquiet. The Slytherins gradually realized that Jody was not there to negotiate peace. As anticipated, Jody strode into the clearing created by the crowd. A madman? A clown? Perhaps he relished the idea of being the center of attention, receiving blows from so many onlookers. Meanwhile, some Slytherins felt a sense of injustice at the thought of Miles being compelled to deliberately lose to such a character. The spectators were few, mostly younger students, as the outcome of the confrontation was all but determined in favor of Miles. We need not engage in pleasantries, do we? Miles inquired deliberately. I don't recall us being that close. Standing before Miles, Jody clasped his hands at his waist, fingers interlaced, a sardonic grin plastered across his face. What are you babbling about? A single word from Jody shattered Miles's facade, igniting the fury within the young man as he inhaled deeply. Then let us begin, mudblood. Jody then spread his arms, performing a rather awkward gesture reminiscent of a British greeting. Miles reciprocated, his cautious gaze tinged with confusion. Aren't you going to draw your wand? He might have been concerned that Jody would produce something other than a wand. Jody, uninterested in speculating about Miles's thoughts, seized a moment when Miles lowered his head to bow. Without warning, he raised his empty hand and cast a force charm. Form obelisk. It was akin to dropping a seismic bomb. No, a small bomb would not possess such tremendous power. In an instant, everyone surrounding them was propelled away, pinned down, or slammed against the walls. Almost immediately, Jody's wand slid from his sleeve into his grasp. The force charm, previously curtailed by his lack of a wand, was now unleashed that a dull thud echoed through the corridor. But this was not the end. Jody activated his cheat-like mental superfrequency. His magical energy became reckless, particularly targeting those students who had just been spewing insults, even forcing the contents of their stomachs to be expelled. Miles, facing Jody, was hurled back only to be yanked back to Jody's presence by an irresistible force. The rapid oscillation draining him of all strength. Suspended in midair, Miles found his limbs stiffened, as if a colossal claw had ensnared him. He attempted to speak, but the pressure from that force squeezed the air from his chest. With all his might, he focused his gaze on Jody, only to be met with a pair of cold, blood-red eyes. Jody swiftly adjusted his magical framework, ensuring he wouldn't inadvertently crush the boy before him. As the pressure on Miles's chest eased slightly, he was suddenly plunged into darkness, struck on the forehead by Jody's force charm. He collapsed to the ground in a daze. From Keith's perspective, it seemed Jody had merely stepped away for a moment. After the force charm dissipated, he had yet to formulate his next plan when Jody reappeared in his line of sight. What left him bewildered was the figure hovering beside Jody. Miles, unconscious, was being held aloft by Jody's force charm. A special guest of the gathering. Jody began rambling. The duel has made me a bit weary. Let him sleep for a while, that we need to move swiftly. Follow my lead. The location of the duel had been deliberately secluded, and Jody had already devised a route through which to escape. The path he intended to take was so unlikely to encounter professors that one would have to have extraordinarily bad luck to cross their paths. The secret passage he sought was hidden behind the large mirror on the 5th floor, and Jody vaguely recalled that this passage had collapsed long before Harry Potter had played with the Marauder's map. Jody felt that as the butterfly flapping its wings with all its might, he had undoubtedly influenced the narrative. With the help of the Marauder's map, the school's handling of the 7 gates would be affected. And Quirrell, benefiting from the research into ancient magic, could no longer afford to recklessly attempt to capture Voldemort. However, just to be safe, Jody preferred not to actively alter the storyline. What if the timeline were to converge? Upon entering the secret passage, Jody found some small props left behind by Augury. He opened a box, and a large sack floated out, enveloping Miles entirely, with ropes coiling around him like living creatures. I had hesitated for quite some time before finally deciding to speak. Yet Jody did not allow me to finish my apology. Your thoughts are valid, and you genuinely care for everyone. Please continue to reflect on such matters. However, do you not have a mask prepared for the future? Jody patted a hard object beneath his robe, confirming he had not forgotten the mask. Compared to before, the knight had evidently redefined their hierarchical relationship. Jody's image had shifted from that of a protected to a collaborator, and thus his tone could no longer be so brusque. I do not require one. I have no desire to conceal my face. Do you not understand why I want everyone to wear masks? The knight nodded. The alliance constructed by Augury was merely a verbal organization, comprised of an eclectic mix of individuals, with a highly chaotic structure. Lacking any means to discern true intentions, I believed it more feasible to dismantle the organization and start anew. The knight acknowledged this with a grunt, awaiting Jody's continuation. What we must do now is nourish this organization before we encase it in a cocoon. The primary purpose of today's gathering is to disseminate ideas, and with masks, some neutral parties may find a way to infiltrate, even if merely for free drinks. And what of our enemies? The knight naturally focused on the more threatening aspects. Even our enemies must be courted. This organization represents an oppressed group, principally composed of those of non-pure blood. However, this does not imply that only those of non-pure blood will align with us. We are up against a behemoth. Humans are creatures that pursue their own interests. As long as our ideas resonate as beneficial to more individuals, then regardless of what this organization ultimately becomes, we shall have achieved victory. Jody was uncertain whether he had expressed himself clearly, but judging by the knight's increasing seriousness, he likely had gained his approval. CAC held a significant position within the organization, as it had previously been a small group led by him before Augury's chaotic involvement. The two emerged from the secret passage, swiftly crossing the street, the floating sack attracting little attention. The hog's head and was already bustling. Aside from the meager fees collected by Augury, Jody had also allocated a portion of departmental fund for today's gathering. Jody was pleased with the turnout. Anticipating a lively atmosphere ahead, he retrieved an intricately crafted mask from beneath his robe. Its elongated pumpkin shape featured a pair of wide, silly eyes and a mouth with only 3 teeth in total, a comical mask for an audience clad in bizarre attire, as Jody opened the pub door. The cheerful music he had reserved filled the air, creating the ambience of a peculiar celebration. Or perhaps this was indeed a strange festivity, catering to a gathering of novice specters. "Are you the clown?" Upon spotting the short boy in the booth, Jody immediately recognized him. The first-year Hufflepuff student, Dylan Crow, was a mudblood, and his congenital condition rendered him significantly shorter than his peers. Not long after the commencement of the academic term, he was falsely accused of theft. In a bid to protect him, Augury incited a disturbance. He had dubbed himself the Jester, being the least capable and the youngest among Augury's most trusted allies. The Jester evaded Geordie's gaze, seemingly overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. "Lift your head, young man." Geordie conjured his magic to elevate the youthful visage. "Do you know, among all emotions, joy is the easiest to transmit to others. This world cannot do without a sense of humor. We are not here to rescue a sorrowful world. So let us share a smile, even if it means deceiving ourselves into believing we are at ease." Dylan nodded, somewhat bewildered. Thus, Geordie turned his attention to Augury, who was staring wide-eyed in a foolish manner. "Are you ready to save the world with joy? My confidence in your ability to bring us success is growing." Augury immediately puffed up with pride. "You seem to believe in me even more than I do." Then Geordie beheld the enchantress. Considering himself quite worldly, having traversed the information age, he had encountered a plethora of faces, diminishing the awe that once accompanied such encounters. Logically, it was rare for any visage to leave him flustered. Yet today, when the fabled blue enchantress appeared, he felt his heart skip a beat, his blood warm, and an inexplicable exhilaration envelop him. The girl possessed long, sleek hair and a figure that was indeed captivating. She belonged to that rare breed of stunning beauty. Yet Geordie was certain that his body's overreaction had little to do with her demeanor. This must surely be the work of magic, some enchantment that manipulates the heart. In a swift assessment, Geordie reined in his emotions, suppressing the unusual sensations that prevent his discomposure from surfacing. He deliberately slowed his speech. "Miss Evelina Selena," Geordie feigned guessing while donning a professional smile, "your magical prowess has been immensely beneficial to me. You may simply refer to me as the Enchantress. I quite relish that title." "Dear Deputy Leader." The Enchantress glided closer, effortlessly invading his personal space, and Geordie could even feel her breath brushing against his face, eliciting a tingling sensation. "Dear gentleman, your face is quite flushed. Is it particularly warm in here?" Deputy Leader, Geordie cast a questioning glance at Augury, who pointedly ignored him. "Evelina," Cack murmured a warning, yet he could not hinder his companion from testing the sudden entrant into their inner circle in her own way. Meanwhile, Dylan had retreated, his face flushed with embarrassment. Geordie was perplexed. He was certain he had not been hexed, nor had he ingested any peculiar potions, and the girl was not wielding her wand. He discreetly distanced himself, wary of the enchantress's potential to overwhelm him, while maintaining his decorum. No matter the circumstances, he had to deliver his speech today, and besides, the temperature was comfortably moderate. Geordie surmised that his unusual state was a result of the formidable enchantress demonstrating her prowess. "Do you feel your heart racing?" The height difference between the 6th-year enchantress and the 1st-year Geordie was quite pronounced. He was not the towering frame of Augury. She leaned forward, her innocent expression tinged with curiosity, her words laced with malicious teasing. The girl drew near to Geordie's ear. "Do you find yourself utterly captivated by my presence, just as I am by you at this moment? Could she be a siren?" Geordie suddenly recalled the special race featured in the Goblet of Fire, but he turned his head to meet Evelina's gaze, those pure azure eyes strikingly beautiful. She lacked the siren's white hair, and perhaps the influence at play was something far more potent than that of a half-blood siren. Amidst the overwhelming stimulation, Geordie instinctively withdrew magic from his Patronus, bloodshot veins surfacing as he entered a heightened state, which helped alleviate his discomfort, allowing him to relax slightly, revealing a hint of fatigue. This reaction left the enchantress bewildered, yet Geordie had discerned the crux of the matter. Regardless of the source of her enchanting abilities, such formidable power must have brought considerable complications to the girl before him. Rumors of the Blue Enchantress's promiscuity and scandalous private life had even reached the ears of first-year students. It would be strange if Geordie could not surmise more. "You shall not sway me," Geordie declared, playfully tugging at the girl's chin, pinching her cheeks in a comical manner. "I have been invited to assist you in resolving your issues. How could I be so easily influenced by you?" He gently nudged Evelina to cease her bending posture, a stance that made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Before I can prove my worth in aiding you, I would appreciate your assistance first. I shall strive to earn your recognition swiftly." The enchantress seemed taken aback, but she finally composed herself, engaging in a proper conversation with Geordie. "Very well, I shall await your efforts, Mr. Joyce." In that instant, Geordie felt his unease diminish significantly, allowing him to rely on his self-control to rein in his instincts. In the afternoon, the appointed time for their meeting was drawing near. Only Geordie and Augury remained in the secluded space. "Will the fourth participant be attending?" Geordie inquired. Augury shook his head. "He will be present, but will not reveal himself. I do not get along well with him. He always approaches me wearing a mask." His voice altered. "He is a Slytherin, and some sensitive information originated from him. He is the one who disseminated the encrypted messages, codenamed the Hermit. I never expected you to accept help from a pure-blood Slytherin." Geordie teased deliberately to lighten the somewhat serious atmosphere. "He and I are entirely different cases. He is a wretched fellow, yet the information he provides is indeed credible. I have verified it through the informant from the Frank family." Augury elaborated, painting a complex narrative. However, the duplicitous nature of such individuals sometimes rendered them startlingly trustworthy. Geordie nodded. "Convincing you at least indicates he possesses eloquence on par with his strength. Come, the audience's patience is waning. By the way, what will your code name be?" "I am the Ruckus. Will you be the gentleman?" "A gentleman? That doesn't quite suit me." Geordie gestured toward his mask. "I am the Pumpkinhead." With a gentle flick of his wand, he activated the silencing charm that enveloped the corner of the booth, startling Myers, who began to whimper and struggle. Even Augury had not anticipated the audacity of kidnapping a Slytherin to generate buzz at the gathering. As the curtain rose, Geordie ascended to the small performance stage at the center of the bar. The crowd fell into a natural silence as Geordie raised the wand that belonged to Myers, gesturing around his throat, softly casting the sonorous charm, amplifying his voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon." Geordie toyed with the wand, ensuring all eyes were firmly fixed upon him. The pumpkin mask perched at an angle on his forehead bore a wicked grin, leading many to deduce his identity effortlessly. "I am Geordie Joyce, a figure ambitious enough to earn the recognition of Salazar, Slytherin himself." The wand pointed directly at the audience below, unsettling many. "You refer to me as Mudblood." As Geordie's wand swirled through the crowd, everyone began to grasp that this peculiar gathering was not malevolent. The boy's mask did not exude malice. The true malevolence lay within the boy himself, a first-year student barely taller than a child. Utilizing his calm voice to modulate his tone, articulating the suppressed fury within, the crowd's mindset began to shift, and Geordie was intent on igniting that transformation, having already resolved to elevate the atmosphere to a fever pitch in that very moment. Geordie placed his left hand behind his back, his wand pointing skyward as a long, cloth-wrapped bag leaped into the audience's view. With a sudden crackle, a terrified Myers was revealed to all. Lord Mithil. A masked figure in the corner leaned toward the seated authority figure, whispering. The man simply waved his hand dismissively. "I enjoy surprises. Let us see just how grand their theatrics can be." Geordie awaited while Miles cried out for help. As the witch and knight stood guard at the entrance, thwarting any would-be escapees, the atmosphere had grown sufficiently heated. Geordie waved his wand to silence Miles, signaling that it was time to commence his discourse. Frequently, we find ourselves pondering whether we have truly committed any wrongs. Yet we have not. We are merely innocent victims of unfounded discrimination. They despise us solely for our existence, for certain immutable aspects of our being. As he spoke, Geordie raised his wand, striking it against the board as if to compel Miles to rotate slowly in the air like a piece of meat on a spit. Then, with a self-deprecating tone, reiterated the pivotal term he was addressing. Change. Is there truly no one among us who can bear the burden of this transformation? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond to such an ambiguous inquiry. Jody was well aware of the answer he would provide. No, it is not so. Pure-blood families constitute but a minuscule fraction of the wizarding society. It is the non-purebloods who form the larger collective. Among us are countless exceptional individuals, sincere, courageous, humble, and kind. Yet, after all these years, why has the oppression of non-purebloods by purebloods remained unaltered? He spread his arms, seemingly satisfied with the silence that enveloped the crowd. Order. The astute always find a way to conform to order, to become part of it for the rest of us. We either lack sufficient cunning or harbor various ties that bind us. Many of you are undoubtedly curious why it is I who stands here, spouting such audacity. Many of you must question my abilities and age, yes? But I tell you now, the only one capable of aiding you in altering your circumstances is me. To gain recognition, we must first shatter the existing order, compelling those exploiters entrenched in their privileges to relinquish their positions. Only by forcing those who deem themselves powerful to acknowledge our strength can we secure our place at the table. Only by revealing our fangs can we compel those who scorn us to regard us with respect. Only fear can combat fear. With a surge of magic, Jody sent Miles crashing to the ground. And Miles, no longer trembling in terror, glared fiercely at Jody, unperturbed by the repercussions. Jody raised his wand, channeling immense power into the Guardian, and with a flourish, summoned forth a colossal white serpent. The harsh reality of nature's law, survival of the fittest, has always prevailed and will persist indefinitely. Yet, we must make them aware that trampling on the tail of a fierce tiger will inevitably incite retribution. To provoke a dragon's reverse scale is to court disaster, but we shall fix our gaze upon our prey. Unwaveringly, for eternity, the great serpent coiled within the basement, its semi-transparent form enveloping participant after participant, until its massive head loomed before Jody, its gaze fixed upon the prostrate Miles below. It opened its gaping maw, sinking its teeth into the void. One could almost hear the sound of its jaws clashing to, you wish to be devoured. No, the jester, Dylan CLO, leapt excitedly from his seat. You wish to be devoured. No. The ranks of the crowd swelled in fervent agreement. You wish to be devoured. No. Then let them understand. Never provoke a sleeping dragon. Jody bellowed with the fervor of a villain, rallying the crowd's thirst for vengeance. The Slytherins among them began to grow anxious. In the corner, Myrtle, adorned with a horn mask, glared coldly at Jody. Jody's wrist trembled slightly as he deftly conjured magic to sever the ropes binding Miles. Simultaneously, a spell was whispered amidst the clamor. Pesita Lassiparisur, the serpent's head and the incantation struck simultaneously, biting into the unsuspecting Makas below. Miles emitted a muffled groan, one that resonated with profound pain, his suppressed cries imbued with a tragic nobility that tugged at the heartstrings. Jody found himself somewhat taken aback. His original plan had envisioned Miles screaming in terror as he fled the tavern. Regardless of whether Slytherins were present, the Guardian had ensured that the nightmarish mark was linked to every individual. The forthcoming nights promised to be rather eventful. The white serpent, having traversed Miles's form, returned to Jason's side, shrinking before vanishing beneath his robe. Trembling, Miles managed to raise his head, sweat drenching his hair, causing it to cling in strands to his forehead. Jody understood his resolve to remain. He prevented Miles from speaking and returned his wand. With a flick of the wizard's hand, he pushed him away. Only then did Miles hastily depart. Jody and Ogley needed to exit first to ensure they could utilize the secret passage undetected. By the time the meeting at the Hog's Head began to disperse, the two were already traversing the hidden corridor. Ogley remained unusually quiet throughout, yet the tension in his clenched jaw revealed he was still immersed in the vivid tableau Jody had painted. After taking 3 deep breaths, he finally resolved to break the silence. Jody, I initially thought it was merely a simple appearance. Yet you prepared so much, did I? Jody pondered, acknowledging that he had indeed squandered some time on these matters. Although he had not reached a point of complete preparedness, even today's speech was merely a product of his previous experiences in game design and crafting villainous dialogues. Those words reflected Jody's thoughts. Yet they were not entirely his own. Choosing to ignite the flames of the Heretics' alliance was a calculated move. The alliance was destined to become a sacrificial pawn the moment Ogley decided to establish it. Yet, Jody needed to ensure that the flames of rebellion would not be extinguished. Thus he added fuel to the fire. When the chaos subsides, many will emerge stronger from the turmoil, becoming the seeds of innovation. Should Voldemort ultimately fail to return, this group, warmed by the embers post-conflagration, will be the foundation Jody is determined to cultivate. Having grasped the basic realities of magical society and completed initial magical development, Jody's ambition soared to achieve greatness. He must gather formidable resources to ascend the ranks. Pureblood families have never sought a life or death struggle. Provided there are greater interests at stake, it is unlikely to devolve into excessively bloody conflict. This is merely a display of bravado, Ogley. This is hope. We bring hope. And chaos. That Jody's tone was languid, tinged with exasperation. Do you truly believe they recognize us? They are merely frightened, and I have unwittingly provided them with a justification for violence. I deceive them into despising order. Yet the moment true anarchy ensues, our losses will be no less than anyone else's. To hell with order. This was the crux of Jody's conviction that the Heretics' alliance would be sacrificed. Ogley was a staunch anarchist. I always thought you loathed those dark years. I never imagined you would be an advocate for Voldemort. The very source of Ogley's tragic plight was Voldemort. Jody's deliberate insinuation that he was an ally of that figure undoubtedly struck a nerve. They halted midway through the passage. Those once joyful are more prone to express anger when doused with cold water. Ogley glared at him, his eyes wide and breath heavy. Ultimately, he managed to rein in his volume, merely reiterating, "What did you say?" Jody had initially prepared to employ a blunt method of education to enlighten Ogley, but perhaps a more reasoned approach would prove effective. "You should know better than I who Voldemort is. You have fixated on that terrorist far longer than I, clinging to your hatred day and night. Yet, do you wish to emulate him? You tell me you are consumed by rage. Whom do you intend to kill with this fury? Some cowardly man like your father? Or perhaps an innocent mother, solely for the crime of being pure blood?" Ogley, amidst a flurry of interruptions, became disoriented, and Jody reveled in witnessing his panic, though he persisted in his resolve not to succumb to despair. I only intend to seek vengeance. That I never meant to harm anyone, but you will only cause destruction. Yes, my friend, and I, too, am an orphan. Your suffering resonates with me." Jody patted the tall boy's shoulder, the sharp contours of which were somewhat abrasive to the touch. Voldemort ultimately met his demise, with his minions fleeing from his side in droves. You comprehend the reason behind this. As Jody mentally contrasted Voldemort with Grindelwald, he guided Ogley through the intricate complexities of nearly HD-level reasoning. He possessed an extraordinary mastery of magic, his powers approaching the realm of invincibility. Yet his strength was profoundly individualistic. He never created anything. He was solely aware of destruction and reveled in the joy derived from chaos. Pureblood families had once followed him, and under his indulgence, the purebloods slaughtered their non-pure counterparts and plundered their wealth. The dark organization, known as the Death Eaters, was a simple yet frenzied band of terrorist destroyers. Yet, on rare occasions, they would awaken from their madness. A mere moment of reflection was sufficient to transform their allegiance to Voldemort into fear. Voldemort was in conflict with everyone, and if he were to survive, it would spell the ruin of this world. Tell me, you do not wish to annihilate everything, do you? At that moment, Ogley's eyes, which had been wide open, fell in disappointment and despaired. "I do not know. I merely desire some change. What is it that you live for?" Jody exerted a gentle pressure, urging Ogley to crouch slightly so that their gazes could align. Ogley responded swiftly, "For my mother, but she is already dead." Yes, that's so. You mistakenly believe that vengeance is your only purpose? It is not so. Jody continued to soothe his emotions. You do not live to pity her suffering. You live to repeatedly cherish her love for you. Jody, at a close distance, witnessed tears welling in those eyes, and in that instant, he felt a pang of sorrow himself. You remember. She loved you dearly, did she not? Ogley's shoulders trembled violently, and for a moment, he could utter not a sound. Only after a few fierce shakes did he nod vigorously. Then he burst into tears. That Ogley's weeping was of a rather unrestrained nature. His mouth gaped wide, his features contorted, and he occasionally clenched his fists to pound the floor, disregarding the pain of skinning and bleeding. Jody felt a sense of relief. Only when this fellow relinquished his stubbornness could he hope to assist him in extricating himself from the ensuing chaos. So that is how it is. What? Jody could not quite catch his mumblings. You're the boss now. Whatever you say, whatever you want me to do. Do not question my loyalty. Augury raised his voice and climbed his feet. Jody was taken aback by his earnest demeanor. A modern individual. You discuss loyalty with him? He shook his head, uncertain, and chuckled. Loyalty, and such that I have already resolved to carve out a space for my own existence. If you wish to accompany me, I assure you shall not be let down. Augury thumped his chest, declaring, based on those words alone, I am with you, boss. Whatever you intend to do next, I shall be at the forefront. Whether he planned to venture into business or politics, having a loyal following was indeed essential. Compared to the beginning of the term, Jody now brimmed with confidence, upon learning of the emergence of the Heretics Alliance. He believed he could seize the opportunity to gain allies. The most gratifying realization came to him the following day. Eye in his hands, Augury had delivered a series of jumbled notes, accompanied by a crumpled and hastily flattened old piece of paper. It was none other than the page from the forbidden book that he had pilfered. Shamanic spell. Soul partitioning technique. 1,000 eyes, 1,000 perceptions, Esizian Alma. This technique, birthed in the ancient tribal era from multitasking, was said to bestow divine favor upon those who successfully divided their consciousness, even enabling communion with their guardian spirits. However, it was later confirmed that the whispers from these deities were merely the result of extreme spellcasting leading to mental fragmentation. Upon meticulous study of the content, Jody discovered that this spell was exceptionally suited for him. The guardian spell was one he had been continuously casting nearly 24 hours a day, and with the assistance of his guardian. His soul was steadily being purified. Consequently, the state of mental superfrequency, which had previously yielded boundless benefits, would soon render itself unexecutable. With the acquisition of this soul-splitting spell, he could better utilize the remaining time, confident that the additional pairs of eyes would allow him to peruse more tomes. More significantly, this spell belonged to the shamanic category, and as someone who had already mastered utilizing his guardian as a vessel to channel magical energy, he would find it considerably easier to learn this spell. Now, with the added time in the evenings, he could practice the incantation. Indeed, on the night of the gathering, participants were astonished to find themselves simultaneously entering a peculiar dream. Everything within the dream was as vivid as reality itself. Jody did not elaborate on the details. No one knew precisely why it had transformed in such a manner, and for the first time. The dream realm of Slytherin was widely acknowledged by the students. The day after the dream realm opened, Augury reveled in the experience and attributed it all to Jody. Unlike Jody's initial learning phase, he had mastered the inherently advanced spell of 1,000 eyes, 1,000 perceptions, coupled with his formidable combat prowess, which often allowed him to triumph over opponents several years his senior in dream duels. Recently, teachers had observed that students appeared lethargic and prone to drowsiness during class. This was the most significant side effect of the night demon weaving, while no physical harm could befall them in dreams. Every instance of pain caused a weariness of the soul. Jody was no exception. One could only say that with investment comes reward. That a few days after that gathering, Jody received the delightful news. During a lull in Kiro's schedule, Jody learned that their magical circle interpretations had made significant progress. They had at least discerned which spells had originally severed the divine magic circle and had managed to achieve basic delays to ensure that the ghost would not suddenly vanish on any given night. However, amidst the joy, Kiro expressed concern regarding the troubles plaguing Dumbledore. It was quite possible that following the winter break, they would have to face a situation where the headmaster was absent from the school, as the Ministry of Magic had prepared a plethora of documents and stipulations for Dumbledore to address. Sometimes, a soft blade is more terrifying than a tangible danger, Jody could not help but muse. As winter break approached, the date for the duel drew near. Are you suggesting utilizing a hallucinogenic potion to study this forbidden technique? At that moment, Kiro held the very page from the forbidden book of 1,000 eyes. 1,000 perceptions. Initially seeking Kiro's assistance had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, but in light of subsequent events, a teacher's experience could indeed spare one from many detours. The emergence of the Marauder's map had compelled Kiro to wholly immerse himself in the study of divine magic. And Jody had always prided himself as a savior. It is rather impressive that you could devise such a plan. I must admit this idea is indeed feasible, and utilizing potions is one of the key methods in the practice of shamanic spells. Kiro gestured as if to draw a totem on his face, adopting a posture reminiscent of a shamanic dance. Those shamans, often referred to as medicine men, employed numerous mental magic spells requiring the aid of potions, with hallucinogens being among the most common due to their ease of preparation. Some extreme tribes even resorted to using certain mental toxins for spellcasting, which could potentially erase everything within one's mind if mishandled. Kiro shared his insights. Jody, taken aback by his candor, asked, "Aren't you curious where I acquired this page from the Forbidden Book?" "Haha, even if I asked, you would not tell me. Besides, at Hogwarts, knowledge cannot be forbidden." A fervor tinged Kiro's expression. Regardless of how perilous the knowledge may be, once it enters Hogwarts, it becomes recorded. Even if the original documents are destroyed in subsequent years, one still has the chance to discover it in some corner of the castle. Knowledge is never dangerous, Jody. The true danger lies in those who wield it. Jody shrugged. "I am not a dangerous individual that if you are, I shall intervene to stop you." Kiro did not affirm his statement. "And likewise, if you find me problematic, please offer your assistance to And there is one more thing. The council has repeatedly insisted on sending an observation team to Hogwarts, seemingly stating that if Dumbledore does not travel to London, they will come to the school in an effort to thwart their plans. Dumbledore may have to leave the school prematurely to attend to those documents, possibly departing at the onset of the winter break." "What? This is certainly not good news." Quirrell sighed in exasperation. Many parents of students fail to comprehend the existence of ghostly teachers and enchanted portraits. It is best that our restoration efforts remain unknown to the Ministry of Magic. The notion of a hallucinogenic potion was proposed by Augury, whose scrawled notes in his notebook are as indecipherable as those of Robert. Tobacco, dreamy draughts, and soul-soothing potions are all concoctions with hallucinogenic properties. Augury kindly provided some of his stock of tobacco, a pipe, and a few doses of soul-soothing potion he had pilfered from the hospital wing. This potion can be used to treat insomnia or to calm the mind. To secure a larger supply, Jody had to employ a bit of cunning with Professor McGonagall. During their last Transfiguration class, "Professor, I must commend you on your remarkable progress in Transfiguration. I was initially somewhat concerned about your upcoming final exam. Thank you for your guidance, Professor. I visited Madame Pomfrey, and she prescribed me a soul-soothing potion. After ensuring a good night's sleep, I feel as though I can accomplish so much more." The real McGonagall, despite her lack of concern for her appearance, still pays some attention to her looks as a witch. She appears to be in her 30s or 40s at most, though in truth, she belongs to an age where insomnia can be a frequent companion. "Indeed, Mr. Jody, but there are times when we become ensnared by thoughts, unable to find tranquility, that I would advise against using soul-soothing potions at such a young age. While the side effects are minimal, there is a potential for dependency." Jody, caught in his own thoughts, showed no signs of embarrassment and began to plead with an unabashed countenance. "But, Professor, those potions can assist me in rebalancing by the time the winter and summer breaks arrive. I shall have recovered, and I need to continue treatment next semester. You must help me. After all, I am merely an 11-year-old child, and it is acceptable to be a little mischievous at times. Is it not?" When faced with a first-year student, McGonagall sometimes found it difficult to uphold her principles, perhaps due to her advancing years. "You must promise me to use it only when absolutely necessary." In the end, McGonagall accepted the application form she signed her name on the paper. Jody felt a strange sense of joy at his own youthfulness, for how Augury managed to obtain the soul-soothing potion. It is not unusual for someone with his eccentricity to have it. With Dumbledore's departure and the approaching winter break, Quirrell became increasingly occupied, as the duel date drew nearer. The school seemed to grow unnaturally quiet. Only Snape continued to exhibit his irksome demeanor, recently fixating on Augury. Jody also sensed that the old bat's mockery directed at him had become alarmingly frequent, although the skirmishes among the youth resembled mere play. The emotions behind them were genuine. This duel would not be easily thwarted by a few detentions. When the day of the duel arrived, paper cranes fluttered once more. masked heretics gathered within the castle. The one donning the iconic pumpkin mask was, of course, Jody, while Augury brandished his unforgettable villainous visage, roaring at the crowd to stir the atmosphere. The throng surged towards the courtyard, where the purebloods of Slytherin had already assembled. Augury bid farewell to the pumpkin-headed figure beside him and stepped into the circle. As the pureblood faction was taken aback by the sheer number of participating students, this scale was undoubtedly due to the masks, as well as the funding from Jody's department and the investment from the hermit. Yet, it mattered little. The only distinction lay in the increasing number of people witnessing Augury's impending defeat, even if the pureblood faction refrained from employing underhanded tactics. Augury could never hope to match the prowess of the sixth-year elite, Myrtle's rosier. Jody was fully aware of this, which is why he did not take the pumpkin mask seriously. Early this morning, Gibbs, who had been abducted by Jody, stood nervously in the place where Jody was supposed to be, wearing that ridiculous mask. His mind was still preoccupied with the threat Augury had quietly imparted to him moments earlier. Meanwhile, Jody donned a stolen Slytherin robe, standing within the dark green semicircle formed by his housemates. As Augury approached, Jody understood that the moment was fleeting. Beneath the wide-brimmed wizard's hat, his eyes began to glisten with a crimson hue as his magic stirred to life. Eager to be unleashed, the wand of a ghoul was firmly in his grasp, form obelisk, as the spell's brilliance surged through the crowd, sending Augury hurtling backward into the throng. Both factions were left bewildered. Following this, several Slytherin students propelled by Jody's might were caught off guard by spells that erupted from the ranks of the Heretic Alliance. Chaos ensued. When numbers overwhelm, the direction of the situation can swiftly spiral out of control. Especially when someone is deliberately inciting the disorder, Jody's spells and the knights, who were well prepared, exchanged blows in a simple yet fierce back and forth, igniting the already tense atmosphere among the Heretic Alliance, the Slytherins. Two responded with remarkable swiftness. Jody, amidst the throng, wielded his wand with precision. His potent magic attuned itself to every subtle shift in the air, while his heightened senses allowed him to detect minute details. He moved swiftly to preempt the students' wand-waving. Those with keen perception could sense the faint pressure looming in the air. Repulsion position, Jody's magic enveloped the chaotic battlefield entirely. Mastery over both the giant force spell and the control spell is required to fully grasp the incantation known as the gravity field. In an era before the advent of flying broomsticks, wizards relied on such powers to navigate the skies. For modern wizards, this method of flight is excessively taxing and difficult to control, yet Jody had no intention of using it to ascend. Navigating through the crowd, Jody skillfully avoided the young wizards who had transitioned into close combat, occasionally employing his invisible and unyielding magical hand to nudge their wands aside. Most of the upperclassmen would react defensively to such spells. But for the younger wizards, it was a different story altogether. They would be astonished to find their spells striking wholly unexpected targets, only to be taken aback and subsequently felled by another attack from an unseen source. Senior Slytherin Eddie shouted angrily in Jody's direction. "That student over there, stop!" Hey, motionless as a turtle, truly a testament to the elite's resourcefulness, as he quickly identified the suspicious target. But what of it? Concealed beneath the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat. Jody smirked mockingly that it was a grave misjudgment for Miter to refrain from personally observing this chaos. Under his sole authority, Slytherin had lacked a leader capable of rallying the masses for several years. Stupefy, the incoming spell was deflected by Eddie's wand, and Jody discreetly helped Kaka clear an obstacle in his path, allowing him to advance more swiftly towards Eddie. The knights engaged their opponent, targeting the one with the highest combat strength. After a few more entanglements to further complicate the situation, Jody finally withdrew from the crowd, evading detection as he fled the scene. "Jody, how could you do this to me?" Upon encountering Jody at their agreed-upon location, Gibbs's nostrils flared with indignation. Regardless of who you are, being forced onto a pirate ship is always an unpleasant experience. "Oh, I sincerely apologize, Gibbs." Jody feigned remorse with no hint of sincerity. "I have always considered us to be good friends. And good friends ought to share a few little secrets, don't you think? Take your wretched robe." Gibbs angrily hurled the discarded attire at Jody, who effortlessly caught the garments with an invisible hand. Folding them neatly into squares, Gibbs rarely displayed such a fierce expression. He approached Jody, and the two, of a similar height, engaged in a fierce stare-down, with Gibbs even gripping his wand tightly. "No one can use me like this." "Calm down, my friend." Jody spread his hands wide to convey his lack of malice. Yet both were acutely aware that he could subdue his opponent with merely a thought, the disparity in their combat prowess starkly evident. "You have witnessed the tribulations I recently endured and are well aware of the nefarious intentions harbored by those of pure-blood lineage towards U.S. It is unreasonable to expect the disadvantaged party to act with transparency. Regardless of your inclination, you have already embarked on this journey. Your performance today was commendable. You played your role convincingly." Initially, he sought words to retort, but a faint sound nearby startled Gibbs, causing him to whip around and behold Aubrey, who was inching closer, wand in hand. "I hope I'm not interrupting your conversation," Aubrey remarked, rubbing his blood-stained cheek with his shoulder, his robust voice carrying an unmistakable undertone of menace. Gibbs retreated, seething. "Do not involve me any further. Our friendship has reached its conclusion." Jody shrugged, observing Gibbs turn on his heel and hastily depart. Not let it slip. "You were indeed part of the fray today," Jody called after him. "Having boarded this metaphorical ship, one must accept the role of a tool. However, being just a first year, he could gradually mentor this naive group of fledgling employees. It was not yet time to relax." Turning to Aubrey, Jody's brow furrowed in confusion as he noticed the large patch of missing scalp on Aubrey's head, bleeding profusely, and the disheveled state of his face that, if I recall correctly, "I did not strike you that hard. I managed this myself." "Many witnessed my injury," Aubrey boasted, his pride exuding and irritating as long as the plan remains intact. "It suffices. Come, I shall escort you to my secret hideout. You may find yourself there for several weeks." Jody led him through 2 concealed passages, evading the gaze of nearly everyone, even the portraits, before exiting the castle, passing the Ollery and disappearing beneath the weeping willow. Such a large-scale student event had certainly caught the attention of the faculty, yet the consistent protection from the upperclassmen prevented the busy teachers from fully appreciating its significance. When the brawl erupted, Percy stormed into Professor McGonagall's office at the opportune moment. Later, as planned, the owl soared towards the Ministry of Magic, carrying a number of correspondences. However, the letters bore an unfriendly tone towards the pure-blood families. An unprecedented melee ensued, leaving nearly 40 students incapacitated. The infirmary was bustling in preparation for today's celebration, with some students, afflicted by multiple spells, dispatched to St. Mungo's to ensure their swift return to classes. "I can scarcely believe it. Why do we select prefects from among the students? Your duty is to mediate conflicts, not to indulge them," McGonagall exclaimed, her agitation causing her to pace restlessly in her presence. Rudnot stood with his head bowed, awaiting her calm. The other prefect from various houses kept their distance. "Professor Snape, you have finally arrived. I trust you are aware of the situation." Under Snape's icy gaze, Rudnot's previously affable demeanor stiffened, his eyes sweeping across the assembled Slytherins. Even the most arrogant purebloods instinctively averted their gazes. Snape's attention lingered momentarily on Eddie, who initially stood with defiance but soon succumbed to defeat. "My discipline has evidently been insufficient, Professor McGonagall," Snape remarked with a gentlemanly bow, expressing his apologies before assuming command over the Slytherin students. This allowed McGonagall to tend to the other students. "You ought to have anticipated the consequences. Winter is the season when the giant leech is most plump. It seems time to replenish our stock of leech gland. As for those unfortunate souls confined to their sickbeds," Snape scoffed, finding them more detestable than the offenders themselves. Greater punishments awaited them. "Now tell me, where have you stashed that Hufflepuff known as Tricky Augury? Privilege can sometimes lead to complications. As the old adage goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot." The teachers appeared to have confidence in their control over the Slytherins. Yet this was precisely a manifestation of their underlying unease. Pure-blood families are, after all, unique. Occasional excesses are to be expected. More importantly, the timing of this incident was suspect, as they chose to act just as Dumbledore was on the verge of leaving the school. Jody surmised that this peculiar timing was indeed part of the pure-blood scheme. Should Augury be apprehended post-duel, they would surely devise a way to shift the blame onto the Muggle-borns and Hogwarts itself. By that juncture, even if Dumbledore insisted on advocating for Muggle-borns, it would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Should Augury be dismissed, the best outcome might merely be that the gamekeeper's hut gained a youthful assistant, with a pitchfork concealing the wand that ought to have been broken. In any case, everything had changed. The purebloods had failed to achieve their objectives, prompting professors to speculate whether the offspring of pureblood families were truly obeying their family's commands, deliberately selecting the moment to welcome the board's arrival. The rumors they had disseminated proved quite effective. When student safety was at stake, McGonagall became highly vigilant, and that very evening, ominous letters were dispatched to the study rooms of several prominent pureblood families. Lucius Malfoy received one such letter. Tito, the Malfoy family. Hogwarts, as a neutral institution, has sheltered thousands of witches and wizards over the course of centuries, and it should not become a battleground for power struggles. Children should not be thrust into conflict at such an early age that a review of history reveals that Hogwarts has endured periods of occupation by various factions, yet ultimately, those forces faded into obscurity, leaving this castle to safeguard the entire magical world. Hogwarts should not become a pawn in political games. Lastly, on this day, long after the departure of the Dark Lord, I wish to inquire how much of the Malfoy family's lost treasures have been recovered during those tumultuous years. Is the family vault still brimming with treasures? I have decided to donate the Rosier family's estate to Hogwarts. I kindly ask Mr. Malfoy to relay my uncle's token at his earliest convenience. P.S. Congratulations in advance to the young Malfoy on his admission. Lucius stared intently at the seemingly nonsensical closing lines, his grip on the paper tightening involuntarily as he read. The Malfoy family had narrowly escaped retribution, and in the aftermath, Lucius had publicly claimed that their treasures had been plundered by Death Eater remnants. In reality, the family's nearly depleted vault had been replenished by the Dark Lord's reign of terror. A vast accumulation of gold, now stacked within McGonagall's letter, was an unabashed threat. Lucius tossed the letter into the corner of the room, his mind swirling with memories of the past. He often found himself reminiscing about the days a decade prior, the Dark Lord's raucous laughter still echoing in his ears. The granddaughter of the Rosier family seemed unlikely to align with us. Has the glory of the Red Rose family come to an end with you? McGonagall, curse that half-blood old Rosier. How I wish he had not perished. Lucius muttered, the absence of any attachments in women proving quite terrifying. Yet I have no recourse left, and besides, Hogwarts has monopolized those sacrificial positions for how many years now? When Lucius finally lifted his gaze, the haze of confusion had entirely dissipated. It was time to usher in a new chapter. Jody approached Snape only after the purebloods had been dealt with. The old bat regarded him in silence, shifting angles to scrutinize the young man before him. That if one were to identify the most perilous aspect of the plan, Jody would not attribute it to the brawl ignited by the duel or the troubles of preparation. The most treacherous moment was this very one, that the individual before Jody was the youngest head of house at Hogwarts, having been the youngest professor prior to Quirrell's arrival, and had it not been for Jody's unexpected emergence, he could have become the youngest headmaster. Snape was a master of potions, well-versed in dark magic, having once collaborated with the Dark Lord in the study of spells. The intricate web of relationships he bears, entwined in shades of black and white, is exceedingly complex. In the wake of the Dark Lord's departure, these connections, owing to his position as the head of Slytherin, have become even more reliant upon him. Yet these matters are secondary. In Jody's eyes, the most perilous skill he possesses stemmed from his profound understanding of the soul. Severus Snape is remarkably adept at the art of mind-blocking, while Voldemort is a figure who delights in extracting thoughts from the minds of his minions. To attain such a level of mastery, Snape undoubtedly excels in the use of the memory charm as well. Fortunately, based on Jody's interpretation of Snape's character, he is unlikely to engage in such egregious actions without cause. Perhaps nothing is absolute, and the silence of the old bat imposes considerable pressure on Jody. Where have you hidden Mr. Ogilvy? Joyce? I don't know. I never anticipated it would escalate to this point. The last fight was merely a few days before the term commenced. Jody feigned to stutter, his rehearsed lines spilling forth. My brothers, they often get into scuffles too. Afterward, enough. as Jody began to digress. Snape's patience wore thin. Do you think the conflict between wizards are akin to street brawls? I simply... Jody struggled to steady himself, his eyes reddening as tears began to well. Snape seemed to possess an inkling of the students' dynamics, recognizing Jody as the more dubious figure within that chaotic organization. This child has managed the situation with an almost impeccable degree of discretion. After much contemplation, Snape ultimately retrieved a small vial from within his robes, placing it before Jody. Mr. Joyce, while you may lack innate talent in potions, I acknowledge your diligence. Albeit it may be of little consequence, that I trust you have heard of this potion. Snape uncorked the vial and gently swirled its contents. The truth serum. This potion forcibly soothes your soul, rendering you relaxed and aiding in the shedding of defenses. As your headmaster, I believe you may be excessively weary. Snape circled Jody, his footsteps akin to a dance, deliberately avoiding his gaze, hoping to elicit some reaction from the child before him. Little did he realize that the mere presence of the truth serum confirmed for Jody that this man had no leverage over him. Jody encountered a dilemma, not from any negligence on his part, but rather from the sensitivity of his 11-year-old body, which, after holding its breath, could no longer contain the flood of tears. You all are fixated on me like I'm some sort of mudblood. Jody's sudden, frantic outburst left Snape momentarily at a loss. Joyce, no one here intends to label you with that term. You all discriminate against my lineage. What's wrong with being a wizard? Are we not just like the street thugs who cannot survive without their own gangs? I simply refuse to be bullied. What is wrong with that? Why must I endure this? Why must I suffer this? Despite Snape's 2 attempts to interject, he found himself thwarted, which only fueled his disdain for first-year students. Frustrated, Snape finally raised his wand, a surge of force lifting Jody upright. At the Hogwarts, no teacher would ever deny your heritage. Joyce, I merely wish to understand. Where have you taken Ogilvy? Jody rubbed his eyes furiously, sobbing uncontrollably, refusing to respond adequately. Snape seized Jody's shoulders, compelling him to meet his gaze. Is he alive? Tell me. In Snape's eyes, Jody discerned genuine concern, yet the divides of allegiance rendered Snape untrustworthy. They hurt him. Those pure bloods have no idea where they've taken him. Jody resolutely continued to conceal the truth. Whether Snape believed him or not remained a mystery to Jody. However, he had indeed wagered correctly. The truth serum was primarily a tool of intimidation. Unfortunately, he could not escape his confinement. The aftershocks of the group assault continued to wreak havoc, yet the ensuing undercurrents of significance would not remain solely focused on the students. A month's winter break would suffice for the adults to mend every scar left upon these children by the spells cast upon them, and upon returning, they would resume their studies as usual. At this moment, Jody found himself in the Shrieking Shack, cradling a cup of a concocted hallucinogenic beverage while puffing on a tobacco-filled pipe. Ogilvy, suddenly struck by an amusing thought, spoke with urgency, coughing as he choked on the smoke. He exclaimed, "Yesterday in the dream trial, a Slytherin brat asked where I had gone. Did you tell them what I instructed?" Jody exhaled a smoke ring, his brows knitting together. Of course, I said I was locked away in a pitch-dark place by a few Slytherins. And now I'm too weak to even move, that I'm nearly starving. Ogilvy animatedly gestured to emphasize his excitement that in the original narrative, there exists an object known as the Vanishing Cabinet, a legend among students akin to the 7 school tales. This cabinet could mysteriously transport itself from one corner of the school to another. Once an item was placed inside, it might inexplicably vanish after a few days. In Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, Malfoy repaired the connection between 2 vanishing cabinets, allowing Death Eaters to infiltrate the school, while in Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, the Weasley twins used one to trap a Slytherin named Montague, who was confined for several weeks before managing to escape. Such an interval was sufficient to incite panic. In truth, after the winter break commenced, the school had already dispatched a letter to the Ministry of Magic. Given that the ministry had restricted many freedoms of the teachers, it was only fitting for them to take action on behalf of the students. What I currently find troublesome is how to make you reappear in a state of utter exhaustion, only to be fortuitously discovered by the professors in a pitiful condition. Jody staggered to his feet and approached the table, where several opened envelopes lay scattered. Huh, do not worry about that. When I was at my aunt's, she often used a certain berry from a plant to concoct potions for the animals she kept that I had an owl fetch me some nightshade berries. And after consuming them, I experienced mild poisoning that left me with a terrible stomachache for 2 days. That state would undoubtedly surpass anything you've ever witnessed. Jody, pipe clenched between his teeth, huffed through his nose to signal he was listening. Ogilvy shifted the topic that I glanced at those letters. Are you studying wands? Jody nodded, and in the motion, his serpent-shaped Patronus slithered forth from the totem. He waved his wand, casting lumos, and a luminous glow materialized at the tip, the white serpent coiling into the air, entwining around the wand. From a distance, a match was lifted by an unseen hand, igniting a flame to illuminate the lantern. Cool. Ogilvy squatted beside him, genuinely impressed that you're learning much faster than I am. Jody employed the art of split consciousness to manage multiple tasks simultaneously. Yet when he attempted to unfurl the blueprints in midair, he struggled to lift them from the table till he recognized his limits. Thus, he resorted to manually retrieving the sheets of paper. Yes, I am corresponding with Mr. Ollivander, the wand maker. He has imparted a wealth of knowledge to me, some of which requires your collaboration for verification. Jody pointed to the corner of the room, where a large jar had been brought earlier. With a flick of his wand, he commanded the jar to be filled with water. I have no intention of leaving you idle. After completing today's exercise, we shall commence our research. Jody meticulously controlled the powders in the air, expertly blending them into the water within the jar. Ogilvy, in his trusting demeanor, proved to be an excellent assistant, grinding the powders to a fine consistency. Drop your wand in. Let us examine your magical structure. And during this time, do not disturb me. I must thoroughly study Mr. Ollivander's letter. What should I do then? Jody lifted his gaze to regard Ogilvy's languid form. Before we begin the experiment, ensure that your split consciousness technique is proficient. If you cannot continue, resume practicing the levitation charm. Although you lack the mental amplification to assist you, you can still seek the sensation on your own. Augury is not particularly adept at such esoteric matters. I shall continue my research on the art of segmentation instead. Paying him no further heed, Jody redirected his focus to his correspondence. Joyce, my young friend. How do you fare? Strangely, I was not the least surprised when you expressed your fascination with the 7 doors of Hogwarts. Regrettably, my knowledge regarding the 7 doors, the position of the High Priest, and the divine magic of the ancients is rather limited, so I may not be of much assistance. That I once believed that the mastery of wands lay in venturing ahead, discovering a new path, and experiencing a more suitable magical medium. However, from our discussions, I must concede that I have begun to feel rather antiquated. Your understanding of magic has surpassed my own. Your insights are not erroneous. The greatest efficacy of the divine magic of the 7 doors lies in its ability to solidify the primordial energies within the space of Hogwarts. And since the primordial can be anchored, the mysteries within a wizard, which stem from that very primordial, can also be fixed. The last of the 4 characteristics of spellcasting, the magical characteristic, can indeed be harnessed because the mysteries within wizards leave traces within their wands. Your proposal to utilize an additional spirit residing within the wand to perfect its vessel, thereby addressing the void in spirit and soul, is indeed a most worthy endeavor. Yes, you aptly put it, if my grasp of its power is insufficient. Can we not allow it to sprout a hand to grasp me in return? Such an intriguing notion. I have attached knowledge regarding spirit containment at the bottom of this letter. If your Patronus charm is as expertly employed as you claim, you should master it swiftly. I eagerly await your discoveries. Your faithful friend, Garrick Ollivander, the serpent, clutching Jody's wand, spiraled through the air, maintaining the height of its luminescence, as Jody rummaged through the totem sculpted for him by Quirrell. Much of the knowledge Mr. Ollivander had imparted to him was related to shamanistic magic, which involved a small aspect of the use of runic incantations. The study was far from the simplicity that Ollivander had suggested. Jody had been poring over the notes that accompanied the letter for 2 days. Upon discovering that his ideas were feasible, he ignited a fervent passion for learning. These soul-capturing magics could serve more than merely aiding in the control of patron uses. For Jody, they held an even more significant purpose, soul capture. With it, Regardless of whether Master LeMay and Professor Quirrell's restoration succeeded, he could not be deprived of a certain little ghost's companionship. Jody tapped his head, pondering why he was so fixated on restoring the sanctuary. After all, it sufficed to ensure the safety of those needing protection, did it not? At that moment, in the highest tower of Hogwarts, within the headmaster's office, Dumbledore reclined comfortably in his chair, quietly listening to Snape report on the recent disturbances. Dumbledore had initially embarked on a journey, but upon hearing of a student's disappearance, he promptly decided to return to the school. The Ministry of Magic did not press him further on this matter. Dumbledore's return brought a sense of relief to most professors, except for Snape. You should not have returned at this time. If you had just waited a little longer, the Ministry would have relented and requested your presence to oversee matters. You ought to have held off until then. The disappearance of a young wizard within the school is a grave issue. And no matter how skilled the Aurors, they cannot uncover anything within these walls. If necessary, a few minor manipulations could tarnish the Council's image irreparably. The Council's existence only hinders the school's operations. And revealing the truth to the parents of those students who support them would be advantageous for us. Severus. Thank you, Dumbledore replied, his polite yet somewhat awkward smile filled with genuine gratitude. But I cannot gamble with the safety of the students. No one is in danger. Albus, this conflict among the students is premeditated. I'm certain that tricky augury has been concealed by that self-satisfied Joyce. Their scheme, riddled with clever little flaws, could succeed simply due to the timing of its emergence. You have seen the support of the entire faculty for you, and you have witnessed the Ministry's impotence in the wake of this situation. Take advantage of the fact that no one has noticed your return and reclaim your rightful place. I implore you. Dumbledore, with his hands crossed beneath his chin, wore a contemplative expression, yet ultimately he declined. Severus, I still believe that I ought to remain precisely where I am, until a student seeks help. I can do nothing, but once they do, they should find me readily available. Headmaster, Professor, Dumbledore interjected, adopting a serious tone that interrupted Snape, that I understand your concerns, but nothing remains unchanged forever. Even in my absence, there are many who could care for Hogwarts in my stead. I acknowledge that Professor McGonagall is most respectable, and I believe you are equally qualified to assume the role of headmaster. However, Dumbledore shook his head and uttered a statement that astonished Snape. In truth, I have always thought you would be more suited than her. To Snape's mouth opened and closed, struggling to find words. Ultimately, he turned abruptly, intending to depart. I am serious. Severus, for the sake of contingency, I hope you will prepare yourself. Snape paused for a moment, that he slightly turned but ultimately abandoned the thought of looking back. His slightly forlorn silhouette vanished beneath the archway, thousand eyes, thousand knowledge, Assisi and Alma, as Jody's mastery of the art of soul segmentation grew more proficient. Christmas quietly approached. Jody plucked a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from the table, using his magical hand to stir within and select a seemingly palatable one to pop into his mouth. To prevent Augury from starving in the Scream Shack, Jody needed to procure a substantial amount of food from the banquet table and also buy many snacks. Merry Christmas, mate, Jody said, chewing on a bean as he made his way toward the secret passage. Oh, by the way, should I find a way to deliver your Christmas gift? Otherwise, it might be taken by other students. Hey, no need for that. What can my aunt possibly send me? A box of Muggle berries. This aunt seemed even more terrifying than Harry Potter's own. But one could surmise that a Muggle's jealousy of a wizard could be as deeply felt as that of a mute. The Slytherin common room appeared quite deserted after the holidays, with more than 95% of the students having returned to their families to attend to various matters, in celebration of the departure of the rambunctious children. Jody felt so elated that he almost wished to relieve himself upon the floor of the common room. For a soul who had been reincarnated at an advanced age, Christmas should not have held such anticipation. Yet the heart of a child remained difficult to deceive. The thought of facing a Christmas devoid of gifts left Jody feeling somewhat dismayed. Tio remedied this. He spent a considerable amount of time persuading Yao Jinyan to accompany him in the common room for Christmas. Yao Jinyan, quite proud, ignored him, stating that she would only converse with him again once he fulfilled his promise. Shortly thereafter, an unexpected individual delivered a letter. Dear Lord Joyce, what sort of Christmas do you envision? A lively party filled with beautiful upperclassmen dancing and frolicking, or a quiet evening with just a few close companions. While I could arrange either, my suggestion is that tonight I shall decline all my engagements to spend the evening with you in your common room. I've lined Selena. Jody examined the letter, noting the subtle fragrance emanating from the delicate envelope. Later that evening, when Eveline appeared in the basement, she was adorned in a lovely dress, looking quite beautiful. Jody stood tall, albeit unable to conceal the fact that he was considerably shorter than the girl. Many times he questioned his own age, uncertain of which lifetime he ought to count. "Thank you for gracing me with your presence." "Beautiful lady," giggling, the girl covered her mouth, her laughter radiating her charm. Once seated, Jody produced a butterbeer, much to the girl's surprise that, "Haha, now that makes my preparation seem somewhat superfluous," swaying the wine glass. Amidst the occasional idle chatter, the enchanting melodies of Christmas carols drifted in from outside. Euphorial felt an inexplicable sensation. She had initially come merely to pass the time. She hoped to glimpse the true essence of Jody, aided by her unique abilities. However, as the beverage in the bottle gradually dwindled, Jody's words became increasingly sparse. Rather than focusing on her, he seemed more captivated by the dancing flames in the hearth. After sharing tales of his brother and himself, it was time to turn the conversation towards her. With a deep breath, Jody broached a subject that had piqued his curiosity for quite some time. "Are you of a rare bloodline?" Euphorial pouted, adopting an innocent yet somewhat aggrieved expression. "You are mistaken to that a curse then? One that possesses a strong disruptive power." The girl shook her head, merely chuckling softly, as if interpreting Jordy's inquiry as flirtation. Jody rummaged through the eclectic knowledge he had gleaned from the library and ventured a vague guess. Though it seems unlikely, could it be a misformulated youth potion? The rejuvenating potions used by witches often carry a slight charm effect. Yet, there have been instances of improper concoction. Although I believe you do not require such a potion, witches are often more curious than wizards. Are they not? That would indeed be a rare case. And you must have encountered it in that book on bizarre occurrences. I have read that book as well. Are you truly intrigued by the mystery that envelopes me? Jody scrutinized her mesmerizing pale green eyes once more. "The devil's eye." Jody abandoned his questioning tone, and the words he uttered caused the girl to change her expression. "The devil's eye can be categorized as innate or acquired. The eyes are an extraordinarily intricate instrument of the human body, both precise and fragile. This peculiarity renders them more susceptible to the infiltration of the mysterious, revealing the essence of the world as power. The magic eye imbued with the laws of the universe is formidable, with most possessing abilities related to foresight, exploration, or imitation, while some rare instances can interfere with reality. In ancient times, people utilized gems to craft magic eyes, which were once employed to capture the arcane. Some ancient magic eyes even recorded long-lost divine spells. Your magic eye should possess a potent charm ability. May I inquire whether this charm is effective on non-sentient beings?" Euphorial's expression grew peculiar, and upon closer inspection, one could perceive her slight tremor. Few could truly discern the burden she bore. "You certainly enjoy delving deep, Jody. Has no girl ever told you that probing too deeply into a woman's secrets is generally frowned upon? If you feel offended, I can apologize. However, I thought I ought to do something before you told me." Jody rose from the soft armchair, gliding past the warmth of the hearth to Euphorial's side. Yet, she concealed her eyes and turned her cheek away. "Or have I misinterpreted your intent?" The animal girl spoke, her initial words barely audible. "Animals, too, can be swayed by emotions. Any sentient being with feelings is susceptible to influence. You must have suffered greatly for it?" Euphorial fell silent for a brief moment, but soon revealed a determined smile. "No, Jody, I revel in this unique life it has bestowed upon me. Many cannot ignore me because of my existence. Numerous girls envy the fate I carry." Jody seemed to grasp a semblance of understanding, though it remained elusive. The girl's emotions were complex, so intricate that Jody could discern, without scrutiny, that he could not assist her at present. "Given that you have surmised these are eyes favored by magic, are you not afraid I might play a trick on you using their effects?" The magic within the eyes surged, and even Jody felt a slight dizziness. "Isn't this bullying? A case of the strong preying on the weak?" The witch, however, cared little for such matters. Jody remained motionless, a faint smile adorning his face as he resumed his public relations facade. Euphorial's magic gradually cooled. You truly do not intend to align with my rhythm, do you? The Heretics Alliance is on the verge of disbanding. There's been considerable unrest at school, and I have been summoned many times. You have only 1 year left until graduation. You must have garnered some insight into controlling the magic eye, so I doubt I can offer you much assistance. And at present, I lack the leverage to sway you. Last night was indeed trying. Once Geordie acknowledged his own allure, Euphorial unceremoniously squeezed onto the same sofa with him, and they conversed at length. Euphorial recounted her past, a childhood neglected by her father. The injustices suffered at the hands of her cousin, who treated her as a danger, the jealousy from other girls upon her enrollment, the adoration from boys, and the deeper animosities that arose from that attention. Naturally, they also discussed her followers and the infamous reputation of her flirtatious nature. They drank all the beverages, cursing and laughing together, until the following day, when Geordie returned to the shrieking shack after his bath. He still bore a faint scent of perfume that Robert's Christmas gift was, well, Robert had not prepared a gift for himself. Geordie had anticipated such a scenario, but not receiving even a letter felt excessive. Had the owl he sent with his family letter been stewed? Aunt Mary seemed to genuinely consider him a nephew, as the owl had delivered numerous treats. Geordie sensed the joy in Hagrid's card. The giant likely had few companions of his age. Just, could he refrain from sending rock cakes? It was ungracious to feign enjoyment of his rock cakes. Chilo had sent a notebook that could levitate in mid-air, capable of unfolding into a blackboard and maintaining storage magic. Its craftsmanship mimicked the ancient methods used to create magical tomes. The owner could dismantle and modify it as they wished, however, rather than the notebook. Geordie hoped that Chilo would grant him the untraceable extension spell as a Christmas gift. Alas, as a teacher, he had to adhere to the prohibition of allowing Geordie to engage with forbidden spells. A tiresome insistence that Mr. Ollivander had also sent a hefty tome. Geordie retrieved a piece of pie from the large plate. After much insistence, Chilo finally relented and commanded a house elf from Hogwarts to deliver food to the shrieking shack. Facilitating Geordie's research during Christmas at IT was a slight risk, but worth it. At least it spared Augury the worry of providing sustenance, so I need to first imbue my primary consciousness into this totem stone. Augury held the totem stone in his hand. For his concept, Geordie had procured numerous dream stones as materials for the totem well in advance. With his mental frequency heightened, Geordie learned swiftly. He had begun practicing the spirit partition technique before the winter break, and now he had nearly mastered it. Given this, it was time to embark on the next phase of his studies. After utilizing the mental frequency to complete the learning of the partition technique, he would reverse the process, employing the partition technique to construct the frequency spell. This would undoubtedly be a perilous endeavor. Indeed, you must first create your totem. Geordie's cheeks were stuffed, and simultaneously, he controlled a feather quill to swiftly record on the magically open notes while simultaneously flipping through 2 other books. From Augury's perspective, his eyes were alarmingly red, his exuberance bordering on madness. Time was of the essence. His soul, having undergone continuous purification, was nearing healing, meaning his mental frequency was approaching its limit. I must ascertain whether this segment of consciousness, extracted under this concept, is sufficiently resilient to determine the feasibility of subsequent plans to achieve this. You must quickly master the Patronus char. As Geordie spoke, he unveiled his totem, but he had not examined it closely before. Chilo's casual carving was quite meticulous, a pure white serpent gleaming with red eyes, appearing almost alive. The Patronus climbed onto Geordie's shoulder, and the wizard's hand grasped the wand from the table. There was much to accomplish, and he hoped they could complete it before the start of the new term. Geordie pointed his wand at his forehead, among the myriad thoughts severed by the art of soul partitioning. The soul thought that truly possessed control over his body and enjoyed the information provided by all his organs seemed to drift out of his corporeal form. The surroundings gradually became indistinct, and the floating hands of the subconsciousness conjurer caught Geordie's uncontrollable body, while his soul, alongside his Patronus, merged into the totem that IT was almost without obstruction. Immediately after, the thoughts hovering around began to coalesce around the body. Geordie's vision brightened once more. Another failure. In Geordie's conception, as his soul began to stabilize, he intended to harness the knowledge brought by the soul partitioning and the Patronus to create a mental superfrequency. The Patronus charm could bear magical power. Being a continuous spell, it effectively created an additional reservoir of magical energy. Following the soul partitioning, Jody contemplated whether he could partition a portion of his own soul, achieving superfrequency through pressurization, and then influence all his magical power through this segment of his soul during the usage of magic. Mr. Ollivander's notes regarding the souls residing within wands serendipitously provided the missing piece of the puzzle, awakening a sense of possibility within him. Ever since that reckless self-study session had thrust him into a state of mental superfrequency, this precarious balance had brought him immense benefits. Simultaneously, it spurred Jody to continually refine his soul as long as he did not desire a vague demise. Animagus, Patronus charm, superfrequency, soul partitioning, and soul-binding spells. Even the nightmare weave trial dream. Jody's understanding of the soul was the most formidable asset he possessed at present. Yet, at this moment, Jody's soul refinement encountered a bottleneck. There seemed to be an elusive point that he could not quite grasp. Sometimes he would enter dreams in the dead of night, but found himself unable to communicate through the nightmare's mark into the web that enveloped Hogwarts. Instead, he was trapped within his own mental cage. Everything from his past formed this cage, and within it, the birthmark on his wrist reappeared, as if the visages of both his lives were entangled. Vying for dominance, in such a state, he could not possibly perform intricate operations without the aid of relevant spells. The soul-calming potion mumbled incessantly, pondering for an extended period without reaching a conclusion. Jody summoned the floating sketchpad, upon which his notes and analyses of magical structures appeared disordered. The content concerning magical analysis was part of the advanced curriculum, which Jody had yet to study systematically. While sorting out his thoughts, Jody raised his wand and returned to practicing the Patronus charm. Pesadilla's Apparitor. The soul-calming potion was now effective enough for our purposes. Was there anything that could more profoundly disrupt one's will? "Ah, damn it, I see my deceased father!" Augury cried out, dispersing the dark mist. "Pesadilla's Apparitor. Perhaps I need some potent disruption potion to assist me in meticulously studying instinct." Jody's thoughts began to drift. "Damn it. Must you ask me that at this moment?" Augury dragged that amorphous white mass, the disruption potion, around, and I was starting to piece things together. Pesadilla's Apparitor. It was too difficult to obtain. We needed it for research. Expecto Patronum. This time, the appearance of the white mist was exceptionally bright. Unfortunately, it ultimately failed to take shape, and Augury, realizing he was being toyed with, finally erupted, "You scoundrel! I'm going to give you a thrashing." With a face full of exasperation, Augury tossed aside his wand and rushed forward. After a while of commotion, the two young men sat on the floor to rest. Jody rubbed his sore nose, pondering, "So, what is that?" "There exists a highly hallucinogenic potion that has long been contentious. Many have proposed that the Ministry of Magic classify it as a controlled substance, while others vehemently oppose such a notion. It is a poison primarily composed of the seeds from the Mambora flower. Amabora, the poison of the mind, that if you find yourself lacking certain herbs at Hogwarts, perhaps you could devise a solution from Snape's private stock." Jody meandered from one shelf to another, pure white scales brushing against neatly labeled bins, his self-talk morphing into the distinctive hissing of serpentine creatures. The widespread nature of Amabora is a significant reason for its difficulty in prohibition. Many wizarding families utilize it to adorn their gardens and, when necessary, as a pain-relieving remedy. Due to its notorious reputation, Professor Sprout's greenhouse in herbology contains few of these blossoms, yet Snape's small storeroom is stocked with quite a few. Given that Snape had been preoccupied with discussions with visitors from the Ministry of Magic, he must have uncovered some of the secrets within that small storeroom, with the aid of soul partitioning. Jody had read a considerable amount of literature in a short period, continually advancing his mastery of spells. However, the purity of his soul had not undergone any further transformation. Jody's magical intensity had begun to wane and was aligning with the strength of his soul. Under this influence, the effectiveness of his superfrequency had also diminished that up to this point, Jody found no necessity to maintain the release of his Patronus. This led to a measure of agitation for Jody. compelling Augury to hasten his training pace. Augury's soul belonged to the realm of ordinary strength. His greater magical capacity and inherently high purity of magic rendered him compatible with his proficiency in explosive magic. Upon realizing that Hogwarts possessed 7 layers of gates upgraded through mysticism, Jody's exploration of magic became bolder. Through his own experimentation, Jody speculated the correlation between 3 primary characteristics and mental superfrequency. The total magical power is a mysterious quantity projected by the soul. The intensity of magic relates to the characteristics of the soul, and its purity. Jody's soul, influenced by his traits, appeared exceptionally modeled, with its patchy vessel partitioned into countless small bubbles. Yet magical power was calculated based on the total weight of the soul. Thus, Jody's magical power remained in a state of high pressure, undoubtedly enhancing his magical intensity. However, his magical intensity and the strength of the vessel did not align. When a higher level of magic entered the vessel had to become highly agitated to cope with the stimulation of its contents, which is the principle of superfrequency. This meant that to re-establish the superfrequency effect, Jody needed to elevate the intensity of the magical power to the limits of the vessel's capacity without rupturing it. Jody painstakingly explained to Augury, 2 reckless individuals, one daring to teach and the other willing to learn, were surprisingly heartening as Augury actually comprehended. The rapid disappearance of mental superfrequency made Jody realize that completing the development of spells swiftly was unlikely. After all, according to the original text, Luna's mother had sacrificed her life in pursuit of researching new spells. Such matters cannot be rushed. As the start of the school year approached, Augury's spell practice finally yielded progress. When that ostentatious rooster appeared in the shrieking shack, Jody breathed a sigh of relief, though he couldn't help but wonder, why a rooster? Hey, I recognize it. It's S'more. It was the only companion I had in the days leading up to my departure with my aunt. Jody suddenly felt he had ventured into forbidden territory with his inquiry. I remember it was later stewed and eaten. My aunt's house didn't need 2 crowing chickens. That was indeed unexpected. Jody felt increasingly that he should not have asked. After confirming the totem's shape, Augury, under Jody's insistence, personally carved his totem. So, what should we do next? Let me first devise a method to complete the final metamorphosis of my soul. We will first use soul partitioning to bring the primary consciousness and the Patronus together. Then apply the Patronus's magical power to exert pressure on the magic, subsequently linking this segment of high-intensity magic to the primary consciousness, and finally binding them together with a soul-binding spell. Here, we need to deliberate on which method to use. Rewriting the spell may pose risks, but we could attempt to acquire experimental data through dream space. Although Niven's casting is relatively safe, those are older techniques. We must commence our inquiries from scratch regarding Jody's incessant mutterings. Time often seems to fly during moments of joy, and, before we know it, the day of a new term has arrived. The recent brawl involved numerous participants, and due to the high level of organization among Slytherins, coupled with their exceedingly strict headmaster, it appears that Slytherin ultimately endured the most severe consequences. Surprisingly, during the feast on the first day of the second semester, the students were treated to a speech from Professor Dumbledore. Had he not been summoned by the Ministry of Magic? Seeing the headmaster's return, Jody could not help but feel a twinge of guilt, especially when Dumbledore's piercing gaze swept in their direction. That it seems prudent to arrange for Augury to escape from the Vanishing Cabinet sooner rather than later, with the arrival of a house elf delivering meals to the shrieking shack. Jody no longer had to visit daily. He had many inquiries regarding the ancient and profound magical system of runes that he needed to address with Master Nicholas Flamel. Thus, in recent days, he often found himself frequenting the room of requirement. As the research of the 2 masters progressed to a significant degree, the spells concealed within the Marauder's map had been largely deciphered, and for several days now, they had been able to activate the magical array without the need for parcel tongue. Weren't you supposed to be studying Professor Binns? Kino expressed concern upon overhearing their discussion. You seem to be up to something else. Jody, feeling cornered by such suspicions, retorted defensively. I've been quite honest. Honest enough to have instigated a brawl that resulted in half the school's students facing punishment. Kino found it challenging to comprehend his brazen assertion. Recently, All the professors have been exceedingly busy, and even I was nearly summoned to punish students for detention. By the way, where exactly did you take that Hufflepuff student? Jody felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Why are all of you coming to me with these questions? Who else could it be? Kino replied, not needing to guess that it was indeed the Shrieking Shack. I cannot be bothered with such matters. But how do you intend to resolve this? With his ruse exposed, Jody had no choice but to indicate the Vanishing Cabinet he had earlier relocated to the Room of Requirement, suggesting it as a solution. Kino was certainly aware of the Vanishing Cabinet, yet that alone did not enlighten him about Jody's plan. To be frank, he was not particularly interested in delving deeper. Shaking his head, Kino chose not to pursue the topic further, but noted, thanks to your antics, Dumbledore has remained at the school longer than anticipated. We have deciphered the magical array and currently possess 2 restoration proposals. The destructive restoration would entirely seal off the spirit system, whereas the array restoration would require completing the ghost sanctuary. Kino had recently experienced a significant reduction in mental stress, and, as he relaxed, he began to recount some discoveries to Jody. The sanctuary is the name of the array I unearthed from the Hogwarts archives. Through our research, we are convinced it is the handiwork of Ravenclaw. Tracing back to its establishment, we suspect its construction may be related to Helena Ravenclaw. Helena Ravenclaw. How do you know of her? Jody inquired. The truth of her losing Ravenclaw's diadem was not something he could divulge. I have also been busy lately. I have gathered insights about Professor Bin's contemporaries. Fortunately, Kino did not press further. Rowena Ravenclaw is universally recognized as a genius, particularly adept in the realm of souls. Her mastery of time and soul magic, combined with Hufflepuff's proficiency in herbology and elemental magic, constantly altered the battlefield, ensuring that the 4 founders remained in a favorable position. Rumors circulated that Helena Ravenclaw was of Gryffindor blood, and tales suggested she was a forbidden synthetic life form, none of which could be substantiated. However, documented accounts certainly indicated a strained relationship between mother and daughter. Helena was often referred to as a failed creation, which ultimately led to her departure from home. You are aware of her fate, are you not? Jody continued the narrative. When Rowena Ravenclaw neared death, she dispatched Baron to seek her out, but upon his return to Hogwarts, she was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Thus, the melodramatic tale of the Bloody Baron and the Grey Lady. Helena, inflicting harm upon one another shall be set aside. What transpired next is not difficult to surmise. Rowena Ravenclaw rewrote the spirit array, creating the sanctuary so that her daughter could remain there. In essence, the sanctuary is a makeshift refuge conjured by a dying matriarch, in contrast to Jody, who stumbled through his studies of spiritual superfrequency. This individual is the true scholar. The dream realm effectively extends the duration of heightened mental activity within a single day. Upon confirming the presence of heretical elements, the Slytherins hastily removed their masks, while those still concealing their identities became targets of concentrated fire. It must be noted that in this 1 versus many combat, those seemingly bullied individuals experienced significant growth. Such distressing incidents further solidified the resolve among them to stand against the pure-blooded families. Jody's magical prowess stabilized, his magical strength eclipsing that of his peers. The experiences afforded by his dual souls filled his mind with ideas, particularly given his past as a game developer, leading to numerous combat concepts. The disparity in ages among the pure-blood faction provided him with an ideal training opportunity. After the commencement of the 2nd semester, Jody's Patronus assumed a new function. He divided his magical energy and consciousness, allowing them to coexist with his Patronus. The 2 spheres of awareness alternated in a state of dormancy, significantly shortening his deep sleep duration and rendering the nights far more engaging in the trials of the dream realm. Jody adorned himself with an extravagant chicken-headed mask. Recently, he had ceased utilizing levitation spells in combat, opting instead to practice a plethora of diverse incantations. Jody meticulously cataloged the 5 tiers of levitation spells, all of which were not specifically designed for combat, but rather selected for their functional prowess. When applied skillfully, they could be utilized in battle. However, other spells also required refinement. Within the almost reality-like dream, Jody dedicated his efforts to mastering the application of mysterious spells. Numerous defensive spells exist for wizards, yet the most commonly employed method remains the mysterious spell, by accurately predicting the trajectory of incoming magical energy. One can preemptively project their own magic. The wand becomes imbued with mystery, deflecting or dispersing the incoming spells during the act of defense. After engaging in numerous battles, Jody was compelled to acknowledge the superiority of the upper year students in terms of combat capabilities and spell volume. Many among them, hailing from families of Death Eaters, had access to highly aggressive spells. Fortunately, Jody's mind brimmed with knowledge, having absorbed information through spiritual superfrequency for over a month. Moreover, the Slytherins tended to shy away from overly aggressive spells. Rictus Sempra, those who resorted to such low-powered, prank-like offensive spells were primarily lower-year students. The lower-year students posed no threat to Jody. He did not even afford his adversaries the dignity of a face-saving retreat. Raising his wand behind his head to disperse the incoming spell and subsequently retaliating with a spell aimed at the trajectory of the attack, Tarantaligra. This particularly mischievous spell caused the lower-year Slytherin to convulse and dance uncontrollably. Protego. After dispatching yet another opponent, Jody swiftly unleashed his next spell, a semi-solid barrier resembling a golden bell that materialized around him, blocking a blasting curse and two stunning spells. The eliminated participants withdrew. The white mist began to dissipate. A surge of energy coursed through the air, slightly alleviating the fatigue of the victors. Far off, using her charm and eloquence, Evil Reel had successfully deceived a group of guards and, while frolicking in the dreamscape, acknowledged Jody with a nod before stepping into the white mist and voluntarily exiting the trial. Jody composed himself, preparing to confront the next wave of challengers. Speaking of which, I have not seen Augury displaying his prowess in battle lately. Has he finally learned to be discreet? Scanning the surroundings, Jody's gaze unexpectedly fell upon Cac, nicknamed the Knight, yet he could not locate anyone fitting Augury's description. Cac truly seemed unwilling to don a mask. Under his influence, the few fans he had remained unadorned and, in a group marked by exclusion, stood out as an anomaly. During the course of several days of conflict, Jody was pleasantly surprised to discover that the transfiguration spells which had once rendered him helpless had now become a more adept realm of his magical repertoire. Thanks to the blessing of mind partition, Jody could observe numerous details simultaneously and execute multiple actions, significantly enhancing his margin for error. As the emerald light hurtled towards him, Jody deflected it with a flick of his wand, causing it to disintegrate and transform into countless butterflies upon contact. Observers understood that the revelry of the night was about to recommence. We must take him down first. Otherwise, victory will elude us. The Slytherins unified in their objective. Cac charged forward, uncertain of Jody's identity. Yet he had always considered himself a friend of the non-purebloods. Even after the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had forbidden the Heretic Alliance, he approached without hesitation, casting a spell to intercept Jody and his foes. Impedimento. Jody mused silently, critiquing the spell's efficacy as he observed. Petri Ficus Totalis. Reducto. Puño. Diff Find. As the battle intensified, the dreamscape began to gradually consume fragments of sound, distorting everything in tune with the participants' emotional fluctuations. To merely hear those incantations could evoke images of children playfully reciting spell names. Oh, so juvenile. Yet, within the chaotic battlefield where those spells intertwined, the sensations of pain and imminent peril reminded one that this was no mere game. Flames danced across the ground, scorching the unprepared wizards. As those ensnared by the magical fire writhed in agony, those with allies might find salvation. Yet if the enemy seized upon a vulnerability, a fatal blow would surely follow. The gravely injured left dark stains of blood upon the white dreamscape before reluctantly exiting the fray. When the seventh-year student he had encountered once before appeared before him, Jody understood that the main event was about to unfold. Avada Kedavra! As the killing curse was uttered, Jody disregarded the spells approaching from either side. Channeling all his magical energy to counter that one lethal strike, he could not fathom how a student had mastered such a curse the BY appearance. He seemed to be his seventh year, nearly of age, his gentle demeanor suggesting a love for scholarly pursuits. Yet he could cast the killing curse upon his classmates with an expression devoid of emotion. Counting yesterday, he had already been killed by him twice. The toll of the killing curse was immense. Jody had learned this from his readings. For a seventh-year student, after such a prolonged battle, this spell would likely drain him of all remaining magical energy. Jody held on for a moment. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. The penetrating force of the curse was astonishing. Unable to deflect it, he was thrust out of the nightmare's embrace amidst the anguish that pierced his very soul. Simultaneously, the ethereal guardian that had been resting upon his blanket vanished, and Jody reclaimed the half of his spirit that had been rejuvenated. He opened his eyes in the darkness, puzzled as to why he had not turned over and fallen asleep as usual, only to soon realize that something was amiss. Expecto Patronum. The recently vanished guardian serpent reappeared, and as it swiftly took form, Jody wasted no time in continuing his incantations. Animagi. The guardian serpent seized the fallen wand mid-air and darted upwards. Hiding within the creases of the ceiling on the ground, Jody sauntered past a first-year student who was keeping watch outside his cubicle. Shortly after he departed, a group of older students, clearly not acting in haste, stormed in, pulling aside the window drapes. Jody was notably absent. Where is he? The leader of the Slytherins was none other than Morthes Rosiel, a confidant of mid-tier. I don't know. He hasn't come out all night, stammered the questioned student, at a complete loss. Dislin, you weren't dozing off, were you? Rosiel frowned, his expression menacing. Another upperclassman accompanying him intervened. Calm down, Morthes. The blankets are still warm. He must have just gotten up. Are you sure you didn't sense anything unusual when we entered? I waited until he was fast asleep before climbing out of bed to keep watch. It's impossible. I even heard movement from his bed. Rosiel slightly calmed his agitation. It was probably a disturbance spell or something similar. Just a minor inconvenience, merely that wretched little imp's grotesque struggle that we still have our people guarding outside. He should be too weak to move after being hit by that curse. Find him and extract the tricks he is hiding. The Slytherins were in quite a stir that night, especially those neutral parties who had been disturbed from their rest, emboldened to loudly chastise Rosiel's actions without regard for mid-year's authority. The commotion continued until dawn. Yet Rosiel remained baffled as to how that fellow had slipped away, and more importantly, where he could have gone. Could it be that Iman's killing curse had not struck him, recalling the pumpkin-headed figure amidst the chaos? Rosiel furiously overturned Jody's bed. Whereas Jody fled to, where could he possibly go at this hour, but to find a more comfortable and fragrant place to sleep? I dreamt of that white serpent again last night. Within the Slytherin girls' dormitory, a voice brimmed with delight proclaimed, I dreamt it asked me to hold it while I slept. The following morning, when Dislin saw Jody emerge from his cubicle, his jaw nearly hit the floor. Seeing you like this, Jody lamented theatrically, Oh dear, you lot have made such a mess. Are the house elves ever to tidy up? To cuddle a reptilian creature in one sleep was certainly a peculiarity reserved for Slytherin girls. Jody, upon leaving that morning, found that more than half of his tail had been uncomfortably squished by that girl. Today marked the first occasion where Jody did not feel the slightest indignation amidst the Slytherins' targeting. The day would not be bearable until tricky augury was found. Their initial overconfidence had led to significant setbacks. I end this peculiar moment. Even if their underhanded tactic succeeded, it would only slightly vex Dumbledore. Yet, should they fail and find themselves in such an awkward predicament, the ramifications on their family plans will be magnified considerably. Mid-year's furious outburst had placed immense pressure upon them, while the upper echelons of the pureblood faction were already contemplating excuses to visit Hogwarts. If they could not resolve matters before their family arrived, this disgrace would be exceedingly difficult to cleanse. The exhaustion from the nocturnal skirmishes, coupled with Snape's oppressive confinement, had led Jody to refrain from visiting the Screaming Shack for several consecutive days, all to prevent the ever-watchful Slytherins from uncovering what should remain hidden. Another reason was the timing. It was about time Augury commenced his self-punishing plan. Jody had no intention of engaging in idle chit-chat with someone who spent all day on the toilet. If prolonged confinement still leaves you feeling unfulfilled, perhaps you could seek out the Grey Lady. That aren't you quite interested in the spectral realm? Studying the history of that time might aid my progress as well. Drawing from Professor Quirrell's suggestion, Jody had been revolving around those spirits for the past few days. Compared to the diminutive Yao Jin, The Ravenclaw ghost had perished in her prime, and as one of Hogwarts' oldest specters, Helena possessed formidable magical strength. She maintained high personal standards and had the ability to alter her appearance. And given the mandatory school uniform policy that diminished other female students, Helena Ravenclaw had long since held the title of Hogwarts' most beautiful goddess without yielding. If you observe closely, you'll notice that the lady's attire undergoes subtle changes daily, and her gowns are meticulously chosen according to the seasons. It is said that several centuries ago, during a brief period, she would even respond to the affections of students, though whether this is mere rumor remains uncertain. Regardless, the Grey Lady now seldom engages with the student body, particularly those not from Ravenclaw. Thus, Jody's inquiries had not progressed smoothly. "How do you always manage to find me?" Helena rose from behind the desk, clutching a book as she traversed the table. After taking a few steps, she turned to regard Jody, who had doggedly followed her, her eyes revealing a hint of irritation. "I have not heard that being clingy is among the admission criteria for Slytherin. Your movements at Hogwarts are likely quite difficult to conceal, my dear lady." Jody, having faced a rebuff, began to hastily delve into the study of Helena's life and preferences. The ancient etiquette she displayed was, at best, a mere facade. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the lady's gaze seemed even colder than before. With her hand gripping the book pressed against her waist, her lovely visage transformed into one of haughty aloofness. "You must have read about my fondness for such things in A History of Hogwarts." The individual tasked with writing that book embellished my character extensively. "I have never understood why anyone would find such intricate and superfluous customs appealing." Helena unabashedly mocked Jody's behavior. "Compared to the last student who put on such pretenses before me, your etiquette is rather subpar." Jody's strained smile faltered momentarily. Though Helena was considerably older than him, he meant to say far more beautiful. Yet her lofty demeanor was profoundly off-putting. "Isn't anything that isn't Ravenclaw merely rubbish?" Jody straightened, resolved to extract some information today. "Beautiful lady, perhaps my actions seem to you a mere performance of gesture, but I must resort to such measures to persuade you to pause and lend me your ear. I have no intention of responding to vacuous words." Jody hurried a couple of steps to block Helena's path. This lady was the most particular among all the ghosts about being traversed through. "Madam, I merely have a few inquiries that require your answers. You have ample avenues to glean the knowledge you seek. The fact that you feel compelled to ask me is merely a pretext you've crafted to justify your inquiry." Jody pondered the taste of her words, sensing a kernel of truth. "No, madam. Many things in this world are difficult to leave a trace upon, regardless of how many pages one has to write upon or how sturdy the stone used for engravings. Time invariably wipes everything clean. Having grasped the thread of possibility, I shall not let go easily. This, I believe, is the correct approach to seeking knowledge." Helena remained vigilant. "This is not an excuse for your unscrupulous behavior." Slytherin. Jody understood the source of her wariness. She had been deceived before, robbed by a smooth-talking charlatan of something crucial both in life and in death. The diadem of Ravenclaw, that magical artifact turned Horcrux by Voldemort. "You seem quite perturbed by my inquiries. I do not comprehend. I have never offended you, madam, that if you truly wish to avoid offending me, you ought not to block my way and utter words I do not wish to hear." With that, Helena turned and glided away across the other side of the desk. "Though you think I seek to inquire about the diadem of wisdom," Jody's sudden elevation of voice startled Helena and drew the attention of the librarian. One could be reprimanded and expelled for excessive noise in the library. "What did you say?" Helena clearly did not wish for such a topic to gain more attention. Once a weighty subject was broached, subsequent dialogues required preparation. Special conversational options were irrevocable. Jody had, of course, prepared in advance. When Hogwarts was founded, the four founders decided to create their own treasures to commemorate the establishment of their respective houses. Rowena Ravenclaw crafted a diadem known as the Diadem of Wisdom, which enables wizards to see issues from a deeper perspective. Jody stepped closer, standing tall, as he intended to inquire about the information he sought on equal footing. That great lady left the Diadem of Wisdom to Ravenclaw, but imposed restrictions. Only exceptionally gifted wizards may possess it and utilize its capabilities, and one knows where it is hidden within Hogwarts. Many historians speculate that such an artifact may never have existed. while subsequent Ravenclaws have maintained that only those who deem themselves above the need for any external possessions deserve Rowena Ravenclaw's endorsement. But that is not the case. Such a crown indeed exists. After its creation, it was stolen from Hogwarts. Jody lowered his voice, his eyes fixed intently on Helena, leaving her no opportunity for escape. Am I not correct? Miss Helena, I do not know what nonsense you are spouting, Helena retorted, her anger barely contained, clearly offended, yet forcing herself to remain present that Jody's words had struck a nerve, making it impossible for her to simply walk away. Upon receiving her tacit consent, Jody led the beautiful ghost to a secluded corner, where Helena unceremoniously seated herself on a bench to express her displeasure. What she did not anticipate was that the audacious Jody would sit beside her. Shoulder to shoulder, in such proximity, it was easier for others to perceive them as allies. Where did you glean such knowledge about Rowena Ravenclaw's obsessive focus? It is a common trait among geniuses, an unyielding pursuit of perfection. Yet, she finds no perfection in you. Does she? This must frustrate you, does it not? While perusing extensive materials and correlating them with the prophetic content in the Harry Potter series, Jody felt these tales resonated closely with the television dramas he had witnessed in a past life. Helena must have her reasons for stealing the diadem to prove herself, and perhaps only Rowena could exert such immense pressure upon her. Helena trembled slightly, whether from sorrow or plain anger, was uncertain. Was her motive indeed the diadem of wisdom? Jody realized that even if he wished to conclude the conversation now, it would be difficult. Before he could fully vent his frustrations, the one entangled would likely transition from himself to this gray lady. I am not interested in that ornament. My gaze is firmly fixed upon the future, not the glories of the past. This statement rang true. If one only knows imitation, how could one ever surpass? What I wish to inquire about is the mysteries of Hogwarts, those that are evolving and influencing our surroundings. Helena clearly did not expect Jody to voice such sentiments. She hesitated. I have heard that the young girl in the second-floor lavatory has finally found a friend willing to converse with her. It seems you are that boy. Jody was also surprised to discover he had garnered some notoriety among the ghosts. She is my friend. Helena did not pursue the matter further, though she was evidently reluctant to discuss the secrets of that era. You should refrain from too much contact with that girl. She needs time to adjust her mindset in anticipation of the final moment that I do not believe that is right. Not everyone is willing to passively become part of the spirit realm. And I maintain that Rowena Ravenclaw's intentions in altering the spell are not solely for you, madam. What did you say? Such a blatant provocation was enough to incite Helena's ire. Jody had no intention of driving her away. Helena's movements made him briefly feel she might slap him. I merely wish to resolve the issue, and you ought to be able to assist me. Others may not realize, but you should know that the professors at Hogwarts are striving to rectify this error. Helena's chest heaved as she stifled her anger, though Jody remained uncertain whether ghosts truly required breath. When my mother established this spell, she pondered whether such actions were genuinely appropriate, leaving the decision to successive headmasters. Should anyone deem the accidental spell more important than the sanctuary, the spirit hall providing energy for the accidental spell will awaken and commence self-repair. Regardless of how close you are to Murdrea, this must come to an end. You cannot prevent it. This is the decision of the current headmaster. The deceased may not interfere. Professor Dumbledore has never made such a decision. The professors are diligently interpreting the spell. Then why are not the teachers the ones to ask me? Helena's sharp retort left Jody momentarily speechless. In truth, if there were a necessity, it should indeed be the teachers who inquire, and if Chilo were to take the initiative, this lady would certainly comply with ease. Yet this task is merely a peripheral branch of the mission to restore the magical array. Chilo entrusted this task to Jody merely to divert his attention and prevent him from causing further trouble. I have made many grave mistakes due to my tendency to trust too easily. Persuading me is not a simple endeavor, Helena murmured before breaking into a soft laugh. You and Murdrea seem to share a close bond. Are you lovers? Jody's face flushed crimson. Why must a good relationship imply that we are lovers? Girls never seem to outgrow their fondness for gossip. Murdrea is my dearest friend. Helena's tone shifted playfully. Perhaps that's only your perception. You know why they call me Lady Gryffindor? Jody genuinely did not know. Why? Helena was willing to continue the conversation, and Jody, of course, followed the thread. He needed time to contemplate how to proceed with his inquiries. In the 2nd century after I lost my corporeal form, I encountered the man who captivated my heart. He stood by me through my darkest times, teaching the deceased me how to feel a heartbeat, to breathe anew, and to embrace sleep, allowing me to resume reading on the day of his graduation. He adorned my head with a garland, and I became his wife. Yet, after that, I refused to see him again. Later, I learned he had aged and was ultimately claimed by death. From that moment on, I allowed them to refer to me as Lady Gryffindor. The ghosts of Hogwarts are the finest guardians of the students. This has been validated by time. And those portraits, the Sacred Spirit Array is a last resort that can only be activated during times of war. A school should never be a place exploited for warfare. From a story, Jody found a solid rationale and clarified his own logic. From the outset, his aim was solely to save Myrtle, and his inquiries were merely historical. There was no reason for Helena not to respond to his questions. What would you be willing to do for this answer? Anything. Jody's mind instinctively echoed that word, but such a response was undeniably excessive. Whatever I can do, as long as it is your request. I shall comply, Madam. If Tom Riddle were here, how would he respond? What method did he employ to extract the information regarding the Crown of Wisdom? Helena feigned deep contemplation. As Jody waited, his restlessness gradually grew. He did not realize that his own expression was transforming with his shifting emotions. The determination to take a risk, the anxiety over the unknown costs, and the irritation of being in a passive role were all perceptible to the astute lady. The transformation of the youthful mindset was starkly evident, contrasting sharply with the initial maturity he had displayed. Especially after Helena posed the question, "Are you lovers?" At the age of 11, one could certainly consider it innocent affection. Couldn't they? The mirth in Helena's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a subtle sorrow. Are you truly waiting for a deceased person to articulate what it is they desire? I do not even know what I want. Much like nearly headless Nick, who yearns to join the Headless Horseman, only to secretly breathe a sigh of relief upon receiving a rejection. Helena sighed, revealing a gentle smile, reminiscent of how she once interacted with Ravenclaw students. You are all mistaken. The sanctuary was never created by my mother to preserve my life. She allowed me to linger here merely to grant me the time to comprehend everything rather than to perish in a state of confusion. She crafted that array to retain a person deserving of respect, and that individual, in response to her plea, has continued to teach at Hogwarts until this day. As Helena unveiled the mystery with Jody's dawning realization. She continued, Professor Binns is the one who merits the efforts of Rowena Ravenclaw. That person is not me. The construction of the sanctuary employs a runic structure. As for how to rewrite it, I have no inkling. However, I firmly believe that modern-day Hogwarts possesses the capability to analyze it. The only challenge lies in determining how to contend with the Sacred Spirit Array left by my mother. As a mere first year, if you wish to effectuate something, you may need to rely on external resources. Perhaps you could seek out Professor Binns' spellbook. That elder had an immense mastery of runes, and much of his knowledge is recorded in that book. Though locating it may prove to be quite challenging, as Hogwarts' Great Library regularly purges all books within the school. After sharing her knowledge, Helena's willingness to assist made Jody's subsequent inquiries much more manageable. Some of the questions he had gleaned from his talk with Chilo were confirmed, which might prove to be of minor assistance. As they parted ways, Helena, with a smile rich in meaning, reminded Jody. The girl's name is written as Myrtle, but she prefers her name to be pronounced as Myrtle. Next time you meet, address her as such, and she will reveal her most beautiful expression for you. Are you saying that Helena mentioned the Sacred Spirit Array would self-improve once activated? Chilo confirmed once more. Jody nodded. The professor pondered for a long while, as if something were entangled in his mind. In recent days, Chilo's appearance seemed increasingly disheveled, and this lethargy was not merely a matter of attire, but also reflected in his spirit. This made Jody somewhat wary. How is the restoration work progressing? Have you encountered any difficulties? Chilo stammered. It's not exactly a difficulty. You promised me you would tell me everything regarding the Sacred Spirit Array. Chilo. Jody grew somewhat serious, even disregarding the usual respect associated with age by calling him by name. Chilo was thoroughly outmatched in terms of spirit. His gaze flickered, and while the plans for the array's restoration were going relatively smoothly, it was peculiar that when we approached the core structures of the array, it would always begin to change at just the right moment. What do you mean? It's somewhat complex to explain, but just trust that we will not allow the sacred spirit array to be completed. I can assure you of that. But you lack absolute certainty that Jody's agitation made him acutely aware of his rudeness. I apologize, Professor. I was merely a bit taken aback by unexpected complications in matters I thought were settled. Chilo, whose weary spirit had not yet found the time to be angry, saw Jody's head droop. Many times he easily forgot Jody's age. This boy's intellect was sufficiently developed to stand alongside adults. However, he was still just a child, naturally entitled to feel dejected, unlike himself. Cheer up, Jody. I can assure you of absolute certainty. If all else fails, we might directly destroy the sacred spirit array, discarding the unexpected magical protection that was never meant to be there. Chilo ruffled Jody's hair. After all, while magic might safeguard the students' lives, it could not guide their souls. After bidding farewell to Chiluo, Jody traversed the corridor, having just completed the activation of the active point map. Now he needed to descend to the old bat's basement to continue his confinement. Seizing this opportunity, Snape had the group of students handle a considerable amount of magical materials, which would later be transformed into potions by the school hospital. Madame Pomfrey expressed her satisfaction, suggesting that this year the hospital might even be able to reverse supply finished medicinal products to St. Mungo's. It had been several days since he last visited the Shrieking Shack, and it was high time to bring Augury out. The house elf named Rum was responsible for attending to Professor Chi Luo's daily needs. The house elves of Hogwarts were technically under the school's jurisdiction, nominally belonging to Dumbledore. Yet in reality, they were beholden to every individual within the institution. Under such peculiar regulations, Hogwarts house elves enjoyed considerably more dignity than their counterparts outside, coupled with a more profound sense of belonging, in every sense. They served as the guardians of the school, an inseparable part of its fabric. When Jody required assistance in delivering meals, Chi Luo instructed Rum to heed Jody's commands. Little did Chi Luo anticipate that Jody would compel the house elf to undertake tasks beyond the expected. For instance, utilizing the elf's apparition to conceal the Vanishing Cabinet within the room of requirement, or procuring some old bedding and clothing to create a dog bed for the pitiful Augury in the Shrieking Shack. If time permitted, Jody was also keen to explore the magical structure of house elf spells, as the connection between these wondrous beings and the arcane appeared to be far more intimate than that of wizards. As Jody descended the spiral staircase, windows flashed before his eyes. The scenery outside left fleeting shadows in his vision, and before the images could fully fade, the next window would again present him with warm sunlight. Alleviating the monotony of his descent, it was not until he passed the third window that he noticed the large, square object on the grass that he had been staring at. It was a significant cabinet. As he made his way down the stairs, he observed that more and more students were gathering around the cabinet. A chill ran down Jody's spine, and his heart began to race, squinting and then widening his eyes. He strained to confirm whether the cabinet below was indeed the one occupying his thoughts, his wand instinctively drawn as he contemplated casting a gravity spell to descend directly from the window. The cabinet on the lawn should have been placed in the room of requirement, specifically in the area where the house elves discarded waste. That was the Vanishing Cabinet Jody had hidden in advance. This was no time to dawdle. Jody hurriedly exited the castle, propelled by magic at an impressive speed. The lawn was now teeming with people. With a wave of his magical hand, Jody pushed through the crowd. Beside the Vanishing Cabinet, stuck in the mud, he spotted the pitiful figure of tricky Augury. Augury, what are you doing here? What happened? Was it those purebloods? Yet Jody could not fathom what had transpired. It was only when he spoke that the surrounding students recognized the identity of the person on the ground. Augury struggled in agony, his one functional hand clawing at his chest, much of his face appearing as though it had been scorched, and one of his feet contorted grotesquely. His body was riddled with myriad small wounds, as if a colossal hand had pressed him into the ground and rolled him about. Having known him for so long, Jody did not believe Augury to be the sort who could be easily subdued. He possessed combat prowess, his unique skill in spirit segmentation, and the techniques they had exchanged. But why? Augury clutched Jody's outstretched hand, desperately wanting to speak, yet as he opened his mouth, a torrent of blood erupted forth. Preventing any coherent words from forming, the few faint-hearted girls had already fled, and more than 2 professors were hastening from the direction of the castle. However, the closest was still Hagrid. "Jody, what on earth is happening here?" No, Hagrid, it's best we don't move him. You need to evacuate the students. This scene is not suitable for viewing." Jody quickly interjected, preventing Hagrid from lifting Augury. The giant realized the gravity of the situation and promptly began ushering the students away. Soon, Professor Sprout, the nearest to arrive, rushed to Jody's side. "Oh, please let him be all right," she exclaimed, her eyes reddening at the sight of such devastation. "It's all right, child. It won't hurt for long." The professor drew her short wand and swiftly addressed the injuries she could manage. Carefully assessing Augury's condition, Jody understood he should step back. After all, he was the least suitable person to be present when Augury was discovered. Yet, Augury's grip on him remained firm, and he felt he should not leave until he comprehended the situation. As Professor Sprout's spells took effect, Augury, whose consciousness was beginning to fade, suddenly gasped for air, followed by a violent retching as he expelled 2 mouthfuls of pale red liquid. At least the blood had ceased to flow as profusely. He widened his eyes, seemingly straining to recognize the person he was holding on to, while Jody stared blankly into Augury's gaze. One of his eyes was bloodshot and nearly blackened, while the other was suffused with blood vessels. "I succeeded," he proclaimed, uttering this cryptic phrase before using the last of his strength to push Jody away. Snape, who had hurriedly arrived, cast a fleeting glance at Jody before turning to the professor who had reached them first. "It is a symptom of magical overload. He must have used forbidden magic. Lend me a hand. Managing one person is proving somewhat overwhelming." Snape uttered no superfluous words. He nodded, nudged Jody aside, and as he drew his wand, he instructed Hagrid, escort the students back to the castle, then notify the headmaster that this child has been found. Thus, Jody had no choice but to follow Hagrid away from the scene, with his head bowed. Jody was consumed by confusion. Did he say he succeeded? What did he succeed at? Revenge? Or did he figure out how to stabilize his spirit? But that's not right. Stabilizing the spirit requires extensive research into ancient texts. Not to mention whether Augury possessed the intellect for that. He certainly had no means to access the books. Suddenly, a possibility flickered in Jody's mind, and he comprehended why the Vanishing Cabinet had appeared beside Augury, as per the plan, unbeknownst to him. The house elf Rum? Jody! Hagrid called several times before Jody snapped back to reality. He looked up to find he had inadvertently followed Hagrid all the way to the 4th floor. "Oh, if you keep following, we'll have to run to the headmaster's office together. Are you all right?" Jody took a few deep breaths, realizing he was not in a good state. "And I'm fine," he affirmed with a nod. "Thank you, don't worry about me." Hagrid remained concerned, but there was little he could do. He bent down to pat Jody's shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry. Madame Pomfrey will surely be able to help him. Don't go." "Hagrid!" Jody exclaimed, bolting up to the 8th floor, where the fixed entrance to the room of requirement was located. He stood repeatedly attempting to enter opposite the tapestry, depicting the troll beating the silly Barney. Yet the room of requirement seemed locked. This moment, Chi Luo and the others should be immersed in their studies, and it was not particularly convenient for Jody to disturb them. Where should he go next? Should he venture to the Slytherin common room to gather intelligence? Or should he seek out the house elf Rum in the kitchens? Or perhaps, defying the prohibition, sneak out of the castle for a daring trip to the Shrieking Shack? Jody, caught off guard by the sudden voice, jumped in surprise, nearly colliding with the house elf who had been gazing up at him. Rum looked up at the student, striving to maintain the decorum he had always adhered to, standing upright. Yet his posture could not conceal his trembling body and the bloodstains on his chest. "I initially intended to take him to the hospital, but he refused vehemently. I'm not quite sure how to leave that room without using apparition. Otherwise, I would have forcibly taken your friend away, my esteemed sir." Jody was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the elf in his line of sight, he conjured a rather absurd hypothesis. "You weren't attacked at all, were you?" Jody asked, voicing his primary concern. Rum shook his head. "At least I didn't perceive any signs of an attack. The Vanishing Cabinet something he instructed you to throw onto the lawn?" Indeed, when I transported the cabinet to the open air of the lawn, Mr. Ogley had already collapsed there. I deliberately made a loud noise when I tossed the cabinet, so that the students would find this spot more easily. Rum seemed inclined to bow, yet his overwhelming anxiety and frayed nerves hindered him. His hands trembled excessively, and his movements appeared disjointed. After a couple of labored breaths, he managed to speak again, and Jody could even detect the tremor of fear in his voice. House elves are meant to obey their masters unconditionally, but I was born at Hogwarts, where we have long adhered to the rules that dictate we follow school regulations in the absence of a fixed master. At that moment, Mr. Ogley commanded me, that he commanded my obedience, and I should have prioritized his safety in accordance with school rules, yet Professor Lockhart transferred the Master-S authority to you, who in turn passed it on to Mr. Ogley. Should you choose to punish me, I bear no grievances. Jody waved his hand dismissively. No, you performed admirably. The Master-S command should take precedence. Henceforth, I revoke Ogley-S authority. You were sent by Quirrell to assist me, and you operate under my directives. Thus, you should not be punished. Thank you for your mercy, my master. Rum immediately appeared on the verge of tears, his legs trembling so much that he could barely stand. Reaching out for Jody's robe, it is essential to have a devoted house elf to dispel any irrelevant thoughts from one's mind. Jody had already surmised what had transpired in the Shrieking Shack. Ogley has been practicing spells these past few days, hasn't he? Jody continued to inquire. Rum confirmed this, stating that he had indeed witnessed Mr. Ogley's nearly frenzied practice during his occasional meal deliveries. It was as if he were in a contest with his wand. Jody was eager to rush to the Shrieking Shack to verify whether Ogley's claim of success was as he believed. Yet venturing out now was exceedingly perilous. Rum had his own responsibilities within the school and could not solely attend to Jody. The house elf bid farewell, and Jody relinquished his plan to have Rum apparate him. On his way, Jody observed with great diligence, but curiously, he found no trace of Ogley's presence. After enduring a long night, Jody finally found the opportunity to visit the Shrieking Shack the following day. How did he manage it? Did he fly to the lawn? Just as he emerged from the passageway, Jody was taken aback by the devastation that lay before him. The Shrieking Shack, which had been tidied up with great effort, was now in utter disarray, even more horrifying than during Jody's animagus transformation. Ogley's bloodied fingerprints marred the floor, creating a harrowing tableau. Next to the pool of blood in the center of the room, Jody's enchanted notebook floated in mid-air. It was evident that Ogley had sustained severe injuries while recording these notes. The words were scrawled in large letters to ensure clarity. Jody extended his hand to touch the bloodstains. Grimacing as he squeezed out a remark through clenched teeth, the top of the notes was a string of spells. Below the spells was the title Jody had temporarily assigned: Awakening Charm. Overclocking Spiritus. The Patronus is inherently a part of the soul. As you advised, I bound the consciousness with the Patronus, and I discovered that they could coexist. Thus, I resolved to commence the experiments you suggested. Did you not mention that Hogwarts' protective enchantments could affect this chamber? With a stroke of luck, perhaps I could expedite your progress, and might we never again be trampled upon. I have grown weary of the scenery below. Below the spells, there was a passage written some time ago, in ordinary black ink. The handwriting on the subsequent sheets of the magical notebook was increasingly indecipherable. I'm not boasting. I generally have good fortune. I succeeded. If Jody, having stumbled upon the concept of overclocking Spiritus through an accidental discovery during his studies, could be deemed a mere pretender to madness, then Ogley, who dared to grasp a notion and risk his life to bring the experiment to fruition, was undoubtedly a genuine lunatic. Jody perceived his own conjectures to be riddled with flaws. He had merely proposed a rough logic without any empirical validation. It was a stroke of luck that Ogley had not met his demise. Jody would not dare venture to test his spells recklessly, even though he was certain of their correctness after conducting his own experiments. Jody meticulously read through the chaotic notes and attempted to interpret them. Despite some clumsiness in the preliminary incantations, there seemed to be a method to the madness. The separated consciousness indeed merged with his Patronus. The discovery of the gravely injured Ogley brought a sigh of relief from the purebloods. Officials from the Ministry of Magic arrived and departed swiftly, so cursory that they did not even consider inspecting the Vanishing Cabinet. Soon, Ogley's forced escape from the Vanishing Cabinet, resulting in a backlash of magic, became a tale frequently recounted by Professor Flitwick, who continuously reminded students that spell casting should be approached gradually. Given the choice, Jody would have preferred to leisurely enjoy campus life, yet trouble seemed to perpetually seek him out. Coupled with the presence of Voldemort, like a sword of Damocles hanging overhead, threatened the fragile peace below, Jody did not believe that without Quirrell, the Dark Lord would be unable to acquire unicorn blood. After all, unicorns were not exclusively confined to the Hogwarts grounds. Ogley's capture cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere within the school. Although the Heretics Alliance had disbanded, each student who had participated in that uprising would inevitably recall that act of defiance during their mundane conversations. The desire for revenge for immature students could easily become the most pressing thought occupying their minds day and night. Former members had developed a sense of belonging to this organization. Most were unaware of the particulars, only knowing that Ogley had paid a steep price for their rebellion. Yet, until the final moment, he had never yielded. Even in the last dream where Ogley appeared, there was no hint of surrender in him. In that dream, he still refused to answer Slytherin, merely brandishing his wand with his characteristic laughter, wantonly undermining the lofty ideals of pure blood supremacy. Meanwhile, Slytherin was acutely aware of its role in that duel. Those self-styled elites typically would not appreciate being led around by the nose. In such a sentiment, they found it impossible to regain their haughty demeanor with the accolades thrust upon them by conspirators. Consequently, the strife between the factions deepened, each defining themselves as the vanquished, all contemplating how to reclaim their honor. Just as this peculiar atmosphere reached its zenith, an unexpected development arose. This was news Jody had also heard from Quirrell. After Ogley was located, the Ministry of Magic promptly dispatched a letter urging Dumbledore to set out. This news was not particularly surprising to in fact, had it not been for Ogley's duel debacle. Professor Dumbledore would likely have been preoccupied with one tedious meeting after another at this very moment. What was unexpected was the notification that accompanied the letter. "Are you saying that a delegation from pure blood families will visit Hogwarts?" Jody's voice carried a note of astonishment. "Well, to be precise, it's a group of elite individuals from various sectors of the magical community coming to observe. It seems there will even be simulated interviews and discussions." Jody processed this information. Was it not the case that as long as Dumbledore attended meetings, there would be no visiting delegation? Quirrell shrugged, but Dumbledore has not attended. Has he? Moreover, the delegation is of a commercial nature and does not fall under the Ministry of Magic's jurisdiction. I must return to my duties, Jody. We must clarify certain matters before Dumbledore departs. Observing his hurried departure, a growing sense of unease gnawed at Chowdy's heart. Perhaps it was time to extract the Myrtle from its predicament. The observation group arrived swiftly, and as the final chill of winter unleashed its harshest cold, a procession of individuals clad in dark cloaks materialized upon the long bridge outside Hogwarts. The foremost figure halted at the entrance, prompting his companions to pause behind him, subtly indicating his leadership. Lucius Malfoy removed his top hat, resting it upon his cane, his gaze becoming increasingly enraptured by the sight of Hogwarts, within the lofty clock tower. Two silhouettes, one tall and one short, stood in silence for an extended period that was not that Severus Snape was diminutive. Rather, Albus Dumbledore was simply exceptionally tall. Your companion conceals himself within the Ministry of Magic, serving as a bridge between the Ministry and the pure blood families, thereby ascending to the status of the most influential family. He has compelled me to attend meetings at the Ministry, while he himself has absconded under the pretext of lacking an official title to join the observation group at Hogwarts. The corners of Snape's downturned mouth seemed to sag even further than usual, his tone laced with sarcasm and discontent. Being a friend of the Malfoy family was not a light-hearted affair. I can surmise the purpose of his visit. Do you truly intend to remain inactive? The last sentence was clearly directed at Dumbledore. The elder shifted his posture, leaning forward with his arms resting on the windowsill for added comfort. Instead of gazing at the minuscule crowd below, scurrying towards the castle like ants, Dumbledore lifted his eyes to the clouds illuminated by the sunlight at the horizon. Politics is indeed a most curious phenomenon. Not only 10 years ago, but even 5 years prior, Mr. Malfoy would not have dared to stand before me. Yet now, look at him, his eyes gleaming with ambition, while I find no justification to hinder him. The sarcasm emanating from Snape intensified. He believed he had discerned your vulnerability and, naturally, no longer feared you. Well, vulnerability is perhaps too strong a term. Snape turned to face him, awaiting his continuation, but Dumbledore's playful demeanor was interrupted by Snape's solemnity, compelling him to respond with reluctance. Very well, let's call it a weakness. Your choice of words today is rather sharp, my friend. Regarding the letter from Malfoy, Snape paused, realizing that Dumbledore had no intention of elaborating further. He had to steer the conversation back himself. How should I respond to him? That letter is from your friend to you. Dumbledore feigned innocence, stating, I can listen to your grievances, but how you choose to reply should not fall within my purview. I did mention the contents of that letter to you. Dumbledore raised his hand to halt Snape's words. I should have previously conveyed to you that my expectations of you are quite high. I am sincere. Mr. Malfoy believes you are the most suitable candidate for the position of headmaster, and I concur. The only uncertainty lies in his assertion that you lack a bit of age and experience. I contend there is no stipulation that a headmaster must be an elderly gentleman. Dumbledore playfully patted Snape's shoulder, feigning encouragement. Come now, my young friend. With that, he sauntered away, preparing to descend the stairs. Are you truly going to wash your hands of this? His voice brimmed with anxiety and displeasure as Snape bellowed towards Dumbledore's retreating figure, his tone rasping and low like a wounded beast. What are my reasons for remaining at the school? Are you not still intent on preventing the resurgence of the Dark Lord? Dumbledore turned back, mischievously winking. I never claimed that. I merely expressed my hope that you would protect Lily's son. Poor Harry has not fared well at his aunt's home. Had you heeded my suggestion to engage with him over the past decade? Enough. Snape's dissatisfaction reached a boiling point. I am not suited for this. With that, he brushed past Dumbledore and departed the tower. Do you know, Severus, that the very responsibility that proves your unsuitability for this coveted position is your sense of duty? I genuinely believe you would perform better as headmaster than Minerva. Initially, Chao Di dismissed the observation group, assuming their intentions were straightforward. This cadre of purebloods had come merely to harass Dumbledore. After all, he had experienced numerous school open days in his previous life and had participated in mock interviews. Such activities only serve to provide students with a few motivational public sessions. However, as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Chao Di realized he had been overly naive on the first night of the observation group's arrival. During the guest introductions, he heard that familiar name, Lucius Malfoy, the character who had committed numerous nefarious acts in the novel, only to be ultimately redeemed. Mr. Malfoy, amidst the applause of many professors, appeared unfazed, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of sophistication. Even more troubling was his appearance. His golden hair cascaded elegantly, and his handsome visage radiated a mature charm, further heightened by his status, driving the school's admirers into a frenzy. The real-life Mr. Malfoy possessed an ethereal quality that surpassed that of the cinematic Slytherin model. The subsequent days heralded the onset of a shifting atmosphere. The emergence of pure-blood families instantly caused a significant number of defectors among the erstwhile supporters of the Heretics Alliance. Particularly among the upperclassmen poised to enter society, I have heard that the witch is no longer to be trusted. In the next dream, we must all tread carefully. Just after finishing his herbology class, Chao Di was intercepted by Kaka shortly after stepping outside. So, if we meet again and the witch is once more besieged by a multitude, what will you do? Chao Di countered. Clearly, Kaka had not anticipated this line of questioning. If he were to provide a definitive answer, it would complicate matters. This is the greatest challenge we currently face, trust. Yet many have seen the witch conversing amiably with Malfoy. They seem to be enjoying a pleasant discussion. And she publicly criticized the errors of the Heretics Alliance. Recalling the detrimental rumors surrounding the witch's reputation, Kaka's emotions began to escalate. Now everyone is aware that she supports the dissolution of the Heretics Alliance. The Heretics Alliance is one I disbanded myself. Do you dispute that decision? Chao Di retorted, rendering Kaka speechless once more. But this is different. Chao Di's voice rose slightly, his demeanor shifting immediately. In what way is this different? You speak of betrayal, Yet after I disbanded the Heretics Alliance, we are no longer united. How can you speak of betrayal? Furthermore, even if we were united, we cannot prevent others from making their own choices. The current non-purebloods lack the confidence to protect their companions. Thus they have no grounds to demand loyalty from them. Do not view this matter too simplistically. Kaka, every student in this school will eventually enter society. They must find suitable employment and a place to establish themselves, and as of now, we are unable to provide them with a realm of their own. Then, shall we do nothing? Kaka expressed anguish and confusion. Emotions rarely seen upon his countenance. In recent days, the supporters who once rallied behind him as the knights seemed to have grown distant, that I cannot make decisions for you. Xiao Di sighed inwardly, in the face of insufficient strength. Being overly ostentatious would only lead to self-destruction. However, I do have some suggestions that you might consider. You are referred to as the knight, the formidable warrior among us, and your strength is distinct from that of Ogler's madness. You uphold dignity, and you share empathy with all who are oppressed. From the outset to the conclusion, your purpose has never wavered. You merely extend a hand to those seeking help. Why not continue in this manner? You will always be the one to offer assistance, will you not? As he watched the knight depart, Xiaodi's emotions became increasingly complex that a team is not merely a collection of identical components, but rather a grand assembly of diverse parts, each serving a unique function. Although Jody has yet to fully comprehend the path best suited for CAC, it appears that, for now, the straightforward-hearted individual may indeed be the most fitting guardian of a virtuous facade. As for the devious machinations that unfold, there are certainly others to undertake those tasks. The night deepens, enveloping the lounge in an eerie silence. In the realm of dreams, the longings of all are summoned, drawing them back to a stage themed by conflict. Today, the positioning of the Heretics Alliance is rather scattered. Jody adorns himself with a pumpkin mask, nearly identical to the one he wore during that fateful gathering. Asserting his identity, the small faction surrounding the knight stands united as never before. It remains a mystery what CAC imparted to them. Yet, the witch stands unusually alone in the corner, appearing diminutive and vulnerable. Jody's gaze shifts towards her. She senses his scrutiny and responds with a sweet smile, refraining from employing her magically endowed eyes. Jody waves his wand with the elegance of a conductor, softly chanting incantations as if savoring each subtle fluctuation of magic. Expecto Patronum, a colossal serpent spirit emerges, coiling around Jody, hissing menacingly as it guards against surrounding foes. The appearance of this serpent only intensifies the animosity among the Slytherins. Repulsion position. A series of flashy spells are unleashed in rapid succession. Assassin Alma. Just as the final, incomprehensible incantation is uttered, an impatient individual targets Jody. The assault originates from behind, delivered by a senior member of the Heretics with whom he has fought alongside. Jody is not surprised. Upon noticing that this group has discarded their masks, he understands their choice, yet betrayal still stings. Fortunately, from a fundamental perspective, this treachery has not posed significant issues beyond increasing the number of individuals Jody must cast away. Form obelisk. How fortunate it is that Hogwarts is not a combat academy. Students who have not undergone systematic combat training are relatively manageable. Jody is not the only one besieged at that moment of chaos. The witch finds herself under assault from both the pureblood faction and the non-pureblood side alike. Her conspicuousness, her excellence, her reputation, all serve as reasons for her to be collectively targeted. The knight, indeed, rushes towards the girl. Just as Jody hoped. Regarding the witch's alleged betrayal, Jody is uncertain of its veracity, but he fervently wishes to avoid witnessing her harm before confirming any hostility. On that Christmas night, she recounted many sorrowful tales of her past. Now, it is time to clear the field. As he speaks, Jody casts spells, builds strength, forma anima. The control charm, combined with the transformation spell, swirls the surrounding mist, filling the serpent's form that Jody's guardian spirit begins to indiscriminately attack all those nearby. As the serpent lunges, a Slytherin, caught in its grasp, struggles to retain his wand, only to be swallowed whole, dissipating into a cloud of white after elimination. Jody casts another spell, employing a combination of the transformation charm and the armor charm. solidifying the white serpent's form to resist the disbanding spells. But where is that individual? Jody awaits the crowd's thinning, anticipating the greatest threat to reveal its venomous fangs once more. Experiencing the sensation of being struck twice by the killing curse is far from pleasant. Jody caresses his zombie wand, his eyes glinting with danger. Where are you? That bastard who wields the killing curse. To be frank, Jody holds little interest in the victor meeting Myrtle. Encountering Myrtle would hardly lead to any discussions about career aspirations. And a confrontation seems far more likely to one who has thrived among the ranks of pure-blood students. He embodies an irreconcilable contradiction. Employing the killing curse against one's own students must surely be orchestrated by that individual. Jody does not believe there exists another student faction capable of executing such a feat, having endured them for so long. It is time to extract some value from these ruffians. Today, Jody has certain ideas that require validation. He has long desired to study the 3 unforgivable curses. Alas, the knowledge surrounding them is primarily contained within forbidden texts, and Jody, as a mere first year, lacks the privilege to peruse them. However, from the indirect references found in other readings, Jody deduces that the killing curse is a spell that targets the soul, incurring a tremendous toll on magical energy that a novice wizard attempting to cast it for the first time might struggle to even swat a mosquito. Jody's divided consciousness detects hostility, prompting him to swiftly turn and aim his wand at the youth. The familiar green light reflects in his eyes. Jody wishes to ascertain whether, after amplifying his spirit, he can successfully unleash this curse. Avada Kedavra, overclocking Spiritus. As Jody attempts the incantation, his guardian spirit soars upward before plunging back into his wand. Jody's eyes redden due to the backlash of the spell, a result of his incomplete mastery over it. Yet, it is sufficient. Empowered by a surge of strength, the guardian spirit opens its maw wide, soaring towards the green light, consuming it whole. The white entity, tainted by the green glow, dissipates before the astonished gazes of all present. Ha ha ha! In the triumph of deflecting the killing curse, Jody's laughter resonates with delight. He then propels himself out of the white circle using a gravity spell before the Slytherins can encircle him again. The energy expenditure of this series of spells proves so great that Jody feels somewhat lethargic by the following day. Uncapping his water flask, steam rises from the thermos purchased from the Weasley twins. After confirming the scent, he takes a cautious sip, the potion's potency sending a shiver down his spine. Consuming too much of Amabala in one go is unwise. Shortly, he must contend with Snape's detention. Today marks the final day, and he hopes the old bat refrains from any new antics. At this moment, Jody finds himself in Quirrell's office, where the desk has been cleared of its original contents, now relegated to a corner, leaving a chaotic assortment of open books scattered across the surface. Crumpled papers litter the floor, and a feather quill hovers in midair, rapidly taking notes. The blood-tinged magical notebook spreads open like a blackboard before him. Jody meticulously examines the details contained within. The Patronus charm, constant imprinting, binding spirit charm. The details align perfectly, and Jody confirms he has overlooked not even the slightest point. Yet, why does this persistent sense of stagnation linger? Why can Audrey successfully cast the awakening charm, while the one who proposed it cannot? The magical notebook flips pages rapidly, halting at the one documenting Audrey's personal information. Perplexed, Jody spends an afternoon concocting the troublesome popper, a peculiar fish with a prominent sucker, required by Snape for its adhesive secretions. Once again, as he slices open the sucker, he observes the mixture of the secretion and blood, unable to blend harmoniously. They remain separate until the young wizards extract the blood droplets with their wands. Accustomed to the incessant whirl of thoughts, Jody's mind conjures fragments of past knowledge concerning liquids and density. An epiphany strikes him. Souls too possess a distinction in density. My soul has yet to fully integrate. If I were you. The sudden voice from behind startles Jody, causing him to jump. Nearby, a Slytherin stifles a laugh. If I were you, I would swiftly remove that drop of impurity from where it does not belong. Snape continues, employing his customary double entendre to belittle the students. Then why don't you remove me? Jody longs to retort, I always believed you held yourself to high standards. Has your little clique caused you to forget that you reside in the most illustrious house of Slytherin? Severus Snape wrinkled his nose, as if he had caught a whiff of something exceedingly pungent. You must exert far greater effort to earn the right to stand alongside Slytherin. Whose cup is this? Jody, with his head hung low in reprimand, had yet to register the question when someone beside him answered Snape's inquiry. This cup belongs to Joik. I saw him drinking from it. Jody, with a perplexed expression, watched as Snape picked up his cup and opened the lid. It was only then that he recalled the contents of his cup and the professor's other identity. Within Jody's cup was a mental toxin known as amabala, and Snape was the true master of its raw materials. The extraction process of amabala is remarkably simple. How could its distinctive drug scent possibly escape the notice of Snape, the master of potions? Yet, curiously, Snape seemed to recognize it without voicing any questions. He merely wore a grim expression, dropped the cup, and swiftly walked away from Jody. In that fleeting moment of his departure, Jody discerned a sense of disappointment etched upon Snape's face. Amabala is a commonly used addictive substance among wizards. If taken in excessive doses, it can even inflict a curse-like burning upon the soul. Misuse may lead to semi-permanent amnesia. Snape stood coldly at the lectern, gazing down at Jody. I do not know how you came in contact with it, but I hope you can rely on your own willpower to quit. With that, he did not spare Jody another glance. Jody then understood Snape's misunderstanding. He perceived him as a drug addict. Jody certainly understood the nature of amabala. After all, it is something one consumes. However, to practice his spells, Jody had no choice but to undergo several courses, including the division of consciousness, the awakening charm, and the defense against the mind. Given Snape's temperament, he would belittle you if he valued you, but when he deemed you worthless, he would treat you like refuse, as he did now, not even bothering to look your way. Jody felt a sense of frustration welling up inside him. Luckily, as a widely used substance, Snape did not concern himself with the source of Jody's drugs, but he needed to find time to replenish the gaps in his little stash, having finally concluded his last day of confinement. Jody shook off a few followers who sought to trail him and made his way alone to moaning Myrtle's bathroom. With the awakening charm to prevent mishaps, it was time to test the binding charm. Today, the girls' bathroom seemed even more chaotic than usual. Jody scanned the disarray in the restroom and discovered his belongings scattered haphazardly outside a stall. This was quite unusual, given their relationship, if moaning Myrtle had deliberately thrown his things around. She must be upset. What could he have done to provoke her ire? Jody searched his memory uncertainly, but his hand had already grasped his wand, which he drew out. This room, seldom visited by anyone but him, seemed to host other guests today. Jody listened intently, hearing the sound of dripping water. Drip, 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 one after another. With his wand pointed at the emptiness ahead, he sensed an unusual magical reaction. Repulsion position. Radiate. Jody had become quite adept at using the gravity domain spell. From his spell, he had derived many other applications, and the one he was using now was a concept he had once envisioned. His magical energy spread out like a net, exerting a slight pressure on all objects it encountered. This pressure confirmed the presence of an obstruction, allowing Jody to identify objects within a certain range. He reconfirmed that something existed in the empty space before him. He vaguely guessed what he was facing. Expecto Patronum, a massive serpent spirit suddenly manifested, coiling around Jody, and simultaneously, various small mechanisms hidden in the bathroom were triggered. A large overhead barrel tipped, spilling a copious amount of liquid, while several ink pots and other debris flew out from the corners. Such childish pranks were no match for Jody. The guardian spirit, under the influence of the control charm, flicked its tail, sending all the chaotic flying objects away, then raised its head and swallowed the spilled liquid in one gulp. The liquid swirled within the serpent's body, which coiled and flicked its tongue. Jody pointed his wand at the empty space and began to chant. The previously invisible ghost was startled, becoming visible while spewing a stream of curses. Bald head, always covered in bird droppings. The quality of Peeves was truly lacking, and Jody rolled his eyes at the foul language to ha-ha, first-year bean sprout, come and catch me. Just as well, Jody had no desire to experiment with an untested spell on moaning Myrtle. He waved his wand, the wand of the corpse, and uttered, legatum ad animum. A beam of white light shot forth from the wand. seemingly akin to the essence of a guardian spirit, as Jody unleashed the binding charm he had been practicing. The true identity of Peeves is lost to time, but it is evident that the pressures exerted by the students and their desires to sustain his continued existence. This prankster represents the mischievous nature stifled by the daily studies of Hogwarts wizards, belonging to a higher form of the ghostly essence, yet due to his consciousness being excessively eroded by rules, he can only be classified as a pseudo-ghost. Just moments ago, Peeves had been reveling, but now he was ensnared by Jody's spell, his face displaying sheer terror. "What have you done, you little brat? Let me go. You uncultured little scamp." Listening to Peeves weave fresh expletives, Jody suddenly found himself unwilling to let such a creature near his wand. If it weren't for the experiment, Jody encouraged himself inwardly. Published. No, 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 don't disperse me. Please have pity on the helpless and weak Peeves. I just wanted to share a little joke. The ever-volatile Peeves began to plead for mercy. "Oh my goodness, what is this wand of yours?" Amidst the commotion, Peeves was sealed within Jody's wand. It seemed feasible. Confirming that the spell had worked, Jody tossed the wand in his hand. In the next moment, he was taken aback. Ollivander had initially given him this spell to verify his theories, primarily revolving around the most mysterious attributes that wizards possess. Peeves was not an agreeable fellow, and Jody did not expect him to assist in channeling magic within the wand. However, to his surprise, once a spirit appeared within the wand, a mysterious energy began to swirl inside. Jody could feel the resonance between the mysterious energy within him and the swirling energy in the wand, an unprecedented clarity in sensing their existence. What he did not realize was that this clarity was due to Peeves' high status. It is important to note that Peeves was currently repulsed by his magic. The spirit form of a soul, both past and present, is elusive. It is not that no one has attempted to use a spirit as a medium, but throughout the ages, wise wizards understood that a consciousness capable of recording the past is far more precious than a powerful wand. Jody projected his magical energy into the wand, and the previously simple magical channel seemed to transform into an amplifier, allowing his magic to become more active, vast, and potent. Yet, as the connection was made, an unfriendly voice exploded in Jody's mind. "Little brat, what have you done? Where have you locked me up? Where is this place? Is there a light ahead?" Listening to Peeves' fragmented ramblings as he speculated about the situation inside the wand, Jody replied, "You're currently inside my wand. How does that feel? Inside your wand? Kids these days really know how to play it. I think I could see outside. This place is quite fun, haha, and quite comfortable. Wait, are you going to hand me over to those ghosts hunting me?" This indeed is quite a surprising revelation. Jody, who initially intended to release him immediately after the experiment, found himself intrigued. "Capture you? Why would they wish to apprehend you? They are contemplating taking me to the Hall of Spirits." Peeves exclaimed in protest, "I absolutely refuse to go to any Hall of Spirits. Once there, what might once have been amusing ghosts would be reduced to mere wooden figures. How utterly dull. Then why are they so adamant about capturing you?" Peeves cannot be the only ghost left. If Hogwarts is left with only Peeves, our reputation will be utterly ruined. How dare they say such a thing? I am clearly the leader among the ghosts of Hogwarts. My presence is essential to showcase the spirit of Hogwarts. These old fogies understand nothing. Jody chuckled to himself, finding it rather amusing to hear that you consider yourself the leader. The wand-wielding Peeves sprang up, seemingly able to sense some of Jody's thoughts through their magical connection. "Are you laughing? No more fooling around." Jody released the spell, setting Peeves free. I just passed through your wand again. What material is it made of?" Upon emerging, Peeves began scratching around his body, exclaiming, "I almost thought I had a body again. What is it made of?" "Drag a heartstring wood. It is my beloved wand." Jody was pleased with the outcome of the experiment, and his enchanted notebook flew from his robe, unfurling a blackboard on which a floating quill quickly recorded the findings. "I believe I have heard of this. It is a premium material for ethereal beings." Peeves observed the wand in Jody's hand from a distance, resembling a mischievous imp eager to snatch something from an adult. Jody retracted his wand, ensuring it remained untouched. "Now that I have answered your question, you ought to answer mine. Ha. I would never answer your questions. Ha ha ha. Where's moaning Myrtle? Where has she gone?" The bald-feathered owl, Toot awaited the ungrateful wizard by the dining table. Answer me, or I shall capture you and deliver you to the bloody baron. Jody interrupted Peeves' darkly whimsical song with a light-hearted remark.